This audiobook contains 2 censored sentences and 366 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Those boys this morning, the ones you burned, he lowered his voice, choosing each word with care. They're not Bran and Rickon, are they? What? No matter how poisoned your mind has been in desperation for power, I doubt you'd do that, Theon, my lord. They were practically your brothers. Tell me, was it truly them? He asked, and in response, Theon went silent. Either way, the cruelty only begets resentment. It won't earn you the fear you crave, only hatred. Why are you surprised? Theon snorted, pushing himself upright in the chair. I don't expect them to love me. He snapped. I took Winterfell because it was there for the taking. If it means burning some brats to assert authority, so be it. The way he spoke of the boys implied it wasn't the Stark boys, but he glared at Luwin as if daring him to ask about that again. I know what I did, but that's my decision. I don't care. Let Robb choke on that news for a while. My sister will arrive with her army soon, and will hold Winterfell with everything, no matter if Robb comes to reclaim it himself. A short silence passed between them, and Luwin shook his head, sadness lining every crease in his brow. Your father's men might do worse when they come, he said softly. And the men here, your men, are unsettled, Theon. Many of them left the Iron Islands to plunder, not to keep a castle. They grow bored, and they take out their boredom on the townsfolk. The townsfolk you grew up with. Do you really want this? Luwin wondered if the boy would get mad at being called by his name rather than title, as had been a day before, but Theon's gaze only flickered across the wall gates. A flicker of something that might have been regret flashed before his eyes and then vanished. He raked a hand through his disheveled hair. They'll learn their place. My sister is a woman and has no claim to the Salt Throne when the male heir is alive. They'll win over my men soon enough. I just need some time. And he fixed the maester with a wavering glare. Just remember who's in charge, old man. You're talking a lot of shit. Just in case, if you think to help those I despise, I won't be so forgiving. Those he despises? Does that mean he truly didn't kill Bran and Rickon and fears I'm aiding them? Luwin noted, calculating, feeling relieved, and then sighed. Of course, my lord. I have always served Winterfell. He replied evenly. And while I breathe, I will do what I can to protect it. Theon just looked at him. A moment later, he opened his mouth, but before he could respond, a distant screech rang out through the stone corridors. It was an unnatural, resonant, and chilling sound that rattled the bones of every living being. Maester Luwin's eyes widened with alarm. Gods be good, what the hell was that? Theon jerked upright, his head snapping toward the high windows that lined the hall. But this time, rather than looking at the gates, he looked at the sky where the sound had come from. His heartbeat thundered as he realized how foreign and bestial the sound was. Well, what kind of beast can make that kind of sound, Maester Luwin? Theon turned to the wise man and asked, but he already knew. Had heard the stories. They exchanged one glance and then rushed toward the nearest window. Theon fumbled at the heavy shutters, throwing them open fully. The sunlight spilled into the hall, and they both leaned out, their breath catching in their throats. Against the bright expanse of sky, a huge, winged silhouette sliced through the air. Golden scales glimmered under the midday sun, and it let out another piercing cry. In that single moment, Theon felt his grip on Winterfell slip further. I angled Viserion in a slow, spiraling descent above Winterfell's outer walls. A gust of cold air whipped at my hair, and the familiar rush of being airborne kept my blood humming. Below, I saw broken battlements and scorched patches, clear signs that Theon's Ironborn had made a mess of this place. Sansa was pressed tight against me, her breath short and quick as the ancient fortress unfurled in our view. Are you all right? I asked, speaking just loud enough for her to hear over the whoosh of wind. She nodded, though I felt her body tremble. It's just seeing home from above. She swallowed. I never imagined Winterfell like this from a dragon's back. It's breathtaking and terrifying, but I'm also relieved to see my home. Let's head down. I guided Viserion into another circle around the courtyard below, searching for the Ironborn. My sharp Valyrian eyes help me see better. I see a few men in those corners, hard to tell if they're your people or not. Where should we touch down? Sansa straightened a bit, her gaze darting frantically across the courtyard. There! She pointed at a stone-walled section near the broken gatehouse, where a group of armed men milled about, wearing rough leather and mismatched steel. Their attire was nothing like the Northmen's furs or Stark sigils. A slow smile curled on my lips. They're no Northerners, that's for sure. I leaned forward, tightening my arm around her waist. All right, let's pay them a visit. Viserion responded to a slight shift in my posture. She tucked her wings and descended, dropping into the courtyard with a powerful air backwash. The men below staggered, bracing themselves against the sudden gust and screech. Spears clattered on stone. What the fuck is that? Did I drink too much ale? I kept a firm hold on Sansa as Viserion's back legs touched down. She shrieked fiercely and loudly, and the Ironborn scattered in alarm, half of them rolling on the ground. They were screaming at me, eyes full of terror, but I ignored them. Still mounted atop the dragon, I squeezed Sansa's waist in a reassuring gesture. Now, I said calmly, tell me which ones you want dead. Sansa's breath hitched. She hesitated momentarily, turned to look at my face. Then she pointed with trembling fingers at the men she recognized as foreigners. Those few, she whispered. I don't know them. They aren't from my home. And they were wearing Ironborn armor, but Sansa didn't seem to notice that. Good enough for me. I lifted my head and raised my voice. Dracarys flames erupted from Viserion's jaws. The roar of the dragon's fire drowned out the Ironborn's horrified cries. The next sight was something to see. Their pleas for mercy caught in the inferno, and the entire area heated up. The men were consumed within seconds, embers and ash swirling in the wind. The stench of charred flesh burned my nose, but I welcomed the flush of triumph. Pity they died too quickly. That should have been most of them, but some more should be around the area. Let me speak, Sansa, I murmured, swinging my leg over the saddle to stand upright on Viserion's back. I raised my voice to the northern folk who peered out from doors and behind ruined walls. People of Winterfell, I am Viserys Targaryen, the rightful heir of the Iron Throne. I know you must be confused, but fear not. I come as your ally. I've come to free you from these Ironborn bastards, as you just saw. Spread out now. Search every corridor and cranny for any Ironborn still skulking about. Bring them here alive, preferably. I have plans for them. For Winterfell, a wave of confusion rippled through the ragged onlookers. Most had never seen a dragon in their lifetimes, and the Targaryen name meant enemy. Shock gripped them. But then Sansa steadied herself, shakily standing atop Viserion. I held her to stop her from falling, and she spoke out in a shaky but resolute voice. Everyone, he's not lying. You know me, I am Sansa Stark, she called, forcing her chin up. Daughter of Eddard Stark. Listen to Viserys, he's here to help us. To save Winterfell, my brother, the king in the north, sent him here. That rallied them. They truly trusted a Stark with their lives. A murmur of awe passed through the crowd, turning into a ragged cheer. Men and women scrambled off, armed with whatever they could find, determined to flush out any remaining Ironborn. My gaze followed them to the gates until I heard a sound coming from the opposite direction. The castle. A lone figure strode out from the castle door, Theon Greyjoy. He wore no helmet, unprepared for battle, and I spotted fresh burns on his hands. Speaking of, I noticed 2 churn bodies hanging from the gate earlier. Sansa hadn't, and I didn't bother to notify her about it. Looks like he already killed 2 innocent boys. Theon Greyjoy, I called out loud, and Sansa's head snapped to look at him. The puny Ironborn filth looked at me in shock and stumbled on seeing the blackened remains of his men, half crouching as if the sight physically wounded him. Pale fury etched across his features. You bastard Targaryen. He spat, voice tinged with trembling anger or fear. He bit his lip when he saw the dragon I rode, but then he met my eyes again. I don't care who you are, But who gave you the right to? I felt Sansa tremble in rage at the sound of his voice. She pointed a finger, her eyes alight with hatred. He betrayed my family. Kill him too, Viserion. Nah, that won't do. Viserion, of course, didn't listen. She was my dragon, not this Stark's. I leaned in, hey. I held her chin and turned it toward me. She looked surprised, but I brushed a light kiss on her nose. Calm down. He's no danger to us. He's more valuable alive, I murmured. That said, he did deserve punishment. Without further warning, I let go of Sansa and hopped down from Viserion's back, rising high, boots hitting the courtyard in a puff of dust. Theon was surprised seeing how high I'd jumped and tried to step back, raising a sword too, but I didn't give him the chance. I closed the distance between us, seized him by the collar, and slammed my fist into his face. Arg! Theon shouted, but it was cut off halfway through as his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot, unconscious. A few curious bystanders gawked, uncertain whether to cheer or flee. Welcome to a new day, Theon Greyjoy, I said, although he cooed me here. You'll get what you deserve soon enough. Behind him, Maester Luwin stood at the castle entrance, eyes huge with disbelief as they fixed on my dragon. He barely spared a glance at me or Sansa. The Maester was in awe seeing a living dragon, a creature from the pages of history. Before I could say more, a rush of movement caught my eye. Two small forms darted forward from behind a collapsed section of a yard. I almost moved towards Sansa to protect her, but I recognized them as Bran and Rickon Stark, accompanied by a lanky, wild-looking woman Osha, if I recall, and a hulking man carrying Bran in his arms. They must have been hiding in the crypt. From what I remember, the boys' eyes were wide, scanning the courtyard. Then they saw Sansa perched on the dragon as they froze. Sansa, I knew that was your voice. Bran called, voice cracking with relief. The younger one, Rickon, wasted no time and ran for his sister. Sansa leaped off the saddle, stumbling a bit but ignoring any sense of decorum as she raced to meet them. She enveloped both in a hug, tears shining in her eyes. I smiled. A rescue mission? That didn't take long. Most of the delay was because of the flight, and in a single, brutal encounter, we raised the Ironborn's threat to cinders, found the Stark boys safe, and seized a living prisoner in Theon Greyjoy. The courtyard quieted except for Sansa's choked sobs of joy. Above us, Viserion lifted her head and roared to the sky, sealing the fact that Winterfell, at least for now, belonged to the dragon and the wolves once again. Winterfell was reclaimed. Chapter 51. Promise of a good show, I found myself standing in what had once been an old storage chamber under the Great Keep. It was a dark, cramped room lit by a single flickering torch. Shadows flickered across the stone walls, revealing cracks and chipped mortar that spoke of Winterfell's age. This place was over 8,000 years old, after all. I felt the cool, underground air steady my thoughts as my lungs were filled with them. I was mostly done, except for this. I had spent most of the morning settling the unrest. After Sansa reunited with Bran and Rickon, the people of the North went hunting for the remaining Ironborn. No shortage of them tried to hide in the corners and cellars of Winterfell, but all were found. Unlike my initial plan, I had them executed. What use were they, after all? If Theon Greyjoy was already in my hands? Sansa had stood with me as I addressed Winterfell's surviving folk. With her calm, resolute presence, the crowd settled, and we promised to hold the castle until proper order could be restored. A few questioned having a Targaryen in charge, but Sansa vouched for me, so they begrudgingly bowed their heads. I love my wolf pup already. No doubt some would remain wary, but I wouldn't expect otherwise. For now, peace was held by a thread, and that led me here, inside this dim corridor, facing Theon Greyjoy. Can't believe he's still unconscious in a situation like this, I said, taking a look at him. The fool was bound to a wooden chair, wrists tied behind him with rope thick enough to restrain a direwolf. Had been unconscious when we dragged him down. Blood crusted near his temple where ID struck him earlier, and his mouth hung slightly open, shallow breaths escaping. I stood near his shoulder, Sansa close by my side. She stared at him, her expression one of anger and disappointment, perhaps betrayal. Although the last one had lost its edge by now. They'd grown up together once upon a time, so she felt betrayed, but she had already come to accept that. What are we going to do with him? Sansa asked. I gestured my chin at her. I approached the chair. My footsteps filled the hollow halls. I placed a hand on his shoulders and jerked him slightly. Wake up, Greyjoy. Slowly, Theon's eyelids fluttered. A low groan came from his throat. He shifted, then jerked upright, blinking furiously as he realized his predicament. Panic flashed across his face. His gaze darted around the dark room until it settled on us. He rasped, voice scratchy. His eyes trembled when he recognized me. This must be a bad nightmare. Yes. A Targaryen in Winterfell, a dragon, all that can't be right. I let out a low, humorless laugh. Are you truly that surprised, Greyjoy? It's been an interesting turn of events, but it's not a dream. He flicked his gaze to Sansa, and some sort of desperate, cunning lit in his eyes. Sansa, listen to me, he said, tone cracking into a plea. This man, he can't be trusted. He's just using you and your family. Targaryens have always, I laughed, which cut off his words. Look at this guy, I said, and slipped behind Sansa, sliding my arms around her waist. She stiffened at the public display, but she didn't pull away. My chin rested on her shoulder, and she let out a shaky breath. He thinks he can turn you against me, I said, amused. Isn't that funny, my dear? Theon's face twisted. W, what are you doing to her? He demanded, voice brimming with alarm. Sansa managed a small squeak, turning her head slightly to look at me. Hey, someone is right in front of us, and I gently turned her chin to face me better, ignoring Theon's sputtering. Why should humans care if a dog sees the mate? Her eyes widened, and my lips met hers in a deliberate, unhurried kiss. She melted against me with a stifled moan. And Michem, it was our first true kiss, more than a quick brush of lips on cheek, and the sensation of her warmth, the press of her body, flickered through me with satisfying heat. My hands tightened around her waist, feeling the heat of her flesh. For a moment, it was as if Theon and the rest of the world ceased to exist. She wiggled, pushing herself into me, her body craving my kiss. At one point, she started liking this. She started liking showing this side of her to the dog. When the kiss broke, I kept my forehead lightly against hers, savoring her breath. Your lips are delicious, Sansa. Theon let out a low growl. You bastard, I returned my attention to him with a sly smirk. In the books, I heard that Theon dreamed of marrying Sansa. He must be losing his night right now. That's when I noticed something else about him. He shifted uncomfortably, unable to sit still. Oh, I said with mocking sympathy. Look at him. This iron-born pig definitely had his eyes on you, Sansa, from the day he was a ward here. Look at the way he carries himself. What a weird bastard. And you Stark kids considered him a brother. Sansa stiffened, then scowled in Theon's direction. You're so disgusting. Even this aside, you killed 2 poor farm boys. She snapped. You loser. You piece of shit, you betrayed my family, Theon. My father believed in you, Robb believed in you. We all trusted you. Theon's face twitched, shame warring with anger. At least they weren't, he swallowed. Bran and Rickon. You should be grateful that I didn't kill your brothers. What? Sansa was stunned. I moved in a blur, my fist cracking across his cheek. Theon shouted in pain, head snapping to the side. You speak like that in front of me one more time, Greyjoy, and you will never speak again, whether they were Stark boys or not. You still murdered innocent children. You're in no place to defend yourself or bait rage from Sansa. He glared back, bloody lips curling up in a sneer. You'll pay for this, lizard, he spat, the corner of his mouth bleeding. My sister shall come for me. She's already been traveling for a while now. Asha is not like me. She's stronger, and her iron-born men are Asha, is it? I mused aloud, stepping beside Sansa once more. My hands drifted along her waist, drawing a small whimper from her. Good. That's what I needed to know. That's why I came to you. How nice of you to tell me about the Ironborn's next plans so easily. Very good. But Theon, do you really expect your sister to defeat my dragon? He froze, realizing Head just handed me a vital piece of intelligence. Anger flared in his eyes, but no words came. Smiling, I leaned into Sansa's ear. "You should go, baby," I murmured. "Let me finish with him. We don't want you to see things you'd regret." She swallowed, color high on her cheeks. Fine," she said softly, glancing at his bound form one last time before stepping away from me. The door creaked as she left, leaving only me and the prisoner, along with the quiet drip of water from somewhere in the darkness. I watched her retreating figure for a heartbeat, savoring that bright red flush across her face and the sway of her full hips. I loved that she was already an adult in this world. It was much better to look at. I turned to Theon, who glared defiantly despite the ropes biting into his wrists. "Now that we're alone, what will you do to me?" "Oh no, don't get me wrong. I didn't send her away to torture you. I just want to tell you something that I can in front of her," I smiled. "What is it?" "Let your sister come," I said lightly. "We'll be waiting for this Asha." "And you, Theon," I laughed, stepping closer, letting him see the glint in my eyes. "Since you like to watch so much, you'll have a front row seat to how we'll break your dear, strong sister." Theon's lips pressed into a thin line, fear, frustration, and dread visible in the set of his jaw. I ran a hand over the stubble of his scalp in a mock-pitying gesture. "This was fun. Just be patient," I told him. Then with that, I spun and strode out of the room, leaving Theon alone in the darkness to seethe. Outside, the torchlit corridor smelled faintly of old stone and dust. I paused, collecting my thoughts, already forming new plans for dealing with Asha Greyjoy. "Hey, you're out." Sansa was waiting, flustered by our little display earlier. A smile touched my lips. One more loose and to tie up. Admittedly, I should deal with Sansa properly before Asha's Ironborn forces came. 52, what a disappointment. Chapter 52. What a disappointment. "Hey, you're out," she said, a trace of nerves lacing her words. The dark stones of Winterfell flickered with torchlit stones that felt deceptively peaceful after the day's turmoil. Each gust of night air carried the faint scent of ash and old dust remnants of the Ironborn's short-lived occupation. I offered her a small, warm smile. Why the long face? Despite my success in stabilizing the castle and learning the Ironborn's next moves, there was much yet to do, and I had one more task tonight. Sansa's cheeks bore a soft redness, and I could sense some tension in the air. She caught my eye and cleared her throat, a memory of our earlier display before Theon's eyes still evident in her posture. "Long face?" "No, I was just thinking about some things," she said. She didn't look like she minded our earlier actions. "I see." I looked up at the darkening sky. "Night was here. Let's go somewhere private." "Sansa, we need to talk." Her gaze flickered with curiosity and perhaps a flicker of worry. She nodded, guiding me along the corridor. We passed a scattering of northern guards who quickly averted their eyes. The news of a Targaryen commandeering Winterfell was received with mixed feelings. Nobody showed disrespect to me since I did kill the Ironborn, but they weren't very welcoming either. Our footsteps were the only sound that exchanged between us. The torches lining the walls cast shadows that seemed to shrink away from us as we went, and I could feel Sansa's closeness as she walked just ahead of me. Her red hair caught occasional glimmers from the flames. Sansa came to a stop before a sturdy oak door. She cleared her throat. "This is my room." "Come in," she said softly and opened it, stepping inside. The room beyond dimly lit by the faint glow of embers in a hearth. Must be fun, having servants prepare the hearth even before you tell them to. I was not particularly rich in my previous life, and even as Viserys, I barely got to enjoy wealth because of the rebellion. I plan to make up for all that once I take the throne. I followed her in, the door clicking shut behind me. The chamber was small and oddly intimate, the walls draped in an artwork of the Stark sigil. The furniture was a simple table, a low bench, and a curtained bed. They spoke of comfort rather than opulence. Winterfell was created for survival, not luxury. Never mind. Maybe it's not that fun to be a lord in this world. I noted, and she spoke. Give me a moment." Sansa set to work at once, tending to the hearth. Within moments, newer flames danced, chasing away the corners of darkness. It heated up the chamber well. Orange light flickered across her face, and her auburn hair gleamed like polished copper. When she turned to me, her blue eyes held both warmth and hesitance. Viserys, is something the matter? No, because you wanted to talk in private, I allowed myself a brief, practiced smile. Nothing's wrong exactly. I just wanted us some private time. I crossed the room and sat beside her on a low bench. Even through her uncertainty, she seemed relieved at my calm tone. MHM, we're alone now. We began with a gentle conversation and discussed how the day had finally brought peace to Winterfell, and how the city's residents were learning to breathe again without the Ironborn's shadow looming over every stone. I'm still scared, though, she said, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at me. I was confused about what she was so worried for. About what? About what Theon said. Despite riding on top of a dragon, Sansa was worried that this peace will end, that Asha Greyjoy will put an end to it all. I couldn't help but chuckle. Seriously? Sansa? I asked, were some stupid Ironborn against me and my dragon? You saw me beat the shit out of the Hound. You saw Viserion murder a dozen. She cleared her throat at that, looking away in embarrassment as she realized how stupid she sounded. I gave her the time to think it through, both of us sitting beside the fire, the crackling flames creating a lovely atmosphere. A minute later, she spoke up. All this still seems like a dream. It's hard to believe I'm back home, whereas just a few days ago, I was crying from Joffrey's torture. It's all thanks to you. You're saying it like I had nothing to gain from it. I laughed, throwing a piece of wood into the fire and resting my shoulder against hers. I got myself an alliance out of it. Yes, but still she scowled playfully. It's the behavior, someone else, and I can't imagine feeling this blissful. It's all because of you. Is that so? I trained off, as she didn't reply. We stared at each other, our eyes looking deep, and I leaned closer. The space between us dwindled into something intimate. My fingers found Sansa's hand, and her breath caught. I could sense the tension that never fully left her, a tremor born from captivity and trauma. She didn't pull away, though, letting my touch linger. You've been through so much, I said softly. You deserve better than this cold castle, better than these burdens on your shoulders. Her cheeks colored under the glow of the fire. You've done so much for me already, she whispered. I don't know what you're implying. Don't you? She averted her eyes, cleaning her throat. Hey, I don't even know how to thank you, but now you're saying this, I let my hand rise to brush the curve of her jaw, feeling the heat of her skin. You don't need to thank me. Sansa, I said. I'm almost offended you're considering it. Are we that distant that we need to say those fancy words to each other? I leaned in, letting my lips graze hers in a soft, lingering kiss, testing the waters. Sansa blinked. There was a moment's hesitation, but then she responded, her hands lifting to rest against my chest, her eyes closing under my touch. Time stretched as the kiss deepened. My hand slid down her side, the texture of her gown and the slight quiver in her stance telling me more than words ever could. I roamed her body, pulling her onto my lap, devouring her mouth while my hands went around her body, her curves. And then she whimpered as I bit her lips, moving closer to her long neck. I placed my hands on her shoulders while my hands held her under her skirt. I lifted her up, holding her around her waist and raising her into the air. She gasped, and I led her to the bed, setting her on her back. She bounced on it as I leaned over her, my eyes appreciating her beauty. Sansa Stark looked radiant, her elegant presence captivating. I leaned forward, going for a kiss, our lips meeting once again, while my hands rested gently on her hips. Wait. Just as I started pressing a little further, her palms flattened against me, a gentle but firm barrier. She broke away, breath ragged, face flushed. Sansa? We can't she managed, voice trembling. Not before marriage. Please. My mother, shed never forgive me. I drew back, letting my expression darken just enough to feign a hint of hurt. Slowly, I stood up, turning away so she couldn't see the flicker of triumph in my eyes. I see, I said, injecting a clipped tone. I would have thought we had more than just a political arrangement. Ha, forget it. Her eyes widened, and she reached for me in alarm. No, please. I didn't mean Viserys. Don't be upset. She stumbled over her words, guilt and confusion knitting her brow. Don't worry about it, I said, looking at her from my shoulder. I shouldn't have assumed. And I stepped away, letting the chamber's door open behind me. Wait, please. I cast one final glance at her, making sure she saw the pain in my expression. Rest well, Lady Stark. The door clicked shut, and I exhaled, the facade slipping from my face. A slow, please smile pulled at my lips. Sansa's reaction played exactly into my plans, fostering just enough guilt to keep her tethered. I couldn't be the king who'd rule it all if I shared a passionate night with her so easily. Things had to be more difficult and follow my plans, especially with Yara Greyjoy soon coming. She'd spend the night second-guessing her decision, grappling with whether her reluctance had driven a wedge between us. That doubt would allow me to manipulate her and stamp her away. Why are you mad I slept with someone else? Wasn't it you who pushed me away? That was the result I was going for. A general relationship with a High Lord's daughter wouldn't work. ID decided otherwise from the very day I touched Arienne Martell. The corridor lay empty, save for the distant flicker of torches and the faint hum of night whined through the outer windows. My footsteps echoed softly on the worn stones as I moved away from Sansa's chamber. The Game of Thrones had multiple styles that one could choose to play from. I'd chosen the one where I'd dominate not only the kingdoms, but their families too. 53 Invasion of the Ironborn, Chapter 53. Invasion of the Ironborn, the Great Hall of Winterfell, felt subdued. It had been only a few days since I drove the Ironborn out, or more accurately, burned them out, but many of their scars remained, affecting the people of North. Torches flared along the high stone walls, casting flickers of light that struggled against the lingering shadows. Local farmers, tradesmen, and various other common folk filled the benches of the hall, waiting their turn to speak with the Stark children now holding court. Bran sat at the head of the gathering, dressed in a heavy, fur-lined cloak. Though young, he wore the mantle of leadership here. Rickon, smaller and more fidgety, often glanced around the room, unsure of his role. Sansa sat to Bran's left, her gaze downcast, hands clasped in her lap. Now and then, she lifted her eyes, troubled blue light meeting the swirl of light from the torches overhead. Across the hall, I leaned against a chilly stone column, watching everything with a lack of interest. I barely paid attention to the soft murmurs of the people or the occasional cough echoing through the hall. Instead, my focus drifted to one of the tall, narrow windows that ran along the outer wall. The window showed my lovely dragon outside. She was hard to miss with that golden sheen of her scales. A pair of nervous, stable hands were unloading the carcass of a fresh sheep, dropping it unceremoniously near Viserion. My dragon stretched her neck, yawning. A burst of orange flames left her yawn, and it singed the sheep before starting to devour it. Several onlookers watched from a distance, murmuring in both awe and fear, while Viserion's tail lazily flicked through the trodden snow. A smile touched my lips at the sight. They're still frightened of her. Good. It'd been a few days, but the fear of a dragon didn't pass so easily. I turned my head just in time to catch a raised voice in the hall. Please, Lord. An older man, face lined with grief, eyes downcast, stood before Bran and Sansa. His voice cracked as he spoke of the Ironborn's cruelties. Please, my daughters, my poor girls, attacked in our own home. My wife suffered the same, and she took her own life out of shame. And I could only watch. In all cases, I couldn't stop anything. A deep silence overtook the crowd. Rickon's lips parted, seeming unsure what to say. Maester Luwin patted him on the back, stopping him from saying anything. Sansa was horrified, while Bran's expression hardened, knuckles whitening on the arm of his chair. After a silent moment, Bran drew a breath. That is incredibly disheartening to hear, but the Ironborn have received their punishment, he stated quietly. They died by dragon fire. The old man sniffled, shoulders trembling. I know that. It's good that they burn, it's their punishment. But my wife, she's gone. My daughters, they look dazed all the time, staring into the air. His voice wavered. Who's going to fix them? The silence returned. It was a quiet so deep it weighed on everyone's chest. Bran's gaze dropped, and for a moment he seemed very much the child he was, confronted by a grief too large for easy answers. He found no immediate response, only silence and empathy. I pushed myself off the column, footsteps echoing as I approached the dais where Bran and Sansa sat. "If I may," I said, and the crowd parted slightly, wary of the tall, muscular figure with silver-white hair. Sansa shot me a glance, curiosity mingled with uncertainty, but I ignored her. Bran nodded, allowing me the permit to speak. I didn't need his permission, of course, but it didn't hurt to be polite. I turned to the old man. How many men were involved? The man swallowed. For me, Lord, my tone hardened. I see. I cannot bring your wife back to life, and I cannot undo your daughter's suffering. But I can give him a kind of justice. My kind of justice. My eyes swept the onlookers, then returned to the old man's tear-stained face. More Ironborn will come to reclaim Theon, or to raid these lands further. I have intel about that. When they come, I will take 4 of them captive for you. Bring your daughters to Winterfell. We'll let them deal with those men in whatever manner they see fit. Will that give you some solace, Goodman? A glimmer of hope lit the old man's features. It might, my lord. Yes, it might. I can't say if daughters will be satisfied with it, but will be happy. And I don't think they'll hate it either, thank you. Thank you. A buzz rippled through the assembled commoners. A mixture of surprise and satisfaction at this harsh offer. Sansa breathed in sharply, but said nothing. I folded my arms, speaking once more. Don't thank me yet. This can only be done if Lord Stark permits it. While I claim to be the king of the realm, the North isn't a part of my rule anymore. It is the land of the king in the North, Robb Stark. In his absence, I cannot rule my own judgment. It's up to him. I shifted my gaze to Bran, voice even. What do you say, my lord? Bran's face reflected a tangle of emotion. There was sympathy for the victim, horror at the brutality that already happened and the new one that I suggested, and a flicker of doubt. But, he started, the 4 men you'll capture will not be the same ones who committed this crime. Is it justice to punish another for one's crime, just because they're from the same place? I offered a cold shrug. All Ironborn are cut from the same cloth, especially the raiding sort. They'd have done the same, or worse if it had been them. Do you disagree? From what we've seen, they're men of cruelty, burning children alive, taking whatever they wanted by force. Many heads nodded, some vigorously, especially those who had witnessed or suffered from the Ironborn's short reign. Bran still hesitated, but then Sansa rose a little in her seat. We can't bring back his wife, but maybe this is the only justice left, she said. Her voice softened. Well, do it, just as His Grace Viserys suggested. She turned to look at me, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes. I merely nodded, my expression distant, and turned aside. Sansa's smile faltered, disappointed that I didn't react warmly to her support. Everything was going fine. King Viserys. The old man cheered, throwing his hand in the air. King Viserys. King Viserys. Another followed, and people exchanged glances before they cheered for me. It felt good. It felt great, actually, to be cheered by the people of another while standing in the middle of their halls. The cheers continued until a guard burst into the hall, panting. And my lord, he stammered, sparing a fearful glance at me. His chainmail rattled as he hurried to the dais. A band of Ironborn there near the western road. They're armed, heading toward Winterfell. Bran sat up straighter, lips parting as if to give an order, but he didn't speak fast enough. A faint, predatory smile curved my lips. I set off the door, cloak swishing around my boots, my voice echoing through the hall. Save your breath, Lord Stark. He'll see to them personally. Sansa's eyes followed me, concern etched across her features. The crowd pressed back as I passed, giving me a wide passage. Soon, gigantic wings took off into the air. The wind carried the salt-laden tang of the sea, a familiar taste that clung to Yara Asha Greyjoy's lips as she rode at the head of her small company. She guided her mount with practiced ease, her sharp eyes scanning the landscape of the north. This place was cold and unwelcoming, with gray skies that mirrored the chill in her mood. She didn't like being so deep into the mainland, just like how she didn't like riding a horse. The ship was her ride. Her fingers flexed on the reins. "Theon, you bloody fool." She had cursed it out loud when she first heard the news how her younger brother had seized Winterfell, and later how had murdered children and burned their bodies to make his claim. It should have been cause for celebration. Ironborn should never apologize for taking what they wanted. But this was idiocy. Ironborn weren't born to hold a place. That wasn't the nature of a pirate. So when he called her for help to bring an army and hold Winterfell, she could only scoff. That was why her current company consisted of only 36 grim-faced raiders who had followed her from the Iron Islands. Not to hold Winterfell, but for something much simpler. Yara wasn't here to bolster Theon's fragile grasp on this land. She was here to bring him back. She tugged at the reins, slowing her horse as they passed into a thicket of frostbitten trees. She frowned then. The faint crunch of frozen ground under hooves was the only sound aside from the occasional murmur among her men. A hawk cried above, and the air felt wrong. Yara's frown deepened. Her instincts prickled. Something was off. She glanced back at her men, their hardened faces betraying a faint unease that mirrored her own. "What's wrong?" one of the younger men asked, yet to sense the oddity. "We should have seen the castle by now," another one of them muttered. "Where's the damn spires?" "Quiet," Yara snapped, her voice cutting through the growing tension. She straightened in her saddle, eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon. The treetops swayed, but there was no wind. The world seemed to hold its breath. Something was definitely wrong here. Then it came. A sound a roar ripped through the air, so loud it felt like the sky itself was being torn apart. Like thunder was screaming in pain. The sheer force of it rattled the branches above, sending a cascade of frost to the ground. Yara flinched, her hands flying to her ears as several of her men cried out in alarm. What the fuck was that? Someone shouted, panic edging his voice. Yara's heart thudded against her ribs as she yanked her gaze upward. A massive shadow swept over the treetops, battering the weak northern sun. Her blood ran cold as she saw a creature of legend, fire and fury. A motherfucking dragon. What did the beast soared above them, its golden scales glinting like molten metal? Yara's heart began to pace faster. Its wings spanned wide enough to cast their company in shadow, and its roar echoed again, shaking the earth. Yara's heart was screaming by then. "Hold!" Yara bellowed, her voice cutting through the panic. Her men froze, some gripping their weapons, others glancing at her for direction. "Don't move a fucking muscle." The dragon circled once, its powerful wings sending gusts of wind that flattened the grass and stirred up dust. It growled low, enough to make the earth rumble. Yara's stomach clenched as 3 of her men bolted, scrambling toward the cover of the trees. "Run! Run away! Idiots!" She hissed, but it was too late. "Dracarys!" The dragon descended with terrifying speed, its jaws opening to release a torrent of flame. The 3 Ironborn screamed as fire engulfed them, their silhouettes writhing before collapsing into ash. The remaining men stood paralyzed, weapons half-drawn, their courage evaporating in the face of the fiery display. A voice boomed from above, calm, but carrying an edge of mockery. "Should have listened to your princess, Ironborn pigs." Yara's head snapped toward sound. The dragon came to a hovering stop, its golden body a mere blur of motion as it flapped its wings. Atop its back stood a man, his silver hair whipping in the wind, his red armor gleaming in the sunlight. "Rhaegar Targaryen?" One of her older men whispered, his voice trembling, and Yara's heart sank, though she quickly hid her reaction. "Not Rhaegar. Too young. Unless it's a ghost. No, doesn't matter. I don't know what the fuck he is, but he's a Targaryen that's riding a dragon." She noted in her head that it was stupid to think about his identity right now when he was ready to burn her and her men to a crisp at any second. The dragon landed with a thunderous thud, its claws digging into the frozen earth. Yara gritted her teeth, keeping her horse steady as the rider dismounted, moving with the fluid grace of someone who knew his power. The man smirked as he approached, his pale violet eyes locking onto hers. "So, you must be Yara Greyjoy. Or is it Asha? I hear you go by both." "Doesn't matter." He spread his arms in a mock bow. "Welcome to Winterfell, Iron Princess. Your timing is impeccable. It allowed my earlier speech to be a lot grander. I've been waiting for you." Her jaw tightened. "Why?" "Good question," he said, his tone almost conversational. "You see, your brother was quite vocal during our discussion. 'Asha will save me.' He kept shouting. It was very adorable and a lot more pathetic." He tilted his head, eyes full of arrogance. "I don't think he understands what a dragon can do, but it seems you're smart enough to grasp it. So let's get this clear. You're not here to save Theon, not anymore. You're here to surrender." One of her men growled, stepping forward with his axe raised. "Who the fuck do you think you are, Targaryen bastard?" The man didn't even flinch. "The man standing between you and your funeral pyre, Viserys Targaryen. And that's your grace for you," he said in an easy tone. "Try me, and he'll let Viserion introduce herself. She loves a good meal, especially when it's still wriggling." As if on cue, the dragon growled, a low, rumbling sound that made the ground vibrate. That have made a lesser woman pee herself. But Yara was a proud, strong woman. She raised a hand, halting her men before they could do something stupid. "What do you want, Targaryen?" "It is your grace for you too, false princess," Viserys said. "Don't make me repeat it for a third time. Drop your weapons and follow me to Winterfell. He'll take you and your men into custody. Resist, and he'll burn every last one of you. Even if you manage to kill me somehow, if you're considering it, my dragon will tear you apart." He flashed a smile all teeth. "So what'll it be?" Yara hesitated, her mind racing. She didn't doubt his words. The 3 charred corpses behind her were proof enough. And yet, the thought of surrendering to a Targaryen, of leading her men into chains captain, one of her men muttered, his voice heavy with fear. She exchanged glances but saw no hope. Yara exhaled sharply, her resolve hardening. "No point in dying here. Theon, you goddamn fool." For the first time in 100 years a dragon appeared, and her dumb fuck of a brother went and picked a fight with the rider. Yara dismounted, the snow crunching beneath her boots as she unslung her axe and dropped it to the ground. The metallic clang echoed like a death knell. "Do as he says." She barked to her men. "Dismount and drop your weapons. Now." There was grumbling and hesitant shuffling, but her men obeyed one by one, casting their axes, swords, and daggers into the dirt. Viserys smiled, pleased. "Good choice," he said, his tone almost cheerful. He gestured toward Winterfell, his dragon shifting behind him, smoke curling from its nostrils. "Let's go. We have a warm welcome waiting for you." Yara's fists clenched as she began to walk, her men falling into a dejected line behind her. The Targaryen punk's smirk burned in her mind as he jumped on top of his dragon, and she swore silently to herself, "This isn't over." 54. A Promise Well Kept. Chapter 54. A promise well kept. I led the Ironborn into Winterfell like trophies, their weapons confiscated, their heads bowed in defeat. Yara Greyjoy walked near the front of her people, shoulders tense, but her chin lifted defiantly. The snow fell lightly around us, gathering on the courtyard's cobblestones and on their cloaks. A silence was present in the air, marred only by the sound of our footfalls and the Ironborn's occasional grumbles. Viserion was taking short leaps, flapping her wings to carry her into the air briefly before waiting for the Ironborns to catch up. When they did, she leaped again. Like that, we approached Winterfell. Townsfolk and Stark soldiers lined the courtyard, forming a corridor of wary stares and occasional murmurs. Some whispered my name, either with awe, resentment, or plain confusion. I breathed in, savoring the mixture of tension and fascination that clung to the air. This was precisely what I wanted. A spectacle, proof of my power and influence, even on the Stark's home turf. I was starting to like the stares. A man in the crowd spat at one of Yara's men, hurling curses about burned farms and stolen livestock. "The filthy bastards," The Ironborn responded with a snarl, but a swift blow from a Stark soldier silenced him. The soldier glanced my way, uncertain if I'd approve. I gave him a small nod. Let them see that disrespect won't be tolerated by me or by these northerners now acting under my will. Careful, I drawled from atop Viserion, looking at Yara sideways. Your men are getting rowdy. Will be a shame if they force my hand. She scowled, but the edges of her mouth twitched, betraying her internal turmoil. You're parading them like dogs, she hissed. Don't expect me to be grateful. I merely shrugged. Them? You too. At least all of you are still breathing, so don't complain just yet. We surrendered. You want kill us, she said, and I might have considered it if she was begging rather than claiming. I chuckled, making her growl at me. She wanted to snap back. I could see it in her eyes, but she held her tongue. She knew her men's lives dangled by a thin thread I controlled. As we approached the castle gate, Sansa and Bran appeared near the entrance, flanked by a handful of soldiers. Rickon peeked out from behind them, wide-eyed. I met their eyes, careful to only spare a second on Sansa. The courtyard opened into a broad space, watchful northerners forming a loose semicircle. Snow crunched beneath Viserion's feet as she landed again, and I jumped down, patting her scales. Go rest somewhere, I said, gesturing for the Stark soldiers to step forward. At your command, one of them said. Bind them, I said, voice resonating in the hush. Well, house them in the dungeons for now. If they resist, you may feel free to knock sense into them. A wave of men, some wearing Stark sigils, others brandishing axes, and some common, everyday weapon, stepped up. Grunts and curses filled the air as the prisoners were shoved to their knees, hands bound behind their backs. A few hissed in anger, one even spitting at the ground. The soldiers repaid them in kind with hilt strikes and heavy fists. Yara glared at me. You enjoy this, don't you? I offered a slow, idle smile. Enjoy is a strong word, princess. I just find it useful. My gaze swept the courtyard, meeting the eyes of more than a few northerners. I let them see my composure, my claim to authority. Remember this day, I thought, the day a Targaryen showed mercy to you and cruelty to your enemies. Let's see how true the phrase the North remembers is. Bran, watching from his vantage point, wore a troubled look. He noticed me noticing him, and his lips parted as if to speak. But no words came. Instead, Sansa eased forward, nodding her thanks, trying to interact with me again. Her expression was half admiration, but also a flicker of uncertainty. She recognized the power in my display, and I suspected she wasn't entirely comfortable with it. Yara, now tied, stepped closer to me, her voice low. You think this makes you the king in the north? Parading men in the snow? I held her gaze. Are you stupid? I don't need to be king of the north. I'm king of the realm. Dorne backs me, as does the Reach. The north has only recently joined me too. Don't try to insult me. Woman, it will not end well. We locked eyes. An exchange more heated than any physical skirmish passed between us. At that moment, I sensed a grudging respect brewing in her as she looked away, even if she'd never admit it. Good. Let her stew in it. All right, everyone. I turned away from her and faced the crowd. They've been waiting for me to speak. I've defeated and captured the Ironborn army. Now, as promised, we should move into the show event. When my words filled the open yard, the mood grew heavier and more claustrophobic. Tied well, and under the watch of a pack of Stark soldiers and many more common northern people, Yara and her men stood stiffly. I gestured for Yara, ignoring her huff of annoyance. A hush fell as I addressed her. Yara Greyjoy, the so-called Iron Princess, attacked Winterfell to support her brother and help him hold it. I did not. She shouted. Silence. My hand went flying, and her right cheek went red, face whipping to the side. Her eyes were wide, full of shock and rage. Some Ironborn shouted in response, and 2 northern soldiers slammed the end of their spears into their heads. I smiled. Now, tell me which 4 of your men are the worst. The real criminals. The rapers, the child killers, the vile scum. We have a request from the local folk. She bristled, glaring at me. I'm not betraying my men. If you think that I raised a brow, do you think they do the same for you? They burn, they assault, they pillage as they please. You truly believe they're loyal to you? A woman? I took a step closer, letting my voice drop. Or perhaps you'd rather your entire group suffer the same fiery fate. For is better than all, princess. Her jaw clenched, but she said nothing. I saw her struggling, balancing her fierce, iron-born pride with the grim reality. Fuck! She went silent, and then nudged her chin to a man, Darren. She said, and the man stiffened. Then she spat 3 more names like curses. Torek, Harlan, and Vorin. She turned her head back to me. There. Satisfied? Not yet. I nodded at the soldiers, and they moved to grab the 4 of them. I kept my expression serious now. I half-turned toward the Stark children, where I spotted that old man from earlier, the one whose family had been ruined. Bring your daughters here, I told him, my tone carrying a note of finality. I found 4 bodies for them. Let them have their vengeance in the manner they see fit. Bran was not far away, being carried by Hodder. At first, he said nothing, but when our eyes met, he looked at the floor with a distant look. A faint cough brought Maester Luwin forward, and the old man fiddled nervously with his chain of office. My lord, the Maester said softly, turning to Bran, we should consider mercy and justice both. These men perhaps a swift trial. Or Bran lifted his gaze, a frown creasing his brow. Maester Luwin, we must address the people's needs. If I object, would it even matter? He glanced toward me, then at Sansa, who quietly observed behind him. I withheld a comment. Let them speak openly. Let them wrestle with the weight of their own lands. I thought, I'm simply fulfilling my promise. The tension in the open yard was dense, as though everyone was holding their breath, waiting for Bran's call. The young Stark's eyes flicked to me briefly, a glimmer of uncertainty in them. Perhaps he wondered if giving me so much influence was wise. Yet how could he deny the results of my actions? The Ironborn had been repelled, Theon was locked away, and now this father and his daughters would get a twisted measure of justice. Bran exhaled. The decision has already been made earlier. I'm not going to go against it. Sometimes he began, his voice subdued. Harsh decisions are necessary. I don't like it. But if it spares more people from the Ironborn's cruelty, then so be it. A small flicker of satisfaction ignited within me. He's learning, I noted. This was the North's future. A boy forced to grow up too soon, weighed down by moral quandaries. The realm shaped us all in such ways. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to become some tree spirit in this world. Maester Luwin's face flickered with discomfort. His chain rattled softly as he bowed his head, acquiescing. The old man's eyes showed emotions of burden and resignation. The father had already left at my order. He hadn't waited for Bran's permission to gather his daughters and prepare them for a meeting with their tormentors. The Starks braced themselves for the spectacle of vengeance. A hush settled over Winterfell's courtyard. The first flakes of early snow drifting onto the onlookers as the 4 captured Ironborn were dragged forward. Word of the impending execution had spread swiftly. Merchants, farmers, and soldiers alike had gathered in a semicircle, torches blazing despite the afternoon light. The hiss and crackle of flames provided a low backdrop for the murmurs and harsh whispers rippling through the crowd. Bran and Sansa stood off to one side, flanked by loyal Stark guards. Bran's face was cast solemn, his brow furrowed. Sansa's eyes darted between the prisoners and the men and women assembled. Her lips formed a tense line, betraying her growing discomfort. She caught sight of Yara, standing near the front, bound at the wrists. The Ironborn princess' chin remained lifted in defiance, but tension radiated from her clenched jaw. Her people, in the meantime, were glaring at her more than at me. Ironborn would have preferred to die by dragon flames than be humiliated like this. Viserys strode into the open space, cloak dragging across the packed snow. A set of stakes and rough-hewn timbers formed an impromptu platform at the center of the courtyard. The crowd parted automatically, some stepping back warily as though the Targaryens' very presence demanded space. Yara observed it all. Clearly, they're scared of him too. So what is he doing here? How's their dragon? Why is a Targaryen helping the Starks? All her thoughts came to a halt as her eyes moved to the four Ironborn forced to their knees, each one bound, bruised, and caked in dried blood from earlier skirmishes. Northern soldiers prodded them forward, ignoring the men's curses and spitting. Someone in the crowd whispered, "The Targaryen's out for blood. I heard 3 burnt bodies were found near Winterfell, and now he's going to kill 4 more. For us. Aye, serve them right. But let's see how far this goes." Yara was enraged at these fools who were cowards hiding behind a dragon. "If not for that silver-haired bastard," she grumbled. "I'm here, m'lord." "No, your grace," spoke a grieving farmer, his face still drawn tight with sorrow. He stepped out from the masses, accompanied by his 2 daughters. They clung to each other, trembling in the cold. Their eyes were puffy and haunted, as though they had already witnessed too many horrors. Viserys beckoned them forward with a sweep of his arm. "You have your vengeance today. These 4 Ironborn," he gestured at the prisoners, "represent the men who wronged you. Let Winterfell see that no crime against the North goes unpunished. No crime in my 7 kingdoms goes unpunished." The girls hovered uncertainly, exchanging frightened glances. One soldier placed a small weapon into the eldest daughter's shaking hand, a blunt axe with the Stark sigil carved into the handle. She hesitated, her knuckles whitening on the wooden shaft, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. "This is cruel," Sansa said. "You agreed to it." "So did I," Bran sighed. "Ah, fuck," Yara noted. "Theon's men just had to go causing trouble, huh? Things might have been easier to handle if not for that." It was all her father's fault, truth be told, to put the most rowdy Ironborn in Theon's ship. A wave of restless energy passed through the crowd. Even those hungry for retribution couldn't help but feel a shiver of unease at the spectacle. Yara, forced to observe, ground her teeth in silent rage. The Ironborn, kneeling in the snow, spat curses at the onlookers, and then glared at her. Her men they had traveled far with her, looked at her with hateful eyes, for Shed betrayed them. One of the Ironborn prisoners snarled, "Cowards. All of you. Would have fought you fairly if not for that damned dragon," his words cut off in a strangled cry as one of the daughters raised the axe. With a trembling gasp, she brought it down. Blood went flying. The blow was messy, lacking the practiced edge of a seasoned soldier. Blood spattered the snow, and she stumbled back, chest heaving. A collective gasp rose from the crowd. Some recoiled, others shouted encouragement. Viserys stepped forward, placing a steadying hand on the second daughter's shoulder, guiding her with a gentle but firm push toward another captive. "It's okay. Do it. Take all your anger out," he said. The second girl's eyes were red with tears, but she set her jaw and took the handle of a soldier's spear. The subsequent moments blurred into a brutal show of retribution and screams. Each daughter struck out, raw grief fueling their strikes, the crowd's cries crescendoing in a ragged unity of wrath and sorrow. Some watchers turned away, unable to bear the sight. Others pressed in, eager for every detail of Ironborn agony. Bran stood motionless, forced to witness the savage finality of what had allowed. Sansa grasped the edge of her cloak, lips parted in shock, tears pooling in her eyes. Yet neither uttered a word to halt the brutality, forced by the knowledge that their people demanded blood for blood. When the last of the 4 Ironborn prisoners collapsed in the scarlet-stained snow, the men cheered. The grieving father gathered his daughters in his arms, and they wept uncontrollably. Viserys let the cheers rise, letting every eye see the cost of defying committing crime in his realm and the power he held on the tips of his fingers. Amid this all, Yara Greyjoy clenched her fists behind her back, her smoldering stare locked on Viserys. The last savage blow had shattered any lingering illusions that this was a mere show. The reality of their defeat, of her men's utter helplessness, settled like a bitter stone in her gut. "They'll make him pay for this, I definitely will." "That is it, everyone," Viserys said and turned slowly, cloak brushing the ground. He cast a lingering glance at Bran and Sansa, reading their reactions as he addressed the soldiers. "Burn the bodies and hang them in front of the gate. Lock the rest of them. except for the princess. Send her to my room a few hours later. As you command, a group of guards replied together. Then, with an almost regal composure, he strode away from the crimson snow, leaving the courtyard in a mix of emotions from people. 55 The Iron Price? Not Chapter 55, The Iron Price? Now the night pressed against the walls of Winterfell. It was dark and cold. Beyond the window, a waning moon cast pale light on the snow-laden roofs. In a private chamber on the keep's second floor, torches sputtered in their brackets, sending wavering shadows dancing across the cold stone walls. Yara Greyjoy stood just outside the thick wooden door, her wrists bound behind her. Two northern guards exchanged glances before the taller one rapped sharply on the door. A muffled voice from within. It was calm and waiting as it called out, "Enter." The guard eased the door open, allowing Yara to stride inside, her head high despite her restrained hands. Finally, those bastards. Despite the short time with these guards, she had come to hate them already. Not that the man inside was any badder. The room was modestly furnished. A sturdy bed piled with furs, a small table set with a half-burned candle, and a narrow window overlooking the moonlit courtyard. A brazier in the corner diffused a faint warmth, though it felt far too mild for Yara's chilled limbs. None of that was more eye-catching than the man waiting near the window. It was the man who had defeated and imprisoned her and her group and executed 4 of her loyal men. His silver head turned at her entrance, and a slow, lazy smile curved his lips. It irritated her. He wore a loose-fitting tunic and breeches as though he were on the verge of retiring for the night. How dare he act so defenseless? Did he think she was no threat at all, just because her hands were tied? That be your funeral, Targaryen, Yara noted as the candlelight gleamed on his pale hair, giving him an otherworldly aura. "I've been waiting for you, Iron Princess," he said in a conversational tone. "Let's discuss world peace." Yara's jaw clenched, rage welling in her chest at his casual greeting. World peace? Really? After he killed her men? Her shoulders twitched with the urge to lunge at him, to break his smugness. Instead, she forced her voice to remain steady. "What's there to talk about, Targaryen?" she demanded. "You've already burned 3 of my men and publicly executed 4 more. What else could there possibly be before you achieve world peace? Ideally, the extinction of all Ironborn. Also, it's your grace for you." His gaze didn't waver as he shrugged, glancing past her as though the matter were trivial. "You're alive. Your brother's alive. And quite a few of your men still draw breath. That's more than you could have hoped for. I suggest you be grateful." Her jaw tightened further, teeth grinding together. For Theon's sake, curse that punk, she had to remain calm. Theon was in a cell somewhere beneath this castle, damned fool, but she didn't know where. "If I push too hard, we both lose." Fuming quietly, she advanced a step, keeping her chin lifted. The ideal plan was to kill this bastard, find Theon, and flee. "Grateful? After everything you've done to humiliate us?" Her voice was sharp. "Huh, let's stop talking about useless stuff. I've come to ask what you plan to do with me and my brother." Viserys moved away from the window and came closer. In the corner, the brazier crackled and sent up a faint glow that outlined his form. "He'll be disappointed if you don't know," he said. "Your father's decisions forced my hand. Balon Greyjoy declared war, and your brother tried to hold Winterfell. All of the 5 kings are my enemies, so I'm simply finishing what they started. Robb Stark too? I might marry his sister, so no, he's not," he said, watching her eyes narrow before continuing. "See, Imno Zavaja, you're infuriating. Despite what you might think, no. We just had a bad first impression. I do want world peace, but not through too big of a blood sea. I don't plan to wipe out the Iron Islands for sport. Your lots may be useful if guided correctly." Yara's lips curled in scorn. "Fool! We bow to no one," she snapped. "The Ironborn do not bend the knee. We take what is ours, or we die in the attempt." "A foolish way to live," then Viserys said in a dry tone. "The statement is funny, coming from someone who's halted her march her men into my dragon's jaws. Shouldn't you have died trying to defeat me? Instead, you surrendered." His voice dropped, chilly as the winter air. "Yara, I can annihilate you. or I can make you an ally. Only you can decide which. Her anger flared, and before she could think better of it, she lunged for the dagger strapped to a belt near the brazier. She'd been eyeing it for a while now. With her bound hands, it was awkward, but she gripped the blade and spun to strike at him. But she was surprised when Viserys moved swiftly, sidestepping her attack with practiced ease. Idiot, the dagger clattered to the floor as he slammed her arms upward, spinning her until her face pressed into the cold stone beneath him. Her cheek stung on impact, but her pride stung far worse. "I'll ignore that little stunt," he said lightly, his voice near her ear. Once, he pinned her firmly, her bound wrists grinding painfully against her spine. She struggled to no avail and could only growl in frustration. "Fuck. Huh. You're lucky I enjoy your spirit, Yara Greyjoy," he continued. "Now, I'll grant you another chance. Make better choices than your father or your brother. Do that, and you may yet return home alive with a crown on your head, perhaps. The Iron Queen. Doesn't that sound appealing?" A hollow laugh escaped her. "He'll be queen regardless Targaryen meddling or not." Viserys let a short laugh escape his own throat, an edge of true amusement in it. "You are one dumb bitch, aren't you? I won't deny that you've achieved a lot in your life. But do you really think your people will accept a bitch as their ruler? Watch your mouth, Arg." She tried to free herself from his grip, but he was too strong. How is he so strong? "Listen, you'd better choose the right side of the game if you want to play queen," he said, finally easing his grip, though not enough for her to break free. "It'll kill the rest of your men if it furthers my interests, and it'll kill you if you annoy me enough. Is that so hard to understand?" Her breathing came hard, but she finally relented. Fuck you. The reality that she couldn't kill him, couldn't even scratch him, settled on her like a chain. "But fine," she muttered through gritted teeth. "Let me go." He rose smoothly, allowing her arms some slack, and she scrambled to her feet, the humiliation of her position scorching her pride. She realized her hands weren't tied anymore, so she dusted off her leathers, refusing to meet his mocking gaze. "So we can speak like civilized people now?" he asked. "What do you want?" She demanded be more specific. He walked to the bed, half dropping onto it in a languid sprawl. The single torch left in the room cast shadows across his face. "I want you to persuade your father to bow to me. I know he's a stubborn bastard, so I'll fly to the Iron Islands with you and demonstrate my dragon's power, if need be. Men like Balon understand force better than words." Yara huffed. "Even if I tried, my father does as he pleases." She caught herself from revealing too much about her father's insecurities. "Well, then you can show him. He sees a dragon. He might reevaluate his stance. If not, well," his fingers drummed on the fur bedspread, each tap a silent threat. "He'll consider other options. He could always kill her father and put someone else on the throne." She frowned. "So what do you say?" he asked. She hesitated, the flicker of 1,000 potential outcomes flashing in her mind. The Iron Islands, proud and fierce, wouldn't bow easily, but faced with a living dragon, might they yield for self-preservation's sake? Or would they fight and burn? "So it's blackmail," she muttered. "Diplomacy. With teeth. See this from my shoes. How many nation-level incidents has your father caused in his lifetime? It's better for him to step down." Sighing, he looked again, this time without menace. "You came here to fetch your brother. Instead, you'll leave with me and my dragon. In return, you get to rule your people while you serve my claim to the Iron Throne, and all Ironborn escape their fate of being crystallized." Anger flared behind her eyes, but she nodded. "All right," she murmured grudgingly. "I'll do what I can. I'm glad." He patted the bed, a brazen invitation that made her jaw clench. "Now, how about we let's seal that promise, Yara?" Yara's glare burned into him as his words settled in the air. "What? That wasn't part of the agreement," she spat. Viserys tilted his head, his grin widening. "We're just making the agreement right now, so yes, it is," he replied smoothly. "Bastard." He chuckled in response. His tone carried no urgency, only the confidence of someone who knew had already won. He leaned back on the bed, spreading his arms in mock invitation. "Be a good little Ironborn pig and crawl to me." Her eyes twitched her fists clenching at her sides. The torchlight flickered, casting sharp shadows on the walls as the tension thickened. For a moment, she seemed poised to refuse, to spit some cutting remark and leave with her pride intact. But then her shoulders slackened, her gaze flicking down as the weight of her situation bore down on her. For the Ironborn, Yara told herself as she lowered to her knees, the motion slow and deliberate, every inch of her movement screaming defiance even as she complied. The stone floor was rough beneath her hands as she crawled toward him, her eyes never leaving his face. Each step forward was a war between fury and submission, her pride and her survival instincts clashing violently. Viserys' grin deepened as he watched her, his pale violet eyes glinting with satisfaction. "Good little bitch," he murmured, his voice dripping with mock approval. All this seemed like a bad dream as Yara reached the edge of the bed, and Viserys leaned forward, taking her. Image here, spoiler collapse, Chapter 56. A very fun show. Yara's heart pounded in her chest, a mix of anger, humiliation, and reluctant compliance as he reached out. His fingers brushed her cheek, sending a shiver down her spine despite herself. Yara's hands trembled as her fingers brushed against his thigh. She could feel the heat of his skin, the roughness of his leather breeches, and she fought back a surge of revulsion. She had to do this for the Iron Islands, for her brother, and for herself. Her resolution was hard. She met his gaze, her eyes sharp. "Enjoy yourself today, I guess," she hissed, her voice low and dangerous. Viserys' smile softened, almost tenderly. "Oh, I will, trust me," he replied, his voice smooth. "This is going to be a fun night." Then he pulled her closer, placing her ass on his lap as his hand slid to the back of her neck. His touch firm, but not cruel. "Let's make sure it's fun for both of us." Yara's lips parted in surprise as he pulled her closer, his hands resting gently on her shoulders. She tensed at his touch, her body uncertain as she adjusted to his confident grip. She wanted to push him away, to tell him that she wasn't some toy to be played with, but she bit back her words, knowing that resistance was futile. Her breath caught in her throat as he leaned in, his lips brushing hers in a gentle, almost teasing kiss. She hesitated, her mind racing, but then she responded, her lips parting slightly. The kiss deepened, and the world around them seemed to fade away for a moment, leaving only the heat of their bodies and the intensity of the moment. Viserys' hands moved to her bound wrists, untying them with practiced ease. He pulled back slightly, his eyes searching hers. "Better," he said, his voice low. He held her waist, put her to the side, and stood up. He began to unlace his tunic. His movements were deliberate and confident. Yara tried to find it unattractive, but failed. Cursing under her breath, she watched, her heart still racing, but a part of her was intrigued, drawn to the power and control he exuded. He reached out and tore at her clothes, ripping the leather from her body. Yara's cheeks burned with rage rather than shame, but she didn't show it. She couldn't bring herself to look away, her eyes locked on his as he took in her vulnerable state. "Beautiful," he whispered, his hand resting gently against her waist, sending a shiver through her. "You're mine now, Yara Greyjoy, and I'll protect you as I see fit." He stepped closer, closing the distance between them with quiet resolve. He reached for her gently. Yara's breath caught in her throat as he touched her, her body tensing at the sudden contact. She tried to push him away, to resist, but he held her fast, his grip firm and unwavering. "So much for resistance," he said, pulling his hand back and wiping his fingers. Then her own hands moved to the laces of her leathers, her movements slow and deliberate. "Now stop dragging this. Take off the rest of your clothes." As she began to undress, Viserys' eyes followed her closely, his gaze serious and unwavering. When she was finally unclothed, he stepped closer, his hands sliding over her shoulders, down her arms, and around her waist. He pulled her close, his lips finding hers again in a passionate, hungry kiss. Yara's initial resistance melted away, and she found herself kissing him back, her hands moving to his chest. feeling the firm muscles beneath his skin. She pushed him back onto the bed, climbing onto him, her body pressing against his. "Oh," he said, surprised. "You're so forward suddenly. Couldn't help but be so after you took off your shirt. It's not as if you're not attractive," she murmured, her voice a mix of defiance and desire. "So just stay quiet and let's enjoy ourselves." Viserys chuckled, his hands roaming over her body, his touch both gentle and commanding. "As you wish," he said, his voice low and husky. Yara's heart raced as his hands moved over her, his fingers tracing the contours of her body. She felt a mix of defiance and desire, her initial coldness giving way to a growing heat. His lips found hers again, and the kiss deepened, their tongues intertwining in a passionate dance. He rolled them over, his body covering hers, and she felt the warmth of his skin against hers. His hands were firm on her hips, guiding her, and she felt a thrill of anticipation. She took a deep breath, her body tensing slightly, but then she relaxed, letting herself be swept away by the moment. She felt him press closer, gasping a little. Viserys drew her in slowly, his movements deliberate and controlled. She moaned softly, but then something changed. "Huh." When I took Yara for the first time, a blue screen flashed before me. "You have claimed your first virgin." "What? Seriously?" I was more surprised that she was a virgin compared to the fact that I, nor the pre-Viserys, had been intimate with anyone despite being with so many women. Women of this world are really promiscuous. What's up with her then? Then I recalled her flirting with someone of loose morals in the TV show. She didn't swing this way. If she did, it was barely noticeable since she didn't seem particularly interested. Still, it was quite surprising. And it didn't end there. A dragon's mate must be pure, and you finally found one suitable with strong genes and personality. Conditions have been met for skills. Skill, Dragonheart. He has been unlocked. This is insane. I noted before, chuckling to myself and pressing forward with Yara. All this was weird, but I didn't hate it. I'd make her a loyal partner if necessary. Yara gasped as the moment suddenly felt more intense, her breath catching in her throat. "Ashradishit." She arched her back, her nails digging into his shoulders, and he paused, giving her a moment to adjust. His eyes met hers, and she saw a mix of desire and something else, something almost tender. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice a low murmur. Yara was surprised to see this annoyingly arrogant man ask her so gently. She nodded, her breath still ragged. "Yes," she whispered. "Just move." He complied, his movements growing more rhythmic and intense. She felt each moment deeply, her body responding with a growing rush of emotion. She had never felt like this before. Was this what she was missing out on by only choosing to sleep with women? Damn it, what a loss. Her breathing quickened as she leaned into him. Soft sighs filled the room as the moment grew more intense. "F faster," she whispered, her voice carrying a note of urgency. Viserys responded, his movements quickening as the energy between them rose. He leaned close, his lips brushing gently against her neck and shoulders. And she arched her back, her body pressing closer to his with a growing intensity, her nails leaving marks on his skin. Yara's breath came in ragged gasps, her body trembling. She clung to him, holding him tight. "You're going crazy," he breathed, "you wild girl." He chuckled as he held her close, his touch both possessive and tender. She felt a rush of feeling that she shouldn't toward an enemy, her heart responding to his closeness. Oh my," she breathed, her voice a low, soft whisper. "Don, don't go." He didn't, his footsteps following her more closely. "Yara," he said softly, his voice low and steady. "You like that? I'm sure you heard in the dungeon that I broke your brother's jaw. And you still love that? Despite all my threats earlier? You really can't help yourself, can you?" he said. She met his gaze, her eyes blazing with defiance. Shut up, arrogant bastard," she breathed, her voice barely audible. "Just do it, like you want to break me." As the moment's intensity grew, a part of Yara's mind lost its clarity, a voice of defiance and pride slowly giving in to his strong arms that embraced her. But for now, She let herself be swept away, responding to his every touch. She breathed softly, her hands clutching at the furs beneath them. Viserys' movements became more urgent, more powerful. Yara's voice grew louder, her body arching into his, her nails digging into his back. She felt the intensity building, a wave of tension that threatened to overwhelm her. That's it. I can feel it coming," she cried, her voice strained. Viserys' movements grew more urgent, and she arched her back, her body meeting his with a growing intensity, her nails leaving marks on his skin. The room was filled with the sound of their passion, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Yara's body trembled, her cries so loud that the walls echoed as she reached a powerful emotional release. She felt a surge of warmth rush over her, a wave of feeling that threatened to consume her. "Viserys," she cried out, her body trembling with emotion. He followed her moments later, his body shaking. They collapsed together, their bodies intertwined, their breaths coming in ragged gasps. Everything went blurry for a moment as she rested her head, staring at the ceiling, her breathing harsh. She found herself being held in his arms, her body still trembling with the aftereffects of their passion. "By the way," Viserys suddenly said, and she failed to respond. When he called her for a second time a minute later, she looked up with a smirk. "I thought this was going to be hard to enjoy. But damn, are you good?" She bit her lips. "Should we continue, baby? We have a night all for ourselves." "Soon," he said, but first then he reached out and pulled a rope that hung from a ceiling. She hadn't noticed it at first, but as he pulled that, the closet that faced the bed suddenly parted. Yara froze. Theon Greyjoy, naked and bound to a chair, was revealed inside the closet, his mouth gagged, face pale, and tears streaming down his cheeks as he watched the scene. Viserys' eyes met her younger brother's, and he smirked. "Your sister is delicious, Theon. Enjoyed the show?" Yara's eyes widened in shock, her body stiffening. She turned to Viserys, her expression a mix of anger and betrayal. "You, how dare you," she began, but Viserys silenced her with a kiss, his hands gentle but firm. She grumbled, punching him in the chest, but when he pressed his weight on top of hers, her body gave into his grasp. It was weird. She had never felt like this before, ever. Were all Targaryens like this? In the end, she could only cry out for him, her nails clutching his back. "Yes," he said, "be obedient and let's continue." She didn't want to, but at the same time, she did. In between her words, she managed, "Damn it, it's all your fault, brother." She whimpered in a trembling voice as she kissed him back, her body still shaking from what he had just done to her. Viserys' smile was cold and triumphant as he looked at Yara and turned toward Theon, who sobbed quietly in his chair. "Remember this, pathetic bastard," he said, his voice a warning. "This is the price of betrayal." The room was silent. The only sounds were the brazier's soft crackling and the three occupants' ragged breaths, but for different reasons. Yara's eyes met Viserys, and they shared a dark, unspoken understanding for a moment before he began to torment her once more. 57, will you drop by? Chapter 57. Will you drop by? I stood by the window, a cup of warm tea in my hand, watching the pale morning light creep over Winterfell's harsh landscape. Morning breeze ruffled my hair while the sun barely peeked above the horizon, casting stretched shadows across the snow-covered grounds. It was a sight to behold. The tea helped amplify it. Behind me, I heard the shuffling and rustling of furs. "Finally up?" I asked, turning to find Yara stretching, her eyes blinking away sleep as she took in her surroundings with evident confusion. "Why do you look so puzzled? Don't tell me you've forgotten last night?" I asked, amused by her disorientation. She scoffed, a low chuckle escaping her lips. "No, I thought I reached heaven last night, so I'm surprised to wake up amid black stones." She laughed with a yawn, her breasts heaving up at that. I matched her laugh, leaning against the windowsill. "She's trying to wiggle under my defenses. How sharp." I replied, "True. Winterfell isn't that pleasant to the eyes. Harsh, full of cold people. So why are you helping it?" She fixed me with a direct stare, cutting straight to the point. I heard you're letting Robb Stark remain king in the north. A separate kingdom. Why are you being so nice to them? Careful, I took a measured sip of tea. I enjoyed your embrace last night. Doesn't mean you get to try to manipulate me. She threw her head back with a laugh, making her breasts jiggle. Hey, worth a try, no? Speaking of, are the Iron Islands going to be independent too? You kept promising me queen title. Nah, you'll be the queen of Iron Islands. Yes, but officially you'll be dressed as a high lady. Like Olenna Tyrell. The Queen of Thorns unofficially, in people's mouth, but on paper, she's a high lady. So yes, you'll be queen, but at the same time, no. Clever wordplay, she said, sitting up straighter. In one of my people's traditions. Our way of life? Your people can raid all they want in the east. Leave my kingdoms alone, and they'll point you toward richer targets across the narrow sea. Her eyes lit with interest. The free cities? Among others. Plenty of wealth to be had without antagonizing dragons. The world has more continents than Westeros and Essos, anyway. You're more ambitious than I thought. By the way, she shifted. Where is Theon? She looked at the open closet where her brother had been tied last night. And when are we leaving for the Iron Islands? Theon is back in the dungeons. He's untied now. Don't worry. Oh, I get his food on time. As the brother of my queen, I can't treat him too badly. Your queen? Her eyebrow arched. You proposing a marriage? I broke out laughing, cup still in hand as I approached her and grabbed her chin with my other hand. I am making you queen, and I made you feel like one last night. Meaning you already are mine, you pirate whore. Why do I have to marry you? She stared up at me, her expression unreadable for a long moment. If she felt offended by my insult, she didn't show it. Then she parted her lips and pushed her face up, meeting mine in a kiss. I stared silently as she closed her eyes, and my lips curved. At least she knows how to play this game. I thought as I tossed the cup aside without care, hearing it shatter against the ground, and leaning into the kiss. Her kiss was fierce, a clash of tongues and teeth that spoke of her strength and her defiance. Even now, I wrapped my arms around her, pulling her against me as we tumbled back onto the bed. A tangle of limbs and desire. My hands roamed over her body, tracing the lines of her muscles, the dips and curves of her form. I held her close, feeling her lean into me. She let out a soft sound against my lips, her back arching as she pressed closer. My other hand slid down her side, gripping her hip before giving her ass a firm spank. The sound echoed through the room, followed by a sharp intake of breath from Yara. She chuckled before a wicked grin spread across her face. I seem to have forgotten how you made me feel like a queen last night, she said, voice soft. Make me feel that way again, Your Grace? She asked, her voice a low, husky whisper that made my heart skip. This woman knew what she was doing, and I was all for it. With another long session to enjoy the morning, we were pretty late already. I walked through Winterfell's corridors with Yara beside me, noting how the guards' eyes followed our every movement. The standby guards' gazes held a mix of fear and judgment, some even outright disgust. A few whispered behind their hands as we passed, no doubt sharing lurid theories about what had transpired. The cold stone walls had carried sound far last night, and more so this morning. Despite the ropes that now bound Yara's wrists, her silence on the matter hadn't been obvious to others. The bruises on her neck probably didn't help matters either. To others, it probably came off as something terrible. They think you're a monster, Yara noted with amusement, her voice low enough that only I could hear. Her lips curved into that familiar cynical smile I might grow accustomed to. I shrugged, walking casually and meeting a passing guard's disapproving stare until he looked away first. Let them. Fear commands more respect than kindness. An ID rather be feared than loved. Those words ID heard a lot back on Earth, but I only understood it here in this world of blood and fire. As the pirate princess of the stubborn Ironborn, she should know a thing or two about it. True enough. She rolled her shoulders, the ropes shifting against her leather jerkin. A small grimace crossed her face, though whether from discomfort or anticipation, I couldn't tell. Where are we going now? When do we leave for the islands? Now, actually, the sooner we deal with your father, the better. I glanced at her profile, studying the tight set of her jaw and the slight furrow between her brows. Nervous about facing him? Hardly. Just wondering how he'll react to a dragon at his doorstep. And well, if he'll be wise to choose life over death. She sighed softly. Whatever the case, she was his daughter, so she was naturally worried. I wanted to comment on that, but our conversation halted when we rounded a corner and came face to face with Sansa Stark. She froze mid-step, her blue eyes widening before darkening with something between hurt and anger. Her gaze flickered between us, lingering on Yara's bonds. Viserys, she managed, her voice carefully controlled. Lady Greyjoy, Lady Sansa, I replied evenly, watching her flinch at the formal address. Her lips quivered, hesitating before she spoke up. Might I speak with you privately before you depart? Her eyes held a plea. When I went silent, she added, please? I hummed. I was just leaving for the Iron Islands. I was supposed to leave early in the morning, but it's already late. There are matters that need attention. Please, she repeated, more urgently. Just a moment of your time. After a pause, I clapped my hands. 2 guards appeared promptly, and I gestured for them to escort Yara outside. Yara shot me a look, and then looked at Sansa. As the guards led her away, she tilted her head back deliberately, exposing the marks on her neck. Her smirk was pointed directly at Sansa. Sansa stared at her walk away, and once we were alone, Sansa turned back to me, and her composure cracked. You raped her? What? No. Did she just look like someone who was raped? She made a deal with her body, and I accepted. That is not rape, I replied matter-of-factly, somewhat irritated by the accusation. Her lips pressed into a thin line, color rising in her pale cheeks. How? How could you do that with her? Someone like her? I just told you it's not our... I paused, my mind lighting up as realization dawned on me. I studied her flushed face and trembling hands. Ah, I see. You're complaining about me being with another woman? Lady Sansa, you and I are not in a relationship. I thought that much was clear. Whatever expectations you might have had were your own. She clenched her jaw, her head lowering as words failed her. Her auburn hair fell forward, partially concealing her face. Well, since it seems our conversation has ended, I said after a moment of tense silence, turning to leave, my boots echoing against the stone floor. W8, she called out, voice catching. I stopped, but didn't turn, keeping my shoulders rigid. Will you drop by after you're done? Or just return to King's Landing from the Iron Islands? Probably the latter, I said, and walked away, my footsteps measured and deliberate, leaving her standing alone in the dimly lit corridor. The sound of my departure seemed to echo off the ancient walls of Winterfell, but I couldn't fly off on Viserys' back just yet. I had to converse with the impromptu lord before that 58 The Iron Islands, Chapter 58. The Iron Islands, a frigid breeze, nipped at my skin while I waited in the castle's training yard. Frost coated the earth, making soft popping sounds under my feet as I settled my mind for leaving. My beloved mount rested close by, her metallic gold hide shimmering under the weak dawn light, wisps of vapor curling from her snout as she exhaled. I noticed my magnificent dragon still inspired awe and fear, her form catching the nervous eyes of guardsmen and peasants' hood assembled to watch us take our leave. Yara stood bound beside me, her posture straight despite the ropes that secured her wrists. Despite that, she looked somewhat dazed, perhaps more worried about the incoming meeting than what she wanted to show. Image here, spoiler collapse, she's much prettier than her show counterpart. No, a whole different person, I noted, and perhaps because I was staring too hard, her daze ended and she caught me watching her. She quirked an eyebrow, that growing familiar smile appearing on her lips. Your dragon seems impatient, she observed, nodding toward Viserion who shifted restlessly, talons scoring the frozen earth. She's not. She's just annoyed and going to carry another non-Targaryen above her, I said, and she hummed. The crunch of boots on ground heralded the arrival of Winterfell's impromptu lord, making me turn my head toward them. Hodder lumbered forward with Bran Stark in his arms, followed by his little brother and the elderly Maester Luwin, whose metal links tinkled with each step. Your Grace, the crippled boy said with a voice that was graver beyond his years. We wish to extend our gratitude before your journey. Our home might still be lost to the squids if not for your intervention." I gave a slight nod. Having custody of this captive is thanks enough. Shall prove useful in negotiations with her father. Robb is a fine king, and as his younger brother, you show wisdom beyond your age. This alliance and friendship pleases me. As your northern saying goes, the North remembers. I trust our friendship will endure when it matters most. We will, Bran assured me, then hesitated. But about the Bolton forces? They'll arrive within days, I confirmed. Robb sent them before me. Even if they're on foot, they should arrive soon. They'll help hold Winterfell from any future incident. I glanced at the castle walls, where workers still repaired damage from the Ironborn occupation. You'll need them. Maester Luwin stepped forward, his weathered face creased with concern. Your Grace, if I may speak freely? I was curious what a maester wanted to tell me. I was aware of the many theories surrounding them, about how they killed the last dragons, and about how they planned the death of magic like a grand scheme. At my nod, he continued, alliances in Westeros are fragile things, built on shifting sands. We all know what unfolded between you two last night, and am not here to confront you for it. However, the Greyjoys, his eyes flicked to Yara, have proven particularly unreliable allies in the past. No matter what you're planning to do with them, be careful before turning them. Careful, old man, Yara drawled, but I raised a hand, silencing her. Your concern is noted, Maester Luwin. But times change, and so do allegiances. I met his gaze steadily. The world is reshaping itself. Those who adapt will survive. And Yara has adapted. The Maester bowed slightly, though doubt still lingered in his eyes. As you say, Your Grace. Rickon, who had been fidgeting quietly, suddenly burst out, Will you bring your dragon back? Can I touch it next time? Rickon. Bran hissed, but I laughed. Perhaps, young lord. Though Viserion isn't particularly fond of strangers. We chatted for a bit more until movement caught my eye. Sansa approached quietly, her auburn hair bright against the gray morning. She stopped at a respectful distance, her face carefully composed. Your Grace, she said softly. I found myself smiling, hearing her address me by my title. Was she finally going to act cold? I wish you safe travels. The tension from our earlier conversation hung between us. I acknowledged her with a slight nod. Thank you, Lady Sansa. Keep Winterfell strong in your brother's absence. Now it's time we leave. Yara, I said, and turned toward Viserion, who lowered her head with an irritated snort. Her patience was wearing thin. I mounted smoothly, then looked down at Yara who had followed me. She raised her bound hands. How exactly am I supposed to climb up there? My bad, I shrugged, dismounting. I held her by the waist, and in one fluid motion, I lifted her, enjoying her soft hum, and placed her securely in front of me. She shot a smug look at Sansa, whose jaw tightened visibly. Hold tight, I commanded, gripping Viserion's scales. The dragon spread her wings, casting a massive shadow across the courtyard. With a powerful thrust, we launched into the air, leaving Winterfell and its complicated politics behind. The world looked different from a dragon's back. Viserion's wings cut through clouds as we soared over the north's vast expanse. The landscape stretched endlessly below us, forests, hills, and frozen rivers woven together like some giant's threadbare tapestry. The air was thin and bitter cold at this height, but I barely noticed it anymore. Yara sat rigid in front of me, her bound hands gripping Viserion's scales. Every so often, her shoulders would tense when we hit a pocket of turbulent air. I could almost feel the conflict radiating from her, the mixture of awe at flying on a dragon and resentment at her position. Quite the view, isn't it? I said close to her ear, watching her suppress a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. She turned her head slightly. Different from a ship's deck, it'll give you that. Her voice carried a hint of grudging admiration. Though I prefer having my feet on solid wood. I understand where you're coming from. I got used to it already, though. Dragon riding is just second nature to a Targaryen, I said, observing her reaction as she shrugged. I guess it's a good thing that I won't be riding dragons often, she said. Won't you? As my Iron Queen, you'll need swift transport between the islands and mainland often. She fell quiet. For once, she didn't flirt back. She spoke in a serious tone. What exactly do you plan to do once you take the throne? Assuming you manage it. I laughed, the sound carrying away on the wind. If I couldn't take over a kingdom with a dragon this fine, I continued with a smirk, you should be ashamed of how easily you gave in to me last night. Cheeky, she said, and I tightened my grip on her waist, making her breath catch. So what's your answer? My plans are simple enough. Unite the realm under strong leadership, and make it relish. The greatest empire under the sky, not just by mere words, but rather making my subjects happier. Fixing the society we live in. Make the lifestyle better for people, no more petty lords playing at kingship, among other things. I spoke a bit more than I planned, but she didn't seem to dislike it. And the Iron Islands? Will you let us keep our ways? You've asked that before. And how much of your answer did you mean? I stayed silent for a moment and then said, as long as you raid any other continent than mine. The free cities have plenty of wealth to plunder. And honestly, I might give you missions to attack them myself. You'll go on conquests under my command and enjoy yourself while doing so. Silence passed between us, and her posture relaxed a little. We stayed like that for a while until she asked, remove my restraints already? It's uncomfortable. Nah, won't look harsh enough to your people. Aren't we hours away from the Iron Islands still? She asked. Nope, I think we're pretty close. My voice was cut off by thunder rumbling in the distance. We both stared at dark clouds looming ahead. Viserys growled, sensing the approaching storm. The air grew heavy with moisture, and wind began to buffet us from all sides. We should land, Yara shouted over the growing gale. No time, I called back. It's too close to us, and it's coming right this way. Viserys tried to fly around it. Lightning split the sky, followed by a deafening crack of thunder. Viserys banked hard to avoid a particularly violent gust, and suddenly Yara's grip slipped. Her eyes went wide as she tumbled sideways off the dragon's back. Damn it, Yara, I shouted, watching her plummet through the storm-dark air. There was no time to think. I called forth my dragon wings. Leather-like wings burst from my back, tearing through my clothes as I jumped from Viserys' back and dove after her. The wind howled around me as I streamlined my body, gaining speed. Rain pelted my face like tiny needles, but I kept my eyes locked on Yara's plummeting form. Her scream cut through the storm as I reached for her, my arms stretching through the tempest until finally catching her in my arms. Her eyes were huge as she stared at my wings, her chest heaving with panicked breaths. What the hell? She managed despite the situation while the golden sheen of my wings gleamed in the darkness. Above us, Viserys circled anxiously, her massive form barely visible through the sheets of rain. I could feel the dragon magic coursing through my veins. My partial transformation granting me strength beyond mortal limits as I held Yara secure against the battering winds. My wings, though smaller than Viserys', cut through the air with surprising efficiency, the beats fighting against the storm's fury. Foolish humans! Viserys roared louder than the thunder above us as she swooped down, her massive form a golden beacon against the storm-black clouds. I angled us toward her back, calculating the trajectory through the brutal crosswinds before landing hard but secure on her rain-slicked scales. Yara clung to me, her face pressed against my chest, her whole body trembling. I could feel her racing heartbeat even through the howling chaos of the storm, her fingers digging into what remained of my shredded shirt. When she finally looked up at me, her expression had changed. The usual defiance wasn't there anymore, but there was something new. No conversation unfolded between us after that. The storm began to clear as we approached the edge of the mainlands. Dark tower peaks emerged from the mist, dark and forbidding against the gray sky. Yara's body tensed against mine, for sure recognized her home better than mine. Pike! Through sheets of misting rain, the pike revealed itself a sight both magnificent and grotesque. The castle stood like a challenge to nature itself, sprawled across a series of small, rocky islands connected by swaying rope bridges and stone archways. The islands rose from the churning sea like the broken teeth of some ancient beast, each one crowned with towers of black stone. Viserion circled high above, giving me a perfect view of the castle's impossible architecture. The Great Keep sat on the largest island, its walls weathered by centuries of salt spray and storm. Beyond it, towers reached skyward on increasingly precarious outcrops, each one seeming more likely to topple into the angry seas below than the last. "Your home is quite something," I said to Yara, who sat tense in front of me. The castle before us made Winterfell look positively welcoming in comparison. The surrounding iron islands dotted the horizon like dark smudges against the gray sea. Great White, the largest, loomed to the south, while Harlaw's more hospitable shores stretched to the east. I'd read and heard tales about them as Viserys, so I recognized them. Orkmont's peaks pierced the cloud cover to the north, and Old Wyke's sacred shores lay hidden in the morning mist. Waves crashed against the rocky cliffs hundreds of feet below, sending spray high into the air. The whole scene was full of wild, untamed energy that seemed to embody the iron-born spirit itself. No wonder these people were so fierce, for they lived in a place that tried to kill them daily. "The Greyjoy words make more sense now, I guess," I said, taking in the harsh landscape. "What is dead may never die. In a place like this, death must feel like an old friend." Yara's only response was a slight nod as we began our descent toward the Great Keep. The banners of House Greyjoy, the golden kraken on black, whipped frantically in the wind, as if heralding our arrival to the Iron Island's ancient seat of power. Yara spoke quietly. "Brace yourself, Your Grace. Convincing my father is going to be troublesome. But trust me, I'm going to try my best. I don't want him to make an enemy out of some weird draconic human." Calling me weird is rude, I retracted my wings and pulled her closer. "Don't worry about your father, even if he acts stubborn. He'll take care of him. You just focus on your future role as the Iron Queen." Yara welted silent again as we descended toward the castle that would soon witness a clash between the old and the new. 59 The Iron King, Chapter 59. The Iron King Viserion's wings cut through the misty air of the Iron Islands as she took us down a high bridge, rising high and circling above the dark castle of Pike. To my eyes, it was a scene right out of Soul's Game, much more menacing than what the show showed. My dragon's golden scales caught what little sunlight barrado the thick clouds as we flew. Below us, Pike's inhabitants scurried like ants, their shouts of alarm carrying faintly on the wind. "They're terrified," I noted with satisfaction, watching guards scramble across the precarious bridges connecting the castle's towers. The way they were fleeing, I wouldn't be surprised if they fell to their death. Not all fled, though. Some pointed crossbows skyward, while others simply gaped in disbelief. "Of course they are," Yara muttered from her position in front of me. "Most haven't seen a lizard bigger than their palm, let alone a dragon. I feel bad for my men. Can you promise me something? Don't kill unless necessary." I chuckled, guiding Viserion lower when we'd flown for long enough. We had to fly that long at least to make an impression. The sea breeze carried the sharp tang of salt and seaweed, mixing with the familiar scent of smoke for Viserion's nostrils. "Where land?" my dragon asked out loud, her words tinged with irritation at the delay. Yara flinched in front of me, her grip tightening around my forearm, even though Shed already heard her speak before. "There," I pointed to the largest of Pike's 4 towers. Its flat top offered enough space for landing, though the guards stationed there might disagree. They scattered as Viserion's shadow fell over them, her massive form blocking out what little sun remained. We landed with a ground-shaking thud, Viserion's claws scraping against ancient stone as she let out a terrifying roar. Her aggressive nature helped me paint the danger more vividly. I like that. The tower's surface was slick with sea spray, but she maintained her footing easily. The guards who hadn't fled pressed themselves against the walls, their weapons half raised but their faces pale with fear. Then one of them recognized Yara. "Captain Yara," he called out, taking a hesitant step forward. His relief at seeing her quickly turned to anger as he noticed her bound hands. His eyes then fell on me, and he seemed to lose all his senses as he shouted, You dare restrain our captain? Before I could respond, the fool charged forward with his sword drawn. I looked at Yara and shrugged. Then I turned to the man. I didn't even bother drawing my weapon and simply backhanded him as he approached. The force of the blow sent him flying backward over the tower's edge. His scream faded quickly, lost in the crash of waves against the rocks below. Seven hells, Yara sighed, shaking her head at the remaining guards. Get out of here, you idiots. We're here to speak with my father. No need to send them away. Daughter, a gravelly voice called out. It didn't belong to any one of the guards. Heavy footsteps echoed up the tower's spiral staircase, growing louder until Balon Greyjoy himself emerged onto the platform. He looked older than I remembered from the show, his face more weathered, his hair more gray than black. But his eyes were just as hard, the eyes of a sea-hardened pirate. His eyes remained cold as they fixed first on me, then on his bound daughter, and finally on Viserion, the Lord Reaper of Pike. Hood walked up with arrogance and pride, froze mid-step as his eyes slowly widened. His face drained of color as my dragon turned her massive head to regard him. Even a pirate king feels fear. A thin smile spread across my lips as I watched the self-proclaimed king confront the reality of a living, breathing dragon. Thank you for welcoming me in person, Lord Greyjoy, I said pleasantly. Shall we discuss the future of your islands? The stone chamber felt colder than it looked, though that might have been the tension in the air rather than the actual temperature. I sat in a plain wooden chair, one leg crossed over the other, watching the array of hostile faces before me. Yara stood beside me, bound and silent. The rope around her neck was a calculated insult that had the desired effect. Balon's men looked ready to murder me where I sat. Good. Let them seethe. Viserion was outside, perched atop the highest tower of Pike like some great golden gargoyle. Her roars would echo through the castle every few minutes, making the Ironborn flinch. It amused me to no end. I found the Great Hall of Pike not as impressive as its exterior suggested. Salt-stained artwork depicting krakens and sea battles hung from walls of dark stone. It wasn't pretty to the eyes, but did depict the Ironborn's lethality. The sea stone chair, that ancient throne of the Ironborn, loomed behind where Balon sat glowering at me. His elite guards, 12 of his most trusted killers, formed a half-circle around him, hands never far from their weapons. Well, I broke the tense silence not 10 seconds after taking my seat, my voice carrying an edge of boredom. No tea for your guest. Lord Greyjoy, I expected better hospitality from the Iron Islands. From a High Lord to his king, Balon's weathered face twisted in fury. Who in the drowned god's name are you? You silver-haired bastard. What right do you have to come here, to my castle, with my daughter bound like a common slave? I smiled, giving the rope a gentle tug. Yara's jaw clenched. She winced, but she remained silent. I am Viserys of House Targaryen, third of my name, rightful king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and lastly, protector of the realm. I paused, enjoying the way his face darkened. I'm here to educate you and your people on the new order of things. Your daughter is merely insurance. Insurance? Balon spat. He didn't question my identity again, for riding a dragon was proof enough. He rather chose to lash out about the comment on his daughter. You dare. I dare quite a lot. I cut him off. Your rebellion failed once before. Now you've tried again, sending your son to take Winterfell. That worked out poorly for everyone involved, wouldn't you say? Theon rots in Winterfell's dungeons now. The Ironborn take what we want, he growled. We do not so. Theon failed because he's not a proper Ironborn. He's been softened by House Stark. He could have defended himself by saying he didn't send his son there, and that Theon moved alone, but he didn't. He accepted his son's failure as his own, at least publicly before me, though I was certain he'd disagree privately. It was respectable. No, you don't. But I didn't care to give him that respect. He didn't deserve it, and I made it evident in my tone. You rape and reave and pretend it makes you strong. How did that work out last time? Remind me, how many sons did you lose in your failed rebellion? One of the guards took a step forward, face red with anger. You mock our dead. Your dead mock themselves by dying for this fool's pride, I replied calmly. But am willing to be merciful. Bend the knee, and your people can still raid and reave, just not in my kingdoms. That had been my discussion with Yara too, and Shed agreed. Silence fell. Balon glared at Yara, who met his gaze steadily. Then he scoffed, looking away. For a fleeting moment, it looked as if the Lord of Pike wondered if kneeling could save the Ironborn. But the thought must have burned hotter than the fire he feared, given his next words. Never, Balon snarled. We are Ironborn. We kneel to no one. The free cities have more wealth in the north, I noted. Easier targets, too. Think about it. Your ships could enough. Balon stood, trembling with rage. His interruption made me smile. You are no dragon. You're no king. Just a pretender with stolen eggs. The real dragons died out long ago. Is he delusional? That you're no king bothered me far more than I'd like to admit. It reminded me of Khal Drogo and how Head said it before, try to melt my brain with molten gold. I let out a sigh. I don't like your attitude. Remember what happened to Harrenhal? ITLL happened to Pike. Right now it will, if I give the order to my dragon. His laugh was harsh and bitter. Not if I kill you first. What's a dragon rider without his dragon, you stupid bastard? It was your funeral when you chose to come to this meeting. He raised his hand. All of you attack. The guards surged forward as one, weapons drawn. Yara closed her eyes and sighed as if disappointed, but not surprised. I rose slowly, a sword materializing in my hand from thin air from inventory. The first guard faltered at this display of magic, giving me the opening I needed. My blade took him in the throat, sending a spray of hot blood across the stone floor. The second and third came at me together, trying to flank me. I spun between them, my enhanced strength letting me parry both their strikes simultaneously. My counterstrike opened one from navel to sternum, while my boot caught the other in the knee, shattering it with a wet crack. For more rushed me. I danced through them like water, my blade finding gaps in armor, severing tendons, opening arteries. They were skilled killers, yes, but I was something else entirely. Their attacks seemed to come at half speed, their movements predictable and sluggish to my enhanced perceptions. One managed to nick my shoulder. I rewarded him by taking his sword arm at the elbow. In less than a minute, it was over. 11 corpses lay cooling on the stones, their blood running in rivulets between the flagstones. The 12th guard still lived, though had never walk again with that shattered knee. Messages spelling you've killed a human. You've received experience points. Filled my vision, but I waved it away. I didn't level up, unfortunately. Still level 29 Balon sat frozen in his chair. All color drained from his face as he stared at the carnage. His trembling hand clutched the armrest of the sea-stone chair as if its ancient weight could anchor him against the storm of death unfolding before him. Yet even the chair seemed to recoil from the blood pooling at its base. His eyes held the same fear I'd seen when he first saw Viserion. I turned to Yara, casually wiping my blade clean on a dead man's cloak. Talk to your father, will you? Next thing he says that I don't like, ITLL be his blood on the floor. Yara's eyes flicked over the carnage, as if her stomach knotted at the sight of her father's folly. For all his bluster, Balon's pride had doomed better men than these. Her lips twitched at my words, caught between a sneer and a grimace. The father-daughter pair knew who owned the room then, and yet it was clear that her heart ached for the men who had died, men who had followed her for years. Yara sighed and approached her trembling father, her bound hands held before her like an offering. I watched her walk across the blood-soaked floor, her wrists still bound, but her spine straight. She didn't flinch at the corpses around us, nor at the sticky warmth of fresh blood seeping into her boots. Every step she took toward Balon Greyjoy was harsh and full of purpose. Father, she began calmly, voice firm despite her restraints. We need a change with the times. His grace is giving us a path silence. Balon spat, eyes bulging with outrage. His fear transformed into rage. My own daughter parroting the words of some dragon-wielding upstart. He glanced at me, filled with loathing, then back to her. This is shameful. He's not our enemy if she tried again. But Balan cut her off with a bitter snarl. Not our enemy? So you become his pet? His plaything? His laughter was hollow, echoing off the cold, salt-stained walls. Is it the iron price you pay rolling over for some Targaryen lizard? I saw Yara's shoulders tense, but she refused to back down. The dragon is real. Father, we can't fight it. That was too much for him. Balan lunged upright, towering over her. A weak little coward, that's what you are. Let him break you down however he likes. His insults rolled off her like water. She stayed silent for a moment, but instead of cowering, she reached for the nearest table. Yara Greyjoy snatched a simple fruit knife in one sudden movement. Before he could blink, she buried the blade in his chest. Smooth, sure, final. Balan's eyes went wide, confusion battling fury on his face as blood spattered across Yara's bound hands. He staggered, clutching at the knife, but clearly losing strength by the heartbeat. With a rasping gasp, the Lord Reaper of Pike collapsed. His body struck the stone with a dull, wet thud. The Iron King was dead. Yara turned then, meeting my gaze. Blood trickled from her fingers, but her expression was calm. I killed my father for you, she said, voice low. Think about that when you decide the fate of me and the Iron Islands, your grace. I stepped over Balan's cooling form. Crimson pooled around our boots, but I barely noticed the slickness. My arm slid around Yara, pulling her in tight enough to feel her trembling breath against my chest. Even a hard-boiled pirate queen trembled when killing her father. You made the right choice, I murmured, letting my lips brush her hair. Trust me, you'll remember this choice. You're a smart woman. Her father's corpse lay behind us, a pillar to the new order. The Iron Islands had a fresh ruler, one who knew how to take a life when it mattered. And with Balan's demise, my grip on these seas just tightened. It was almost final. 60. Who's the true ruler of the Iron Islands? Chapter 60. Who's the true ruler of the Iron Islands? The throne room at Pike felt different now. Not warmer, these salt-stained walls never truly hold warmth, but changed all the same. The blood was scrubbed from the stones, though darker stains remained where it had seeped into the ancient rock. Balan's corpse had been hauled away for that sea burial nonsense his people loved so much. I stood at a narrow window, watching the waves heave and crash far below. They spattered brine on the glass, little flecks glinting in the dim light. Behind me, Yara was silent in a corner. The Ironborn elders and captains shuffled in, wearing masks of forced composure. They were here because ID summoned them, and they knew better than to ignore a man whose dragon still circled overhead. One of them cleared his throat in the hush, trying to muster courage he didn't have. Your Grace, he rasped. He was an older captain with a split on his face that had never healed right. We need to discuss the succession. It had been a whole day since their useless king had died, and their next attempts at revenge had been cut off in the bud. The bodies still littered the courtyard below, a grim reminder of what happened to those who thought they could challenge House Targaryen and its dragons. So there was no point in fighting anymore, was there? Even the most hardened raiders could see the futility written in ash and blood across their stronghold. But to be honest, the Ironborn were stubborn. So it didn't matter if there was no point in fighting. In a normal situation, they would have continued fighting even with their king dead. But I had Yara, and her direct order had stopped an army from charging into Viserys' maw, even if I had killed a few dozen already. The Golden Dragon's presence overhead was enough to make even the most zealous warriors think twice about their choices. Some had tried anyway, and their charred remains reminded of that particular brand of stupidity. The smell of smoke and salt mingled in the air. A fitting atmosphere for this new era in the Iron Islands history. These sea raiders would learn to bend, where they'd learn firsthand why my family's words were fire and blood. I turned away from the window slowly, letting my gaze sweep over the ragged assembly. There were 24 men, all battered by a lifetime at sea, each wanting to shape the future of their damn islands. Discuss? I drawled, tone full of boredom. Your king is dead. His rightful heir stands ready. What's there to prattle about? An older man spat. A woman can't lead the Ironborn. It goes against all tradition. Prince Theon isn't dead. Is he? What did you say, you bastard? I can't let. Yara spoke up from the corner Shed been standing in, glaring at the man. Argai let out a cold laugh. Yes, tradition. And how has that served you? Twice you rose in rebellion, and twice you've been beaten down. And Theon? Theon would have been dead, if not for his sister's smart judgment of submitting. If you'd like another demonstration of why you should submit, my dragon's more than willing. Grumbles rippled through the crowd. I caught a few furtive glances toward the windows, as though they expected Viserys' golden snout to come crashing in. Drum, one of the more vocal idiots, snarled at my words. We don't kneel to then, you burn. I cut in, letting my tone grow. Is that your choice? That shut him up. Fear is a handy leash. A younger captain found his voice. Captain Yara, she's proven herself capable many times. Drum whirled on him with a sneer. Coward. Let that dragon's fool I sighed, and moved before his insult fully formed. My blade finding his throat in a swift, precise arc, scarlet spattered across the men on either side of him. And Drum collapsed with a wet gurgle, his so-called magic sword clattering to the floor. Anyone else want to question my Iron Queen's honor? I asked, letting my blade drip. The hush that followed was absolute. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed Yara smiling to herself. A distant roar from Viserion rattled the window panes, as if in agreement. That's what I thought, I said, wiping the blade on Drum's cloak. Now we're done talking. Prepare for the coronation. The drowned god awaits your spectacle. I turned from them, attention drifting back to the view of gray waves smashing the rocks. Off you go, and make sure it's something I won't find too dull as your guest. The Iron-born exchanged glances, their eyes mixed with different emotions, and a moment later, hurried footsteps echoed behind me. That left me alone with the crash of waves and the scattered remains of their dead in Yara. Thank you, she said as she walked behind me, hugging my back. You're living up to your end of the promise. Am not a liar. Iron Queen, I turned, holding her waist and looking into her eyes. She'd make a fine subordinate. The preparations took another day. These procedures were slow and gritty. After all, when I arrived, the sacred beach near Pike was already crowded with Iron-born onlookers. Hundreds lined the shoreline, grim-faced beneath the weak sunlight. The tang of salt and seaweed was obvious in the air. Black waves pummeled the rocks, roaring their own defiance. I stopped near the water's edge, separate from the throng, while a screech came from behind. I turned back to find Viserion landing on a craggy outcrop that looked over this place. The Ironborn trembled. She shimmered gold even in the dull light. The main reason the Ironborn dared not raise their swords now. A robe-drowned priest, clothes heavy with brine, approached. That caused people to look away from Viserion and focus on him. His eyes glowed with that zealot's fervor as he raised his arms to hush the crowd. Brothers and sisters, he boomed, voice cutting above the surf. We gather to fulfill the drowned god's will. A ripple of unease passed through the crowd, tough men and women. Yet not one dared break from the ring they'd formed. Even with the wind howling, I heard their mutters of doubt and fear. Yara stepped forward, chin up despite the visible rope marks still etched into her wrists. She locked eyes with me for just a moment before facing her people, defiance laced in every line of her posture. I folded my arms while Viserion's colossal form cast a looming shadow across the Ironborn hood gathered. The salt-laden wind slapped my face, the waves crashing against the ancient stones like a dirge. It was a fitting stage for this show of power, one that these fools called a ritual. A lot of useless bantering unfolded before me, and I dozed off most of them. It was silly. The drowned priest stood front and center in the wet sand, water dripping off his matted hair and soaked robes now. He lifted his arms to the iron-gray sky, voice loud over the roar of the ocean. What is dead may never die, came the priest's thunderous call. The crowd thundered back in unison. What is dead may never die. He gestured toward Yara, and she began to strip away her armaments, sword, daggers, a few hidden blades. I was surprised at how many hidden blades she had. Then she peeled off her outer clothing, leaving her in a clinging shift that the cold wind pressed tight against her. There were no illusions of rank here, no fancy cloak to hide behind, just a woman daring to claim the Iron Islands under her rule. Under my rule, the drowned god demands proof of worth, the priest said, voice full of the mania of religion. Through death, we rise. Through the sea, we are reborn. Without prelude, he shoved her into the churning waves. Yara vanished beneath the dark water, swallowed in a single swift motion. Silence stretched as we waited. Only the crash of foam against rock filled the area. I found myself frowning. I'd bet on Yara's stubborn spirit well before the sea could claim her, but I might be wrong. A minute passed, then another. Whispers, uneasy, spread among the onlookers. Too long the sea rejects her, my frown deepened. She's too willful to die now. In a show, they'd pulled Euron Greyjoy out of the water, but didn't do this for Yara. She was still in the water, her face submerged in it, her body floating as if she was dead. Perhaps they wanted her to prove her worth better as a woman. It annoyed me a little, but sure enough, the ocean exploded. Yara broke the surface in a burst of spray, hair plastered to her skin, chest heaving with savage breaths. Salt water poured from her as she found her footing in the thigh-high surge, gasping for breath, blinking water from her eyes, but never showing weakness. The priest's voice rose again, triumphant over the wind and the murmurs. Behold, the drowned god judges her worthy. Rise, Yara Greyjoy, queen of salt and rock, the ruler of the Iron Islands. A beat of hesitation caught in the crowd. Then came the ragged chorus. Queen Yara, Queen Yara. It built, moment by moment, until the rocky beach reverberated with their chant. She staggered onto the shore, water streaming down her legs, her body trembling from the cold shock. Yet she refused to collapse. She remained upright by sheer force of will. That made me smile. I walked over as she finally sank to her knees in the wet gravel, fighting for breath. Crouching beside her, I pitched my voice just for her ears. Congratulations, Iron Queen. Once again, you've made the right choice. A flicker of defiance and relief crossed her face, then a faint grin, even as her chest still heaved. I know. The crowd's Queen Yara. Cries still beat against our ears, rising in waves like the sea itself. The priest came over, holding the driftwood crown in his hand. I straightened, moving away from her. Yara Greyjoy was officially crowned as the priest made his announcement. Meanwhile, Viserion sat on a black crag of rock, golden scales flashing in the dim, watery light. Her presence kept the Ironborn aware of the grim reality. Yara had faced the sea and lived. She now had the Iron Islands crown, and people called her the queen. But all that was an illusion. The real victory here was mine. I'd taken down one of the 5 kings and made his daughter my slave queen. 61. The Salt Conquest, Chapter 61. The Salt Conquest, the Great Hall of Pike, felt different with Yara on that ancient throne. The sea-stone chair loomed behind her like a kraken frozen mid-strike, its black surface drinking in what little light filtered through the narrow windows. I watched from my deliberately understated position as the Ironborn filtered in. Captains, raiders, and weathered old sea dogs, their faces carved by salt spray and hardened by lives spent on merciless waves. They were hard men, strong soldiers, but sadly they were Ironborn. Their eyes held a peculiar mix of resentment as they looked at me. But there was also fear. Where Ironborn didn't fear men, even the greatest men feared a dragon. With Viserion's shadow occasionally darkening the windows as she circled overhead, it couldn't be a wonder why they kept themselves in check. Yara's voice cut through the muttering crowd like a blade through silk when all the men were present, along with the few women who deserved to enter these great halls. My father's way led us to ruin twice, brothers and sisters, she said, her tone brooking no argument. The old way ends today. Jaws clenched, and I caught more than a few hands tightening on weapon hilts. Old bastards never liked change, and it was no different here on these islands, either. We are Ironborn, she continued, leaning forward on the ancient seat. We take what we want. His grace here has allowed us to keep that luxury. But we must be smarter about what we choose to take. Her eyes swept the crowd, challenging anyone to interrupt. Nobody dared. The Seven Kingdoms are no longer our prey. Their dragons and armies would crush us if we even dreamed about it. Rather, we look east. What luxury! Robert Baratheon allowed the same. And we hate him for it. Did you forget, girl? One of the elder Ironborn said. During Robert's reign, we Ironborn were meant to abide by the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, which included refraining from raiding and pillaging within Westeros. Your father's rebellion 20 years ago was fueled by our frustration with these restrictions and our desire to reclaim the old ways of reaving along Westerosi coasts. What's so luxurious about this? Another older captain with a face like cracked leather spat on the floor. He's right. We must abandon our ancestral waters? Become foreign raiders? His voice was full of contempt. And all because this silver-haired boy commands it? Yes, precisely. And the luxury here is that we don't die, you don't die. I beg for your lives, and you spit in my halls? Yara glared at the man, who clenched his jaws, failing to find words to defend himself. Thousands died because of my father's rebellion, and less than 100 died during this time. And even that is because you guys didn't listen to me fast enough, didn't drop the weapons fast enough. Are you really suggesting we clash swords with a dragon? You stupid bastards? She growled, and both of the old men flinched back. A short silence later, someone cleared his throat. But the east? The word echoed, the young captain's confusion evident. We've tried our luck there before, but the free cities overflow with wealth. Yara breathed out her anger and smiled. And there was a predatory glint to it. Their merchants grow fat and lazy, their ships poorly defended compared to Westeros. They do hire mercenaries, but what are mercenaries before the Ironborn? Why scratch at the bones of fishermen when we could feast on Essosi gold? Well, don't give me that look. I see your point. I have personally led multiple ships to Essos, more than most of you here, so I know it's not as easy as I say. But His Grace wants this. It's not that He's just allowing us half-heartedly, but He wants us to do this. Hell help us, Hell lead us, and Hell take over the Essosi lands. Trust me when I say that his empire will be greater than Aegon's. Yara finished her speech. I didn't move from my seat, but let my eyes meet hers. I smiled, liking how she handled this. She's a fine woman, attracted. Her dominance was applause-worthy. I let my gaze gloss over some of the older men, hardening it, and they looked away. They should know what it means to insult my woman. Should I teach them a lesson? His Grace, Yara emphasized the title, calling me up from my glare as if realizing what I was thinking. He offers us a chance not just to survive, but to thrive. Do you lots get it? The drowned god cares not where we reave, only that we do so with strength and cunning. She's right, an Ironborn said. I see the logic too. More and more began to agree with her. Great, she said and stood, her presence somehow filling the massive chair's shadow. I am your queen, chosen by the sea itself. The Iron Islands will adapt, or they will drown. In this situation, the choice is simple. Do you all agree? Another captain stepped forward. Your queen, because of him, he jabbed a finger in my direction. His dragon burned our brothers. No, I'm queen because I understand what you don't, Yara snapped. His Grace is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, the first dragon rider in hundreds of years. The blood of old Valyria flows in his veins, the same blood that once ruled the greatest empire this world has known. Her voice softened, becoming almost seductive. We are Ironborn, we're strong, and the free cities would tremble more than ever at the sight of our sails when they know a dragon flies over us. The assembly stirred, greed warring with tradition in their eyes. But I was bothered. How can they be so stubborn? They keep clashing opinions with her. I rose slowly, drawing every eye. Your queen speaks wisdom, I said, mildening my tone. Consider carefully how you receive it. For unlike her, I don't see you as my people and wouldn't hesitate to burn you to the ground if you misbehave. The threat hung clear as crystal. Viserian's screech punctuated my words through the windows. Yara seized the moment to stop me from further scaring her men. You heard him. Prepare your ships, she commanded. We sail east with the next tide. Those who wish wealth and glory, follow me. Those who don't. Her smile turned sharp. Well, I'm sure the drowned god welcomes all his children eventually. The captains began to disperse, a short silence later. Their faces a mix of resignation and calculating acceptance. No more outright anger showed they'd learned that lesson well enough when Balon fell. And now everything was plastered on cement. Soon, as Yara reminds them of her might, they'd be glad that Balon was dead. As the last footsteps faded, leaving the hall empty, I approached the sea-stone chair. It was a great speech, Yara, I said to my Iron Queen, who remained seated, her knuckles white where they gripped the ancient arms. Why aren't you responding? I asked, and she just looked up, a frown on her face. I chuckled. Without warning, I grabbed her chin and claimed her mouth in a demanding kiss. She made a small sound of protest that quickly turned to a moan. Even now, that spark of defiance flickered in her eyes before giving way to desire. Her fingers clutched at my shoulders as she melted against me. Every inch the fierce queen turned willing partner. I pulled Yara close, allowing the world around us to blur into a haze of raw passion and primal need. My every movement was met with a responsive buck from her hips, turning me on further, encouraging me to press deeper, to take her more forcefully with each passing moment. My fingers were laced through hers as I moved against her from behind with animal intensity, pressing her hands into the soft furs that lined the bed. I pulled her by the arms a moment later, using them as leverage to pull her closer with greater intensity, each movement drawing a gasp or a sound from her lips. Oh yes, harder. I can't hold on. She pleaded for more, even as she struggled to keep up. Suddenly, she clung to me tightly, the overwhelming sensation sending jolts through my body. I could feel the tension building within me, an unstoppable force threatening to overtake me at any moment. Stay with me, Yara's cries grew louder, more desperate, as she reached her own peak. Make me yours, she cried out. He held her close as they reached the moment together. With a final, powerful embrace, he pulled her tightly against him. Their breathing quickened and synchronized, each intense feeling drawing out the other's release. Her body trembled in his arms. She laughed softly, a warm sound that pleased him. He released her hands, and she sank down onto the bed while he pulled away, feeling tired and content. He lay back against the furs, his chest still rising and falling from what they had just shared. He let out a breath, surprised at how close he had come to the edge. The air was full of the thick scent of desire and sweat, mingled with the ever-present salt tang that permeated every corner of Pike. I closed my eyes briefly, realizing there was nothing to do here. A long minute later, I opened my eyes and found Yara stretching lazily beside me, her naked form glowing in the dim light filtering through the narrow window. She rolled on her side, propping herself up on one elbow to look at me. Her tired eyes met mine, a lazy smile playing on her lips. You're insatiable, you know that? She said, her voice soft and husky with lingering pleasure. What happens to me if I actually get pregnant? I chuckled, reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. What can I say? You bring out the beast in me, I said, ignoring her second comment. Her smile widened, a hint of mischief flickering in her gaze. Well, I certainly can't complain about the results. I leaned in, capturing her lips in a lethargic kiss as my hand trailed down her body, tracing the curve of her hip. Gods, I love tone women. It was rare that I found myself still wanting more after a long evening together. But I knew we had matters to attend to, responsibilities that couldn't be ignored. No matter how much I might wish to lose myself in her once again, I had to stay in control, so I let her go. A moment passed as we stared into each other, and something was calculating in her gaze now, different from the raw hunger of moments before. I knew that look. She wanted something. This, she began, her voice still husky. Now, that I'm queen, well, I'll let you to be exact, but whatever. There's something we need to discuss. I laughed softly. You look serious. I am. It's about Theon, she said. My amusement died. Of course, it was about her useless brother. I'd been waiting for this conversation since we took Pike. I want him released from Winterfell, she continued, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest. He's suffered enough, hasn't he? Being held prisoner in the place he once called home. I caught her wandering hand, squeezing perhaps a bit harder than necessary. I can't control the North, you know. Forget about Theon and forget the men you took there, for they're under Robb Stark's rule. I can't influence it. But you said, Theon will live. I interrupted her, releasing her hand. As a prisoner, perhaps a slave, but he will. In Winterfell, as he has been from a young age. He won't die. They'll send Robb a letter telling him about that. He's definitely mad at Theon, but not enough to kill him if I request it. Although it's troublesome that Theon burnt 2 innocent children, we can say that your father manipulated him. That the Ironborn who came with him did it. Still, her voice held a note of protest, but I could see the resignation in her eyes. Listen, he made his own decision. I understand your love for him as a sibling, but he's his own person. Plus, him being here will trouble your claim. The opposing men might manipulate him to stand against you. So let him live where he always has. She fell silent, her lips pressed into a thin line. I knew she wanted to argue more, but she was smart enough to recognize when I wouldn't budge. I mean, if I truly wanted, I could free Theon. But why should I? I leaned over, capturing her mouth in a deep kiss while my hands once again roamed her body, finding all the spots I'd discovered drove her wild. Rather than that, I murmured against her lips, I've heard that your uncle Euron Greyjoy is roaming the world. He has made quite a name for himself. Be careful of him, and if he comes, kill him immediately. If you can't, notify me about him as soon as you can. I couldn't risk Euron Greyjoy. He was an anomaly. Yara sighed, and her body melted against mine, her earlier tension dissolving under my touch. Understood, she breathed between kisses. My king, said my slave queen, had do anything that I wanted, anything that would bring me benefit. 62 Flying Back Home, Chapter 62. Flying back home, the Ironborn forces honestly weren't as big as I'd been thinking. Sure, their fleet looked impressive for a bunch of pirates, but it wouldn't really matter in the war that's about to go down in Westeros. A few thousand men spread across 100 ships, yeah, that's not much compared to the armies we'll see clashing soon. Which is exactly why I'm letting them head off to raid the free cities instead, I thought, standing on a rocky ledge while workers bustled around the docks below. The smell of salt and tar hung in the air as they got the longships ready for their journey east. They'd be wasted if I sent them against Stannis in Blackwater Bay. Maybe in another scenario, I'd have used them there, but come on, they just end up burning in wildfire, along with all of Stannis' people. It would be smarter to send them east where they might actually do something worthwhile, such as plundering money from me. Taking the throne was one thing, but paying back the insane debt the crown owned? That was a whole other war entirely. Viserion shifted under me, her golden scales catching the dull morning light. She'd been getting restless. She always did if we stayed put too long. Boring. Human slow, she grumbled. Patience, I muttered, patting her neck. We'll get moving soon enough. Below, the last crates and barrels were being hauled onto the ships. I saw Yara on the deck of her flagship, yelling orders at her crew. The pirate queen had ditched her usual leathers for something more heavy, though she still moved with that predatory grace I'd grown to like. I guided Viserion down the high sky, passing slowly over the gathering fleet. The Ironborn all paused, looking up as my dragon's shadow slid across their faces. Once again, I shouted, my voice carrying over the water, you're setting sail to prove yourselves. This time, I won't be going with you, for my presence is more valuable here. Use my absence to show me what the Ironborn can really do. Prove you deserve that tough reputation you keep boasting about. I heard them muttering among themselves. Some of them shot me nasty looks. These proud raiders hated being tested like this. But what could they do? Really? Pick a fight with a guy who has a dragon? Our eyes met from a distance, mine and Yara's. She gave me the smallest nod, and I knew we understood each other. She had to keep them in check, steer them toward good targets, and make sure they didn't get any bright ideas about returning to raid Westeros. ID initially worried about Yara. These people loved and respected her, but might try to pick on her after recent events. They might try to kill her. Fortunately, something very interesting appeared during our latest time in the bedroom. Your first true mate, Yara, has adapted to your presence after being with you so many times. She's come to accept you as her conqueror, her mate. In many fairy tales, people use a dragon's human partner as his weakness to threaten him, to break him down by killing her. A dragon shouldn't ever be disrespected in such a manner. For worlds have met their end because of lesser things. To protect your mate, you can now lend one of your draconic traits to her. The choice is up to you. Do not be worried. Shall lose access to the trait if you want. Why, and I hadn't decided yet, letting myself sleep over the decision. But now that I saw her moving her fleet for me, I was sure what to choose. Congratulations, you've chosen yes. You can now lend one of your traits to Yara Greyjoy. Available traits: Dragon Wings. Click to lend. Good choice. Your mate Yara Greyjoy can now access Dragon Wings. You can still use it too, even if it's at the same time as she does. Once again, if you want, you can also stop lending it to her. Would you like to lend your experience on how to use these wings to her too? Or have her find it by herself? Why, and there was no meaning in holding back the experience, since the whole point in doing this was so that she remained safe. I watched as Yara's eyes twitched and her knees gave in. She fell, clutching her head tightly, while a few men rushed to her to see if she was all right. A minute passed as Yara waved them off, breathing heavily as she looked up at me. You. She looked at me and realized it wasn't a coincidence. I was the one who did this to her. This was a great boon, and I barely held back my excitement at having such power. The problem with strong people always was that he often had weaker people around him. With this ability, it wouldn't be the case. Although I was unsure if this would work for the non-virgins too, she stared at me, her eyes full of wonder, before we exchanged one last nod. She realized why ID lent her such power. The first ships drifted off the docks, oars dipping into the cold water. Sails unfurled, black cloth stamped with the golden kraken of House Greyjoy catching the morning breeze. Viserion flexed her wings, ready to fly. I had my own business to care for. Things in King's Landing wouldn't sort themselves out. It was almost time for Stannis' attack. The wind slapped at my face as Viserion soared through clouds that looked like cotton stretched across an endless blue sky. We had been flying for hours, leaving the Iron Islands far behind. The afternoon sun lit up her golden scales, shimmering in crazy shades. Down below, West Arrow sprawled out like a live map. Forests, hills, and rivers were all woven together, though the riverlands looked pretty beat up from all the fights. Scorched fields and burned-out husks of villages dotted the landscape, telling silent stories of Lannister raids and northern counterattacks. The destruction seemed almost artistic from up here, like someone had taken a torch to an elaborate painting. Not that the common folk down there would appreciate that comparison. The sight reminded me why I needed to move fast. Every day of war meant more villages turned to ash. More resources wasted on petty lords playing their Game of Thrones. At least I had a dragon that tends to speed up negotiations. Smell humans, Viserion growled, turning her big head slightly. Many below, she was right. Robb Stark's army was camped all across the area, tents dotting the land like ant hills. As I remembered, as we dropped lower, I saw soldiers pointing up at us, but the wind yanked their shouts away before they reached me. Viserion landed with a heavy thud in a clearing near the main camp, letting out a roar to greet them. Many soldiers fell back. While most hung back like they weren't sure if they should bow or run, but at least they didn't look too freaked out. News must spread that ID been helping the North, as ID agreed. "Make way," someone shouted. I turned to see Robb Stark heading over with many northern lords at his back. There was no Catelyn, so she was probably locked up by now. They had no choice but to do something after that Jaime fiasco. "Your Grace," Robb said, his tone warm but still formal. The young wolf looked more like a king than the last time we met. That nurse who'd cursed his fate in the original was beside him this time. "We didn't expect you so soon. I take it that things went all right in the Iron Islands?" "Better than I expected," I said, hopping off Viserion. The Ironborn got themselves a new ruler. Balon Greyjoy is dead. That brought on a round of gasps from the lords. Lord Umber's bushy eyebrows practically jumped off his face. Dead? How? His own daughter did it, but people didn't need to know that. The Ironborn didn't know that either, otherwise they'd have called Yara a traitor. I did it, I answered casually, liking how shocked they looked. Yara Greyjoy rules now, having submitted under my authority. Seven hells, someone muttered, and another spat. Being the practical rule he was, Robb asked, and their fleet? They're sailing east to raid the free cities. They're done bothering the north, I replied, locking eyes with him. A slight smirk played at my lips as I added, your shores are safe now, and they'll be bringing their particular brand of chaos to different targets that aren't us. Anyway, that's why I'm here. Yara made me swear that her brother wouldn't be executed, so I'm asking you to let him live. He's in your dungeons, the last where I left him. Robb's face went stiff at my words, torn between feeling betrayed and remembering the friend he grew up with. Well, I could tell he didn't really want Theon dead, pride or not. The young wolf had that same look I'd seen on countless faces before, the struggle between duty and emotion, between what people thought they should do and what they actually wanted to do. It was always entertaining to watch. Lord Karstark stepped forward, face going red with anger. That turncloak should die. He killed innocent children. Lord Glover, chipped in. The North remembers. Then Bolton, that sneaky bastard, spoke up. A live hostage is worth more than a dead traitor. The boys already suffered a lot down there. If you allow me, I'd inform my bastard to handle him. Several lords nodded, and I saw Robb relax just a bit. He finally found an excuse. I found that pleasing as well. Ramsay Bolton was a freak, but had break down Theon well, even if not as devastating as the original timeline, since the Ironborn were an ally now. But this way, the Iron Queen's brother will never stand against her. Fine, Robb said at last. Because of our alliance, and for the sake of who he used to be, Theon will live. But he stays locked up until the war ends. That's all I need, I said with a grin, offering my hand. Robb shook it firmly. What about my sister? He asked, slightly unsure. Is Sansa safe? I got report from the Maester already, but I want to know from you. His eyes searched mine, desperate for reassurance about his beloved sister's fate, starving to know how our relationship had grown in that time. Had be disappointed. Family meant everything to the Starks. It was both their greatest strength and their biggest weakness. A fact I'd learned to appreciate. She's good since she's in her home, I said, watching his face carefully. Winterfell is cold, but she's happy there between Bran and Rickon. Last I saw, she was teaching the younger one how to embroider, though he seemed more interested in throwing the needles at the practice dummies when she wasn't looking. I let out a small chuckle, remembering the scene. Your sister's strong, Robb. Made of the same steel as the rest of you Starks. He let out a breath like a huge weight was gone, his shoulders visibly relaxing. He still looked a little unsatisfied, probably because I didn't drop any personal idea about Sansa, but he accepted it. Thank you, really, for all you've done for the North. We won't forget it. Some more thank yous and praises got tossed around, the usual diplomatic niceties that came with being royalty. I played along, but I noticed Viserion shifting beneath me, her muscles tensing with growing impatience. My beautiful dragon never cared much about human ceremonies, and soon it was time to go. I adjusted my position and climbed properly onto her back, feeling the familiar warmth of her scales against my legs. With a final, deliberate nod at Robb, I gripped her spines tight. Until next time, King in the North. The words carried just the right mix of respect and authority. After all, we were equals now, at least on paper. But for how long? Robb should wonder. Viserion spread her magnificent wings, golden membranes catching the cool northern light. With a single, powerful thrust that kicked up dust and made the nearby horses whiny in fear, we lifted off into the crisp air. I watched the Stark army grow smaller below us, along with whatever fate awaited Theon in his cell. Some problems were better left behind on the ground. It was time to return to King's Landing. Chapter 63. Toward the throne, Back home in Essos, after attending that scary meeting where the 13 were betrayed and killed by Piet Pri and Zoandaxos, Dany stood outside the House of the Undying. She eyed the ancient stones that seemed to throb with a weird, unsettling energy. The twisted spire reached up like some gnarled finger, beckoning her in. Her heart hammered in her chest as she stepped through the entrance, knowing her children were hidden away somewhere inside. The corridors bent and shifted all around her, tossing out any idea of logic. It was mind-boggling. 1 second she was moving forward, the next she found herself going sideways or even upward through impossible hallways. Piet Pri's magic had twisted the place into a maze of illusions. Strange visions hit her senses hard. She saw the Iron Throne buried under a layer of snow, standing alone in a wrecked throne room. The Red Keep lay in ruins, its grand walls turned to rubble. Then she spotted Drogo, her son and stars, holding their son Rhaego. The sight made her heart clench as she walked to them. They pulled at her. Her heart told her to sit down with them. But she reminded herself they were just images meant to chain her here. Her dragon's cries led her deeper into the warlock's lair. She found them chained and helpless, their wings pinned tight. Piet Pri stepped from the shadows, his blue lips twisted in a mean grin, bragging about how their presence fueled his magic. He figured he had won, thought he could keep her in the dragon's trap forever. But he hadn't counted on a mother's bond with her children. One word from her, Dracarys, and her dragons spewed fire, roasting the warlock right where he stood. His screams echoed through those warped halls as Daenerys shattered the chains holding her babies. Shed won, and her 2 children were back to her embrace. Later on the same day, Daenerys faced the other end of this whole plot. A betrayal. Zoandaxos, the man who had sworn his love and given her a place in Qarth, had actually been plotting against her with one of her own handmaidens. They had stolen her babies together. His fancy vault, which had bragged was stuffed full of treasure, turned out to be just as empty as his words. She locked them both inside it, letting them taste the fate they'd planned for her. With whatever wealth they scraped up in Qarth, Daenerys led her Khalasar out of the city. The wind stung her face as they traveled, carrying the smell of salt from the endless seas. Even though her people started getting restless, she stayed focused on the road ahead. Each day, her dragons grew stronger, their wings stretching wider, their cries echoing further across the water. Whenever she watched them fly, she thought of Drogo not with that raw stab of sorrow anymore, but with the softer understanding that his strength lived on through her. Daenerys' life hadn't been easy lately, but she didn't stop winning. The sun beat down hard as Dany made her way through Astapor streets, her silver hair shining under the brutal light. "What a sight amid this horror," she said. The city's red brick walls seemed to lock in all the heat, turning the air thick and hard to breathe. Sweat slid down her neck, but she kept her head high, aware of every gaze that followed her. Yura walked beside her, his hand always near his sword. The place reeked of fear and misery, with slaves' cries mixing with their master's shouts. Everywhere she looked, there was some new horror. Poor kids in chains, old men staggering under heavy loads, women with empty stares. "The Unsullied are in the barracks up ahead," Yura said quietly. "I know, Sire. We visited it yesterday. Am not a child to forget the path this fast," she said, and see Yura rub the back of his head. The Unsullied. She was interested in them. 8,000 men ready to be bought. Dany's stomach twisted at what these men must gone through. She had heard the stories boys ripped from their mothers, turned into killers through torture and starvation until obedience was all they knew. Krasny's Imo and Naklaz waited at the training grounds, dragging his ornate outfit across the dusty ground. Beside him stood his translator, a young girl with huge golden eyes standing quietly at his side. The Westerosi horror returns. Krasny sneered at Valyrian, his voice dripping with contempt. The translator froze at his insults, but Daenerys caught every filthy word. She knew that language better than him. Maybe she's finally figured out she can't play at war with just her tits out. Dany kept her face blank as the translator cleared her throat and turned his insults into polite, common tone. A nice girl, that one. She decided to take that girl with her before leaving. Speaking of leaving, it'd have to wait. Her plans needed a bit more time to unfold. Her babies had to grow a bit more. 2 days later, Dany walked along the seawall, the salty breeze barely cutting through the heat. Having Yora nearby felt reassuring as they chatted while walking, though she knew better than to rely too much on one person's loyalty. A child's voice called out behind them, "Your Grace! Your Grace!" Daenerys turned to see a small girl running toward her, clutching a fancy wooden ball. The girl's smile seemed harmless enough, but something about it raised Daenerys' hair. She didn't think too much about it, deciding to shake it off. The child rolled the ball toward her, and Dany crouched to grab it. She watched the girl motion her to twist the ball. "It seems like a gift?" Dany wondered as she twisted the ball. Before she could see what was inside, however, a blur caught her eye. A stranger clad in dark clothes, his white hair barely visible, knocked the ball from the child's hands, his sword flashing in the sunlight. Dany fell to the floor because of the suddenness of the situation, and the wooden sphere split open on impact. A scorpion-tailed creature jumped out, its stinger glinting. On 7 hells. It leaped toward her, and Dany's eyes slammed shut in fear. When she reopened them, she found an old warrior's blade cutting the manticore clean in two. "Stop!" He didn't stop there, rushing after the girl, the assassin, who jumped into the water. But no water splashed. The warrior rushed to find her missing, and his head snapped to the side. Dany's eyes followed. High above, the girl stood, staring down. When Dany's eyes met hers, she screeched, revealing blue teeth. "The warlocks," Dany muttered as the girl vanished into the crowd before anyone could react. "Khaleesi," Yura yelled, whipping out his sword and putting himself between her and the stranger. "Stand back." The warrior looked at them and slowly removed the hood, revealing his old face. Yura froze before slowly stepping in front of her, his eyes wide. Dany started, "Do you know him?" "Yes," he said, "I know him. One of the greatest fighters the Seven Kingdoms have ever seen, Ser Barristan Selmy." The old man took a knee, resting his sword at her feet. His lined face lifted, revealing eyes filled with wisdom and regret. Daenerys studied him carefully, noting the proud set of his shoulders despite his age and how he held himself like a man who had spent his life serving kings. "Your Grace," he said, his voice carrying the weight of a lifetime. "I'm a retired Lord Commander to Robert Baratheon's Kingsguard. And before that, I served your father and promised to protect your family. So I offer you my sword to serve the rightful heir of the Seven Kingdoms." His weathered hands trembled slightly as they rested on the pommel of his blade, but his gaze remained steady and unwavering as he met her eyes, waiting for her judgment. Like that, Dany earned an immensely powerful ally. Back in Westeros, for some reason, I wonder what my sister was up to lately when Viserys's claws slammed into the ground with a heavy thud. The impact rattled my legs, and it made me realize how drained I was from this long flight. We had landed in a small clearing, maybe an hour's ride from King's Landing. Night clung to everything like a thick blanket, stars peeking through little gaps in the clouds. Night was good because it meant many people, if any, saw Viserion. The capital's lights glowed faintly in the distance, kind of an orange smear against the dark sky. I slid off Viserion's back, boots crunching on grass that had a thin layer of frost. The chill bit at my cheeks, but I barely noticed. After flying through clouds, regular old cold felt like nothing. I snapped a finger and formed a gate to House of Dragons. A dark crack in the world. "Girl, time to disappear," I said, nodding toward the space next to us. "No need for you to be spotted near the city." Viserion turned her big head, gold scales still catching the faint moonlight. "Why hide?" she growled, that usual defiant tone mixed with a dash of curiosity. "Because we have to be smart," I replied, reaching up to pat her snout. "Stannis is going to attack, soon, maybe a month at best. I've already sent word to Dorne and the Reach long ago, telling them to get their armies moving." I gave a small grin, remembering the letters. "They'll take a while to get this far north. But once they do, boring," Viserion grumbled, her warm breath washing over me. She leaned in so close her snout almost bumped my nose. "Want fight now?" I couldn't help but laugh at her impatience. Her attempt at being scary was kind of cute, like a cat hissing at its owner. "You'll get your fight soon enough. And once we've got the throne, you'll fly wherever you please, hunt whatever you want. So just listen to me and go inside." She made a huffing sound, a curl of smoke drifting from her nostrils, but I could see her thinking it over. With a final, slightly grumpy growl that was more whine than threat, Viserion stepped through, her big form vanishing into the darkness before the portal snapped shut. The night was quiet after Viserion left. I found a small cave far from the place I landed on and made camp, deciding to take a rest. A quick check of my inventory produced dried meat, bread, and a skin of wine. Simple fare, but enough to keep my strength up. I sat near the entrance, watching the stars well overhead while picking at my meal. The wine wasn't great, just something ID grabbed from Pike Cellars, but it helped wash down the tough meat. My thoughts drifted to the capital, wondering what changes ID find. News traveled slowly in this world, but not slow enough. ID been gone for weeks dealing with the Ironborn. So much might have happened. Sleep came easily enough on my bedroll, though I kept one hand near my weapon out of habit. The sounds of night creatures and rustling leaves made for decent company. Dawn broke gray and cool. I packed up quickly, checking my appearance in a small mirror for my inventory. The silver white of my Targaryen hair was hidden under a dark wig, and common clothes replaced my usual attire. Just another traveler on the road. The walk to King's Landing took several hours. My boots kicked up dust from the King's Road as the sun climbed higher, burning off the morning mist. Other travelers passed now and then, merchants with loaded carts, farmers bringing goods to market, the occasional patrol of gold cloaks. No one gave me a second glance, just how I wanted it. The capital's walls rose before me, as imposing as ever. The guards at the gate barely looked up from their game of dice as I passed through with a group of merchants. No questions asked, no suspicions raised. I allowed myself a small smile. All that worrying about returning had been for nothing. The city felt the same as when ID left it. Crowded, stinking, alive with its usual chaos. That sense of relief lasted until I reached my mansion in the better part of town. 2 King's guards stood at attention outside the door, their white cloaks pristine in the midday sun. I stopped dead in my tracks, mind racing through possibilities. "HM?" One of them turned, catching sight of me. Cell's word. What great timing, he called out, and I recognized that voice to be Marin Trant. "We've been waiting for you." My hand itched to reach for a weapon, but I kept it still. What the fuck happened? This could go very wrong, very quickly. 64, A Queen's Gambit Chapter 64. A Queen's Gambit, the ropes bit into my wrists as the King's Guard shoved me forward. I kept my head down, the scratchy wool of the wig itching my scalp. It annoyed me, but I ensured it. The crowd pressed close on all sides. Fishmongers stinking of yesterday's catch, washerwomen clutching baskets, merchants pausing their haggling to gawk. Their whispers slithered around me like snakes. "Who's that?" "Dunno. Looks like an average cutthroat. Must be some big criminal if he's being captured by King's guards personally. They don't know who I am." I tuned them out, scanning the sea of faces instead. I didn't know if there was anybody inside back in the mansion. If there were, they would have come outside when I was getting captured. Where were they? I didn't find them amid the crowd, either. No sign of Nymeria's coiled braids or Tyene's poison-sweet smile. Kinvara's crimson robes would have blazed like a signal fire in this drab mob. Had they been taken? Slaughtered? My jaw tightened. Kinvara can't possibly die. That wouldn't make sense. The only reason I hadn't slaughtered the 2 guards and flown away was so that I could make sure they were all right. That was why I let these fools drag me to the castle. A sharp gasp cut through the murmurs. My eyes flicked toward the source, and I found Rose standing frozen near a painting seller's stall. One hand clamped over her mouth. The violet silk draped over her arm trembled, and she looked ready to break down into years. I shook my head once, a tiny motion, and smiled. Why is she panicking so much? Stupid girl. She watched my gesture, then spun away, silk fluttering from her grip like a wounded bird. From the looks of it, from the crowd's reaction, news of me being the ghost of Targaryen hadn't spread. The guard going as far as tying my hands was a bad thing, but it didn't necessarily mean that I was exposed. It could be because of something else. If not, then a whole army would have been sent to me. Not two Kingsguard. Move, grunted Marintrant, prodding my ribs with the hilt of his sword. My eyes twitched. The other guard was behind me as we ascended the serpentine steps to the Red Keep. Their armor reeked of lemon oil and arrogance, and I noted to myself to kill them when the time would come. Stone gargoyles were hanging from the vaulted ceilings as we marched past the throne room. It was empty. I half expected Cersei Lannister to stage her little performance there, perched on that absurd chair of swords. But she nor her son was present here. The guard steered me toward the royal apartments instead, past artworks of dead stags and golden lions on the wall. A few minutes later, Meryn hammered his fist against an oak door banded with iron. "Your Grace, we have a mercenary you asked for." A beat of silence passed. My guess that it was Cersei had sent them after me was confirmed immediately. I was starting to consider a different possibility behind this whole situation. Send him in. A reply came a short second later. Alone. Meryn exchanged glances with the other guard and shrugged. He pushed, and the door creaked open. Cold lavender water flooded my senses as I crossed the threshold. Cersei's private sanctuary, all Myrish lace and gilded mirrors. The guards didn't follow. The door clicked shut behind me. I didn't flinch, observing the chamber. It reeked of Lannister gold gilded mirrors catching the afternoon sun, Myrish carpets swallowing every footstep, windows taller than castle gates, streaming light over damask drapes worth more than a lord's ransom. My boots sank into the carpet's plush weave as I took stock of the room. A carved mahogany table held crystal decanters of wine, their ruby contents catching the light. More artworks depicting lions mauling stags lined the walls. Typical. Her voice slithered across the room before I saw her. "This of the Second Sons?" I turned. She lounged on a velvet divan angled toward the hearth, one knee drawn up. A silk robe the color of freshly spilled blood pooled around her hips, barely clinging to her shoulders. The fabric was sheer enough to silhouette the curve of her waist and the pale swell of her breasts. She might as well have been naked at that moment. A handmaiden knelt beside the couch, her head bowed as she smoothed oil over Cersei's thigh jasmine, sharp and cloying. The queen's skin glistened under the glaze, damp blonde hair clinging to her neck. "Your Grace," I greeted her with a smile. She smiled back. "You have been absent from the city, she said, swirling wine in a golden goblet. Her eyes, poison green, always measuring, went over my common clothes, the cheap wig itching my scalp. Off playing hero in the north? She suspects me, but that doesn't make sense. Why would she send only 2 guards if she suspected me? I was confused. I kept my face slack, shaking my head. North? That's too far. I was simply hunting, Your Grace. Boars near Kingswood. Got lost for a bit, but don't worry, I didn't actually go inside the forest." A laugh, low and mocking. "Boars? How thrilling. King Robert died to a boar." The handmaiden's fingers worked higher up her thigh, kneading the oil into milky skin. Cersei's breath hitched, just barely, as if she was holding back a moan. It made my eyes twitch. "Tell me," Sel's word, "did your hunt include stealing Stark girls from under my son's nose?" She definitely knew. Couldn't say. I shrugged. Heard some ghost story about a silver-haired man with wings. Madness, if you ask me. Her nails tapped against the goblet. The handmaiden's hand brushed near Cersei's knee, and the queen caught her breath. Enough, she said, voice tight. The girl froze. "Leave us." And, she lowered her voice, tell the guards outside to find somewhere else to loiter. The handmaiden's cheeks flushed as she scrambled to her feet, clutching the oil jar to her chest. She scurried past me without raising her eyes, the door sighing shut behind her. By the way, I ignored the situation and started. "Where's Priestess Nyra? And my other companions?" Cersei took a long drink, wine staining her lips as she smiled. "Your priestess," she said, languid. "The red whore. Why ask about her? Planning a prayer? Just polite concern. How dull." She set the goblet down and leaned back, the robe slipping lower. This whore was testing my patience. They're alive. For now. Though that one with the snake tattoos has a mouth that needs correction. Nymeria. I flex my fingers, holding my jaws back from tightening. Generous of you to house my companions, your grace. Generosity has nothing to do with it. Cersei rose, silk whispering as it slid against her skin. You made quite the impression, Vis. The way they speak of you in the streets, Ghost Demon King. Her laugh was honeyed venom. But here you are, just a man. Tied, she walked even closer, and the jasmine oil clogged my throat. She tilted her head, studying my face. Take off that ridiculous wig. Tied, your grace, I said. Why not help me? I asked, and she stared. She reached up a moment later and peeled the itchy thing away. My silver hair tumbled free, swaying in the air, framing my face as I looked down at her. Cersei's lips parted, not out of surprise. She was expecting this. Rather, there was hunger in her eyes. Better. Her finger traced the line of my jaw. Now we're being honest. You really think of him? My voice dropped, and the Targaryen cadence slipped through as I tilted my head. Sunlight caught the silver strands of my hair, turning them to liquid mercury. Cersei's tongue darted over wine-stained lips as she searched for her words. The dragon circling Winterfell. The sand snakes skulking through Flea Bottom. That red which lighting fires in the sept shadow. Her laugh was a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. You're not the Seven's idea of a cruel joke, sadly. I'd have preferred that. But you're not your brother, are you? Viserys Targaryen? I chuckled, dropping all the act. Here, I thought Varys little birds would have been the first ones to find me. Not the dumb queen. Oh, I drowned their songs in honey. She drifted closer, the robe gaping. Gold for the spider's favorites. Whispers of Tyrell plots for Baelish's whores. Children make such noise when you dangle new toys. All of my attention was on you, her scent, jasmine and poison, coiled around me as I let her circle, a lioness sizing up wounded prey. How hilarious! So all this, I gestured to the empty chamber, the distant clank of guards, is your clever trap? Her finger trailed down my bound wrist. A lioness does love a good hunt. Yet here you stand, I murmured, voice hard, alone with a dragon. She stiffened, blinking. For a heartbeat, fear flickered in those poison pool eyes. Then she spun away with a scoff, silk hissing against her skin. Your hands are tied, little dragon. You don't know where your stupid friends are, perhaps an inch away from execution, and thousands of guards surround you. Would you dare touch a hair on my head? One shout, and a dagger materialized in my palm as the ropes fell slack. I moved faster than her breath, one hand snatching her throat, the other catching the falling goblet midair. It vanished into my inventory before it could clatter. And what, you dumb whore? I shoved her face first into the mattress, knee pressing between her shoulder blades. Yo! A strip of linen appeared in my grip, jammed between her teeth before she could scream. MMHMMGH. I grumbled. You'll die a million times before those fools outside blink. Bitch, she thrashed, muffled curses vibrating against the gag. My free hand yanked her hair, exposing the pale curve of her neck, my dagger trailing just one drop of blood. What a stupid little bitch. 65, A King's Gambit, Chapter 65. A King's Gambit, the afternoon sun spilled through tall windows, filling the queen's chambers with long shadows. My knee pressed harder between her legs as I considered my options, the dagger steady against her throat. It was funny, really. The room was full of luxury, artwork, and all. And she carried herself with the pride of a queen until a minute ago. But right now, her death was in my hands. What an idiot, I thought, considering the entire situation once again. The sheer arrogance of it almost made me laugh. Especially when she knew I wasn't a normal human. I could fly. And ID murdered dozens of guard before. Why did she seclude herself with me? Her stupidity aside, I needed to think about my next course of action carefully. Only Cersei knew about my secret, but my companions were also captured. The Red Keep crawled with guards, true, but they weren't the real threat. It was the politics of this situation that could prove deadly. Kill Cersei now, and I'd have chaos crash into me that I didn't want. If killing the royals was what I wanted, I'd have killed Joffrey a long time ago. But I couldn't let her live either. If she lived, Shed never stopped plotting against me. Stannis' attack might play out entirely differently because of her annoying plots. Let's see, Kinvara is probably fine as long as she isn't dead. She's a magician after all, and she was far too old to fall for Cersei's plots. The Sand Snakes were mortal, though, but I didn't care about them. They weren't useful to me. One thing, and secondly, I didn't have any emotional connection with them. Kinvara's usefulness aside, she was fun company, and she should be fine. So that left Cersei's fate on my plans, and not on any worry for my companions. My jaws clenched. I can end this right now. I mused, studying Cersei's reflection in one of her gilded mirrors. One quick slash, and the Lannisters lose their queen. But that would be too simple, too clean, too much of a waste. I needed something messier that would tear their pride apart before I burn it all down. Produce should make a great example of what happened to people, no matter if they were Lannister princesses or royal queens, who stood against the new Targaryen dynasty. In that case, a muffled whimper drew my attention back to my captive. Cersei's eyes blazed with helpless fury in the mirror. That famous Lannister pride, still there even as she realized just how badly Shed miscalculated. The mighty lioness, brought low by her own hubris. The irony wasn't lost on me. Did you think ropes could hold me? I hissed, breath hot, against her ear. That ropes matter to dragons? MMA Champion. Stuff. She tried through the gag, and it sounded painfully amusing. My dagger traced the column of her throat, dimpling flesh. Nah, I walked through your son's soldiers, ate your father's schemes, and you the blade slid lower, splitting silk. You're just a lion cub playing queen. What can a bitch do to a dragon? Her chest heaved against the torn robe, fury warring with terror. It was a sight to behold, for while she was a dumb whore, she was a gorgeous one. Her intelligence aside, she had the looks suitable for a queen. I leaned close, savoring the hitch in her breath, my pelvis pressing against her ass. Now, I purred, shall we discuss my companions? And you'll pray I leave you breathing when the red keep burns. I tightened my grip on Cersei's throat, watching her struggle against my hold. She jerked her body around, making her round breasts sway, and grunted against my grip. It was a good feeling, the pleasure of holding down a queen, a real one, not something like the pirate queen. Her defiance only made me chuckle darkly. The fear in her eyes was intoxicating, a deep contrast to the haughty demeanor she wore like armor earlier. I could feel the warmth of her pulse against my fingertips, racing like a doe before the hunt. We're going to pay for this. She grumbled at me, glaring. I burst out laughing. Oh, come on, you think I can't guess what you wanted, you slut? Why you brought me here instead of executing me? I whispered, my voice a low growl that resonated in the hollow of her throat. Toe, she started, to lock you up in the dungeon. Laughing once again, I slapped her ass, watching her wince. Sure you would have. You Lannisters are all the same, arrogant to the last, unwilling to admit what you want. Slowly, she stopped jerking her body in an attempt to free herself. I could taste the victory in the air, as tangible as the salt on the winds of Dragonstone. Cersei's breaths came in shallow gasps now, her face paling as the realization of her predicament settled upon her. That she couldn't free herself, and she couldn't scream for help. I leaned in closer, my lips brushing the shell of her ear. This is where your story ends, false queen of Undulls, I murmured. And mine is just beginning. No, she cried, you want dare to kill me. That depends on how you act from now on, I chuckled, my voice barely above a whisper. I didn't lie when I said I know exactly why you wanted to meet me alone. Why you didn't alert the entire realm the moment you suspected who I was. She tried to turn her head, but my grip held firm. Her neck was firm, and the warm skin was pleasant to the touch. It's because of him, isn't it? My brother Rhaegar. I felt her tense beneath me. The dragon prince you could never have. Is that not why you're here now, playing these little games? A muffled laugh came through the cloth gag, but it sounded hollow, desperate. The sound grated on my nerves. My hand struck her face, the sharp crack echoing in the chamber. Her eyes rolled back, a groan escaping through the gag. I pulled a rope from my inventory, the material appearing in my hand, as if by magic. Anwayin dolog. I hate Lannister laughter. You little cats always think you're so clever, I muttered, binding her hands behind her back and putting my dagger away in the inventory. But you're transparent. Pathetic even. She struggled against the bonds, but there was no escape. The mighty lioness of House Lannister reduced to this all because she couldn't resist the ghost of a man long dead. I flipped Cersei over on her back, her loose robes settling around her. I grinned down at her, watching the horror flooding her eyes. Now then, Your Grace, I purred once again. I want to discuss where my companions are being kept. But since you're so uncooperative, allow me to soften you up first. Yeah? She shook her head frantically, mumbling something unintelligible through the gag. I leaned closer, my hand tightening around the curve of her slim waist. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. Tears leaked from the corners of her eyes as she repeated herself, mascara running in dark rivulets down her cheeks. The sight of the proud Cersei Lannister brought so low filled me with a savage satisfaction. I laughed, the sound echoing off the stone walls of her chambers. Are you ordering me to stop? I think we both know you're in no position to be making demands. Huh? Who would dare come to your rescue now? Your loyal guards? Your devoted brother? Nobody. That is the answer. I grab her roughly by the shoulders, the expensive fabric shredding beneath my fingers. Cersei whimpered pitifully and attempted to shield herself from my gaze, but my iron grip held her firmly in place. My free hand traced a threatening path across her collarbone, reminding her of her complete powerlessness. She whimpered in response, the sound muffled by the cloth between her teeth. Her proud demeanor finally shattered. I slapped her across the ass, watching her squirm in pain. None of that now, I said. You wanted the last dragon, didn't you? Be glad. My brother was a dragon by name, while I am one by blood. You'll soon see. She looked at me in confusion, but she'd soon see anyway. I loosened my clothing. Cersei's eyes widened at the sight, a fresh wave of tears spilling over. I chuckled darkly, moving closer to her. There is no need for pleasantries with someone like her, right? I asked, but I bet you're already worked up. Let's test out that bet, I said, moving forward in one brutal motion. Cersei screamed behind the gag, her body tensing around me like a vice. It was an intense feeling, overpowering the woman that Robert the usurper married. I groaned at the exquisite strain, giving her just a moment to adjust. Then I set a punishing pace, moving forward with enough force to rattle the bed frame. It felt good, my muscles tightening. Cersei sobbed with each movement, her arms under her back. It must hurt, but I didn't bother to fix it for her. The whole point was to hurt her. I relished the sting of pain, the way her body shook beneath mine. With a snarl, my hands moved with my words, tearing her robes roughly. Look at you crying in pain. You wanted this, and now you got it. Brought low by a dragon. Cersei shook her head wildly, her muffled cries taking on a desperate edge. She was trying to say she didn't want this. I just laughed, reaching up to cruelly pinch her. Don't botter lien. Your body is trembling against mine even though you're crying in pain. Slamming into her like a truck a few more times, watching her body shake under me. I pulled back abruptly and turned her on her knees. She yelped as I pressed forward, her face pressing against the mattress. I gripped her hips, fingers digging into her soft body as I moved against her with primal intensity. The room filled with the sounds of our passion, Cersei's breathless cries, and my own heavy breathing. I lost myself in the moment, caught up in the thrill of being with the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Take it, bitch, I grunted, shoving into her hard with each motion. Take it, you arrogant slut. I cursed her while dominating her. Cersei keened, her arms twisting on her back. I pushed her face into the pillow, muffling her wails even further, and followed her down, never letting up my brutal pace. I could see her resolve crumbling under the assault, her endurance failing. That's it, I encouraged. Show me your limits. It was also time to switch the pain. Skill Dragondic est activated. Cersei's body flinched, shuddering like a motor starting. With a muffled scream, she reached her peak, her body tightening around me like the jaws of a hippo. It felt crazy good as I let out my own powerful release, surrendering completely in the moment. She collapsed onto the bed, slipping away from me, panting in her sweat-slicked mess. I watched her tremble beneath me with satisfaction. Cersei whimpered, her eyes rolling back in her head, too exhausted to move. No, she muffled. No more. Already? I chuckled, gripping her firmly as I drew her close. We're just starting. Skill. Dragonfang. He has leveled up. Skill. Dragonfang. Deactivated. I was so into it that it leveled up. 66. A Dragon's Hoarding Chapter 66. A dragon's hoarding. I leaned against the windowsill, letting the night breeze cool the sweat on my bare chest. The wine burned sweet down my throat as I studied the sprawl of torchlit streets below, watching the flickering lights dance like fallen stars across the city. Each sip of the Dornish red reminded me of warmer days when such luxuries had been commonplace rather than carefully rationed treasures. Well, not that I ever got to drink wine when I was a kid, but yes. Quite the view. I'm used to no one in particular. Tracing the red keeps jagged shadow across the city. Outrageous that Stannis wants his hands on this. A rustle of silk drew my attention next. Turning, I found Cersei lying splayed across the bed like a butchered stag, limbs tethered to the bedpost with shreds of her own gown. Her usually immaculate golden hair was a tangled mess against her naked body as she was sprawled on the crimson sheets. I couldn't help but appreciate its poetry. The proud lioness brought low, bound by the very trappings of her own luxury. The irony wasn't lost on me. How many others had she left similarly helpless in her ruthless climb and state of power? I like seeing her so ragged, so defeated. The Lannisters, they were the ones who betrayed my family dynasty, and I relished ruining their queen. Argue, Cersei said. Her gag hung askew. She must worked it loose during our earlier negotiations. Those lioness eyes tracked me with pure venom as consciousness fully reclaimed her. It made me smile. Good morning, sweetheart. I raised my chalice in a mocking salute. Sleep well? Her chest heaved against the restraints. You vile inbred bastard. They'll see you fed to dogs before, I clicked my tongue several times, crossing the room in 3 strides. The dagger materialized from my inventory, and its edge kissed her pulse. Screaming's poor manners after I've been so accommodating. Also, inbred is a crazy insult coming from you. My parents were siblings, and I was born. I had no control over that scenario. But Cersei was intimate with her brother out of her own choice and gave birth to 3 inbred children. Wasn't she worse in that scenario? She froze, rage trembling through her like wildfire held in a glass vial. Smart girl. I could feel her pulse racing beneath my blade, and each beat was a desperate rhythm against cold steel. Her self-preservation finally seemed to outweigh her fury. A knock shattered the tension. Your Grace? The handmaiden's voice wavered through oak. I brought supper. The timing couldn't have been worse, or perhaps better, depending on how one looked at it. The interruption forced both our hands. I arched a brow, studying her face with predatory focus. Cersei's throat bobbed against cold steel, the blade catching lamplight with each nervous swallow. For a heartbeat, I thought she'd gamble and throw herself on the blade just to see me gutted by her guards. The wild look in those emerald eyes promised she'd considered it, perhaps even welcomed the mutual destruction. Then the fire banked, replaced by that familiar Lannister calculation ID come to expect from her family. Death wasn't worth it. Not hungry, she rasped, never breaking our stare. Her fingers twitched at her sides, but she kept them still, allowing me another small victory of control. But the Lord Hand insisted. The maid's voice cracked with confusion. Are you deaf, girl? The knife pressed deeper, drawing a ruby bead that traced a delicate crimson path down pale skin. Take your slop to the dogs. Go. Your queen is busy with her lover. I injected enough venom into the words to send any servant scurrying. Silence stretched like pulled taffy. Then retreating footsteps, growing fainter until they vanished entirely down the corridor. I sheathed the blade with a chuckle. See? Cooperation suits you. My thumb smeared the blood across her collarbone. Now, where's the Red Priestess and the Sandgirls? Her lips twisted, rotting in the black cells where traitors. My hand jerked, and wine hit her face like a slap, dark rivulets streaming down her features and staining her pristine white collar. She gasped, red droplets clinging to her lashes like morning dew as I upended the ornate silver chalice. The sharp scent of Dornish red filled the air between us. Let's try that again. Where are they? Each word fell like a hammer blow in the tense chamber, and I ensured she understood what happened if she kept playing. Guarded by 50 men in the Tower of the Hand, she spat through the dripping vintage, defiance burning in her eyes despite her trembling shoulders. Her fingers clutched at her sodden dress. You'll never reach them alive, you treasonous. I caught her jaw, forcing eye contact. 50 men? My laugh echoed off the vaulted ceiling. I åtte 50 men for breakfast. Also, you're aware that your daughter is in Dorne? Why did you capture Oberyn Martell's daughters? Stupid bitch. My free hand trailed lower, her breath hitching as I palmed the bruise ID left on her thigh. You'll order their release at dawn, quietly, or every lord in the realm will learn the full extent of your humiliation at my hands. I don't think you quite understand the situation, Cersei. I called her by her name for once, which made her spine straighten. I can kill you, your imp of a brother, and your son right here, right now, and leave this castle unscratched. Did you not get the report about how many soldiers I killed during the riot? She fell silent. I watched as understanding finally dawned in Cersei's eyes. Her shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining from her posture. Fine, she whispered, her voice hoarse. They'll have them released at dawn. Quietly, as you asked. Smart girl. I smiled, patting her cheek and watching her grumble. The wine still stained her skin, making her look almost feverish in the dim light. See how much easier things are when you cooperate? Be an obedient bitch, and your family line won't end overnight. Her jaw clenched, but she gave a tight nod. My smile widened into a grin at that. The mighty lioness was finally broken to obedience. It was a beautiful sight. I stepped back, my hands moving to my belt. Now then, since you've been so reasonable. The leather slid free with a soft hiss. I think you deserve a reward. Her eyes widened as I approached the bed again, but she didn't protest. She knew better now, and she was starting to be honest with herself. The candles guttered in their holders, casting dancing shadows across the walls as I moved closer. Dawn crept through the open balcony doors, painting stripes across tangled sheets and golden skin. I traced the bruise blooming along Cersei's shoulder, a souvenir from last night's negotiations. Her breath hitched when my thumb dug into the mark, though she kept her eyes fixed on the ceiling above us. The silk sheets smelled of sex and fear and Dornish red, an intoxicating blend that made my mouth curl at the edges. The door creaked open without ceremony. Marentrant's boots froze halfway across the threshold. I watched the realization hit him like a crossbow bolt the queen's bare shoulder, peeking above linens. My hand resting there like a king claiming conquered land. His eyes darted between Cersei's blank stare and my grin, and his fingers twitched toward his sword hilt. Close your mouth, Trant, I drawled, giving Cersei's shoulder a squeeze. Moving my hand within the blanket covering us and squeezing her breasts underneath. You'll catch flies. The knight's jaw snapped shut, face flushing the same ugly puce as a corpse left too long in the sun. It made up for how he was urging me through the streets, this bastard. Cersei's body tensed beneath my palm, her trapped breath trembling like a plucked lute string. For a heartbeat, I thought she might scream. Might try to leap from the bed and scream like she wanted to claw my eyes out. Might beg her loyal dog to strike me down. You're late. Trant instead, she spoke in that cold, clipped tone that made lesser men piss themselves. Release the Red Priestess and the Dornish girls. See them beyond the mud gate with coin and mounts. Meryn's gaze flicked to the wine-stained sheets. Your Grace? Do it. The command cracked through the chamber like a whip. They're innocent. This Man proved as much. Her throat bobbed on the lie, fingers digging into the mattress. Be respectful to them when leading them outside. I laughed. A low, rich sound made Marin's hand leap back to his sword. Relax, dog. Your mistress isn't in danger. My thumb stroked the hollow of Cersei's throat. Don't let these bruises fool you. She loves being hit, you see. Right, sweetheart? Her pulse thrummed against my palm. Yes, I love being hit by you. Marin's lips peeled back in a silent snarl. For half a breath, I almost wished head charge for whatever reason, a final excuse to paint these walls with Lannister blood. But duty strangled courage, as it always did with these golden-cloaked puppets. As you wish, your grace. The knight spun on his heel, armor clanking as he stormed from the chamber. The door slammed hard enough to rouse half the keep. Cersei flinched. I dropped the act and swung my legs over the bed's edge, letting the sheet pool around my waist. Morning light gilded the scars mapping my back, and if not for the system having long healed me, there would have been scars of Dothraki whips and desert knives. Dress up, I ordered, stretching a little as I locked eyes with her. And fetch me something black. Dragons look best against shadow. She stared at me in silence before nodding. Cersei moved like a woman sleepwalking, fingers fumbling at the lacings of a burgundy gown left draped over a chair. I leaned against the bedpost, admiring the play of muscles beneath pale skin as she bent to retrieve my boots. The silk clung to her thighs where I'd split the seams last night. I enjoyed my view for the next few minutes. "Oh, not that," I said when she reached for her jewel chest. "Leave the rubies. Crowns weigh heavy on running whores." Her hands trembled as she fastened a plain wool cloak around her shoulders instead. I shrugged into the black doublet she offered, boring Lannister crimson lining, and buckled my sword across my back. The fine steel whispered as it settled between my shoulder blades, a growing friend eager for blood. "Boots," I reminded her. Cersei stared at the footwear near my feet like they were scorpions. "What? You thought you could just bring them near me and be done?" "Slut." Crouch down and put them on my feet. "You imbecile. My son will worry when he finds your bed cold. Wondering where you've gone," I said, pulling her close by the wrist ID held last night. "Don't waste my time, and we might outpace the rumors." A few minutes later, after we were done getting ready, it was time to leave. "Come here," I ordered. She stepped closer, and I grabbed her waist. She stumbled against my chest, her eyes wide with confusion. Before she could protest, I scooped her into my arms. Her mouth opened in shock. "What are you?" I strode toward the balcony, boots crunching over scattered glass from last night's wine. The dawn air rushed through my hair as I stepped onto the stone railing, the city sprawling beneath us like a merchant's carpet. Wait, Dash. What is going on?" Cersei's scream pierced the dawn as I leaped. I'd chosen the side facing the sea so that people didn't notice us. Her nails dug into my shoulders through the black doublet while we plummeted from her tower. The wind whipped her golden hair into my face as she thrashed in panic. I clamped my hand over her mouth, muffling her terrified shriek. The ground rushed up to meet us, the stony shore growing larger with each heartbeat. Then came the familiar burn between my shoulder blades. My wings burst through the fabric of my doublet, unfurling like dark sails against the morning sky. The sudden uplift jerked us skyward, transforming our deadly fall into a graceful glide. Cersei's eyes bulged as she stared at my draconic appendages, her scream dying in her throat. We soared away from the Red Keep's walls, taking a detour through the sky to avoid being seen. The wind carried us higher, and dawn's light painted the city gold beneath our shadow. "Be grateful," I said. "Rhaegar Targaryen could have never shown you this." Cersei trembled in my arms, her face buried against my chest, as we flew away from King's Landing. A grin split my face as I enjoyed the morning breeze. I don't like being exposed, but all of this turned out great. It was one thing for a dragon to kidnap princesses, but a whole other to steal queens instead. This was a lot of fun, but now I had to decide where to take my base for the short time until Stannis' attack. 67, a new base of operation. Chapter 67. A new base of operation. About half an hour later, I stood behind some trees far from the outer walls of the city, with Cersei beside me, her clothes exchanged for a more common outfit. She shot me a furious glare as we waited. "It'll make you suffer for this," she hissed, but she still followed when I grabbed her arm and led her toward the gate Shed mentioned to Trant. The sky stretched over the open land, and we didn't walk long before I spotted them, for riders headed away from the city. My lips curled into a grin as I recognized Kinvara, still disguised as Nyra with her striking red hair, riding Danny White. That made me smile. I was worried that I'd have to pay another visit to get my horse out. The Sand Snakes rode alongside her, all tense and on guard, their weapons beside them. Even from here, I could see bruises marking their arms and faces. They obviously had it worse in captivity than Kinvara, who looked as pristine as ever. "Your guards weren't exactly gentle with our Dornish friends," I commented to Cersei as we headed toward the group. "Don't talk to me." The Sand Snakes tensed as we approached, hands drifting to hidden blades. But Kinvara's face lit up with a knowing smile. "You sure took your time," she said in a teasing tone, amusement dancing in her eyes. "I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about us because of that Stark girl." "Forget? Never," I replied, liking how our usual banter hadn't been lost in the short time I wasn't here. And that seemed to bother Cersei. Though to get a bit sidetracked, I handled it. I gave Cersei's waist a squeeze for emphasis. The way Kinvara's smirk widened told me she fully understood exactly what I'd been up to. Seeing the mix of annoyance flash across Cersei's features was almost worth it. Kinvara's gaze landed on her, and her smile got bigger. "So I see. And here I assumed you had a thing for redheads. Welcome aboard, Your Grace." Cersei trembled in rage at the mockery, and the Sand Snakes gasped in shock and recognition. They hadn't expected me to abduct the queen. "The little queen needed some personal attention," I said, matching her teasing tone, my hand slapping against the bitch queen's ass. "How could I say no?" Cersei gasped, trembling in rage and glaring at me, but she could do nothing. She realized that she was nobody before me, a lion without claws. One of the Sand Snakes, Obara, cleared her throat. "This is all super entertaining, but maybe we should deal with more urgent problems?" I agree with the girl. Kinvara sat a little straighter on my horse. "Where are we heading now? I doubt we're staying here, given you had us dropped outside." Her question spread around with the cool morning air as I parted my lips to tell her my plan. The night breeze brushed against my wings as I flew over Hayford Castle, an area merely a day's distance on horseback. My enhanced eyesight took in every detail of the fortress below. In the moonlight, those red-tiled roofs looked almost silver, and the torches on the walls seemed like scattered stars. From up here, it all seemed so calm, a pretty little jewel surrounded by rolling hills and fertile fields. It was a single castle building in the middle of nowhere, and the King's Road snaked alongside the castle, like a pale ribbon vital for anyone traveling between King's Landing and Duskendale. What a waste, I thought, veering left to study their defensive layout. The guards marched along the battlements in easy-to-predict routes, their torches basically giving away where they were. The high stone walls did look impressive, but they weren't on the same level as some of the mightier castles I've seen. 2 towers anchored the corners facing the road. Good spots for archers if anyone was willing to go for a head-on assault. A small brook gurgled somewhere below, feeding the farmland around it. The outer bailey sprawled in front of me, complete with barracks and stables, enough for a decent garrison, except now it hardly had any. Fair. Why would they need a bigger force, anyway? I sneered, recalling how the Lannisters had snatched this place. The last Hayford heir was just a baby girl, so they married her off to some distant Lannister cousin who probably spent her inheritance while she played with dolls. Typical Lannister bastards. They always believed themselves so clever, weaving their webs of marriage and money, never expecting someone might chop all their strings. From one of the tall windows in the great hall, candlelight glowed. It was the only room that was lit. It made me wonder who could be in there. I swooped lower, wings barely making a sound, searching for a spot to slip in. The inner bailey offered a few choices, but I needed somewhere quiet. The lit window in the family wing, away from the main hustle, was my target. I glided closer, sticking to the shadows thrown by the castle walls. As I drew near, I glimpsed movement inside, making me blink. A woman stood in front of a mirror, humming under her breath while she arranged her hair. Her dress seemed too nice for a simple servant, though she moved with the simplicity of one. Interesting, who's she? I landed silently on the balcony, folding my wings as I stepped into the candlelit room. She was humming to herself, doing her hair in a long braid. I didn't get to observe for long as she caught my reflection in the mirror, blinking as her dark eyes turned around. Spoiler collapse, her freckled nose rose up as her eyes widened, and her mouth widened as she went for a scream. Hey, I was there in 2 strides, clamping a hand over her mouth before she could let out a sound. Her eyes went wide with fear as she took in my face in the mirror, her body trembling against mine. I kept her pinned against me, feeling how hard her heart pounded. She was no Cersei Lannister. It'd be easy to crush her mind. Candlelight flickered over her panicked eyes in the glass, showing how she was trying to make sense of it all. Without warning, I scooped her into my arms and jumped through the window. Her shriek got muffled behind my palm as we dropped toward the ground. Night air whipped around us, and my wings flared out, catching a rising current that sent us soaring into the starry sky. I pulled my hand away from her mouth, letting her terrified scream echo across the heavens. WWHORU. The castle shrank below, the torches looking like tiny fireflies in the dark. Forget those stupid questions. Beautiful view, don't you think? I asked casually, then abruptly tucked my wings and dived. She screamed louder as the ground rushed up at an insane speed. At the last second, I spread my wings again, snapping us into a sharp curve that left her gasping for breath. I repeated the maneuver a few times, climbing high and then plunging back down, each time pulling us out of it just before disaster. Her voice got raspier with every scream, her nails digging into my shoulders. At last, I glided back to her chamber window, stepping onto the balcony and carrying her inside. I set her down gently, and she immediately scrambled away from me, pressing herself against the far wall. Her chest was heaving, her hair a complete mess from the flight. I won't hurt you, I said quietly, keeping my distance as I tucked my wings away. But I can if I want. So cooperate, all right? She stared at me, dark eyes huge, her body trembling as she pushed herself tighter into that corner. The maid Miranda was her name, had quite the interesting story to tell once she calmed down enough to speak. Amazing what a few death-defying flights through the night sky could do to loosen someone's tongue. First of all, she was no lady, unlike what the size of her bedroom might suggest, as well as her outfits. She had been the head servant at Hayford Castle for a short few years now, and was practically running the place since Lady Ermazond was just a babe. No lord or lady to answer to Mint Miranda lived better than most highborn ladies. She controlled the servants, managed the household funds, wore the previous mistress's expensive clothes, and even got to sleep in one of the nicer chambers. Pretty sweet deal for a commoner. But the best part? This backwater castle didn't even have a maester. That meant all messages, all information flowing in and out went through her hands first. She had built herself quite the comfortable little nest here, ruling over her domain while sending neat, tidy reports to the Lannisters about how well their interests were being looked after. At least until recently. Everything changed when that boy Tyreek Lannister was betrothed to little Lady Ermazond. The Golden Boy showed up with his own retinue of servants, all loyal to House Lannister rather than the cozy setup Miranda had going. Suddenly her position wasn't so secure anymore. Her access to the master bedroom was snatched, and she was moved to a different, albeit still big, room. Those newcomers started questioning her authority, watching how she spent the castle's coin, wondering why she lived so well for a mere servant. It was a sad story. How pitiful. Well, not really. She was taking advantage of the current house head's age. But I will sympathize with her. She'll be an ally. I could see the fear in her eyes as she huddled in the corner of her bed, back pressed against the wall like she thought she could melt into the stone if she tried hard enough. Her hands twisted in the fabric of her fine dress, probably worth more than most servants made in a year. "So, what are you going to do to me, Lord?" she asked, her common accent slipping through despite her attempts to sound refined. I shrugged, standing at my full height near the window where moonlight cast my shadow long across her floor. "It depends." "Depends?" "On how bold you are. I can easily fix your problem," I said simply. "Come with me. Take me to the rooms of the Lannister servants, and it'll kill them all. It'll tie up the Lannister boy after that. Since you control the information passage, the Lannisters won't know what's going on here as you send them reports as usual. Am I clear?" She trembled harder, eyes darting between me and the door. I could practically see the thoughts racing through her head. If she did as I asked and the Lannisters found out, they'd have her head for sure. I scoffed at her hesitation, pulling a dagger from my inventory. The blade materialized in my hand like magic, making her gasp. "Listen, girl," I said. "You don't look that old, so don't make a stupid choice. And the stupid choice here is clear. You'll die now if you don't help me." Miranda just trembled. She squeezed her eyes shut, shoulders slumping in defeat. After a long moment, she nodded with a heavy sigh. "Yes, more good choice," I said, letting the dagger vanish again. "In exchange, I will grant you the actual ladyship over this house. Give me a month, all right?" She looked up at me, confusion written all over her face. The idea that a servant could become a true lady probably seemed impossible to her. And who was I to give her that? I just smiled, already savoring how perfectly this would all play out. 68 Bowing Before the Dragon, Chapter 68. Bowing before the dragon, I led Kinvara and the sand snakes through the castle's back entrance, a hidden doorway Miranda showed me earlier. The night air had a crisp edge, and torchlight flickered on the stone walls, making shadows dance across our faces. Cersei walked stiffly between the sand girls, who never took their eyes off her. I could practically feel the hatred coming off them. Shed ordered their imprisonment and torture, after all, and now she was their prisoner. Obara's hand kept jerking toward her spear, while Nymeria fingered a hidden knife. "This way," I whispered, nodding down a narrow corridor. Miranda trembled next to me, her eyes flicking between our guests like she was a rabbit caught out in the open. "Ah, this Miranda, these are my associates. Ladies, this is Miranda, the castle's headmaid. She'll help us run things in this castle." I introduced them to each other. Kinvara looked at her, and her small smirk made Miranda shrink in on herself. "You have a bright future, girl." "A pleasure," the Red Priestess purred, though that hungry look in her eyes didn't budge. We slipped through the castle's dark hallways, our footsteps echoing off the stones. The master's bedroom wasn't far, just up one flight of stairs, then along another corridor. Inside, the master's chamber was dimly lit, the heavy velvet drapes drawn shut, trapping the stale scent of rich perfumes and old wood. A grand four-poster bed stood in the center, its crimson sheets rumpled from disuse. A gilded mirror hung on the far wall, reflecting the flickering candlelight from a single candelabrum near the writing desk, where scattered parchments and an overturned goblet hinted at a hasty departure. On the floor, Tyreek Lannister lay sprawled, wrists and ankles bound tightly with rope. His golden curls clung to his sweaty forehead, and a dark bruise was already swelling where ID clocked him. The kid looked small, vulnerable, far from the noble air meant to hold this castle. He looked pretty pathetic for someone who was supposed to rule this place. One could use his age as an excuse, but it was more like his Lannister blood made him a pathetic loser. Never mind, it's too much to hate on a kid, I told myself, shaking my head. This is a Lannister. Tyene Sand said. What should we do with him? She asked, giving the boy a nudge with her boot. He'll live, I turned to Miranda. You, get some guards you trust, and have them haul him to the dungeons. She twisted her hands, eyes glued to the floor. Lord, I am not sure about the guards. What if they talk? What if they tell people? News will spread, and Lannister forces will come Fairpoint. I realized that bringing in more folks could cause issues. Most soldiers are busy with war across the realm, but you're right, I said, tapping my fingers on my belt as I pondered. Change of plan. No point in hiding, we'll take full siege. Gather all the guards in the courtyard. And now, ITLL be morning soon, so do it then. All right. She nodded, though she still looked uneasy. With that settled, I turned to everyone else. We'll use this castle as our base until Stannis makes his move on King's Landing. The boy here, I motioned to Tyreek, was meant to be the Lannister puppet in charge. We'll keep him alive. He might be worth something as a hostage, although I doubted that. And since the castle's very close to King's Road, it's perfect for our plans. Kinvara sank into a plush chair like she owned the place. While the Sand Girls looked around, Tyene spoke up. It makes sense, I guess. What about the staff who are still here? They'd watch when I talked to the guards. I've got a plan, I said, noticing how they all started catching on. We'll figure out who stays and who doesn't. The Sand Snakes looked at each other, and Cersei went even paler. Miranda just stared at the floor, probably trying not to think about what was going to happen when the sun came up. The cold of the night faded as the first rays of dawn bathed the courtyard in gold and crimson. A thin mist still clung to the damp stone walls, curling lazily around the yard's edges before being burned away by the rising sun. The courtyard itself was a wide, open space with packed dirt and patches of frost lingering in the shaded corners. Several wooden training dummies were positioned near the barracks, their surfaces marred and chipped from years of sore practice. The castle's outer wall towered high above, casting long shadows over the gathered men, while the scent of cold steel and damp straw lingered in the air. I stood on the steps, watching the castle guards shuffle in. Boots scuffed against the ground, and quiet murmurs filled the space, mingling with the distant cawing of crows perched atop the ramparts. Some men rubbed the sleep from their eyes, their breath visible in the crisp morning air, while others clutched their weapons as if they were expecting an ambush. They looked confused, muttering to each other and clearly wondering why they'd been dragged out so early. About 40 men were there, definitely not a huge garrison, but enough to hold a small castle. Their weapons glinted in the morning light, and their red and gold livery screamed Lannister. The fabric of their cloaks stirred in the light breeze, but there was a stiffness to their movements, the uneasy tension of men who could tell something wasn't right. They'd recently had an upgrade to their gears after Joffrey's name day, an attempt from the Lannisters to make these guards loyal to them. Too bad. Miranda was nearby with a bunch of other servants. Kinvara was next to me, her red robes catching the light like fresh blood. The Sand Snakes spread themselves around the courtyard while Cersei stayed inside, tied in a room. "Good morning," I called out, letting my voice roll across the yard. The soldiers turned to face me, confusion written all over their faces. They were probably asking themselves who the hell I was. This must be all very surprising for you all, but you'd soon understand what is going on. I gave Kinvara a nod, and she stepped forward, her presence impossible to ignore. Before you stands Viserys of House Targaryen, third of his name, rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Show your respect. The atmosphere immediately changed from confusion to tense. It felt like the air itself shook with her words. And a bunch of men actually stepped back while some gripped their weapons tight. One could hear the whispers bouncing around as some reached for their weapons. "Don't bother," I said, lifting my hand. A dark portal opened beside me, and Viserion came out, golden scales blazing under the rising sun. She had gotten huge, barely fitting in that courtyard as she landed with a heavy thud, letting out a roar that made the air explode. Several soldiers staggered back, a few of them yelling in fear. Viserion's head swung around, eyeing each one like a cat ready to pounce on mice. "What you see is not an illusion. I'm sure you can feel that in your bones. So the choice in front of you is simple," I went on, stepping down the stairs. "Forget about Joffrey, that false king. Pledge loyalty to me right now. And when I claim the Iron Throne, you'll get rewards beyond anything you can imagine." I watched their expressions and added, "If you refuse," I gestured at Viserion, who let out a little puff of smoke. "Well, you know what happens. Damn, am I dreaming or what? And don't think about running to the Lannisters," I added, pacing back and forth in front of them. "They'll just assume you were part of some scheme and kill you anyway. So use your heads. Most of them were already shaking like leaves, but one guy, a scarred-up sergeant, stepped out of line. House Lannister has done a lot for us lately. We're loyal to them. He snapped, hand on his sword. Not some dragon-riding fraud. Calling me a fraud hurts. I let out a dramatic sigh, almost annoyed at how typical this was. Viserion, I ordered. Dracarys' golden flames roared over the sergeant. He managed a single scream before he was nothing but ash, his armor turning into molten gunk. The stink of burnt flesh rose in the air. The rest of the soldiers hit their knees so fast I heard a few painful thumps. Near the castle wall, Miranda looked as white as a ghost, her hands clamped over her mouth to keep her from crying out. She must be feeling so happy for having chosen smart. Kinvara's grin grew as she watched the men swear loyalty one by one, their voices shaky with fear. And with Viserion looming there, it was clear whose power they now belonged to. 69 Small Council going crazy. Chapter 69. Small Council going crazy. The Small Council chamber was dead silent, except for Joffrey drumming his fingers on the old oak table. Candles flickered, shadows dancing across everyone's tense faces. Joffrey's crown sat crooked, and the sheer rage on his face made it real clear he wasn't in the mood for small talk. Well, he snapped. Where's my mother? Ser Marintrant stepped forward, his white Kingsguard cloak swishing around his shoulders. Your Grace, I was the last one to see the Queen Regent. She ordered the release of the Red Priestess and those Dornish girls yesterday morning. Then, that is not what I asked. But what do you mean release them? Tyrion cut in, leaning forward and forgetting all about his wine. Why in the seven hells would she release people Shed ordered the capture of by her own will? I don't know, my lord. Meryn looked around, clearly uncomfortable. She told me to carry out the order, and then she just vanished. No guards saw her leave. Her chambers were empty, except what? Joffrey demanded, impatience dripping off every word. Meryn swallowed. Except for disturbed sheets, your grace. She is, I don't know if I should say this, since she warned me multiple times about this before Joffrey slammed his goblet down on the table, sending wine sloshing over the maps beneath. Spill it right now. Her grace was sharing the bed with a man. Trant shouted. Vivis, the mercenary from Second Sons, he said, lowering his head. The room grew a little awkward, especially as Joffrey cleared his throat. It's not that unusual that she brings men to her chambers, but this one was particularly odd, Trant continued. Shed asked another guard and me to bring him in restraints, and once we sent him to her room, as per her orders he was next seen on her bed. Joffrey's face reddened, while Tyrion covered his with a hand. Sighing, the boy king growled, shouting like crazy. Usilisis. All of you. That doesn't explain how she vanished. How does the Queen Regent vanish from the most guarded castle in all of Westeros? He's so wound up he might snap someone's neck if he hates their answer, Tyrion thought, carefully glancing at his nephew. Someone had to see something, Tyrion said out loud, lifting a hand to calm Joffrey a bit. Servants, guards, there's always someone lurking around the Red Keep. Exactly, Varys murmured, tucking his hands into his sleeves. My little birds are already digging for answers, but this is bizarre. No ransom. No signs of forced entry. The timing with the Red Priestess release looks way too convenient. Littlefinger's mouth curled into that slippery smirk he always wore. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong. Could be our dear Queen Regent left on her own. Maybe things were getting uncomfortable for her here. You dare say my mother ran away? Joffrey snarled, his face starting to go purple. He'll have your head on a spike. Tyrion stepped in before the threat got too serious. Calm down, my dear nephew. We have to think about every possibility. If she was taken, who had the reason and the means? Stannis is too direct. The Dornish would be stupid, too. After all, your sister is to marry into the Martell family. That leaves the Tyrells. One lord reported about them allying with the Targaryen, right? Varys cleared his throat, and the room fell quiet. Ah, yes. There's another angle, though I don't love bringing it up. He paused, letting that little ominous pause hang in the air. The candle flames seemed to dip like everything was holding its breath. As Lord Tyrion mentioned, House Tyrell has chosen to serve a Targaryen, Viserys III. Although initially we had trouble believing the intel due to how absurd it sounded. Isn't it about time we accept it? Varys asked, his tone careful. On the other hand, we have the Sellsword Vis, plus the Red Priestess who got let go. I find it odd her grace worked so hard to hide them. Perhaps Shed noticed something we hadn't and wanted to use it for a benefit? Why do you say so? After the Queen vanished, I discovered Shed been wiping out every mention of this Sellsword Vis from our records guard shifts, visitor logs, merchant receipts. It was likely so that my little birds and Littlefinger's spies wouldn't notice him. Why would she do something like that? Varys asked and shrugged to himself. Could that be real? Tyrion wondered, picturing some silver-haired dragon lord marching into King's Landing. It sounded insane. Then again, so did the idea of a dragon existing in the first place. But they did in the past. You're right, Littlefinger said, stroking his neat little beard. Viserys. It's as if he's mocking us, wanting us to notice. How bold. Silence stretched as the dots connected in each of their heads. The situation grew clear, and Tyrion let out a sigh. Ser Meryn, he spoke up, turning to Trant. Tell us more about this Vis. And what my dear sister before vanishing. Meryn's lips tightened. He's one annoying bastard, my lord. He was touching her grace and smirking at me, that piece of shit. Yet, rather than getting mad, her grace told me to handle the release of those prisoners, dropping them outside the city, and then she dismissed me. I held my sword and threatened the mercenary, but her grace told me to stay calm. She said everything was all right. Joffrey tapped his knuckles against the table, stiff with anger. My mother's no idiot. But if some Targaryen scum laid hands on her, your grace, Tyrion said gently, we're not sure of anything yet. But something happened in those chambers. Even if they had been together, how did they vanish? Windows, Tyrion narrowed his eyes. The ghost of Targaryen, that thing who can fly. It's not a fabricated story either. I'd seen him fly with my own 2 eyes that day. Varys answered with a faint smile. You have a sharp mind, my lord. I thought the same. And yet you didn't share your thoughts? Tyrion asked, raising an eyebrow. I was about to, he shrugged. Then it fits, Littlefinger said, shrugging like he didn't have a care in the world. The Queen Regent tried to hide Vis and his people, for whatever reason. And this Vis, who's actually Viserys Targaryen, ambushed her in her chambers and abducted her. The silence that hit next made Joffrey's fury almost a solid thing in the room. He gripped the arms of his chair so hard his knuckles went white. Pity, Littlefinger noted. Rose had grown close to that man at first, but he must have grown bored of a whore since I didn't hear anything about them for a while now. Targaryens? The boy king spat. They're dead and gone. Anyone claiming that name is a fraud. If you guys are dumb enough to believe all this, I should stick your heads on spikes right alongside whoever took my mother. Whoever is that bastard pretending to be Reger, Viserys, or whatnot. We'll find him. That was stupid and delusional to deny. After everything that happened. Of course, your grace, Tyrion muttered under his breath, rubbing his temples. He's too young, too arrogant. God's help us all. Indeed, he added more loudly, we have to find her grace before word spreads that the Queen Regent got snatched right under our noses. Morale is shaky enough with Stannis' army out there. Joffrey started yelling orders at Trant, calling forth more guards to give them the same directive. Dozens of footsteps carried out of the place as the situation grew tense. Today, they'd not only lost their queen, but they'd also confirmed a new piece in this War of the Five Kings. Not just any piece, but a Targaryen. Varys' expression remained calm and unreadable, but his mind was a whirlwind. Who'd have thought my investment in Viserys and his sister would derive like this? Damn it. But if he really can transform into a dragon, he thought, keeping his face neutral, then everything's about to change. This is not good. Not good at all. Varys' thoughts were carefully masked behind years of practiced neutrality. He knew much more than he was sharing. One outlandish situation. Is all this a result of the dragon eggs Illyrio and I gave as Dany's marriage gift? Varys and Illyrio had planned to use Viserys as a pawn. It was Varys' plan, executed by Illyrio, who poisoned Viserys into marrying his sister off for an army. When Viserys would have come to Westeros with the Dothraki to rampage around, that was when the main part of their plans would begin. The part where they'd introduce a hero in this situation. Yet, all that went to hell, and Viserys somehow grew dragon wings. Must be that blood magic. He does have a red priestess beside him. It makes sense. Varys pondered, connecting the dots. This created a lot of problems. Across the narrow sea, a young dragon was emerging from his shell. Young Griff, as an Aegon Targaryen, the sixth of his name, was busy gathering strength. Training for the day he would reclaim his birthright. Varys and Illyrio had spent years carefully cultivating this plan, molding the boy into the perfect king. But now, this draconic Viserys threatened to upset everything. A Targaryen on the throne? Yes, that had always been the goal. But not this Targaryen, not Viserys. He was an unpredictable element who had thought dead at the hands of the Dothraki. Yet, had somehow acquired a dragon and the backing of major houses. Varys kept these thoughts locked behind his placid expression, but under the table. His hands clenched in a fist for the first time in decades. I walked back into Hayford Castle, my mind drifting to King's Landing. The small council had to be losing it by now, scrambling to figure out what happened to their precious Queen Regent. I could practically see Joffrey's face going that ugly shade of purple while he threw one of his usual fits. The guards bowed low as I passed through the gates. Nothing like a bit of fear to nail down loyalty. Viserys' little performance this morning definitely left its mark. None of them even tried to meet my eyes. They kept their gazes glued to the ground. In the castle corridors, my boots echoed off the stone walls. Servants hurried out of my way, pressing themselves against the walls till I'd gone by. The morning sun poured in through narrow windows, laying long shadows on the worn flagstones. Rounding a corner toward the living quarters, I caught voices from an alcove up ahead. I slowed down to listen. Swear on the seven, Queen Cersei Lannister. Look at my hair. That voice was so familiar, straining to sound commanding even though it was filled with desperation. Help me get out, and it'll make you a high lady. Gold, lands, whatever you want. I stepped in, spotting Cersei waving her bound hands at a terrified serving girl. Both of them froze when they saw me. What's all this? I walked over and grabbed Cersei by the throat. The maid stumbled back, face going white. My dog's that eager to run off? Relax, it'll take you back to King's Landing, but not just yet. Take your filthy hands off me, you bastard. Cersei hissed, squirming in my grip. In the queen, the slap cracked through the corridor. Her head whipped to the side, a red mark blooming on her cheek. Get out, I told the maid, who took off so fast she might have grown wings. She was gone down the hall in a blink. I dragged Cersei into one of the empty rooms, her curses echoing the whole way. Her struggling didn't do a thing. She clawed uselessly at my arm while I hauled her along. I dragged the so-called queen of the 7 kingdoms deeper. Cersei's gold hair, once such a big deal, was now just another thing for me to yank around. She was a proud lioness brought low, and I was loving every second of it. I hauled her into the master bedroom, the place I'd taken from Tyrique Lannister. Cersei's eyes darted all over like she was hoping to spot a way out. Too bad for her. With one swift move, I hurled her toward the bed. Her back smacked into it, making her groan. She squirmed on the floor, her fancy gown riding up around her. When she looked at me, I could still see some fight in her eyes. But there was fear there, too. Good. She needed to be scared. I walked over, my boots pounding on the wood. Reaching down, I grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked her upright. Bastard dash. She let out a pained yelp, trying in vain to pry my fingers loose. Like that ever work? I tightened my grip, letting them fall to the floor. I was already anticipating what was to come and of showing her her place once again. Cersei's eyes widened as she took in the sight. Open your mouth, I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. She hesitated momentarily, and I could see the struggle in her eyes. But in the end, what could she do? She submitted to the moment, and I took what I wanted from her. Look at you, I sneered, gripping her hair tighter as I forced myself on her. The great Queen Cersei, humiliated before a Targaryen. How the mighty have fallen. Not that you ever were mighty. She recoiled as I pressed forward, her hands moving to my thighs in an attempt to push me away. But I was stronger, and I held her in place. Her eyes watered as I continued, and I could feel the intensity of the moment building between us. It only added to the thrill, knowing there were no real consequences. I moved forward without hesitation, not caring about anything else in that moment. She was simply a means to an end, a way to assert myself and feel in control. And as I felt myself reaching the peak, I knew that this was just the beginning. I pulled back abruptly. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. "You," she grumbled, "you piece of shit." I looked down at her, my eyes filled with contempt. "You're such a pathetic thing," I spat, starting to laugh. "A disgrace to your family name. But you're mine now, and I'll do with you as I please. Turn that ass around." The dawn delved into the night before I even knew it. 70, When the Dragon Comes, Chapter 70. When the Dragon Comes, Viserys spent the next few days setting things up while also sharpening his spear and sword skills. Every morning started with drills in Hayford's courtyard, the air filled with the sound of steel hitting straw dummies. Sometimes he sparred with the guards too, but they were more likely to end up on the ground, nursing bruises than actually giving him a challenge. His muscles burned as he practiced the lightning dance, that Bravosi spear style that focused more on speed and precision than brute force. Up on the battlements, Viserion watched like a lazy cat, flicking her tail, clearly bored. At night, he studied maps and coded letters, figuring out routes and supply lines. Allies were useful, sure, but only if they moved the way he wanted. The North, the Reach, dorm pieces on a board. He was going to make damn sure they landed exactly where he planned to strike. Speaking of allies, the air up there smelled like pine and forge smoke in North. Robb Stark's war camp was alive with movement. His lords were moving like pieces in a game that only he fully understood. Blacksmiths worked day and night, turning plowshares into spearheads. Granaries stuffed themselves with salted meat and barley. Wagons lined the roads heading toward King's Landing, and Stark riders galloped south, carrying sealed messages for the Riverlords. Catelyn Stark wandered through the armory out of boredom, running gloved fingers over freshly fletched arrows. "Double the sentries along the White Knife," she told one of the captains, a grizzled man who smelled of horse and steel. "If Stannis senses weakness, he might raid our coasts." The Smiths barely paid her any attention until Robb himself gave the same order. She had lost a lot of authority after that disaster with Jaime Lannister. People still respected her, but they didn't listen like they used to. Meanwhile, Robb's lords were finally getting their chance to march on King's Landing. But some of them weren't thrilled about the idea of fighting for a Targaryen's claim. Robb shut that down real quick. "My lords, you embarrass me," he said, his voice calm but sharp enough to cut. "We're not fighting for Viserys. We're marching on King's Landing for the realm, for ourselves, for what they did to our late lord. He's just making it easier for us." Some of them still looked uneasy. So he added, "Besides, we swore an oath. Or would you rather let the Kingslayer laugh at our honor?" That shut them up. Under his cloak, a letter from Viserys was tucked against his chest. It read, "Stannis will sail within a fortnight, according to my informant. Be ready." Outside Harrenhal, 12,000 Northmen camped across the muddy fields. Umber axemen sharpened their blades by firelight while Glover scouts patrolled the King's Road, looking for Lannister movements. The North was almost ready. The Reach was something else entirely, like a garden growing swords instead of flowers. In the shadow of Highgarden, wheat and barley fields stretched out as far as the eye could see, so much food that they could either feed an entire kingdom or starve one to death. Olenna Tyrell had made sure of that. Triple the tolls on the Rose Road, Mace Tyrell ordered his stewards, sweating under his fancy gilded collar. Let the merchants pay for their own protection. Behind him, a bunch of old septons scratched numbers on a parchment, keeping track of the 40,000 soldiers camped from Tumbleton to Lawn Table. And that number was still growing. At night, Marjorie Tyrell strolled along the castle walls, all soft smiles and bright laughter. Ladies-in-waiting whispered about her late-night rides with Viserys that fatefully blessed evening, but she didn't care about the rumors. The singers should spread the tale again, she told Olenna. The people need to dream about their golden queen, Olenna snorted. Dream don't stop à dire. Triple the crossbowmen on the southern walls. I hear Lannister soldiers have been sniffing around. Meanwhile, the Hightower fleet patrolled the whispering sound, their sails shining green and gold under the moonlight. And in the shadows, the real war was happening. Maesters burned letters. Kitchen girls memorized serving schedules. A traveling septa with a scarred lip hummed hymns as she sketched Highgarden's granaries onto silk. The Lannisters weren't coming at them with open war. But the battles in the dark, they were already being fought. The Reach was ready. Then there was Dorne. That was where the issue lied. The Dornish sun poured through the tall windows, throwing diamond-shaped shadows on the marble table. A few pomegranate seeds were scattered on a silver platter, their red juice staining the metal. Arianne gripped her goblet of blood-orange juice so hard her knuckles turned white. This is not wise, father, she said, feeling like the whole thing was nonsense. Beyond the vaulted arches, the water gardens buzzed with children laughing and splashing around, which felt strangely peaceful at a time like this. Arianne could feel sweat trickling down her neck. Prince, Doran murmured, lifting a slice of starfruit with his swollen fingers. Oberyn leaned back in his chair, feet propped on the table near a bowl of candied lemons. You're the one with all the wisdom and caution, brother, and I'm the one who knows war. And I think your plan is, weak. Not sure it can handle a real dragon's wrath. That Viserys has a real dragon that can actually breathe fire. Doran gently set the starfruit aside, leaving a sticky mark on the big map of Westeros carved into the tabletop. Fire took our sister from us. I'd rather not talk about flames. Fire didn't kill Elia, Oberyn shot back, folding his arms. We both know the Lannisters did. Arianne stood so fast her chair screeched. Fire forged the Iron Throne. This planet feels off. Are you getting senile with age, father? Watch your mouth, girl, Doran said quietly, though his tone was sharp. The Iron Throne, Elias' children should inherit it. Viserys acts like he owns the world just because he has a dragon. And weren't you complaining about him from the beginning? Oberyn's boots hit the floor with a thud. You say Elias' children, but do you really trust that boy in Lys? Some sells words, brat who claims to be Rhaegar's son? What proof is there? A vein pulsed at Doran's temple as he unrolled a parchment sealed with a dragon sigil. John Connington's letters, say John Connington? Oberyn spat out a lemon seed. He's the one who messed up at the Trident, who let Robert crush Rhaegar. Now we're supposed to trust him more than the man who's already an ally? The man who rides a dragon, brother, the same creatures that turned Harrenhal into melted slag. You saw Harrenhal, as did I. Arianne's nails dug into the table. As always, she shared her uncle's opinion. Sometimes she wondered if her uncle had bred her mother, and that was where Shed popped up, because it didn't make sense how she could be the child of Doran. Viserys, he is offering us our revenge right now, she said. The Lannisters still hold the throne. That debt isn't paid, and he's helping us get it. Why are we switching sides, right when he's summoning our army? This is stupid. Doran's thumb brushed the broken seal on the parchment. Because I received a letter from Varys. It clears up some things. Vengeance takes patience. We won't be truly satisfied if Viserys hands the revenge to our plate. We should fight for it, no? Patience? Oberyn let out a harsh laugh. We've been patient for 17 years, and where did that get us? Meanwhile, this Targaryen is marching on King's Landing with half the realm behind him. The Reach men and the Northern men. When he takes the city, isn't it best if the Dornishmen are beside him too? Brother, when he takes the city, Doran cuts in. What do you think he'll do? Will he choose Arianne as his queen? He won't. Worse, he'll be like his brother. Rhaegar, that fool. Did you forget why the rebellion and all happened? Viserys is far worse than him. A king raised without proper schooling. Not like he paused, eyeing the empty wine carafe. Arianne's voice was icy. Not like what? A savage from Essos? You're scoffing at a dragon just because you think he lacks manners? Doran leaned in his chair, letting out a sigh. Him scoffing at the man who threatened to let thousands of horsemen assault his sister. His sister, who was also to be his bride in the future. Did he hear about that? He who ran off to Volantis when savage horse riders were out for his blood. He got lucky by somehow getting a dragon. But it doesn't change the truth. Viserys Targaryen is all fire. No discipline he'll burn out by spring. Oberyn swiped the starfruit from Doran's plate, juice dripping down his wrist like thin blood. And what about your precious Aegon, whose identity is still questionable? Even if he's honorable and all, he's not a dragon rider. Doran folded his hands over the parchment. For nearly 200 years, they didn't. Illyrio's letters confirm Illyrio confirms whatever lines his pockets, Oberyn muttered, knocking a few candied lemons off the map. They landed on the painted Blackwater Rush with a wet plop. I've seen Viserys Dragon roast a man alive, and you've seen it do the same to a bunch of sheep, in a matter of seconds. Isn't that confirmation enough? Arianne moved toward the window, casting her shadow over Sunspear's pale towers. According to recent letters, doesn't Tyene often patch up Viserys' wounds after he's done training? He and I were also close. Everything considered, his relationship with us is great. Why are we so stubborn and ruining it, father? Oberyn's smile was thin. She's right, brother. Doran breathed heavily as he stood, trembling, hand leaning on the table. I'm not blind to that, but dragons can be chained. Or killed. He pressed a thumb into the starfruit again, smearing pulp across Lys on the map. Trust me on this. You two, a tense silence settled in, broken only by a child's laughter echoing from the gardens. Oberyn got to his feet, eyes narrowed. This is unwise, brother. You are the wise one between us, but even I can tell this is unwise. If the dragon is angered, then he let the thread hang, then stormed out, leaving sticky footprints on the stepstones painted on the table. Arianne watched her father wipe juice from the parchment with trembling fingers. She grumbled, I finally accepted a man and have been holding my urges back for him. But you come and scoot him away? Doran didn't look up. You'll be queen if you marry Aegon. He's your cousin. He'll love you unconditionally, as family often does. What guarantee do we have that Viserys will make you his queen? He's got better options. She ran her hand along the warm stone of the window. You're a strange person, father. He picked up a date from the scattered fruit, turning it in his hands. Get the east chambers ready. Our guest will be over soon. And my cousin's dead with Elia. Arianne cut in, voice echoing off the mosaic walls. He'll put on my silks for your charade. But when Viserys Dragon comes, she left the threat unsaid, the smell of oranges drifting around her as she walked out. Doran stayed there, sucking sweet pulp from his fingers, gazing at the juice-stained map where Lys stuck to his thumb like a bad omen. Was he truly making a bad choice? 71 The Bay of Flame, Chapter 71. The Bay of Flame, you're really leaving me behind, my king? The Red Priestess Melisandre asked, standing by the hearth. Her ruby choker seemed to pulse with magic as she spoke. The painted table took up most of the chamber, its surface smoothed by centuries of lords tracing borders and plotting wars. Pale light came in through the drum tower's narrow windows, casting long shadows on the stone walls. Stannis Baratheon stared at the wooden markers on the map, his jaw tight. That's final. You're staying here on Dragonstone. But why? She asked, stepping closer. False King Joffrey's forces weaken every day. According to your spies, even the Queen Regent hasn't been seen in weeks. That is good and all, but you still need me to help with this. The Lord of Light has shown me visions in the flames. Your victory might depend on me being by your side. Cersei Lannister missing doesn't change anything, Stannis answered, drumming his fingers on the carved outline of King's Landing as he looked at her. It does hint at trouble among them, and that's more than enough for me. The decision is final. Melisandre's lips thinned. Are you certain? What about the rumors of a Targaryen ghost flying over the city with dragon wings? Superstitious nonsense, Stannis snapped. Dead men don't fly, and dragons are gone from the world. I won't have that kind of talk muddying our purpose. My king, the flames don't lie. As for superstitions, you know what happened to Ren enough. His voice cut through the air like steel on stone. I need you to stay here, keeping the converts in line. The garrison must stay loyal while I'm gone. She stood taller, her eyes shining red. So you ignore Lawler's power? After all you've witnessed? Stannis was starting to get annoyed now. I'm ignoring nothing. But this battle will be won by steel and strategy, not magic. You might regret this, she warned softly. When the darkness, Stannis moved fast. He grabbed her by the throat, and her eyes went wide as his grip tightened. She gasped, tears building as she clawed at his hand. Don't ever threaten me, he growled, then let go. She stumbled back, one hand on her neck while the other steadied her against the table. Stannis fixed his doublet, his voice returning to its usual calm. Once King's Landing is taken, your Red Temple will have its place. We'll rid the realm of false gods, and you'll help me save it from the darkness you showed me. But first, I need my throne. You're a woman. The battlefield is no place for you. Melisandre rubbed her throat, the ruby glowing faster now. She gave him a tight nod, her eyes burning with frustration. Is he? She wondered. Is he truly the warrior of light, my lord? Unaware of the doubt creeping in her head, Stannis turned on his heel and left, his footsteps echoing until they faded into silence. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, the small council chamber was a mess. Tyrion sat at the head of the table, fingers steepled, while the lords around him argued like fishwives. Joffrey, of course, was loudest. Cowards, all of you, the boy king shouted, slamming his fist on the table. Stannis marches on my city, and you're here whining like frightened whores. Grand Maester Pycelle coughed into his sleeve. Your Grace, we must do something. Joffrey cut in, face reddening. We should ride out and crush him before he even reaches the walls. If I hadn't known already, this would have been proof enough that he's not Robert Baratheon's son. Tyrion sighed and rubbed his temples. Nephew, if we had the manpower for that, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Varys shifted, his face unreadable. Lord Tyrion is correct. Our gold cloaks can barely keep order in the streets, let alone fight Stannis in open battle. He looked at Tyrion, smiling softly with an odd glint in his eyes. Tyrion wondered what that was about. Littlefinger raised an eyebrow, that mocking smile on his lips. Maybe we should invite Lord Stannis into the city for some hospitality? The bastard jested. We could pour him some wine and watch him choke on it. Joffrey glared. Not the time for jokes, Lord Baelish. This place feels so suffocating, damn it. Tyrion sighed. With Tywin and Kevan away, Tyrion was stuck in charge. Its weight felt heavy on his shoulders. And what about the other threat? Joffrey asked, cutting through the bickering. The one with wings who took my mother. Silence. Nobody wanted to talk about the presumed Viserys Targaryen. Varys cleared his throat a moment later. My little birds hear all sorts of songs about the realm, but he's heard nothing about our winged friend. I apologize, Your Grace, but I don't know where he's hiding. Hiding that cowardly lizard. Joffrey shot to his feet. Keep your eyes open for those Tyrell bastards, those traitors. They'll have their heads. Every single Tyrell will burn for this. Your Grace, Littlefinger said smoothly, maybe we should focus on the immediate threat. Stannis will be at our gates in a matter of days. Both threats are immediate, Varys countered. My sources say the Northmen are also on the move. Looks like Robb Stark joined forces with the Dragon Prince. Lord Tywin might clash against that army very soon. That's impossible, Joffrey snarled. The Starks would never join Targaryens. Father said your father said a lot of things, Tyrion cut in, ignoring the hateful look Joffrey gave him. Times change. The enemy of my enemy, we should lock down the city, Joffrey snapped. No one leaves. If they try, we hang them. They could be spies for Stannis. Or that flying demon. Tyrion and Varys exchanged looks. The boy was getting more paranoid by the hour, and knowing history, that was a very bad thing. Littlefinger cleared his throat. Such a move might stir panic among the small folk, Your Grace. We need them on our side right now. I don't need them, Joffrey yelled. I'm their king, so they should listen. I ask again, where's my mother? Varys spread his hands in a helpless gesture. We search nonstop, Your Grace. But if our prior guesses are true about Viserys Targaryen taking the Queen Regent, We can't find her as long as we can't find him. Joffrey's lips twitched. Enough, Tyrion cut in before he could speak more. We need actual solutions, not ghost stories, he said, eyes meeting with Varys, who shook his head. Varys sighed. The game is shifting, my lords, and it's not going our way. Tyrion sipped his wine slowly, thinking, if I don't make a move soon, we'll all be done for. My dear nephew is lucky he still has a brain around. A few weeks later, the fateful moment came. The evening sky loomed dark over Blackwater Bay, with clouds gathering like onlookers for the big showdown. Ser Imry Florent stood at the front of his flagship, watching the water split before them as Stannis' fleet sailed forward. The air felt charged, as if the gods themselves were watching. Behind him, about 200 ships followed, sails billowing in the wind blowing across the bay. The water was strangely calm, almost glassy, reflecting the fading sunlight. My lord, one captain called, pointing toward the harbor entrance. Look at that. A single ship bobbed in the water ahead, its deck eerily empty. No crew on the rails, no flags, and no voices calling out. Abandoned, Ser Imry noted, though his voice sounded unsure. They probably ran off when they heard how many of us were coming. 200 ships were a lot, full of people who previously supported Renly Baratheon. It wasn't a surprise that Joffrey's soldiers were scared. However, some of his older sailors traded uneasy looks. Something about that lone ship felt off. The way it was parked right in their path. He could feel it, too. Maybe we should send a small boat over to check, one captain began. Keep going, Ser Imry cut him off. It's probably just a trick to spook us. King Stannis expects us to show more backbone than this. So the fleet pressed on, the strange ship getting bigger in their view. High above on the city walls, Tyrion Lannister raised his hand, his eyes narrowing at the incoming armada. Next to him, Bronn readied an arrow wrapped in oil-soaked cloth. Now, Bronn asked quietly. Tyrion kept his hand raised, counting the heartbeats, waiting until more of Stannis' ships moved into the trap. Now, Bronn let the arrow fly. It streaked through the dark sky like a tiny orange comet. It slammed into the deserted ship's hull. For a second, nothing happened. Then the night exploded in green fire. A huge column of wildfire shot into the sky, devouring the empty ship in an instant. The green flames raced across the water surface, hitting the front of Stannis' fleet before they even knew what was going on. Screams echoed over the bay as the fire jumped from ship to ship. Wood cracked, mast toppled, and men dived into water that suddenly boiled under waves of green fire. Behind the burning ships, giant chains rose from the depths with a heavy clank, gleaming in that eerie light. Stannis' fleet was now trapped between the city walls and a flaming barrier they couldn't break. Panic tore through the ranks as captains realized they were stuck. Some tried to turn around, crashing into ships behind them. Others tried to break the chain, only to splinter their hulls on its iron links. The wildfire spread fast, ignoring the usual rules of nature as it crawled over the water surface. Ships that seemed safe a moment ago burst into flames. Green fire licked up their sides like hungry serpents. Men screamed, their voices rising above the roar of the blaze. From the walls, Tyrion watched it all. The green glow lit up his mismatched eyes, reflecting the destruction had set in motion. Even Bronn looked shaken by its sheer scale. The bay turned into a floating graveyard of burning ships, casting a greenish glow across the water. Smoke rose in thick clouds, staining the sky. Men's screams mixed with the crackling flames and creaking timbers. What started as an orderly naval assault had become a scene from the Seven Hells, with Stannis' men fighting an enemy they couldn't touch. The fire ate everything, turning Blackwater Bay into a green inferno. The Battle of Blackwater had begun. Spoiler collapse 72. The Battle of Blackwater, Chapter 72. The Battle of Blackwater, the acrid stench of burnt hair and melted steel filled Tyrion's nostrils as cheers erupted along the battlements. Gold cloaks pounded spears against stone, their laughter sharp and giddy. Below, the bay writhed like an emerald serpent. Ships crackled in the grip of wildfire, their masts clawing at the smoke-choked sky. Tyrion leaned over the parapet, bile rising in his throat. Too explosive. Too quick. He was the one to prepare the wildfire, but he hadn't realized how insane the effects would be. This was what pure destruction looked like. They're breaking. A guardsman crowed. Spittle flying. Look at the bastards run. Tyrion squinted through the haze. Amid the floating pyres, dark shapes bobbed in the watermen. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. They flailed toward shore like rats fleeing a burning granary. His stomach dropped. Somehow, a considerable number of those bastards were alive. Like cockroaches. Archers. Tyrion barked, voice raw. Loose at the shoreline. Now, you fools. The order came too late. Figures already scrambled onto the mudflats south of the Lion Gate, armor glinting wetly in the hellish glow. A banner rose from the chaos, a fiery heart stitched on a night-black cloth. Stannis. Stannis Baratheon, the Manus. The usurper's men moved with the grim efficiency of cornered wolves. Tyrion's heart dropped as they formed ragged squares, shields overlapping as they advanced toward the city's weaker eastern gates. Tyrion's fingernails bit into the damp stone. The mud gate's defenses were a joke rotting timbers manned by green boys and graybeards. My lord, a gold cloak captain skidded to a halt near Joffrey, who was frozen behind Tyrion. In the meantime, the city's army rushed out the gate to fight. It's bad news. Wah. His nephew cleared his throat. What happened? Tyrion was also curious what the fuck else could be so important as a time like this. The guard answered soon. The flea bottom mobs, they're tearing down the street of steel barricades. Joffrey froze and stuttered while Tyrion's brows somehow tightened more than they already were. Why? Some fool shouted. The gates fell. The man swallowed. They're dragging chests through the alleys. Furniture. Dead horses. God know what else. Sevens, damn it. His mind raced while the actual king of this city remained frozen. What should he do now? Let Stannis take a gatehouse, and the city would flood with panicked small folk and enemy soldiers. He seized the captain's gorget. Take 20 men. Kill anyone blocking the approaches. Anyone. As the man fled with nods, Podrick somehow materialized with a dented breastplate. Your armor, my lord. The dwarf waved him off. Fetch me a crossbow. Be fast about it. A clatter of metal echoed across the yard, and the crowd of gold cloaks parted suddenly, revealing Sandor Clegane. The hound shoved past them, soot and blood streaking his battered armor. His eyes looked wild, and there was a tremor in his hands. Sandor's voice rasped. Someone get me a drink. Where's the bloody wine? Tyrion blinked, stepping forward as some bastard did hand over a bottle of wine to the man. His eyes twitched. Can I get you some iced milk, too? And some raspberries, too? The hound took a sip and scoffed. Eat shit, dwarf. Tyrion's fingers flexed, but he held back the anger. You're on the wrong side of the wall. For who? The hound cut him off, gaze skittering around like he was looking for threats. Your precious boy king? Let him find himself another dog. A shrill cry echoed from behind Tyrion as Joffrey stepped forward, face red in anger. You useless dog. I command you to go out there and fight. Defend me. Sandor's head jerked up, and something in his expression snapped. He stared at Joffrey's face amid all this chaos. Defend you? Blackwater is burning. Half my men are dead. Why don't you grab a sword yourself, fucker? Joffrey's shriek rose, cracking on the last syllable. You dare talk, I'll have your head, dog. Illyr Kingsguard, Clegane. Tyrion cut over Joffrey and spoke. Stannis men are trying to take the city. Your king's city. You have to fight them. The hound sighed, too tired to deal with this. Fuck the Kingsguard, he said, ripping off the burnt, half-melted gauntlet on his right hand and flinging it aside. Fuck the city. Fuck the king, his voice shook. And the way it did convinced Tyrion that it was too late. A stunned silence fell over the gold cloaks. Even Tyrion's throat felt dry. Sandor, he tried anyway, more softly. The city needs let it burn, Sandor growled. Then he stormed past them, shoving aside anyone in his path. Joffrey's shrill voice howled curses and commands, but the hound never looked back. He vanished into the smoke. Tyrion let out a shaky breath. 7 hells. Podrick stood there, breastplate still in his arms, blinking like a startled deer. Tyrion wrenched it free, strapping it on himself. "All right, Pod, help me with the buckles. Quick!" Pod's hands shook as he fastened the straps, eyes flicking to where Sandor disappeared. Should we go after him?" Tyrion grimaced, checking his short sword. "No time. We have bigger problems right now." The mud gate, a meaty hand yanked him backward, pulling him amid the crowd of soldiers and taking him to an alley. Tyrion's boots scraped stone as a shadow resolved into Varys' moon-pale face. The eunuch wore beggar's rags that smelled like sour ale. Tyrion's eyes saw red. "Unhand me. You the riverfront's lost, my lord," Varys said, grip iron strong. "No reinforcements will be coming. You understand what that means, right? It's all right. The Blackwater has tunnels even Cersei doesn't know." Beyond the walls, a rhythmic thud shook the air, rams pounding wood. Tyrion wrenched free. "That's the mud gate. I designed those reinforcements. You also designed a plan that worked wonderfully, my lord." Varys' smile didn't reach his eyes. "And yet here we are. It's a failure in the end." A section of the wall exploded. Not fire, not steel. Men. Stannis' vanguard poured through a shattered postern gate, their shouts merging with the city's dying screams. Tyrion saw the exact moment his gold cloaks broke a boy no older than Tommen, dropping his spear to puke, then falling with a crossbow bolt in his neck. Joffrey shouted and turned his heels. Tyrion's brain throbbed in anger. Now, Varys insisted, wrapping a reeking cloak around Tyrion's shoulders. Before they light the siege towers, the dwarf hesitated. Somewhere far, Podrick stood guard over the crossbow, head never fired. Somewhere above, Joffrey's panicked yelling mixed with the roar of flames. The first ladder clanged against the battlements. Spoiler collapse, Stannis Baratheon strode through the shattered mud gate. The stench of burning pitch and spilled bowels clung to the air as his boots crunched on charred wood and broken arrowheads. The red heart on his surcoat glistening with flecks of blood not his own. Around him, the remnants of Joffrey's gold cloaks fled like rats into the maze of alleys, their gilded armor discarded in the gutters. "Press the advance," Stannis barked, his voice raw from smoke, and shouted orders. Ser Richard Horp raised the flaming heart banner higher, its fabric snapping like a whip in the scorched wind. For the first time in his 30-odd years of life, Stannis Baratheon tasted true triumph in his veins. Not the hollow satisfaction of duty fulfilled, nor the bitter aftertaste of grudging alliances. This was victory, hot and metallic on his tongue. He could feel it in his grasp. The walls were breached. The defenders were broken, and their king nowhere to be seen. Somewhere in this stinking cesspool of a city, that bastard Joffrey cowered while true steel carved a path to the throne that should have been his by rights. Stannis was sure victory would be his very soon. Any time now, these scared soldiers, praying for their lives, they'd surrender any time now. The trembling commoners within the city wouldn't even bother to fight. So, Stannis was convinced victory was already his, until a strange roar split the sky deep and resonant, like 1,000 forge bellows pumping at once. He barely registered it until he saw the men falter. "You there?" He, not realizing the sound was an announcement of death, seized a fleeing spearman by the gorget. "Eyes forward." The city is the second roar shook the very stones beneath their feet. Stannis turned his head upward, squinting through the veil of smoke. For a heartbeat, he thought it another wildfire explosion, some Lannister trickery left to boil in its own poison. Then the clouds parted. A gold dragon's wingspan blotted out the moon. Men screamed. Stannis could not, as the dragon banked sharply, its golden scales reflecting the hellish glow of burning King's Landing. The creature's rider sat astride its neck like some vengeful god, silver hair whipping behind a helm fashioned in the shape of snarling dragon jaws. "Archers!" Stannis roared, though his voice sounded distant, tinny. "Loose! Loose! Damn you!" The first volley fell like pathetic rain. The dragon swooped lower, jaws gaping wide, and Stannis' whirl became fire. Not green wildfire. not the hungry orange flames devouring the city. This was liquid sunlight made manifest, a river of gold that washed over his vanguard. Men burned where they stood, steel melting to slag in their gauntlets. A knight of House Morgan vanished mid-swing, his ancestral two-handed greatsword dripping molten metal onto the cobbles. The stench of cooked meat overwhelmed even the smoke. "Hold the line," Stannis bellowed, though the line had disintegrated. He saw Ser Godry faring, stumbling blindly, face reduced to red pulp beneath a half-melted helm. The dragon banked again, its shadow swallowing whole companies of men. Melisandre's warnings. The visions in the flames. A golden beast with wings of flame. Damn it. His teeth ground so hard his jaw ached. Rallied to the another shower of flame. The street exploded in a shower of shattered stone. Stannis staggered, his ears ringing, as a hand yanked him backward into the relative shelter of a collapsed stable. "Your Grace, we must retreat." A voice shouted, and Stannis wished it was Davos. But it was not. It was Ser Richard Horp, his face streaked with soot and blood. The banner head carried lay trampled in the mud, its flaming heart blackened beyond recognition. Retreat? Stannis shoved him aside, still unsure if his eyes were playing tricks. "We hold this ground or die upon it." But even as he spoke, the truth unfolded before him. Where moments ago a conquering host had stood, only charred skeletons remained, some still standing in macabre formation, clutching weapons fused to bony fingers. The dragon circled overhead, its shrieks piercing the cacophony of screams. Then came the horns. Not the deep-throated blasts of Stannis' own reserves, nor the panicked trills of Lannister stragglers. These were bright and mocking, a chorus of arrogance carried on the wind. Through the haze, banners emerged, endless rows of golden roses on green fields. The Tyrell host advanced with the crisp precision of a tourney parade, untouched by fire or steel. At their head rode a knight in emerald armor, his lance tip pointed casually at the sky. Behind him came thousands, tens of thousands of fresh soldiers, their armor gleaming as though they'd marched through a sunlit meadow rather than a burning city. As if on cue, the golden dragon landed with an earth-shaking thud between the two forces, wings folding like an executioner sheathing his blade. The rider removed his helm, revealing a face that might have stepped from the pages of some ancient Targaryen artworks. Silver hair, violet eyes, a smile sharp enough to draw blood. "Stannis Baratheon," the dragon rider said, "this is your end, usurper." Stannis' sword arm trembled, not from fear but pure, incandescent rage. Every muscle screamed to charge, to bury his blade in that smirking mouth, dragon or no dragon. Yet his legs refused to move. Before him lay the smoldering remains of his life's work. Behind, the relentless tide of Highgarden's finest. The man, Viserys Targaryen, raised a gloved hand. The Tyrell ranks halted as one. The sudden silence more terrifying than any war cry. The Battle of Blackwater had come to a halt, and Stannis the Manus had not won. 73 Welcome to King's Landing, Chapter 73. Welcome to King's Landing. I stared down at Stannis from atop Viserion, watching his face twist with anger. He clenched his jaw so tight I almost expected his teeth to shatter. "Surrender now," I shouted, letting my voice carry across the battlefield. "Your men are burned or scattered. There's no shame in living to fight another day." Stannis spat on the ground, his eyes burning with defiance. "I am the rightful king. I will not bend to a dragon's bastard. And you say you'll let me live?" He scoffed. A smile tugged at my lips. At least the man had more guts than his brother Renly, and was much wiser. "Then let's settle this the old way." I slid off Viserion, my boots crunching on charbones when I landed. "You and me. Steel against steel." Honestly, there was no need for a duel. I could have just had my men shoot him down. But the new king killing the usurper with his own hands would make a stronger statement. Behind me, the Tyrell soldiers stiffened, and I heard a few quick, panicked breaths. They didn't know of my physical prowess, so they thought it foolish to take such a risk when victory was already guaranteed. I waved them back. This was between me and the last Baratheon who mattered. A duel? Stannis gave a rough laugh. You think this is a tourney? No, you know the war customs. Stop trying to talk smart, I said, spinning my spear in my grip. This is justice. Robert took my father's throne with a hammer. Let's see if he can keep it with a sword. He didn't hesitate. He lunged, sword whistling through the air, but I was ready. I let my spear flick up, knocking his blade aside. The lightning dance guided my moves, letting me flow around his next strike. He was good, I had to admit that. Each blow had enough power to split a man in two. But I was faster, boosted by the system, and trained by the best. His sword kept finding empty space as I spun clear of his swings. Stand and fight, he snapped, frustration dripping from every word. As you wish. I stopped dodging and actually met his neck slash head on. Our weapons locked, and I saw his eyes go wide when I shoved him back, one step at a time. The difference in our strength was painfully clear. With a sharp twist, I wrenched his sword aside and drove my spear through his breastplate. The steel ripped through like it was thin cloth, the tip stabbing out his back. Stannis didn't even scream. He just stared at the bloody spear shaft sticking out his chest, looking strangely confused. Then his knees buckled, and he folded onto the ground. The last thing he likely saw was the muddy earth rushing up to meet him. A hush fell over the battlefield. Then the Tyrell forces let out a thunderous cheer, echoed by whatever was left of the city's defenders. Their voices overwhelmed even Viserys' victorious roar. The Battle of Blackwater had ended, and unlike Stannis, I'd come out on top. I walked into King's Landing through its ruined gates, my boots crushing debris and ashes. Stretching out behind me were countless green and gold banners of House Tyrell, waving in the smoky breeze. It felt like an endless tide of soldiers, tens of thousands strong, marching in perfect ranks. Despite the grime of war, their polished armor still caught the dying light. Overhead, Viserys circled, her roars echoing against the battered city walls. Each time she screeched, any defenders left out in the open flinched and ducked behind rubble. When we neared the massive doors of the Red Keep, the leftover Lannister men started losing their nerve. I heard swords hitting the cobblestones as they either knelt or slunk away into dark corners. All to hear me roar stuff didn't mean much now. We shoved open the heavy doors leading into the throne room. Inside, a ragged crowd of people huddled, a few trembling guards gripping spears, courtiers still dressed in torn finery, and random small folk had hidden there for safety. Joffrey Baratheon was nowhere to be seen. They stared at us like cornered deer. Some were wide-eyed, others had given up and just dropped to their knees. Garland Tyrell came in after me, followed by a handful of other Reach lords, escorting Marjorie. She surveyed the Scorch Hall with a cool, collected look. Most of the Tyrells were here, except Olenna. Would arrive in a few days. The people parted in front of us, nobody daring to meet my eye, especially with Viserion roaring somewhere outside and shaking the castle windows. I stopped at the base of the Iron Throne, eyeing the twisted metal that had taken so many lives. 1,000 melted swords turned into an uncomfortable seat. I stared at it, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia. My ancestors' enemies' blades were melted into a symbol of absolute power. Everyone from the Seven Kingdoms knew the tale of how Aegon the Conqueror Targaryen burned entire armies down. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms stood no chance against his dragon, Balerion the Black Dread, and either bent the knee or had his sword melted into the throne. Every sword symbolized a person's life taken when Aegon conquered the continent. The whole room seemed to hold its breath. As I came back to reclaim the realm my ancestors left for me, one gold cloak, sweat pouring down his face, staggered forward and dropped to his knees. "Mercy, my lord. We only followed orders." "Quiet," I ordered. "Learn to stay quiet when you're not talked to," I said, and he hurried back into the group. My footsteps echoed in that huge chamber as I climbed the steps to the throne. I reached out and ran a hand through the old steel, allowing it to prickle a drop of blood from my skin to let the sensation truly seep in. Once I turned around, every pair of eyes in the hall was either looking straight at me or quickly bowing. A sense of finality hung in the air as I sat down. "Such a fine morning," I said, enjoying dawn's sunlight that rushed through the windows. Then Kinvara swept in, her red robes sliding across the floor. The ruby at her throat flickered with a deep glow. She smiled at me once our eyes locked and slowly climbed the stairs. Nobody stopped her, and she stopped beside the throne, turning to the crowd. Kinvara's smile dropped, and she announced in a voice that cut through all the noise, "Behold Viserys of House Targaryen. Third of his name," she continued, "King of the Undulls and the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. The dragon has defeated the usurpers and reclaimed his rightful place." The Tyrells cheered in response, and the rest of the people quickly followed to show their support. I stood up from the throne, the Tyrell lords standing before me like an emerald fortress. "We'll talk about rewards and celebrations later," I said. "But before any of that, I want my Tyrell friends to help the city's poor. They're hungry and terrified. Make sure every mouth is fed this month. That is my first decree." A wave of relief and hope surged through the crowd, accompanied by murmured voices. I noticed genuine gratitude flickering in a few faces. Although they had lost so much in the battle, at least now they had a glimmer of possible food. Mace Tyrell stepped forward, bowing so low his belly nearly touched his knees. "Your Grace, the Reach's harvest is yours to command. We've got entire wagons of grain and produce waiting outside." "Indeed," Garland chimed in, pride shining in his eyes. "Let the people see that their new king won't let them starve. We'll get everything organized at once." Marjorie gave me a warmer smile than usual as she slowly climbed the stairs, bold of her, and stood by my side. "Feeding them is the surest way to earn their loyalty, Your Grace. We'll be all right if I handle the details personally?" "Yes," I nodded, satisfied with their quick response. If the small folk saw me as the one who brought food and safety, they'd be less inclined to rebel. And the Tyrells were the masters of farmland and distribution. "Good," I said. "Have the wagons come in through the King's Gate, set up distribution in every district, and keep the city watch around to maintain order. This is relief, not a free-for-all." "Right away, Your Grace," Mace said, sending off servants with a flurry of hand signals. I felt the tension in the throne room ease a bit. Even those who had looked ready to soil themselves moments earlier stood a little straighter. Amazing what a promise of mere food can do. "My second decree as king," I continued in a clearer, firmer tone, "is a bounty of 10,000 gold dragon coins on whoever can bring me Joffrey Baratheon alive." The crowd erupted in hushed chatter, eyes going wide. Part of them suddenly appeared hungry in a new way, as if the thought of gathering that gold ignited a spark in their eyes. Meanwhile, others exchanged worried glances, clearly pondering Joffrey's whereabouts. I settled back into the Iron Throne, letting myself enjoy the moment. The Tyrells nodded approvingly. Marjorie studied my expression with calm neutrality, and Kinvara bent her head a little. The ruby around her neck cast an eerie red shimmer on the marble floor. Then, as if a single mind controlled them, everyone in the hall dropped to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground in front of their new king. "Welcome to King's Landing, Your Grace," the same gold cloak from before shouted. He caught on quick. 74 and Mother. Chapter 74. And Mother. In less than a day, word of Viserys Targaryen's triumph at King's Landing swept through the realm like wildfire. Ravens soared in all directions, sharing stories of a golden dragon that altered the battle's course, torching Stannis Baratheon's fleet before the Tyrell forces could fully engage. Tales of the duel between Viserys and Stannis spread widely, elevating a quick and fierce fight into a legendary confrontation deserving of ballads. Just as Viserys had planned, whispers of the dragon's return spread throughout Westeros, prompting nobles to reassess their loyalties. It was clear to the smarter nobles that the Targaryen rule had returned if any of the stories were true. But while many houses quickly pledged allegiance to the new Dragon King, deciding to send ravens back, others held back, preferring to observe how the situation developed. The news reached the Northern Army's camp, right as they were licking their wounds from the latest run-in with Tywin Lannister's forces near Harrenhal. Robb Stark sat in his command tent with fresh bandages around his sword arm where a Lannister blade had nicked him. Around a rough wooden table, a mix of Northern lords and Reach lords sat. Reach lords had brought knights to air Robb in his battle against Tywin Lannister, as per Viserys' plan. That was why 100,000 Reachmen weren't present in King's Landing. Robb's face lit up with a rare smile as he finished reading the letter describing Viserys' triumph. It carried the three-headed dragon seal, still warm from the journey. "Well, my lords," he said, looking around at the group. Northmen in thick furs next to the more elegantly armored Reachmen. "Let's go pay our friend a visit." On the other side of the world, a ship rocked on the dark waters off Dragonstone, carrying a handful of survivors. Melisandre, the Red Priestess, stood at the stern, her red robes rippling in the salty breeze as she watched the volcanic fortress shrink into the distance. Close by, Ser Davos rested on a makeshift cot, his burns covered in linen that was already marked with blood and fluid. The old smuggler had barely escaped with his life from Blackwater Bay, lucky to have passed out on top of a stone during the initial wildfire explosion. Even now, every breath he drew rattled painfully across the deck. Lady Celis crouched near the cabin entrance, muttering prayers to both the Seven and Lawler like she was hedging her bets. Her eyes had that vacant look of someone still in shock over her husband's defeat. His death, Melisandre felt almost numb, as if she were watching everything from a distance. The ruby at her throat glowed weakly, its power oddly dulled. The visions she had once been certain of now felt like half-forgotten fever dreams, leaving her questioning everything she believed. They'd heard rumors that Kinvara, the first priestess of Lawler, stood proudly beside Viserys Targaryen as he took the Iron Throne. The realization gnawed at Melisandre. Had she backed the wrong king all along? Was Stannis never the prince who was promised strangely? None of Stannis' followers had turned on her yet. She had expected it to happen when they heard a Red Priestess supported the man who killed Stannis. But her worry was for naught. Ser Davos, of all people, looked out for her. If anything, the people were too consumed by their grief and guilt to seek revenge. Toward the ship's bow, Princess Shireen sat alone, hugging a leather-bound book to her chest. Tears tracked down her face, cutting across the grayscale scars that marred one cheek. "Bad dragons," she whispered in between sobs, one hand tracing the shiny cover some old gift from her father. "Bad dragons." Melisandre's eyes drifted toward the girl. Something about Shireen pulsed with unseen power, like a fierce heat flickering under her skin. Even the scaly grayscale patches seemed to glow with an inner spark only Melisandre noticed. Was it the disease that had done it? Or maybe the Baratheon blood, mixed with some older magic? Well, Robert Baratheon and his brothers did have some dragon blood. Their grandmother was a Targaryen, Rhael Targaryen. I wondered since the day I first saw her, what happened to a dragon with grayscale disease? Melisandre's eyes narrowed. The girl was barely 17, but Melisandre sensed a potential so raw it made her own skin prickle. Prophecies usually spoke of a prince, but languages were tricky, and sometimes the true meaning got lost in translation. Perhaps Shireen, with her royal blood and hidden strength, could learn magic beyond anything Melisandre had tapped into. Mel had been to Ass High before, but she couldn't hope to use the darker, grander magic she saw there because of the restrictions from her lord. But she could teach them to someone else. Maybe Shireen wasn't Azor Ahai, but she might become something else. A force to reveal false prophets and pretenders who claimed that divine mantle. Truthfully, Mel didn't trust Kinvara's judgment. That old wench. Slowly, Mel stood up and approached Shireen. The ship cut through the waves, leaving behind a place that Melisandre had thought was the closest thing to home in centuries. Dragonstone's black stone walls vanished into the smoky dusk. Joffrey cowered in a dusty storeroom, his once fine clothes now stained and ripped. Head fled the Red Keep and holed up here on the second floor of some abandoned merchant shop. It felt more like a cell than a safe house. His stomach rumbled loudly. He hadn't eaten in over a day, making his thoughts nastier. That lizard bastard, he growled, pacing on the creaking boards. How dare he? How dare he? He nearly shouted, then remembered to keep his voice down. His fists balled up as he imagined what he'd do once he got his precious throne back. He'll have his head on a spike, Joffrey hissed to himself. No. First he'll feed that scaly beast to my dogs piece by piece, then he'll burn him alive, just like the Mad King deserved. It gave him a familiar, twisted thrill to picture it. However, when Joffrey wondered how he'd take back the throne, everything seemed messy. He chose not to think about it. Suddenly, a clamor broke out in the streets outside, breaking him out of his daze. Hooting, jeering, and the sound of many feet shuffling. Joffrey tried ignoring it, knowing he needed to stay hidden, but curiosity prodded him. He crawled to a crack in the wooden wall, pressing his eye against it. Damn peasants, he said. A rowdy crowd had gathered around someone in the road. No, some woman completely naked, arms chained, being dragged through the grime. Joffrey stared, a little fascinated despite himself. Even in this humiliating state, she had a strange grace. Her tangled gold hair still caught bits of light coming through the buildings. Had been offered women before. Heck, even his own uncle sent 2 women to his bedroom. But while Joffrey wouldn't call them ugly, they didn't quite stir his interest. But this woman, Joffrey, couldn't look away. Move it, you Lannister bastard. Someone yelled, yanking the chains. What? Joffrey blinked at the insult, and then his heart practically stopped when the woman turned her face in his direction. He knew that profile, the proud angles, now streaked with mud and tears. And mother? He breathed, horror twisting his gut. Without thinking, Joffrey turned around and ran. He exploded out of the shop's entrance, face hot with rage. You filthy dogs, let her go. I order you, as your king. The street fell silent, everyone staring at him. In that second, Joffrey realized how stupidly Head just revealed himself. He saw the way the crowd's eyes gleamed, not with pity, but with the greed of gold. Someone shouted, 10,000 gold. The mob surged at him in a rush of hands and growling faces. Joffrey tried to dart back inside, but they yanked him by his arms and legs, snatching at his clothes. Joffrey! Joff! No! Stop! His mother cried out, voice thick with misery. He barely caught it before something slammed into the back of his head, and darkness consumed him. Bahaha! I leaned against the Iron Throne, laughing at the delicious irony of it all. So Joffrey decided to show up while Cersei was doing her walk of shame? I didn't expect that when I decided to bring her back to King's Landing like that. All those Lannisters who strutted around like peacocks were finally getting what was coming to them. Cersei, the proud lioness, stripped bare for the whole city to see. And Joffrey, that little fool, running out to defend her at just the right moment? It was almost too perfect. Right now, the throne room was empty and quiet, moonlight spilling through the high windows and painting long shadows on the floor. I hadn't budged from the Iron Throne since I first took it yesterday, way too much to do, and I kind of liked the feel of it anyway. Every second spent here reminded me that I'd won. Rose knelt between my legs, her flame-colored hair glowing in the dim light. I threaded my fingers through it, savoring its silky softness. Tell me about our guest. How's our ex-king holding up? She paused what she was doing, pulling back with a soft sound, and wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Still asleep, your grace. The milk of the poppy should knock him out for a few more hours. Excellent. I twisted a lock of her hair around my finger. So, what do you think we should do with him once he's awake? Didn't he torture you and your friend at one point? I still remember feeling my blood boil back then. So we need to make sure he learns a lesson. My grin widened. And after that, a very public execution, of course. Rose's eyes lit up hearing the first part. She must feel so grateful realizing that I remembered. And his mother? Rose asked, an eager spark in her eyes. Shall be there, forced to watch it all. But we have some time till execution. Robb Stark will not be here until a few days later. We can't do it before that. I'll let go of her hair. So until then, we play. Go get that room ready like I told you. As you wish, your grace. She got her feet, grinning at me as she walked away, hips swaying. She knew how to get a man riled up, being a whore and all. Well, former whore. She was now the mistress of whispers, as I promised her. Although I'd only make it official after the execution. I leaned farther back on the throne, feeling the twisted metal edges press into my back. Other kings might have found it uncomfortable and painful, but the swords merely gave my thick skin a massage. I thought it was a perfect reminder of power. Closing my eyes, I let the satisfaction wash over me. It really did feel good. Nothing like taking a nap on my Iron Throne. 75, A Perfect Lannister Hell, Chapter 75. A perfect Lannister hell. Joffrey's eyes fluttered open, his mind foggy and his head pounding. He saw familiar crimson drapes and a ceiling he was used to, making him frown. For one blessed moment, his frown melted and he breathed the stale air of his childhood bedchamber. Ah, yes, of course. All of that, it was just a bad dream. He believed for a moment. How else could dragons be a thing? How else could he have lost? But when he tried to move, realization hit him. He couldn't move. Dust motes swirled in shafts of afternoon light cutting through broken shutters. The familiar scent of the room and the faint echoes of the previous day's events brought him crashing back to reality. His breath hitched as he realized it hadn't been a dream at all. Before he could process the full weight of his situation, a low, guttural moan filled the air, followed by the rhythmic creak of the bed frame. The moan came low and throaty, a voice that was familiar, but a sound that was not. His head snapped sideways so fast his neck popped. His mother. Cersei was seen from behind with her back arched and her golden hair clinging to her skin as Viserys moved against her on a worn bed frame that groaned with the effort. She looked disheveled, and it was clear she hadn't been given a chance to wash up after being paraded around undressed. And she was being tormented in that state. Viserys, that bastard, was preying on his mother while she still bore the shameful march from the public humiliation, where 100,000 men had seen her exposed, imagining cruel thoughts about her body. It was this bastard who was acting on those monstrous desires. Her manicured nails clawed at moldering bedsheets as she cried out in ragged excitement. Joffrey's chair creaked as he strained against silk restraints binding his wrists behind the chair back. What the fuck? His eyes went wide in horror as he took in the scene before him. She was on all fours on the bed. Her body trembled with each violent blow from behind. Viserys' strong, powerful frame dominated the space, his movements relentless and brutal. Cersei's face was twisted in agony, her eyes wide as she cried out. The sound sent a wave of nausea through Joffrey. But what caught his attention next made his blood run cold. Somehow he hadn't noticed so far that he was tied to a chair, his wrists and ankles bound with thick rope, leaving him utterly helpless. Stop! Stop, you animal! I'll have you! Viserys' laughter boomed through the chamber, his violet eyes glinting as he turned sharply. Hear that, Lannister? Your cub is awake, and he thinks he commands dragons. He struck the heavy table with a resounding thud, and Viserys stepped closer, his jaw tight. I dealt with Theon Greyjoy the same way, and he was wise to stay quiet. Your son truly is too dumb to read a room. How could he handle a continent? I'll hang you, lizard. Free me. Joffrey shouted, but the man didn't pay attention. Viserys grabbed his dear mother's hair tight from behind, leaning forward to whisper, help him understand the situation, or else I might end him right here. Tell him whose devotion you crave, Cersei. His mother's tear-streaked face twisted toward Joffrey, her mascara-blackened eyes glassy. All. I can't. Viserys growled, slowing his torment to cruel, deliberate cruelty that made her breath hitch. Shall we ask the whore's son what he thinks? Before Joffrey could respond, a soft, mocking laugh echoed from behind him. He strained against his restraints, trying to see who was there. A figure stepped into his line of sight, and his heart sank. Rose, the pretty whore from the brothel, stood there, wearing translucent silk that did nothing to conceal the whip coiled at her hip, tied up like a little bird in a cage. Joffrey's face reddened with rage and humiliation. You wretch! What are you doing here? Let me go. He spat, struggling against the ropes. The red-lipped woman trailed her painted nails along his arm. She chuckled and looked at Viserys. Look at him. Your Grace. The Pretender King's sword stands at attention. Joffrey's stomach dropped as he felt a sudden tightness in his breeches. No. You scheming, her hand slammed against his face, stopping him from talking. Don't yell. His Grace will feel bothered, she said in a tone cold enough to make him shiver. And no, I'm not going to let you go, Joffrey. I'm going to have a little fun with you as you watch your mother's dignity and image get destroyed. She raised her hand, and Joffrey's breath caught as he saw the whip coiled in her fist. The whip cracked. Joffrey's scream merged with his mother's shriek as the lash bit into his groin. Rose leaned close, her breath hot against his ear. Hush now, false little king. Or maybe you want to get your turn with that Lannister whore once the real ruler's finished. Cersei's head snapped toward him, her eyes wide with horror. But Viserys grabbed her by the hair, shoving her back down onto the bed. It bothers me that you're paying attention to him, Viserys snarled, his grip tightening painfully. He needs to watch. He needs to see what happens when you cross me. You won't forget this. Trust me. Cersei sobbed and pleaded for the abuse to stop. Viserys frowned and nodded at Rose, who grinned and attacked Joffrey harsher. Cersei's eyes bulged. No, I'm sorry. Your Grace, yes, your Grace, my Viserys. Please stop. You're hurting him. But Viserys just laughed. Joffrey watched as his mother was flipped on her back with brutal strength, her wrists pinned above her head as Viserys took her by force. Joffrey's body burnt as the dragon's movements became more relentless. You should have thought of that before you decided to play queen, Cersei, when your son thought he had power. Now, you're nothing but a slut, and your son is just a pathetic little voyeur. Look at him, lioness. Watch as your darling boy learns what true power feels like. Please. Cersei's plea dissolved into overwhelmed gasps as Viserys pressed deeper, her whimpers filling the room. Zhijov, don't look. But Joffrey couldn't look away. His mother's body trembled as she struggled against the invader, her head thrashing against mildewed pillows as Viserys growled obscenities. All the while, Rose's wandering whip traced the damp spots spreading across Joffrey's lap, her laughter light and musical. Beg, Viserys snarled, slowing to excruciating near stillness. Beg for it, Targaryen. Or you'll let your son have a turn next. Won't that be great? Look how he's reacting. He's definitely interested. Joffrey's tears streamed down his face as he watched, helpless and humiliated. His mind reeled with a mix of rage, fear, and disgust, but there was nothing he could do. He was trapped, forced to endure the horror unfolding before him. He forced her onto her back with brutal, animalistic aggression. Cersei's cry broke into desperate, hyperventilating gasps. Please stop, your Grace. Primeka no, donam. I need you. Joffrey didn't know if his mother was acting to save him from whips, or if she truly sobbed dryly as Viserys roared triumphantly. The Dragon King moved against her, and the bed's protests drowned beneath Cersei's sobbing pleas. Rose pressed against Joffrey's back, her nimble fingers touching his neck as Viserys' taunts washed over them. Your false father died, gurgling your mother's name. Viserys panted, sweat dripping on his Cersei's chest. They'll have her begging for mercy until the seven hells freeze. The first drops struck Cersei's stomach as she seized up. Joffrey's breath caught sharply as Rose's hand tightened around his trembling throat. Shoo, the woman said, her steady grip shifting with deliberate control. All men falter the same way in the end. She smiled, all but my master. Who's? Viserys' call sliced through the humid air like Valyrian steel. Rose froze with her hand still on Joffrey's throat. The boys labored, breathing loud in the sudden stillness. Come here. I have something even more fun prepared. She turned toward the throne with a serpent smile. Golden light from the high windows glinting off the dark glossy whip still pressed against Joffrey's thigh. As my king commands. Her silk robe slid across the stone as she crossed to the bed. Joffrey watched the curve of her hips, that fine ass that he could have had if Head wanted that day. But like the realm, that body also drifted away from him, falling into Viserys' grip as he struck it. Cersei lay trembling beneath them, tear tracks cutting through the grime on her cheeks. The dry blood on her forehead from getting stoned before mixed with sweat and dirt. Viserys gripped a fistful of golden hair. Rose climbed onto the mattress and forced the former queen's face upward. Rose froze, and then a grin split her face when she realized what the dragon wanted. She straddled Cersei, her knees pinning the lioness' arms to the mildewed sheets. "Breathe through your nose, little queen," Rose said, pressing downward. Joffrey watched his mother, struggling on a woman's thighs, his face flushing again. "Wouldn't want you missing the show." Viserys' laugh rumbled deep in his chest as he ruffled Rose's hair. "I really do like you," he said. "So I'll give you a reward," he said, and his tongue claimed Rose's mouth. His hands tore at her flimsy garments, silk shredded like cobwebs beneath his fingers, revealing pale flesh mottled with old bruises and fresh bite marks. Rose arched into the violence. Nails scored red trails down the king's scarred back as their kiss turned bloody. "Magnificent," she gasped against his lips when they broke apart. Her hips pressed down hard against Cersei's face. "To think they called you the Beggar King. Look at you now, conqueror of thrones and kingdoms both. Don't you love this?" That got Joffrey's blood boiling. His chair legs screeched against stone as he strained against his bonds. "Mother! Mother!" Spittle flew from his lips, his boyish features contorted in rage and something darker. "He'll kill you. He'll rip your entrails out," and Viserys didn't glance at the screaming boy. His violet eyes stayed locked on Rose as he rose to his knees, looming over her with a cruel grin. "Watch closely," he said. Rose obeyed like a well-trained hound. Viserys gripped her hair with one hand while his other hand moved close to her face. Her muffled sounds sent shivers through him as he pressed nearer, watching tears spring to her eyes. "Good girl," he said, breathing heavily. "Take your king's fire." Cersei's legs kicked beneath them, the bed creaking under the strain. Rose's hand scrambled for purchase on Viserys' chest, her earlier poise shattered. Below them, Cersei's movements grew sluggish, her struggles weakening as Rose's weight pressed down. Joffrey's screams dissolved into broken whimpers. His head lolled against the chair back, eyes glassy as they tracked the rhythmic slap of flesh on flesh. A dark stain spread across his breeches. The acrid stench of urine joining the room's miasma of sweat and exertion. When Viserys finally finished, his roar was like that of a dragon as it shook dust from the canopy above. The woman convulsed beneath him, her exhaustion written in the arch of her spine and the desperate clutch of her fingers. She collapsed forward as he stepped away, a thin line of red trailing from her lips as she breathed heavily. Even in that situation, she turned her face toward Joffrey. "All hail the king," she rasped, laughter bubbling through the mess on her chin. The last thing Joffrey saw before darkness took him was his mother's limp hand slipping from beneath Rose's thigh, fingers twitching in the torchlight like a dying spider, as Viserys once again threw himself against her. Chapter 76. The Targaryen dynasty continues. Sansa walked behind her brother through the Red Keep's corridors. Even though days had passed since the Lannisters' defeat, the throne room still smelled like ash and burned stone. The scent reminded her of the Blackwater, and it made her stomach twist. Morning light streamed through cracked windows, falling on the floor where wildfire scorch marks curled like frozen snakes. Servants were on their knees, scrubbing stubborn bloodstains. Their rags left pink smears across the mosaics of three-headed dragons. Robb's boots sounded too loud on the marble as he stepped into the throne room first. Right behind him, the Grey John let out a laugh that died quickly, replaced by the uneasy shuffle of northern boots. Sansa pressed herself close to her mother. Her gray silk gown felt too thin in the lingering smoke. Catelyn leaned over and gave her a gentle kiss on the head. When Robb glanced her way, Sansa forced a small smile that never really reached her eyes. He sighed in return. "Still smells like roasted stags," Roose Bolton muttered, his pale gaze flicking to the Tyrell knights lining the walls. Their green breastplates seemed to shine mockingly next to the Northerners' dented mail and muddy furs. Sansa noticed someone who stood out. Marjorie Tyrell stood a little apart from her brother Garland, like a fresh summer rose in the middle of winter. She caught Sansa's eye and dipped her head in a polite greeting. Sansa dug her nails into her palms. That was the girl, wasn't it? She felt a swirl of emotions she didn't fully understand. Suddenly, trumpets shattered the quiet. "Behold, Viserys Targaryen," called a herald. Sansa's heart pounded as she turned to look at the tall figure stepping out of the shadows. The King of the Seven Kingdoms moved like a drawn sword, smooth and sure. He wore a black cloak with gold dragons along his shoulders, looking more regal than the last time she had seen him. Close behind him came Kinvara, the Red Priestess Sansa had only heard whispers about. Her ruby necklace gleamed in the sunlight, and in the background stood Rose. Sansa's brows knit. What's she doing with Viserys? Rose was a whore who had grown up in Winterfell. But while she had been a whore from a young age, Sansa saw her as an older sister. That girl was really nice and took care of her at times. Now Rose stood with the king, and a whip scar showed across her knuckles. It made Sansa wonder what had happened in all these months. Above them, the castle shook as Viserion roared. Northerners stiffened at the sound. Even the Tyrell knights flinched. A hint of a smile curled on Sansa's lips. She couldn't help remembering how she used to dream of dragons, and maybe she did want to pat Viserion's head if given the chance. "King Robb, my friend," Viserys said, his voice carrying as he settled on the Iron Throne. "The North fought bravely. Harrenhal's ruins will remember your steel for an age. You have my thanks." Robb gave a sharp nod. He showed respect without lowering himself too much. Sansa thought her brother had grown a lot. He seemed like a real leader now. "Tywin Lannister never made it to help his grandson," Robb said. "Exactly as we agreed. The North remembers its allies, my friend." Behind him, the Greyjohn grunted in approval, while Roose Bolton gave a thin smile. Robb went on, "I'm sorry I couldn't bring you Tywin's head, though." Viserys just gave an easy nod. "It's Tywin Lannister. I'd have been more shocked if you had succeeded." Then Sansa felt his gaze flick to her, almost like a touch. She instantly looked away, letting her eyes drift to some old artwork on the ceiling showing Aegon's conquest. She felt foolish for not meeting his gaze, but it was too late. "It's a shame," Catelyn Stark said quietly. "I would have liked to see that man's head on a spike." "Still," Viserys said, now focusing on Catelyn, "your son did what he promised. Allies need trust, and you Northerners have proven yourselves." "Ugh, why did I look away?" Sansa scolded herself in her head for avoiding his eyes. Shed had the chance to greet him, and she blew it. Robb's hand hovered near his belt, which held no sword at the moment. "I'm glad this alliance stands strong. Unlike Dorne, we in the North plan on keeping our word." Some Tyrell lords snickered, and Garland Tyrell shot him a glare to hush him. Viserys chuckled, the sound warming the cold air. Wise indeed. He tapped a finger on one of the throne's jagged edges. "As for Dornwell, we could discuss them in private." Sansa exhaled softly. That was one thing off the table for now. Wait, no. What am I thinking she knew about Arya Martell, the Princess of Dorne, and how so many lords might try pushing their daughters on Viserys? But if Dorne wasn't sending soldiers, if Dorne had betrayed him, maybe she could breathe easier. But she didn't want to think like that. Right then, Marjorie Tyrell seemed to drift closer, like she wanted to speak. Sansa didn't feel ready for that talk and pretended to fix her sleeve. Her mother started chatting with Marjorie instead. Meanwhile, Kinvara bent down and whispered something to Viserys, and he nodded, rising from the throne in a swirl of crimson. "Before we do that," he said, "we have a more immediate matter of justice to handle." The throne room emptied fast. Northern and Reach lords moved like soldiers off to another battle. Robb offered Sansa his arm, and she took it. She couldn't stop her hands from trembling as they walked out together. Morning light spilled across the wide courtyard of the Red Keep, cutting long shadows from the wooden platform at its center. Two tall stakes, each bearing the Targaryen three-headed dragon, stood on either side of the stage, their crimson banners snapping in the breeze. A massive crowd filled the courtyard. Small folk came for the grim spectacle, while reach soldiers in shining armor and gold cloaks tried and failed to keep everything under control. Above, Viserys' massive golden form glided, each powerful flap instilling fear among the spectators. With every roar, even the bravest knights trembled. "Behold," someone announced, "Viserys Targaryen, your king." When Viserys arrived, people moved aside in a rush. His black cloak, which was edged in red, trailed over the stones as he headed for the platform, which Kinvara and a group of Tyrell knights flanked. "Everyone," Viserys said, looking over the crowd. "Today, we're here for a great cause, a deserved justice. The last time you saw something like this was with Eddard Stark, an innocent man framed for false crimes. Today is something truer than that. Before that, let's welcome the Lannister whore." A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as Cersei appeared next. Dragged by two guards. "Ard, let me go." A heavy chain leash fastened to an iron collar around her neck clinked with every step. She wore an outfit more fit for a brothel than a once-queen fabric, so skimpy it barely covered her. Her once bright green eyes were red and wild, and her tangled golden hair clung to her sweaty face. "Please," she begged, lurching forward, voice cracking, "someone help us. He'll shower you with gold." The crowd answered with jeers and spit. "Whore queen," somebody yelled. "Lion bitch," another shouted. "Now, let's welcome the mistress of Whisper." "Who's bringing our main culprit?" Viserys said. Then Rose stepped up onto the platform, dressed like a court official now instead of prostitute. She hauled Joffrey behind her with help from two guards. His fancy clothes were in tatters, his wrists locked in heavy manacles. Terror filled his face as he darted his gaze around, seeking a way out. When he spotted Cersei, his composure fell away. Mother, do something," he cried, his voice shaky. Cersei tried to rush the platform, but the guards yanked the leash. She hit the cobblestones hard, chain rattling. "My baby," she wailed. "Please, not my son." Viserys climbed the steps calmly and deliberately. He drew a fancy sword from his belt, Joffrey's own blade, its golden lion pommel gleaming in the morning light. The courtyard went silent as he said, "Today, I'm going to show respect to my northern friends and do this through their culture. Since I'm the one who called this execution, I'll swing the sword myself." At the edge of the crowd, Sansa stood with her mother, her brother Robb, and some grim northern lords. Not far off, Marjorie and Garland Tyrell looked on. Garland seemed uneasy at the scene, but stayed firm by Viserys. Cersei collapsed to her knees, the chain rattling. "Why, Your Grace, please. He's just a boy, my firstborn, show mercy. Just lock him up in the dungeon, please." Viserys stared at her, letting the tension build, then spoke in a strong voice. "This is not a boy. This is a false king who tormented and murdered the realm's people. He starved them, abused them. His crimes go on and on. Is he truly Robert Baratheon's son? Even?" He didn't wait for her answer and listed Joffrey's brutal deeds, killing off Robert's bastards, tormenting Sansa, and bringing chaos to King's Landing. With each crime, the crowd's anger grew. "Lies!" Joffrey screamed, voice cracking. "They're all lies." But the crowd's rage drowned him out. "I have the Baratheon blood. You filthy peasants. I am your king. Kneel before me." By the power of House Targaryen, Viserys cut through his voice, his tone deadly calm. "And with the North, the Reach, and this city watching, I sentenced Joffrey Lannister, the incest-born son of Cersei and Jaime Lannister, to die." Joffrey's face lost all its color. His head snapped toward his mother's. "And mother, you have to stop this. Tell them, I'm the king." Cersei's wail cut through the air. She clawed at her collar. "No, please, I'm begging you. Where's that mighty lion now?" Roast muttered and stepped back, looking satisfied, while Viserys approached Joffrey. The boy tried to spit at him, but only dribbled on his chin. His knees quivered as Viserys raised the lion-pummeled sword. Time seemed to slow. The crowd held its breath. "Mommy!" His legs trembled, and he pissed himself. The blade sliced down with a solid thud. Joffrey's head rolled across the platform, blood spurting in a harsh arc before his body collapsed. A gasp tore through the spectators, followed by scattered cheers. Flicking blood off the sword, Viserys locked eyes with Cersei. "I know this angers you, bitch, but be careful. You'll watch the same thing happen to your other two children," he warned, voice cold. "If you ever move against me." Cersei's eyes burned, but then they darkened in fear as she sank onto the stones, chain clanking as she sobbed. Above, Viserion let out a roar that rattled the keep's walls. Viserys tossed the bloody sword aside, not caring about the red stains on his cloak. He scanned the crowd Northmen, reachmen, and townsfolk radiating a power no one dared question. "The dragons have reclaimed their throne. Let all who defy us meet the same fate. From now on," he announced, "the Targaryen dynasty continues." Behind him, Joffrey's body lay cooling while Cersei wept at his feet. Spoiler collapse 77 The Queen of Thorns Chapter 77. The Queen of Thorns Marjorie's palms stung from clapping, but she didn't stop. Not until the last drop of Joffrey's blood seeped into the cracks between the cobblestones. A roar louder than all the applause combined shook the city. Her gaze lifted from the dark stain to the sky, where Viserion circled like a gilded vulture. She couldn't help but smile. That dragon, it's mine. Or it would be once the man who rode it became hers. She turned her smile toward Viserys as he acknowledged the roaring crowd, his face impassive beneath the splatter of crimson. When he pivoted to leave, she was already at his side, slipping her arm through his with practiced ease. The gesture drew approving murmurs from the onlookers. Their king and their rose united. Viserys didn't stiffen or pull away, his stride steady as they descended the platform. "Your Grace," she said, sweetening her voice just enough to carry over the fading cheers. "A decisive stroke. The realm will sleep safer tonight." He hummed non-committally, eyes forward. Marjorie kept her smile fixed, though her mind raced. Why hasn't he announced the marriage yet? The question gnawed at her each time courtiers bowed to them as a pair, each time his hand brushed hers during feasts. Her father's impatience had become a daily nuisance, but Marjorie knew better than to push. He was the first dragon rider in 2 centuries, and she didn't want to piss off her to-be husband. Her father would achieve nothing but scorn. So she had chosen to leave this to her grandmother. Olenna Tyrell's ship would dock within days. Let the Queen of Thorns handle the prickly details. As they passed the Stark contingent, Marjorie's grip tightened imperceptibly on Viserys' arm. Sansa stood half-hidden behind Lady Catelyn, her tully blue eyes fixed on the king with a look Marjorie couldn't quite parse. Longing? Foolish girl. What did she do to blow up such an opportunity? Marjorie had heard about the fantasy-like rescue story of Sansa, and she had grown worried when later news about Viserys granting the North independence surfaced. That had made her heart beat faster, thinking Shed lost to Sansa. But given how that girl was hiding behind her mother, refusing to meet eyes with Viserys, she realized those worries were nonsense. The North had its independence, but here in the South, Sansa was just another wide-eyed pawn. Marjorie's lips curved higher. Let the wolf pup stare. The same went for the 3 sand snakes. Shed heard that they were in the castle, but they didn't show themselves to the public after Dorne's betrayal. Marjorie was curious what he'd do to them. Viserys' attention had already moved on, his focus sharpening as a Tyrell captain approached to report on the city's grain stores. "Take Cersei Lannister back to her chambers. Be sure she doesn't kill herself," Viserys said, dismissing the man before turning to Marjorie. His thumb grazed her wrist, a fleeting touch that warmed her skin through the silk sleeve. "Walk with me to the council chambers. I'd prefer company after the bloodbath earlier." "Of course, my love," she said, her voice doing nothing to quiet down as she fell in a step. The dragon's shadow passed over them again, and Marjorie didn't bother hiding her upward glance. Soon, she promised herself, when grandmother arrives, they'd make him see. A dragon needs his rose, after all. Robb leaned against the cold stone windowsill, watching torchlight flicker across the maze of alleys below. The scent of charred wood still clung to the city, mingling with the salt breeze from Blackwater Bay. His head was hurting from all these thoughts, just when warm arms circled his waist from behind. "You should be celebrating," Talisa murmured into his back, her breath tickling through his linen tunic. "The man who ordered your father's death just lost his head. So what are you doing, staring like that?" He covered her hands with his own, calloused fingers brushing over smooth skin. I'd toast to it properly if... Rob turned in her embrace, finding her dark eyes still heavy with sleep. Moonlight caught the silver threads in her nightdress, making her look like some spirit from old Nan's tales. "Did you see Sansa at the execution? How she trembled." Talisa's thumbs traced idle circles over his hips. "She's gentle, not made for bloodshed." Gentle doesn't explain why she looks away every time Viserys glances her way. The memory curdled in his gut, Sansa shrinking behind their mother's shoulder in the throne room. Viserys' violet eyes lingering a heartbeat too long before turning coldly away. "I meant to propose a match between them, secure the North's position. But now you play the disappointed matchmaker?" Talisa's laugh was soft, edged with knowing. "You, who tore up the Fry contract for a foreign nurse." He caught her wandering hand, pressing a kiss to her palm. "This is different. She wants him, even if she looks away. It's obvious she wants him. They're having a quarrel, but I've seen how puppy eyes and blushes don't make a queen. Plus, we don't know for sure unless she says she really does like him." Talisa stepped back, the loss of her warmth making the chamber feel suddenly cavernous. "Or would you force her into a cage of politics, like how you were almost pulled into one?" The accusation stabbed him. Somewhere in the keep, a door slammed, the sound echoing through the ancient stones, stopping the awkward silence from settling. "She's not you," Rob said at last. "She was raised for this, trained to smile while her heart breaks. Except a man who's flaunting another woman in front of her." Talisa crossed to the bedside carafe, pouring 2 cups of honeyed wine. The liquid glowed amber in the weak moonlight. "You Starks, so quick to martyr yourselves on duty's altar." He accepted the cup, but didn't drink. "If the Tyrell girl secures him first, then perhaps your Dragon King prefers roses to wolves." She sipped her wine, watching him over the rim. "Or perhaps he's waiting to see which party offers the best. So far he's been a political mind." Rob snorted. "Oh, please. My sister is a far better option, both as a person and as a political chip, than Marjorie Tyrell." She laughed. "Well, the Tyrell girl is pretty too, and she knows when to make her move. I've seen it. Plus, she comes with 100,000 swords and a grandmother who reminds people of Tywin Lannister." Talisa set her cup down with a sharp click. "But I do respect my sister-in-law and would be in pain to see her hurt. So if you ask me how to make her win over the Tyrell girl, I say send your mother to Viserys to talk about the marriage. If anyone can, mother would sooner strangle Viserys than let him near Sansa again. Come on, they just need to have a conversation," she said. "I'm sure her opinion about Viserys is much better now after she saw him kill Joffrey with his own hands, respecting your people's tradition. Whatever your mother is, she's a noble lady who knows when to respect people. Still, I don't think he'd be convinced, dear wife," he sighed. The wine turned sour on his tongue. He set it aside, staring at the artistic drawing across the chamber, a battle scene from the Dance of Dragons, threads fraying where the fire had licked the edges. She replied with a plain smile. She had already said her bit. Outside, Viserys' dragon roared loudly and shook the night, closer than before. Rob moved to the window in time to see golden wings blot out the stars, circling toward the dragon pit. When he turned back, Talisa was already climbing into bed, dark hair fanned across the pillows like spilled ink. She smiled at him from there. "Whatever choice you make it fast." She gestured at him with a finger, and he felt drawn toward it. When his head rested on her arms, she kissed his head. "When I passed by earlier, I heard that Olenna Tyrell's ship would dock within the next few days. Despite being an outsider from Essos, even I know it'd be too late then. Olenna Tyrell's presence alone would change the game." While the entire realm worried about when Shed arrived, Olenna was in her ship, humming and enjoying some snacks. The river lapped lazily against the hull as she popped a candied plum into her mouth. Her chambers aboard the Thorn's Delight smelled of rosewater and parchment, the air swirling with the kind of silence only a woman who'd outlived 3 husbands could appreciate. Through the latticed window, she felt like she could watch King's Landing loom in the distance, even though it was half a day's ride on horseback after getting down this ship. She should be there by the next evening. How pitiful, she mused, brushing sugar from her skirts. I spent decades fighting against the Lannister, only to miss the moment the Lion Cub King's head rolls. The Raven's account of Joffrey's execution still lay open on her desk, its ink smudged from her grip. Mace had repeated the details twice in his letter, how the Boy King had pissed himself, how Viserys swung the sword one-handed like he was chopping firewood. A shame she hadn't been there to whisper a final quip in the little monster's ear. At this age, she was used to missing out on seeing world-changing events with her own 2 eyes. Few were lucky to witness such things. Knock, knock, gentle knocks rattled the cabin door, pulling her out of her thoughts. "Is it the lemon cakes?" "Come in," she called without looking up. The Arbor Gold had left her tongue, craving something tart. "And for the love of the 7, tell the captain to stop tacking. This wobbling's fit to turn my stomach." The hinges creaked. There was no clink of porcelain and no simpering apology. Olenna turned just as the door clicked shut. A hooded figure stood between her and the exit, hands gloved, face shadowed. Her pulse quickened in novelty at her age. "How droll," she drawled, rising slowly. Her joints protested, but she'd be damned if she'd cower. "Did Tywin Lannister send you? Tell him if he wanted a reunion, he could have MMPH. The man had moved like a blur, and his hand clamped over her mouth, leather and iron pressing her lips shut. The other arm snaked around her torso, lifting her clear off the floor. She kicked, her slipper flying off to smack a Myrish vase. It shattered. "Shoo!" His voice rumbled behind her ear. It was young male, faintly amused. She almost recognized it. What the hell? No way. Is that at this age, she couldn't struggle more than that. So she bit down hard. The glove tasted of lye and something metallic. Her captor didn't flinch. The hood fell back. Viserys Targaryen smiled at her reflection in the window, all sharp angles and colder eyes than the polite boy who'd visited Highgarden. His eyes seemed to announce that whatever cooperation and cowardice had shown during their first meeting, it was all an act, all to get her working with him. His free hand raised a dagger, its hilt carved with Lannister lions. Clever, she thought, even as her heart stuttered. Frame the corpse for Tywin's brood. Leave the reach scrambling. Sorry, Granny. The blade hovered at her ribs. You're too dangerous to be kept alive. She met his gaze in the glass, chin high. Let him see her laugh lines, her unblinking stare. Let him remember this. The steel slid between her bones like a hot knife through butter. Darkness came swift. The last thing she tasted was candy plum. Rot in hell, his voice grew distant. Spoiler collapse 78, The Viper's Decision, Chapter 78. The Viper's Decision. Olenna Tyrell hadn't done anything wrong against me yet. Not directly. But that was the problem with clever old women who thought their tongues sharper than Valyrian steel. She'd sneered at me in Highgarden. Hadn't she? Dismissed me as some up-jumped exile until she saw my fancy pet. I had let her live then because I needed the Reach's armies, their grain, their gold. Because Marjorie's simpering act had been useful. But now the realm knew dragons didn't kneel to rose gardens. On top of that, I was more than just my dragon. She had no use, and by tomorrow, the news of her death will announce the weakness of House Tyrell. Status, I said, my wings flapping against the wind as I waited for the shimmering box. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 22 years old, level 4754 STR, 57 YNE, 54 DX, 58 INT, 55 LUC 1, 50 AUTH. Page class. The Dragon King skills. Dragon Management System S, House of Dragons S, Fire Resistance E, Dragon Wings F, Spearmanship A, Swordsmanship C, Dragon Strike D. Page the growth made me smile. It had barely been a year since I came to this world, and ID already grown so much. ID already taken back the throne. I gained a bunch of levels during the massacre of Blackwater Bay. It was the greatest jump so far. Almost 15 levels. My spearmanship also ranked up to A after killing Stannis Baratheon. I still had people to take care of, though. Tywin Lannister was alive, and so was Tyrion and that eunuch bastard. Most importantly, my sister. Well, more importantly, the White Walkers north of the Wall. But I had time to prepare for them. Waving the status page away, I focused on my surroundings to land safely. I landed silently on the balcony, wings dissolving into my back like smoke. Just then, another system notification flashed. Skill Dragon Wings, F, has risen to Dragon Wings, E. What a timing. I felt like I was growing stronger every second, making me smile. Still, ID still die against an army, so I couldn't relax just yet. A few more years. The moon hung low over King's Landing, casting long shadows across the chamber of the king. HM. 3 figures turned as I stepped inside Obara, Nymeria, and Tyene. I frowned, but their postures relaxed when they recognized me. Oh my, Nymeria purred, leaning against the bedpost. Her fingers toyed with the laces of her leather jerkin. We've been waiting. Thought you'd be off visiting that Tyrell girl or your little spy mistress, but you're back early. I shrugged off my cloak, tossing it over a chair. And yet here you are. What's this about? Tyene stepped forward first, hips swaying like a Dornish viper coiling to strike. Dorne hasn't sent troops, she said, voice sweet as poison honey. Her hand slid up my chest, nails scraping lightly through the fabric. We're concerned. Worried you'll decide, we'll betray you too, like our stupid uncle did. So we thought we should talk. Obara snorted, crossing her arms. Yep, I say we get the current Martells ourselves and be done with Nymeria, cut her off with a glare. What she means, she said, stepping closer, is what I'd like to prove our use. Her breath warmed my neck as her lips brushed my ear. In whatever way pleases our king. Her hand tucked my shirt, undoing the buttons. I laughed as my shirt fell, but caught her wrist before she could undo my belt. Seduction? Really? You 3? Tyene pouted in her false innocence. You don't find us tempting? I find you desperate right now, I said. I won't think you'll betray me. We've spent so much time together, right? It'd be stupid to betray me now, knowing my strength and all. Obara's hand twitched toward her spear propped against the wall. Exactly. Well, you're right. We're desperate. We're desperate to feel safe. So just you are. I stepped back, eyeing them. Nymeria's cheeks flushed, whether from anger or shame, I couldn't tell. But fine. They'd say I'm convinced. What then? You'll warm my bed. And ill forget your useless prince can't tell his ass from spear point? Dorne will pay its price for betrayal. This won't change anything. Tyene's smile didn't reach her eyes. She turned abruptly, striding to the side table where a carafe of wine sat. Let's start with a drink. You sound too angry, she said, pouring deep red liquid into 2 goblets. To trust. She tilted her head back, throat working seductively as she drained her cup. A trickle of wine escaped the corner of her lips, trailing down her neck. Holding my gaze, she offered the other goblet. Your turn. My fingers twitched as Tyene offered the goblet, her pulse fluttering like a trapped bird beneath that delicate throat. The wine scent hit me gently bitter almonds beneath the cloying sweetness. Normal people would never be able to detect it. I did. Idiots. I moved faster than any of them could blink. Tyene's eyes bulged as I grabbed her throat and slammed her against the stone wall, her feet dangling a hand's breadth above the floor. The goblet shattered, staining the rug blood red. You think I don't know widow's blood when I smell it? I hissed. Am stupefied as to why you're taking such risks when you've seen I hadn't hung you for your nation's crime. Release her. Obara lunged first, grabbing a spear from the display and arcing toward my ribs with a hunter's precision. Nymeria followed, hidden dagger drawn low for a gutting strike. I kicked Obara's spear sideways into Nymeria's path, metal screeching as the blade deflected off the shaft. My heel caught Obara square in the sternum, sending the fool crashing into the bed frame. A twist of my hip, and Nymeria ate a boot to the diaphragm, crumpling against the hearth with a gasp. Tyene's choked laughter bubbled wetly. Crimson trailed from her nostrils, her lips blooming purple. As such vigor, I knew this plan was stupid. Obara crawled toward her spear. Nymeria clutched her ribs, wheezing. Obara, stop. Nymeria's voice cracked, and she turned toward me. Please, let her go. The pendant around her neck, Tyene's fingers clawed at my wrist, her legs kicking weakly as blood started trickling down her nose and ears. I tightened my grip, watching her face darken. And why shouldn't I let her choke? Obara spat blood. She didn't want this. We convinced her. We thought we were betraying Dorne by going against Doran's decision to cut ties with you. But Tyne didn't want this, so please let her go. Kill us instead. Nymeria crawled forward, tears cutting through the soot on her cheeks. This was just a bad decision. We're sorry. We're at fault. Please. Please, I tilted my head. Begging doesn't suit vipers. Fuck, stop this. Sister's begging is pathetic. Tyene rasped, her eyes rolling back. If we've committed a crime, we should be punished for it. I dropped her. She hit the floor gasping, fingers scrambling for the silver pendant shaped like a coiled serpent that had separated from her. I crushed her hand under my boot. Arian Martell, of all people, I said, plucking the pendant free, sent a rather illuminating raven. Your dear Uncle Doran's been cozying up to some Lyseni, brat claiming to be Rhaegar's son. Do you even know what's going on there? Stupid idiots. Oberyn doesn't support Doran in this, but at the same time, he won't betray his brother by sending me a letter. But somehow, Doran's daughter got so addicted to me that she betrayed him by letting me know. I want to kill you both. But well, since Arianne said Oberyn doesn't support it, they'll let you off this one. I hope you realize you're Oberyn's daughters and not Doran's. So don't act up. I will lock you up, though. Then I pressed the pendant into Tyene's slack mouth, forcing her to swallow the antidote capsule hidden inside. How did you guys decide poisoning me was smarter than begging for forgiveness? Tyene convulsed, vomit splattering the tiles as the antidote took hold. Obara bared bloody teeth. You should have told us about this, then. Nah, it was interesting to see who you'd choose in such a situation, I said with a sigh. I'd been wondering about what to do with them, waiting it out, but they ended up making a bad choice. I clapped twice. Guards flooded the room. Take them to the black cells. Let them ponder familial loyalty in the dark. As they dragged the sisters out, Tyene croaked, I'm sorry, I've laughed. Regrets for men who can't fly. They'll pay you a visit later. The guards dragged them away, and I approached the door to stare at them. Speaking of guards, I need my own king's guards. It was such a pain to choose, though. Do I hold a tourney, or what? Then I paused, staring at someone interesting who was standing outside, seemingly having come here out of coincidence right when I was sending girls to the dungeon. Catelyn Stark stood frozen on the threshold, her gaze darting from the girls being dragged away and then my bare chest. A muscle twitched in her jaw. Enjoying the view, Lady Stark? I grabbed a discarded tunic, not bothering to put it on. She stiffened, raising her head. I require an audience. Do you? I stepped closer, watching her eyes refuse to drop below my collarbone. Usually, people make reservations for a king's audience. But a sure thing, since you're the one asking for it. By all means. I swept an arm toward the ravaged chamber. Cool. Let's discuss Family 79, A Wolf's Deal with a Dragon, Chapter 79. A wolf's deal with a dragon. The candlelight cast shadows across Catelyn's face as she stood there, like a statue in stark gray. Her eyes flickered to the shattered vase near the hearth, the sand snakes, parting gift before snapping back to me. I stretched my legs wider, feeling the chair creak. Your Grace. She spoke up a moment later, and her voice was colder than a winter stream. I appreciate the audience at this late hour. I swirled the wine in my cup, watching the droplets cling to the rim. It's all right. I don't need much sleep. The dragon blood is strong in me. But I don't think you came here to admire my decor. I gestured to the overturned table and the splintered leg of a chair. Let's get to the point, Lady Stark. Her jaw tightened at my blunt tone. This is about my daughter and you. I recall how close you two were. I barked a laugh. Sansa? The name dripped mock sweetness. Interesting. Why are you bringing her up? We shared a few rides and a few whispers. but nothing else. Just so you know her maidenness is intact. Wouldn't want to give you another reason to hate me, since you already hate me so much. Caitlin shook her head. You have the wrong idea of me then, Your Grace. That was before the war. All right, the war. I leaned forward, the chair groaning. The war where I roasted your enemies, took your city, saved your sons, and returned to claim the throne your precious Ned died groveling for. Fair point. I now understand why you've come to my chambers. I took a slow sip, letting the silence thicken. A deep scowl darkened her face. She hated how I was rubbing it on her. Be clear with me. Lady Stark, just what do you want now that you've realized how great a man I am? I smirked. She didn't flinch. Good. But her pulse jumped at her throat. The Tyrells will become the second Lannisters. A wise king would see that. Marjorie will have her claws in you, if she hasn't already. I grinned, all teeth. Claws. That rose has some fresh thorns, not claws. And thorns, I snapped my fingers over the candle. A spark leapt from it, dancing briefly before it snuffed out. Burn. Roses, more so. Caitlin sighed. Not at the parlor trick, at the implication. You're not taking my words seriously. Olenna Tyrell lands within days, she pressed. Shall have you wedded to that girl before the next moonrise. You think she'll let you rule? You'll sit on the throne, true, but like how Tywin managed the realm during Robert's time. She'd do the same during yours. I arched my brow. Wouldn't that be a shame? You can stop it. Do I want to? I shrugged. It sounds fun to have someone else run my nation while I enjoy kingly activities. What's the issue? I watched the way her fingers curled into a fist, the need in her eyes, the tension in her shoulders. I saw it all, and I reveled in it. This same woman was looking at me with hate, for my father had killed her fiancé back in the day, Ned Stark's older brother. The wine burned pleasantly as I swirled it, watching the Stark woman's reflection warp in the golden goblet. Her posture screamed of Tully arrogance mixed with Stark pride. Her spine was straight as a spear, chin lifted just enough to avoid looking down her nose. Amusing, given she stood in my chambers, surrounded by the wreckage of my earlier entertainment. The nobles of this world seldom realized how easily they could be killed, otherwise they'd have been less full of themselves. I didn't take you for that kind of king, she said. The type who lets others rule. Guess I was wrong. The way her lips curled up, just slightly, was annoying as she questioned my kingsmanship. She did look incredible at that moment, though attractive. Image here, spoiler collapse for the first time. I took a proper look at Caitlin Stark. Who would believe she was a widow and mother of 4? Her auburn hair was loosely braided over one shoulder, with stray strands framing her face and softening her sharp gaze. She stood with quiet strength, wearing a rich, dark gown with gold embroidery and a deep neckline that revealed her cleavage beneath the intricate patterns. A pendant, dark and sharp as her stare, hung at her throat against pale skin. Her hands were clasped firm over one another, and her expression was a blend of resolve and something else, lit by the warm glow of the fire behind her. I recall in the books, many characters were younger than their show counterparts. This woman must be a result of that. You must think I'm an idiot, Lady Stark, I said very slowly, letting the words drip like honey. Her eyes narrowed, a flicker of irritation betraying her composure. I think you're a king who understands the game. I still do. I laughed loud enough that it made her flinch. I like to think I do. I set the goblet down with deliberate slowness, and a clink echoed in the ruined room. But the last time I offered you kindness, you spat on my family name. Called me Mad King's brat in that sweet motherly tone of yours. If not for Rob's wise decision, would have been enemies. I apologize for that, she said. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees, watching her throat tremble. Whatever the case, now you're standing in my chamber, reeking of desperation, speaking of marriage. Tell me, I dropped my voice to a whisper, what benefits do I get from marrying Sansa Stark? Her hands flexed at her sides, pale fingers digging into gray wool. For heartbeat. I thought she might bolt. Then her lips parted, the words forced out like a prisoner's confession. A union. A bond between our houses, our independent nations, that secures the North's future and cements your rule. A bond. I drummed my fingers against the armrest. Is that what you call it? Not bartering your daughter like a broodmare at the Winterfell market. Her cheeks flushed, but her voice remained steady. Do not insult my motherhood like that, your grace. My daughter wants you, and that is the reason I am here. If she didn't, I'd have myself hanged before I sell her for political reasons. Yeah, you did that for your son, so why not your daughter? You may mock my words, but you know what I say is true. She closed her eyes and sighed, realizing I was just trying to irritate her. The North at your side is better than the Reach at your back. Plus, as I said, we're an independent nation while the Reach is a region under you. Marrying the Princess of House Stark is the wiser choice. I rose abruptly, boots crunching over shards of the shattered vase. Caitlin didn't retreat, though her pulse fluttered visibly at her throat. You're missing the part where I gave the North its independence. It means I'm not interested in that frozen place, I said, circling her like a wolf sizing up wounded prey. You're free. You rule yourselves. And winter is coming, and your crops will freeze. You're benefiting a lot more from having your daughter be my queen. After all, then I'll be obliged to look after the North. The same isn't true for the Reach. Rather, the amount of crops the Reach has grown can feed me for decades to come. You tell me, which choice is better? But no buts. Answer me clearly. What need have I for your daughter, Lady Stark? A pretty little thing, sure, but roses have thorns and wolves. I paused, close enough to smell the lavender soap clinging to her skin, have teeth. That is needless trouble for me. She turned sharply, meeting my gaze. Because we both know the game isn't over yet. Tywin Lannister still draws breath. Olenna will try to control you, and you need allies who are loyal, not sycophants waiting to carve your throne into souvenirs. Northmen are loyal. I hummed, tilting my head. Moonlight caught the sweat beating at her temple. I'll admit that, but loyalty is such a fragile thing. I reached out, brushing a strand of auburn hair from her shoulder. It was too intimate of a gesture, done too casually. She stiffened but held her ground. I don't need loyalty when I have a dragon. Try again. What would the North give me? Besides a blushing bride who jumps at her own shadow? The wine's bitter aftertaste clung to my tongue as I smiled at her. Caitlin didn't retreat, but her nostrils flared like a wolf scenting fire. Regardless, I see your point for Olenna, I said when she stayed silent for too long. She's a dangerous old woman. However, suppose if I'm to consider your proposal, I said, tilting my head as if pondering my words, I should test it first. Her spine stiffened. What? Her eyes glowed in danger. If you think I, Caitlin Stark, will let my daughter another step. Close enough to count the silver threads in her gown. Close enough to see the vein throbbing at her temple as she paused. Listen, a marriage is built on compatibility, I said slowly. Wouldn't you agree? Her hand twitched toward the absent dagger at her hip. Your Grace, am not heartless enough to ask for a maiden like Sansa for testing purposes. That's beneath me. So one night with you, Lady Stark. I leaned in, my breath stirring the loose strands of her auburn hair. Her scent frost and iron. No trace of fear made my grin widen. That's all. To ensure Stark women don't shatter beneath Targaryen men. Her slap came swift, but I caught her wrist midair, fingers digging into bone. Careful. That's an execution-worthy crime. You're disgusting. The choice is yours, Lady Stark. I shrugged, backing off and staring in her eyes, really curious if she'd given to the bait or not. 80 for the North, Chapter 80. For the North, Caitlin Stark's body was full of restraint as she held back from trying to slap him. But her eyes, those tully blue eyes, blazed with a fury that not even winter could quench. You insult me, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. I laughed, stepping back from her. Doi, or do I offer the same pragmatism you tried to sell? I swept a hand toward the bed, its sheets still tangled from the Sand Girl's earlier theatrics. You'd sell Sansa's future for a crown, but clutch your pearls at this? How very honorable. You truly are a disgrace. Viserys, she dared call me by my name, her voice cutting through the room like a blade. Your father might have been mad, but you're something worse. To make such a proposition to a woman whose husband's grave is barely cold, to mock my loss, my duty, and even suggest such filth, it's pure vile. I chuckled, feeling the sound echo off the stone walls. Vile, you come to me while speaking of the realm's politics, alliances, and marriage, yet balk when the game turns to flesh. You're not as naive as you pretend, Lady Stark. The North is cold, so you must know how warmth is shared. She just stared at me, unblinking. One thing was for sure. Catelyn Stark was a strong woman. I loved her type. I stepped closer, not to intimidate, but to watch the way her resolve strained against her propriety. On the same note, if I do marry Sansa, wouldn't that make you my dear mother by law? Imagine the family dinners. Her expression twisted in disgust. And would you boast of betting the mother along with the daughter? Is that how low Targaryens have fallen? Oh, you wound me, I mocked, pressing a hand over my heart. A Targaryen betting his own kin? Has that ever happened before? Her knuckles turned white, nails biting into her palms. It was different then. Your people were different then. You are nothing like your ancestors. Not Aegon, not even Rhaegar, that monster. You're just a creature playing at being king, hiding behind a dragon's shadow. If you really think my dragon is the only strength I have, you underestimate me. I collapsed into my chair, sloshing wine carelessly over the rim. But yes, I've had enough of this bickering. If you're so against it, so against giving Sansa the crown, even though ITLL just cost you a night, then run back to Robb. Tell him the dragon doesn't bargain with wolves who bare their teeth, then beg for scraps. She stood rigid, fists trembling, her pride warring with desperation. I let the silence stretch, savoring it. Then she turned sharp, final toward the door. Predictable. I sighed, lunging forward. I yanked her arm hard enough to bruise. She stumbled, a gasp tearing from her throat as I crushed my mouth to hers. No tenderness, but rather attempting a conquest. She groaned, and her nails scraped my neck, drawing blood, but I didn't budge. I shoved her onto the bed, her braid unraveling across the rumpled sheets. Pride, I spat, leaning back and wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Blood smeared the linen. You reek of it. Lady Stark, so desperate that you hesitate, and yet your pride leads you away. I had to take the initiative in the end. So drop the act, mother-in-law, and we can get this over with. She didn't try to back away, didn't speak, just glared, chest heaving, lips swollen. That meant Shed accepted defeat. The candle guttered, casting jagged shadows across her face, a statue of ice and fury, as I smirked down at her. I had no real reason behind doing this, other than just wanting to see Catelyn submit to me. Catelyn's breath caught as the Targaryen bastard loomed over her, his silver hair catching the moonlight like a blade's edge. A monster, she thought, even as her stupid, traitorous eyes traced the lean muscle of his torso, ridges of hardened flesh, and the coiled strength of a man who'd carve his way to power. I can't believe I'm having to do this. His smirk deepened, as though he could hear every venomous word rattling in her skull. I like that look, Lady Stark. His thumb brushed the hollow of her throat, calloused but gentle. All that righteous fury, and yet here you are. She jerked her face away, staring at the cracked plaster of the ceiling. For Sansa, for Winterfell, for the North. The mantra felt brittle, crumbling beneath the weight of his hand pressing flat against her shoulder through the wool of her dress. His fingers curled into the fabric, not gently. Still stubborn for a woman your age, he mused, voice low and mocking. Tell me, did Ned Stark appreciate these? Or was he too busy praying to his trees to notice? She glared up at him, twisting in his grip. Bastard, she spat. Oh no, I'm the only true-born dragon in this realm, darling. He leaned in closer, his hand closing over hers, the fabric parting with a whisper. Cold air pricked her skin as he bared her to the waist. But you already knew that. She refused to shiver, refused to show him a reaction. Years of motherhood, of loss, of scraping dignity from the frozen earth, none of it armored her against the crude hunger in his gaze. His palm skated up her ribs in a slow, intimate caress. A rush of emotion tightened low in her chest. Her feelings aside, she could not ignore how his touch stirred something deep within her. Gods, this was unfair. How could he have draconic powers? A real dragon, as his pet, looked like a demigod on flesh, and be good in a fight? How was she supposed to win against someone like this? Stop dragging Ned into your schemes. Yet, she wasn't going to lose. So she snarled, pulling away as he closed in, her guard rising sharply. He pulled back, lips glistening. MMH? Why? He's dead anyway. His hand moved closer to her as he spoke softly. I think he'll be rather happy to see you happy even after his death, given how honorable he was. Your mouth spouts shit. Tell me Lady Stark did good. Dull Ned Stark, or did he just do his duty and roll her palm cracked against his cheek? The sound echoed like a whip. For a heartbeat, she saw true fury in his eyes like purple flames that promised violence. It scared her. Her heart trembled in fear. Then he laughed, slow and dark, catching her wrist and forcing it down against the mattress. There she is, the wolf beneath the wool. Don't judge me for it, but I like women with strong personalities. Ugh, I'm talking like a third-rate villain. His fingers dipped lower, pressing against her trembling form. She bit her tongue until copper flooded her mouth, and yet a choked gasp escaped. Stupid body. She hated that her body wasn't listening to her. No, it didn't make sense how she could feel so undone by someone she hated so much. Not so icy after all, Cat. His breath scorched her ear. Shall I tell Sansa how her mother ached for the Mad King's son? How you begged for me enough? The word tore from her raw. Do not call me by my name, and just do what you came for and be done with it. You twisted. He withdrew his hand abruptly, lifting fingers glistening in the candlelight. I don't think you understand. A king does not move with desperate haste. Did your husband never show patience? He stood, removing his outer layer with deliberate slowness. You're fortunate, if so, because I take my time. Her throat went dry. Body-wise, her Ned had been broad, where Viserys was lean. Thick with the muscle of a warrior hood earned his strength in battle rather than slaughter. Both men displayed strength, but their bearing was vastly different. Viserys carried himself like a threat that made her pulse thunder in panic. It was almost as thick as it was tall. Not that her husband had been small. In fact, he had a size to be proud of even among strong Northmen. But this was on another level. A dragon's measure. She cursed herself. Childbirth had stolen some of her Bodis ease, but not its memory. Forgive me if I'm having too much fun with my crude words, but he laughed. You're staring like your lord husband never treated you right, Cat. My lord husband, she hissed, was twice the man you'll ever. He was on her in a heartbeat, knees pressing against hers. The threat of invasion burned hotter than shame. Careful, Cat. He brushed a strand of hair from her face, almost tender. Lie to the realm. Lie to your gods. But don't lie to yourself. Ned Stark could not defeat a dying king on his own. But I did. Twice. On the same day. She met his gaze then, blue fire clashing with violet. Does he think bragging makes him appear strong? She made sure he saw her hatred, that he realized how pathetic she thought he was. His smirk returned, edged with something dangerously close to respect. Good. And I can't lie. Aside from my taunting words, I really like you. So hold on to that glare. ITLL, make the next part sweeter. Why is he acting like he's so sweet all of a sudden? Her head throbbed in anger. Then he leaned in, lips grazing hers. At the same time, he pulled her close against him. The onset came slowly, agonizingly, so. Caitlin bit her inner cheek until iron flooded her tongue, nails carving half-moons into her palms. Not so different from my wedding night, she thought wildly. Ned had been gentle, careful. This made her feel like she was a girl again. Viserys paused. He was pressed close against her. You feel tight, he murmured, thumb brushing the scar across her abdomen. Can't believe just a year of being apart did this. Or is it 2 years? Since you were separated from Ned a while before his death. MBHNG. Her retort died in a shattered gasp as he took her completely. Flames. Not the clean burn of something forced, but liquid gold spilling through her veins. Her spine arched off the bed, a high trembling moan escaping before she could cage it. Viserys laughed, the vibration traveling through where their bodies met. Look at you, he said, pulling back before pressing forward again. Each movement drove her deeper into the bed, a brutal collision between agony and something darker. North's frosty lady melting beneath a Targaryen. Ah, father would have loved to watch this sight. I suddenly feel like a proud son. Tears blurred her vision. She refused to name them. I hate. Why the word shattered as he angled his hips, pressing closer. Her thighs shook, her composure unraveling with each movement. Liar. He punctuated the word with a sharp slap to her thigh, pale flesh blooming red. She groaned in frustration. Your words spill prettier lies than your mouth. Maybe you just have a treacherous heart. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to yell at his face and spit, but she could only tremble and weaken under his gaze as her legs shook for him. For his big, burly presence. Long minutes of being overpowered. He went for a change and flipped her onto her hands and knees. She didn't fight. Couldn't. Somehow, the new position brought them closer together, making the moment even more intense. Each movement created a sharp sound loud enough that someone passing by might mistake it for thunderclap. She choked on a sob, forehead pressed to sweat-damp sheets. Please. Please what, Lady Stark? A hand fisted in her hair, yanking her head back. The angle shifted, and an overwhelming rush of sensation exploded through her body. Beg properly. This was crazy. Could an intimate moment really feel like this? Her Ned had never been rough with her. He was always gentle, and she loved being close with him because it made her feel safe and desired. But this was pure thrill, and it made her see the world in a different light. Her mind seemed to race with excitement. Her body answered before her pride. Slower. Please, slower, I see can't, he clicked his tongue. Free hand, ignoring her trembling body as he spoke. But you can. I guess my sharp words are to blame for it, but you do remember the reason behind our arrangement, right? A particularly forceful movement accompanied his words. Sansa's prospects depend on how well you cooperate with your king. Did you forget? We're trying to test our compatibility. What if you tell me to slow down, That means you're not worthy of this dragon. How can a person be so full of himself? How long was she used like that? With him behind her, hold her hair. She had long lost track of time. The mirror came next. He raised her into the air with his strong, muscular arms and carried her in front of the mirror. Her reflection startled her flushed cheeks, hair disheveled, expression lost in the intensity of the moment. Viserys chuckled against her ear, fingers digging into her hips. See? Even your face that's usually full of honor enjoys this. When her legs gave out, he followed her down to the cold stone floor. The final movements came jagged and sharp, overwhelming her like wildfire. She watched in the mirror as her expression shifted, a raw sound escaping her throat. Before this day, Catelyn didn't know she could make such a sound. Viserys stepped back, casually wrapping a towel around his waist. Well, that was adequate. But now I need a shower. You clean up too, in return. I really want to continue further, but it'd be troublesome if people hear us together. The word stung worse than the cold seeping into her bones. Catelyn lay shaking, cheek pressed to stone as footsteps retreated. Wait. She hated the rasp in her voice. Sansa, he paused at the door, silhouette haloed in torchlight. Oh, you'll pay dearly for this insult, Lady Stark. A smile sharp as Valyrian steel. You've already made your point with this demonstration. Wait for my decision tomorrow. I think you'll like it. No promises, though. The slam of the door echoed like a funeral bell, returning some clarity to her. Alone, Catelyn curled around the hollow in her belly. She suddenly missed the closeness she felt earlier, realizing that made her face pale. A lingering sense of shame clung to her skin. For the North, she told the ghost of Ned's smile. Always for the North. Somewhere deep beneath the lies, her body trembled for more. 81 The Game of Queens, Chapter 81. The Game of Queens, the bathhouse steam clung to my skin like a second cloak, water rippling around my chest as I leaned back against the heated marble. A warm bath to start the morning after last night's incidents was just what I needed. Cersei's hands trembled beneath the surface, while her golden hair plastered to flushed cheeks as she gently tended to me in the water. Her attentive care was just an added comfort. Only a king could enjoy this, and I was relishing it. I watched the way her throat bobbed with each forced movement, the chain around her neck glinting in the firelight. "Careful of your teeth," I said, flicking water at her face. She flinched, the hate in her eyes smothered beneath layers of practiced submission. "Not that it hurts, but it's annoying you're trying to make it less pleasurable." "I apologize." Her lips were tight, but she obeyed with a nod. The hot springs currents lapped at my shoulders as I closed my eyes. Boots slapped against wet stone. I didn't bother opening my eyes. Hopefully not another servant with scented oils. I muttered under my breath, honestly finding this bothersome. As a modern man who knew the peace of solidarity, this was getting out of hand. "Why, Your Grace, The guard's voice cracked when he reached nearby, and my eyes opened. This one seemed important. Cersei froze, her breath hitching against my thigh. I opened my eyes to see a green boy in Tyrell's red standing, pausing mid-sentence and gaping at the sight of the former queen on her knees. I flicked a hand. Water splashed the boy's boots. "Eyes up here. What is it?" He jerked his gaze to the ceiling, face burning. "Apologies, Your Grace. But this is important. Lady Olenna Tyrell has been assassinated, and the killer left a dagger with Lannister lion marking its hilt. They're saying Lord Tywin I stood, water sluicing off my body." Cersei scrambled back, chain clanking, her wet shift clinging to every curve. The guard's eyes darted toward her once again before snapping back at me. "And is that news truly big enough for you to come running unannounced? Be sure to resign by sunset," I said, stepping out of the pool. "This is kindness." "I thank you." The boy stammered and then fled. "Gods, who is hiring these soldiers? I have to put better people in charge." In the meantime, Cersei stared at the rippling water, fingers digging into her thighs. "Father, he wouldn't." "Not now. Not when were you on about, slave? Your father's as subtle as a Dothraki wedding." I snatched a robe from the rack, silk sticking to damp skin. "Stop muttering like a madwoman and return to your chambers." She didn't move. Her head slowly rose up to meet my eyes. "The way you're so unsurprised you know this reeks of the chain," yanked tight in my fist, choking her gasp. "What it reeks of," I said, leaning close enough to taste her fear, "is your family's stupidity. And only that. Don't play smart. That is not your role. Run along, you toothless lioness, for I've got a realm to console." I released her, watching her hold back a glare as she looked down at the floor. I moved toward the exit as the door slammed behind me. Evening light sliced through the high windows of the throne room, catching motes of ash still lingering from Olenna's pyre. It wasn't a proper pyre. Her body wasn't burnt, since House Tyrell buried the bodies of their dead members. But Kinvara had to do a show even without the body. The Red Priestess was still out there, praying, guiding the soul of the dead. The Iron Throne loomed like a beast of jagged steel and forgotten wars as I settled into its cruel embrace. The Tyrell delegation stood clustered below, Mace's bulbous frame draped in mourning green, Loras rigid as a statue carved from grief. Reachlords fanned out behind them in a sea of golden roses, while the Northerners lurked at the edges like wolves eyeing a wounded stag. I let the silence stretch, sharpening the weight of every gaze. "House Tyrell has lost more than an elder today," I began, fingers tapping a slow rhythm against the throne's obsidian blades. "You've lost its sharpest thorn. A woman who could wither an empire with a quip and raise a kingdom with a sigh. My court feels poorer for her absence." Mace sniffled, a handkerchief dabbing at dry eyes. "Your words honor her, Your Grace. Mother always said you had a dragon's fire, but a gardener's eye for growth." His voice broke on the last word, and I could sense true pain there. Being a trash, greedy noble didn't mean he wasn't sad at his mother's passing. A hush settled over the throne room as he tried to compose himself. The flicker of torches caught the damp trails on his cheeks. A few of the Reach Lords lowered their heads, sympathy on their faces. I watched him calmly, fingers drumming the arm of the Iron Throne. "Lady Olenna had a tongue sharper than Valyrian steel," I said, voice quieter than before. "She never failed to speak her mind, even if it sliced through armor." The realm will miss that honesty, even if we have no shortage of cunning tongues. Mace swallowed thickly. She was the backbone of House Tyrell. The reason we soared so high. His shoulders shook once, and he closed his eyes like he was trying to keep himself together. I can't believe she's gone. Somewhere off to the side, a woman in green-laced mourning clothes let out a choked sob, muffled by her sleeve. Only a second later did I realize it was Marguerite. She was a mess, and it wasn't an act. The sadness in the room swallowed everyone, making the air feel thin. I tapped the seat's twisted steel again, letting the man gather himself. Grief weighs heavy, I know. She was a formidable force. The Lannisters pay for this. I would have flown to Casterly Rock right now and burned it to the ground if I wasn't unsure about Tywin Lannister's location. With a shaky breath, Mace drew himself up and glanced at the silent crowd of Reachmen behind him. A few gave him tight nods. But we carry on, he mumbled, wringing the handkerchief in his hands. For her sake, for House Tyrell's sake, Loras stepped forward, the candlelight catching the tear tracks he hadn't bothered to hide. Grandmother believed in your vision. Wanted Marjorie to, he faltered, jaw-clenching, to see the Reach flourish under just rule. I finished for him, leaning forward. And it will. Lady Olenna's legacy isn't her wise schemes, it's the strength she planted in your house. Her roots run too deep for one assassin's blade to poison. Mace crumpled the handkerchief in his fist. We are grateful, Your Grace. Truly. But without her guidance, he shook his head, jowls quivering. Who will tend to Marjorie's future now? My sweet girl, she's adrift. The Northerners exchanged glances. A few Reach lords coughed into their sleeves. There was the greedy man again, somehow bringing politics, even while crying about his dead mother. I schooled my face into something resembling sympathy. Lady Marjorie is a rose with her own thorns. She needs no tending, only room to bloom. Mace seized the opening like a starving hound. Yet even roses need strong walls to shelter them from storms. He dabbed his cheeks again, theatrical. Mother's last wish, she wanted to hold Marjorie's children. Her great-grandbabes. A wet chuckle. Silly, sentimental thing. The throne room held its breath as people exchanged glances, curious what answer I'd give. Not so silly, I said, voice softening. Olenna and I already spoke of such things. Promise is something a king must live by. Mace's head jerked up, hope blazing through the facade of grief. Your Grace? I rose, steel scraping stone as I descended the throne steps. For everyone here who's not aware, I've promised Lady Olenna that I'd wed Marjorie and give her children. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Loras' eyes darted to his father. Mace clasped his hands to his chest. I didn't mean to burden you with that topic, Your Grace. Not today of all days, a king's word isn't a burden. I halted before him, close enough to smell the rose water clinging to his doublet. It's a vow. The Tyrell lord's smile split his face, tremulous and triumphant. Behind him, Reach lords bowed like wheat in a gale, while Northerners muttered into their beards. My eyes locked onto Catelyn Stark, her tully blue glare sharp enough to pierce castle walls. She stood rigid beside Robb, her knuckles white around the fabric of her morning gown. She must be furious right now, seeing me talk about marriage with Marjorie when I promised her that I'd take Sansa instead. It was fun to see her fume, but I had to speak. The court's murmurs died under my gaze. However, I said, letting the word hang like a headsman's axe, there's some complicacy. I flicked a finger. Lord Stark and Lady Catelyn, please join us. Robb moved first, his boots echoing like war drums. Catelyn followed, spine straight as Valyrian steel. The crowd parted, Reach roses and northern wolves eyeing each other like rival packs. I didn't call for Sansa and Marjorie. They remained among their people, looking at their parents with their expressions full of confusion. Mace Tyrell's jowls quivered as they halted beside him. Your Grace, what is apologies first? I cut in, raising a hand. The lie came smooth as silk. Being a man is a complicated thing. You can love someone. My gaze drifted to Sansa, and her cheeks went crimson at the words while having promises to fulfill. Lady Marjorie is a fine woman, but I also enjoy Sansa Stark's company greatly. The hall erupted. 2 women, mad as his father Aegon's precedents, some muttered, and while I could have them executed right then, I ignored them. They'd muttered low enough that I'd not have heard it, if not for my heightened senses. I watched Marjorie's smile freeze, her fingers tightening around her brother Garland's arm. Sansa pressed a hand to her mouth, eyes wide as a startled doe. I waited, savoring the chaos, until the noise crested. My ancestor Aegon had 2 wives. He conquered the 7 kingdoms. I did the same. He did so with multiple dragons, and I did it with a single one. Why shouldn't I have multiple wives? Who, if not me? It's not as if that is not a common thing for kings. Heck, even you lords do it all the time. Just this once, I'll pretend I didn't hear your whispers. The crowd swallowed, while Mace lurched forward, spittle flying. Even so, you promised my mother. The throne room chilled. I let the silence stretch, watching his courage shrivel. And I'm keeping my promise. I never promised that Margeary will be my only wife, I said softly. Do keep in mind, this is an offer, Lord Tyrell. You're free to refuse if you find this rightfully outrageous. As is House Stark. A gamble, but I knew their greed. If those words had been spoken to a pair of girls from the 21st century, they'd have slapped me and stormed off in anger. But between 2 great noble houses, should one family withdraw, the other would claim victory. And if both refused, I, the king, could simply seek a bride from another noble line. Such a prestigious and beneficial union would never be refused over anger. Thus, silence reigned. I observed, patient, until eventually Robb exhaled in resignation. His jaw was clenched. I understand your feelings toward my sister, and I appreciate that you like her. I truly do. But if you can't give up another for her, I don't think my sister would ever am fine with it. Sansa's voice rang clear, trembling but defiant. All heads swiveled. She stood taller, cheeks aflame. I accept. I held back a massive grin from splitting my face. Yes, of course. I planted that seed in her a long time ago, using Yara Greyjoy, just to prepare for this time. Of course she would accept. Don't get me wrong. Sansa was a lovely girl. I liked her, but politically, she was a pawn who I manipulated to play exactly this role. Marjorie's mask slipped a flash of venom shooting toward Sansa. For a moment, I thought she might jump at the Stark girl. But then she laughed, light and false, as she looked at me. As do I. But a kingdom can't have 2 queens. I'm just curious about this, who rules beside you? Clever Rose. I grinned. A fair question. Once again, this is very complicated. The first wife should rightfully be the queen, but since I'm marrying you both, that puts me in an odd place. So I thought it over and decided to settle it with a test. 1 year from our wedding day, I'll announce the queen. Whichever of you proves most competent over the year will wear the crown. Mace spluttered. Competent? Your Grace, do you intend to put my Marjorie? He started, but wisely his son Loras pinched his arm to stop him. A year, Marjorie said, stepping toward us. Her smile could have cut glass. I'd hate to win by legacy alone. Sansa lifted her chin, also stepping closer. Agreed. Robb looked confused, Catelyn looked angry, and the Northerners growled approval. The Reach Lords muttered into their sleeves. I spread my hands. The weddings will be in a fortnight, after Lady Olenna's pyre has cooled. Mace opened his mouth to protest or preen. I didn't care. I waved my hand, dissolved the court into hissed debates, alliances shifting like sand. I leaned back, planning a true conquest where the realm would truly be on my palm, as I felt the Iron Throne's blades poking into my flesh. This was a great start. 82 Blood of the Dragon, Chapter 82. Blood of the Dragon through the flap of her tent. Daenerys watched her dragons soar across the evening sky of Yunkai. Drogon and Rhaegal's wings cast long shadows over the camp, their cries echoing across the barren landscape outside the city's gates. 8,000 Unsullied stood in perfect formation beyond, their spears glinting in the dying light. Yet her thoughts drifted far from this situation across the narrow sea. Tell me again, she said, turning from the sight to face Ser Barristan and Ser Yura. Wine sloshed in her cup as she gripped it tighter. About my brother. Ser Barristan shifted uncomfortably. The reports are consistent, Your Grace. Viserys Targaryen sits the Iron Throne. He arrived with a golden dragon during the Battle of Blackwater Bay, turning the tide against Stannis Baratheon's forces. A golden dragon. The words felt bitter on her tongue. While I struggled in the Red Waste, while I lost my husband and child, he somehow hatched the egg he stole. There's more, Khaleesi, Yura said quietly. He's taken 2 brides, Marjorie Tyrell and Sansa Stark. The marriage will be held in a few days. However, there's one surprising thing. He didn't announce any queen. He said he'll choose one amid the 2 based on their competency, a year from now on. The Reach and the North support his claim. Daenerys drained her cup, her eyes blazing with emotion. And what my claim? What the throne that I promised my dead son? Your brother has changed. Barristan offered carefully. The reports speak of a man unlike the one who sold you to the Dothraki. I'm unsure how, but he's not the same coward you remember. Otherwise, it'd have been impossible to convince not only the Reach, but the North too, about giving up their princesses for a marriage like this. He executes justice personally and protects the small folk. He sold me. The words burst from her like dragon fire. He cared nothing for justice then, nothing for protecting anyone but himself. He even threatened to kill my baby so that he could flee to safety. He didn't. In the end, Barristan Selmy said, from a young age, I noticed that Viserys was a coward unlike his older brother. But the stories I've been hearing are singing about a stronger man. Perhaps sending him letters will be wise, Your Grace. Don't force her to do anything, Sir, Yura said from his side, making the man frown. Dany ignored their banter, looking away. Her hand shook as she poured more wine. I thought I was the last dragon. I don't burn from flames, but he did. I thought that my children were the only dragons in the world and that I'd reach greatness through them. But now, you still have a choice, Khaleesi, Yura said. You have 2 dragons of your own, an army of Unsullied. He only has 1. You could sail for Westeros, and what? Fight my brother, who has the support of the realm. Start another dance of dragons? She laughed bitterly. As much as I want to see him dead, I know that's just a dream with our little army. For now, we can focus on what's before us. She set down her cup and straightened. Tell me of Yunkai. How have the wise masters responded to our presence? The 2 exchanged glances, and she realized they were surprised to see her maintain composure. However, what they didn't see was how troubling it was for her to push thoughts of Viserys aside. Regardless, she focused on her surroundings. Yunkai, Astapor still haunted her dreams. The crack of her whip, the screech of her dragons, and the way the good masters had writhed as dragon flames consumed them. Shed freed the Unsullied that day, watching 8,000 spears rise in salute when she gave them their choice. Their commander, Grey Worm, had proven himself worthy of the trust she placed in him. The yellow walls of Yunkai waited for her now, ancient and imposing. Unlike Astapor's red brick, these walls seemed to absorb the evening light, making the city appear as if it were carved from pure gold. The wise masters had refused her terms the liberation of their slaves, just as Shed expected them to. Now, she was curious what they were up to. Ser Barristan cleared his throat. They've hired Sellswords. Your Grace, 10,000 strong. The Golden Company, Yura finished, led by Harry Strickland, and they're usually active in the 9 free cities. The wise masters must have paid a fortune to bring them here. They have war elephants and a reputation for never breaking contract. Daenerys raised an eyebrow. The most expensive Sellsword company in the world? The wise masters must be desperate. That they certainly must be, after hearing what your brother's dragon did in the Blackwater, Barristan cautioned. Interestingly, the Golden Company was founded by Igor Rivers, a Targaryen bastard. They've spent generations trying to seat a Blackfire on the Iron Throne. Although by now, all Blackfire were dead. It'd have been commendable if they stayed in the free cities, but they had to come and work for the slavers. A disgrace to my blood, bastard or otherwise, Daenerys stood, walking to the tent's entrance again. Her dragons wheeled overhead, their shadows merging with the approaching dusk. It's odd, though. How fitting that they've forgotten their roots while fighting for the throne for hundreds of years. while my brother has never forgotten his and regained the throne in so little time. One thing Shed give to Viserys, he was like a cockroach, doing anything necessary to survive. And when the time was right, he took what was his. She just wondered what part she had to play here. Only recently did she start dreaming about the Iron Throne. But had they all been nothing but a child's fantasy? She watched the sun sink behind Yonkai's ancient walls, her heart heavy with questions she couldn't answer. Was this her destiny to free slaves while her brother ruled the Seven Kingdoms? Send word to their commander, she said finally. I would meet with this Harry Strickland before we begin. Daenerys sat under the silk canopy of her open tent, watching her two dragons tear into roasted sheep. They were still chained, but Drogon and Rhaegal ripped at the meat with a fierce sort of elegance, afternoon sunlight glinting off their scales. Pride always filled her chest when she saw them, even if worry gnawed at her thoughts. Ser Barristan and Ser Jorah stood at her side, their hands close to their sword hilts. In front of them sat a table piled with fruits, meats, and sweet treats, ready for their guests. How long must we wait, Ser? She asked, and footsteps answered her before they could. When the leaders of the Golden Company arrived, Daenerys studied them closely. Harry Strickland led the group, a round-faced man with a friendly look that didn't quite match his reputation. Behind him walked two odd figures whose names she wasn't aware of. An older, clean-shaven man with blue-dyed hair that didn't fully hide the red underneath, and a younger man with the same artificial coloring. Welcome, Daenerys said, standing up to greet them. I'm glad you sirs accepted my invitation. The honors hour, Strickland answered with an easy smile, bowing a little. Not many get summoned by the Mother of Dragons. She was surprised at how polite he was, especially since he was hired to kill her. They took their seats across from her, while the older, blue-haired man's gaze lingered on her dragons in a way that made her curious. His younger companion tried to hide it better, but she caught the same interest. Please, have something to eat, she offered, gesturing at the food in front of them. We have a lot to discuss. Servants started pouring wine, and Drogon screeched so loudly that Strickland flinched. The older blue-haired man, though, only smiled. They're magnificent, he said, his voice carrying an accent Daenerys couldn't pin down, like he was faking it. I never thought I'd see real dragons. They're still growing, Daenerys responded. She raised her hand, and Drogon instantly paid attention. Drogon, Dracarys the Black Dragon's flames roared out, charring a hanging haunch of meat in seconds. Her guests murmured in appreciation at the display. Now, let's get to business, she went on. The wise masters pay you well, no doubt. But I can offer more than gold. I'm giving you the chance to join something bigger, freeing Slaver's Bay under the Mother of Dragons' command. The three of them exchanged glances, and rather than answering, they started eating. It made Dany frown, and she exchanged glances with her advisors. Ser Barristan stepped forward, his gaze locked on the older, blue-haired man. Excuse me, Ser, but have we crossed paths before? You look familiar. The man's smile stayed easy. Perhaps we have, he replied, sipping his wine. Daenerys leaned in. You still haven't answered me. What's your decision? All three exchanged looks again, as if they were talking silently among themselves. Then, out of nowhere, the younger blue-haired man gave a soft laugh. What's so funny? Daenerys asked, taking a closer look at him now. His violet eyes, how hadn't she noticed them right away? Met hers warmly. I think we can negotiate a lot more than this slaver city. Aunt? The word felt strange on her lips. He stood up, lifting a hand. Ser Barristan moved in to protect her, but it wasn't needed. Instead of a weapon, the man just took off his blue wig, revealing his real hair. The silver-white hair of a Targaryen. Forgive me, I can't keep the act going too long. It hurts to do it in front of family. He bowed, his expression genuine. I'm Aegon Targaryen, Rhaegar's son and nephew. The Golden Company only took this job so I could meet you, the future queen of Westeros. I know this is all confusing, but I have proof. Daenerys felt like the ground vanished under her feet. The dragons, the tent, and even her loyal knights seemed to fade away as she stared at this man who shouldn't exist. Another dragon, another claim to the throne, another piece of her broken family standing right there with her silver hair and her own violet eyes. It felt like a heavy weight pressed on her chest, leaving her speechless as the reality of his words washed over her like waves crashing on the shore. Aegon Targaryen had come to her with an alliance proposal, promising her the throne if she stood beside him against her imbecile of a brother. Image here, spoiler collapse 83, A Dragon's Wedding Chapter 83. A dragon's wedding morning light spilled into my chambers, drenching the stone walls in gold. Beyond the balcony, King's Landing was already stirring with life. Bells chimed across distant sept towers, mingling with the low hum of thousands of voices. An early breeze carried hints of roasted chestnuts and hot pies, and somewhere far below, a street minstrel's lute plucked out a cheerful tune for passing small folk. I stood on the balcony without a shirt, staring down at King's Landing buzzing below like some kicked anthill. Black and red Targaryen banners snapped in the wind beside the golden rose of House Tyrell and the great direwolf of House Stark. I couldn't help but smile. From begging in pintos to this arranging a double wedding that would tie two great houses straight to my throne. It felt good. My memories as Viserys were very vivid now, so this victory felt much sweeter. Down in the courtyard, workers rushed to hang fresh Targaryen banners over old Lannister ones, their red and gold clashing in vibrant layers. Guards in gleaming black armor paced every walkway. Even the pigeons seemed bolder, fluttering along the skies in search of stray crumbs from the wedding preparations. A breeze brought the smell of fresh bread and excitement. Crowds lined the streets, their voices rising like waves against the Red Keep's walls. They'd never seen anything like it, probably not since Aegon the Conqueror. "Your Grace." Kinvara's voice pulled me from my thoughts. She had swept inside my bedroom, wearing an ornate red and gold robe, her ruby necklace pulsing with that inner glow. "I trust you slept well. You'll need all your strength for today's festivities, after all. Speaking of which, everything is ready for the ceremony." "Strength enough to carry two brides, you mean?" I asked with a smile, moving away from watching the city. I wonder if even dragons have stamina for such an arrangement. It has been a while since I comforted you, so memories are hazy on that subject. If the ceremony didn't demand both of our presence, I might volunteer to test your spiritual fortitude. I walked toward her and pulled her by the waist. Her soft waist pushed into my grip through the fabric of her clothes. "Don't me priestess. I might just delay the marriage for a few hours just to take you to your heaven." She giggled, but her eyes never left mine. "I'm afraid that would be unwise, Your Grace. The people say you're insulting the faith by letting me officiate me, a red priestess. It would be outrageous to delay it on top of that." Her voice was warm and sultry, as if she wanted me to delay it. "The faith bowed to Aegon the Conqueror," I said, releasing her and grabbing a black silk shirt from my bed. "They must do the same for me, like you have. If they don't, I might change my mind about letting the seven coexist with your faith of red. They'll eliminate them all, and just keep you, who knows? I would not. That'd be unwise." Kinvara was too smart of a woman to allow her full religious control of this continent. I enjoyed her company, but I realized her threat all the same. Who knows? "Indeed, regardless, some devout lords aren't comfortable," she said, following my movements. "Lord Tarly's especially grumbly." I laughed. "They'll deal. They'll remember real power once Viseryans flying overhead." The door opened, and Rose stepped in like a shadow. "Your Grace," she said with a small bow, her eyes sharp. "The nobles are talking. They think 2 wives and a red priestess are too much all at once. Could stir trouble after today." I took a look at her, ogling her beautiful figure while wondering about her words. "Today? Sure, increase the guards. Can't take any risk. As for whatever comes after the marriage, it doesn't worry me," I said, as she moved closer to button my doublet. Gold dragons stitched along the front glinted in the morning sun. "Once they're my wives, any protest is treason, plain and simple." I could already imagine it, Marjorie and Sansa trying to outfox each other for the queen's crown. I was curious how Sansa would deal with that snake, Marjorie. She wasn't as jaded as she would have been if I had let all her torture unfold as canon. Let them. That keep them busy with each other instead of questioning me. By the way, about Lord Baelish, Roast started fidgeting with my collar. He saw the poison coming and fled the city. Pity, I said. I had expected to eliminate him quietly since I didn't have any more use for him. But he was a smart bastard. I think I know where he'll be. Don't worry, you'll pay him a visit later on. I see, Rose said, raising her head back to look into my eyes. Her eyes held odd emotions that even I failed to understand. A hopeless romantic hood thought a sweet, lovely marriage was possible between her and me, only for her to prepare my dress for my marriage with two noble ladies. I wonder how she felt. Your carriage is ready, Your Grace, Kinvara said, staring down the window and then moving toward the door to hold it open. Good, I said, and pulled Rose closer to kiss her on the forehead. She blinked, her cheeks going red, as a smile bloomed on her face. She cleared her throat, trying to hide it, but I shook my head. Don't be like that, I told her. He'll see you later. She stared at me and let her smile return as she nodded. I headed through the corridors, guards snapping to attention. In the courtyard, my personal carriage stood waiting, black with gold trim, pulled by 4 white horses. Meanwhile, my brides must be traveling separately. The roar of the crowd got louder once I settled inside. Through the window, I saw small folk pressed against the guards, all craning to catch sight of their king. My carriage rolled past rows of cheering townsfolk and vendors hawking ribbons dyed red for Targaryen luck. Some children ran alongside, laughing until the guards shooed them off. Every face I saw, be it an old cloth merchant or a young baker's apprentice, was lit with curiosity and maybe a glimmer of hope that this day would be etched into the city's history. The wheel had turned, and I traveled toward the start line to stabilize this realm for the millennia to come. Carriage wheels clattered over the cobblestones as we neared the dragon pit. The special marriage ceremony won't be held in the sept, but rather in the courtyard of Viserys' new home. That ancient building had housed dragons for centuries and then stood empty until my arrival. It was the place where Targaryen dragons rested. As ID promised Viserion, ID let her fly free after taking the realm, and I lived by it. She flew the skies whenever she wanted and rested in the pit when she was tired or hungry. Through the window, I spotted Viserion's golden shape sprawled atop the dome, scales gleaming in the sun. Banners snapped in the wind. Targaryen's 3-headed dragon, Tyrell's golden rose, and Stark's gray direwolf. I liked how they looked together, 3 big houses joined under my rule. The rest of the High Lords must be shaking in their boots. Marjorie's carriage arrived first, a fancy green and gold showpiece. She stepped out looking like a spring blossom, her gown probably worth more than feeding half the city for a month. So beautiful. Look at her dress. The Reach's finest. The crowd's chatter carried to my ears. Marjorie glided to her place, every move timed to grab attention. She was good at this. One of the Tyrell cousins hugged her arm and said, "You outshine even the sun, cousin." Marjorie let out a soft laugh. Let's hope our Dragon King notices too. Now careful. I'd prefer only he wrinkles my dress. Sansa's simpler carriage followed. She wore gray with touches of black and red smart, showing Stark loyalty and a nod to Targaryen. She was quieter but still impressive. A prime northern beauty. Ice and fire mixed. The Wolf Princess. I watched them from inside my carriage as I pulled up last. The moment I stepped out, the noise died instantly. Everyone turned to me, lords and peasants alike. That was power, no question, and it felt good to command it with my mere presence. Both brides waited at the stairs. Marjorie was all poise, Sansa calmer, but not any less proud. 2 totally different women, each lovely in her own way. The coming year would be entertaining as they vied for the queen's crown. Sansa curtsied first. "Your Grace," she said softly, "I hope the ceremony pleases you. I want to make you proud today." "Formal talk for my little wolf?" I teased, noticing her blush at the possessive nickname. "I thought you'd come to visit me before the fortnight. Turns out you didn't." I was shy. "I apologize," she said, lowering her face. Marjorie's curtsy was perfectly measured. "Your Grace," she said, voice bright as summer. What a grand day for a dragon to spread its wings. Though I wonder if even your stunning Viserion can outshine all this? I snorted. Watch that flattery, my rose. Dragons aren't big on sweet words. She might come eat you. She flashed a daring smile. I'm sure she won't dare as long as I please you, she said lightly, making a nearby septa gasp. Robb Stark stood with his northern men, a small smile on his face. Lord Umber and Lord Karstark at his sides looked happy as well. They weren't thrilled when they accepted this marriage deal, but since this was a special day, nobody looked stiff. Your Grace, boomed Mace Tyrell, waddling over with forced cheer, still in mourning but trying to be festive. What a blessed day. So wonderful. You look great. He stopped as Kinvara stepped up to the altar, draped in scarlet robes. She carried the symbol of R'hllor instead of a seven-pointed star, and the crowd rippled with whispers. A foreign priestess officiating? What about the old gods or the seven? This is so strange the rumors were true. I could taste their tension, and I quite liked it. I took position, ready for a ceremony that would chain these two women to me and tie their houses to my rule. A few minutes later, a brazier's flames danced in front of me, sending flickering light across the crowd. Kinvara stood behind it, arms lifted, her voice ringing clear. Lord of Light, watch us. 3 flames become one, as the dragon's blood binds these souls. The fire leaped higher with each phrase. Overhead, Viserion's sword, blotting out the sun for a moment as she roared, a perfect dramatic cue. I felt Margaery and Sansa tense on either side. Margaery looked thrilled by the spectacle, Sansa more rigid but set on getting through it with her head high. That contrast amused me. I didn't focus on them for long. I observed their houses instead. Let them see Northerners, Reachmen, and everyone else how a Targaryen rules under God's command, claiming 2 brides as he pleases. This wasn't just a wedding. It was a statement of who truly held the realm's reins, for such a thing hadn't happened in a long, long time. Your Grace, Kinvara said, drawing me back, before R'hllor's sacred flame. Do you pledge to take these 2 women under your dragon's blood? I do, I said, letting my voice roll over the gathering. By fire and blood. I claim them both beneath Targaryen rule. She turned to Margaery. Do you, Margaery of House Tyrell, bind yourself to this union, to the flames of Viserys Targaryen, 3rd of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm? Margaery's smile shone like a summer day. I do, by R'hllor's light. May the rose and dragon bloom together, forever. Then she looked at Sansa. Do you, Sansa of House Stark, bind yourself to this union, to the flames of Viserys Targaryen, 3rd of his name, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm? Sansa's answer was softer. I do, under the eyes of gods old and new, and R'hllor's fire. May we be together forever. Wonderful, Kinvara smiled, and the crowd cheered like a wave of tsunami. That proceeded with me, giving each of them a ring black diamonds and tiny rubies set in the Targaryen sigil. As I slid them onto their fingers, I caught Margaery's sidelong glance at Sansa, assessing her competition, while Sansa stared at the ring in a mix of awe and worry. We followed with the cloaking next. Margaery's green silk draping over Sansa's shoulders, and stark gray settling over Margaery's. I stood in black Targaryen garb, uniting 3 houses in one scene. I pray this union brings peace. We don't have to be enemies. Sansa said softly, her voice low enough that only I and Margaery heard it. Margaery revealed a polite but firm smile. Peace. Yes, though I hope you're prepared for the year ahead, Lady Stark. Competition can be so invigorating. Now, Kinvara said, clapping her hands, show your bravery to R'hllor's flame. Margaery held out her hand above the brazier first, biting back a flinch. Sansa hesitated, but then thrust her hand out, earning soft approval from the northern crowd. I placed my hand, and at this distance, I barely felt anything. My fire-resistant skill helped. By R'hllor's power, Kinvara announced, I declare you wed in the eyes of the Lord of Light and the entire realm. Reactions crashed like a storm: cheers, hesitant applause, a handful of stony faces. Robb Stark clapped with a small smile, while his wife clapped louder. His mother was glaring at me, though. Up above, Viserion dived lower, her scales flashing in the sun as she blew a burst of flame that lit the dais in fiery orange. Heat slammed over us. I felt the bride's hands tighten on my arms. "The dragon approves," I told them, getting some good-natured laughter from the crowd. I looked back and forth between Marjorie, who looked as if she'd won, and Sansa, who seemed relieved it was finished. Then I remembered Aegon, who had 2 wives and united 7 kingdoms. I intended to achieve more than just that, starting with my sister. It'd been a long year. Chapter 84. An extra special night. The wedding feast had gone on forever. Faces I barely knew congratulated me. Musicians swapped between northern ballads and reach tunes, and enough food was laid out to feed half of King's Landing. I forced myself through all of it: the toasts, the silly dances, the drunken jokes from lords about the bedding ceremony forbidden. Finally, I could slip away to my chambers with my new wives. I pushed open the heavy oak door of my royal bedchamber. Soft light from dozens of oil lamps warmed the place, dancing across polished furniture and glinting off little golden dragon fixtures. The thick velvet curtains were pulled against the night, creating a cozy little world away from everything else. My eyes didn't rest on the decorations for long, for there were more beautiful things in the room than that. My 2 wives, one sat on the bed and the other one the table, set up like opposing chess pieces. Marjorie stood up the moment I entered. She was wearing a green silk gown that hugged her curves and was decorated with golden roses that caught the lamplight. Her chestnut hair fell in fancy curls, and her smile was alluring. She looked every inch the queen she aimed to be. Sansa, on the other side, also stood from her position in the bed. She was wearing a more subdued blue-gray dress with small red stitching, just enough Stark and Targaryen to be noticeable. Her auburn hair was styled in a simpler northern way, though she looked no less lovely. Her posture was stiff, her smile quieter but earnest. Their eyes locked in a brief exchange of defiance. Then, they slowly turned to me with courteous smiles. "Your Grace," they said almost together, then shot each other a tiny glare at the coincidence. I chuckled, closing the door behind me. "My ladies, hopefully, I didn't make you wait too long. Did you enjoy the day?" "Of course." "The ceremony was beautiful," Sansa offered, fiddling with her gown sleeve, "though I've never seen a wedding done with fire before." "The Lord of Light brings passion more than your cold northern gods," Marjorie said. "Right, Your Grace. All gods do their part," I said lightly, stepping toward the center of the room. "But I'll admit, Lawler's fire does liven things up. The world ought to change, so we have to accept the changing religions as well. Only a dynasty that can adapt to change can survive." Wise words. Some say a dragon is a symbol of change, too. Since one has appeared after so long, we should prepare. Speaking of dragons, I thought half the small folk would panic when Viserion flew in. Marjorie went on with a soft laugh. "Poor Loras nearly pulled his sword. It's difficult to get used to such a presence." The Northerners kept calmer. Sansa countered, some pride slipping into her voice. "We're used to harsher things." I smiled at how clearly they were competing. Still, both your houses stood strong. A good start to our alliance. My gaze drifted to the table between them. 2 different drinks were set out, waiting. Before anyone spoke, both stepped forward. "I brought the finest arbor gold." "Your Grace," Marjorie said fast, picking up a fancy crystal goblet filled with pale golden wine. A whiff of summer fruits and flowers reached my nose. "It's been kept in my family's cellar since before Robert's Rebellion." "And I have northern mead," Sansa said, offering a carved wooden cup etched with wolf designs, sweetened with wildflower honey and spiced with cinnamon from our glass gardens. "My father always said it warms you better than any southern wine." In unison, they both said, "Try mine first, Your Grace." They quickly looked at each other, then forced polite smiles back at me. I laughed, truly amused by their eagerness. 2 fresh drinks from my new brides. Both look appealing. I glanced back and forth, enjoying the tension. But which to drink first? Tough call. Marjorie's smile stayed polite, but went a bit tight around the edges. The Arbor Gold will cleanse your palate. It's perfect for a start. But the mead's heartier, Sansa jumped in. Best to begin with something substantial. I slipped a gold dragon coin from my pocket, letting it catch the lamplight. A fair king leaves it to fate. Yes? Heads for Marjorie's wine, tails for Sansa's mead. They both hushed, watching me flip the coin high. I caught it with a flourish, then smacked it on the back of my hand. Heads, I declared, showing the dragon's sigil. Marjorie's face lit up, a genuine little triumph in her eyes as she handed me the goblet. Sansa's lips pressed together briefly before she managed a composed nod and set down her wooden cup softly. I sipped the Arbor Gold slow, savoring its layers. I decided to describe the taste once I was done, given how intensely Marg was staring. Delicate but not weak. Hints of summer peaches and honey. The reach in liquid form. Marjorie glowed at the praise. I picked it myself from our best barrels. My grandmother always said a good wine reveals the character of its land. Your grandmother was a wise woman, indeed. I put the goblet down and picked up Sansa's cup. Now the North's gift. The mead was strong and warming, surprisingly complex. Bold and straightforward with a hidden depth, I said. Like the North itself. Great for a cold night. Sansa's eyes brightened, though she stayed controlled. Thank you, Your Grace. It's made from the same recipe my family's used for generations. Both have their charms, I said. Wine for big celebrations, mead for long winter evenings. Lucky me, having wives who bring two distinct flavors to my table. Marjorie flicked a small barb. Our dear Sansa's taste runs a bit rustic, wouldn't you say, Your Grace? It has a certain charm in its simplicity. The ceremony was quite rustic as well, Sansa replied, voice holding a bit of newfound grit. All that excessive chanting from Reach Lords. In the North, we like a quieter dignity over flashy shows. I lifted a brow. Impressed, she fired back. Sansa added, I'd rather be rustic than overly sweet, Lady Marjorie. Too much sugar can turn your stomach, after all. Marjorie's eyes hardened briefly. It's a good thing the king enjoys variety. Perhaps I'll find cold northern nights as pleasant as warm southern days. I watched this exchange with amusement. Exactly what I wanted two determined women trying to beat each other. Their focus wouldn't stray far from outdoing one another, leaving me to do as I pleased. This would allow me far more control over them and the realm itself, rather than if I demarried only one. Ladies, I cut in, stepping between them. My tone dropped a few degrees. Although I liked it, I had to make something clear. I welcome your rivalry. In fact, I encourage it. The competition for the crown will keep you on your toes. I took another sip from each cup, then set them down carefully. But listen, if either of you truly harms the other, it'll punish both. In case of one's death, however, the other goes to the grave alongside her. I am not jesting. I won't let my wives turn the realm into a battleground of petty feuds. Silence dropped like a stone, the weight of my warning plane. The two girls had stiffened, especially Marjorie. The realm needs stability, I continued. Not more wars fought with poisons or daggers in the dark. You can compete for my favor all you want, but don't forget you both belong to me now. Sansa lowered her gaze first. I understand, Your Grace. As do I, Marjorie said, though a calculating glint still shone in her eyes. I picked up Marjorie's goblet again, swirling the wine. The tension was thick in the air, and it was pleasantly enjoyable. Two clever, beautiful women, each eager to outshine the other, with me holding all the cards. Good, I said, lifting the goblet in a little toast. Let's enjoy tonight, then. It's not every day a dragon marries two brides. As we continued chatting about different topics, nightfall settled in, shifting the energy in my chambers. However, it was the same outside. I could hear footsteps and gossip outside the door, so the steamy part of the night would have to wait a bit longer until the guests left the corridors. Lamps and braziers threw dancing shadows across the walls, lighting up old Targaryen artworks, dragons soaring, ancient conquests, and the glory of my ancestors long before me. It reminded me of a rich history that I'd never seen. I was in bed now, sitting between the two ladies and chatting. Moonlight mixed with the city lights of King's Landing came from the window, illuminating the room further. Now and then, Sansa's fingers traced shapes on my thighs, like she was gathering her thoughts or her nerve for the night to come. In the meantime, Marjorie's hand openly caressed my chest. The silk of Marjorie's gown made soft whispers with each move. She couldn't stop glancing at Sansa's way, calculating her every breath. For the last few minutes, I was the one doing most of the talking. The silence between the girls felt so tight it could snap any second. A moment, I said as I rose and walked over to the table. I picked up a bowl of blood oranges and slowly chose one, letting the sharp scent fill the room as I peeled it. I pretended not to notice their unspoken standoff, but I took in every bit of tension. Finally, Marjorie spoke, unable to resist another jab. The night's deepening. Soon, the sweet times will begin, I wonder, Lady Stark, she said, her tone sweet on the surface but laced with venom, if you even know how to keep a king warm in bed. The north can be so chilly. I held back a laugh behind a piece of orange, watching Sansa's shoulders go stiff. She turned from watching my back to staring at Marjorie, her face calm despite the blush creeping up her neck. We northerners have our own ways, Sansa answered, her voice steadier than I'd expected. I'm sure His Grace will enjoy a little variety more than the same old thing. Oh, she's getting bolder. The little wolf was showing some bite. Marjorie's smile tightened a fraction, but she recovered quick. How quaint. Though we in the Reach treat pleasure like a fine art studied as carefully as a maester studies his books. And yet all that studying didn't keep your first husband interested, Sansa retorted. Then her cheeks flushed like she wished she could take it back. Marjorie's eyes flashed. Careful, Dove. Some birds keep singing right up until someone wrings their neck. I dropped the orange peel into a silver dish, and both went silent, turning to me. I stared at them, crossing my arms and letting them feel the weight of my presence. I thought I made my words clear, Lady Marjorie. You can bicker all you like, I said in a soft but edged voice. I'm even entertained by your rivalry. But don't cross the lines. Threats fall under that line as well. They watch me, catching the threat loud and clear. Marjorie's face had gone pale, and she was about to apologize, but I spoke over her. We need stability, I went on. I don't know how seriously you're taking this, but I'm seeing hundreds of years ahead. If you're considering benefits for your current family, he'll be dead in a few decades. Let me warn you to be careful. Sansa was the first to dip her gaze. Understood, Your Grace. I apologize, Marjorie said, quick to lower her head. A knock on the door broke the tension. One of the king's guards spoke through the heavy wood. Your Grace, the corridors are cleared. All the wedding guests have turned in or left. Excellent, I replied. No disturbances till morning. No matter what. Yes, Your Grace. Footsteps faded away, leaving the three of us in silence. I walked to the door and slid the iron bolt across. The deep sound of it locking shut seemed to seal us off from the outside world. Turning back, I saw Marjorie standing tall, confidence returning to her posture, while Sansa stared at us with a flush in her cheeks. I looked at them both, a slow grin spreading across my face. So, I said, stepping closer, shall we find out whose drink I really prefer? Both of them paused as I smirked, letting my gaze linger on them both. I leaned back against the carved bedpost and gave a playful command. Marjorie's fingers went to her laces without hesitation. That Reach girl grin sharpening as emerald silk pooled at her feet. Sansa fumbled with her northern clasps, cheeks burning crimson as her dress slid down generous hips. I drank in the contrast. It was a sight to behold, worthy of a king. Marjorie's compact curves, all honeyed skin and rose-tipped breasts bigger than my palms, versus Sansa's long-limbed fullness, her body soft and pale as winter moonlight with nipples like dusky pink berries. Her breasts were much larger, too. I wasn't the only one who noticed Sansa's fullness. Marg's brows twitched upward when Sansa's shift fully fell surprise, flickering before she masked it with a smile. Well then, she cleared her throat and drawled, trailing a finger down her own stomach. I hope you won't toss a coin this time. I locked gazes with her, and then reached out and hooked Sansa's wrist, yanking her onto the mattress. She yelped, collapsing against me with a shaky laugh when I gripped her chin. The night should start with a proper ceremony first, I murmured, thumb brushing her lower lip. Don't worry, little wolf, they'll be gentle. Sansa's beautiful tully blue eyes trembled. Her pulse raced beneath my palm as I held her close, her lips trembling with innocent hesitation. Marjorie huffed at the loss, but settled cross-legged beside us, eyes gleaming like a cat watching sparrows. Slow as a summer storm, I pulled Sansa's cloak tighter around her shoulders. Noticing every flinch and gasp, she arched and made small sounds as I kissed along her collarbone. Gee gods, she let out, her body tensing when I trailed kisses down her stomach. Which ones? I murmured near her, nipping gently enough to startle her. You've already moved past your previous ones. Her objection melted into a soft cry as I drew closer, and Marjorie leaned in, biting her own lip. I'm so envious right now. Your Grace, the fruit of patience is sweet, I told her while my focus remained totally on Sansa. She tensed against the sheets as I leaned closer to her. Minutes passed as I held her close, and I held back at the crucial moment 3 times until tears streaked her temples. The room was growing heavier. Please, she sobbed, hips trembling. Stop, I'm ready. I can tell, I said, pulling back with a quiet smile. I heard her heart thump loudly as she enjoyed the view. I loomed over her, shedding my doublet with deliberate slowness. Her eyes widened at the muscles that rippled with the smallest movements. Look into my eyes, Sansa, I ordered, stepping closer to her. Trust me. She listened, nodding slowly. Then I pushed forward with a single, slow motion. Her cry filled the room, and she winced beneath me. You have claimed her. Skill, Dragonheart. He is responding strongly. She gasped, nails scoring my shoulders as I held her. Marjorie's breath hitched, whether from emotion or envy. I couldn't tell. Hold on, I said gently, steadying Sansa as she winced. The pain will go away. Trust me, I promised her while focusing on my skill. I began to work carefully, moving with patience until her breathing steadied. Sansa Stark's beautiful, curvy body glistening with sweat. Her body trembled with emotion as she drew close to me. She was a tall girl, so she didn't disappoint me. Oh, Viserys, I love you this. She let out a harrowing gasp. Eyes rolled back to the ceiling, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Sansa couldn't hold on for long, thanks to my skill. Her pain had long since faded into relief, and an overwhelming wave washed over her like wildfire. Her back arched, and her mouth gasped silent pleas to gods long forgotten. With a grunt, I pulled away at the very last moment, wiping my hand across her skin. I wasn't ready for that just yet. I breathed heavy for a moment, staring down at Sansa. You did well, I said, leaning down to kiss her. Sansa accepted me like a hungry beast, lips slamming into one another, her teeth drawing blood. He left her offness. All right, now clean this, I ordered as I brought her close to my face. As your equal, Lady Marjorie deserves the same treatment too. I understand. Trembling, Sansa Stark obeyed, and though her eyes teared, she held in. As I shared the last of the drink with her, when I leaned back, smirking at her flushed face, Marjorie was on me before I could blink. She nipped at my jaw as she pressed close against my thigh. My turn, love. You won't keep me waiting, will you? She breathed, all heat and honeyed charm. No, let's get to it. I turned her over, ignoring her small sound of surprise as I moved closer. Marjorie responded right away, her breath coming in warm, theatrical gasps rather than the measured calm of a queen. I love that sound. The bedchamber echoed with Marjorie's dramatic sounds and Sansa's drowsy murmurs until dawn streaked the sky. By morning, both of my wives lay tangled in sweat-damp silks, Sansa's tear-streaked face pressed to my chest, Marjorie's small satisfied smirk pressed to my shoulder. Neither were queen, but both were mine. Admittedly, I loved this night more than the others. 85 to protect the realm, Chapter 85. To protect the realm, morning light filtered through the curtains, painting golden streaks across our tangled limbs. I'd been awake for some time, savoring the weight of two gorgeous women pressed against me. It truly was a sight that I could never have enjoyed back on Earth. Sansa's auburn hair spilled across my chest. Marjorie's arm draped possessively over my stomach. Both had their own charms, and I savored it all with my arms around their bodies. Marjorie stirred first, those doe eyes fluttering open with practiced precision. It was as if Shed learned how to wake up gracefully. She stretched like a cat, her breast pressing against my side. "Good morning, dearest husband." "Morning," I said. Our movements disturbed Sansa, who slowly blinked awake. She let out a small gasp before remembering where she was. The blush that crept up her neck was delightful. "Sleep well, little wolf?" I asked, stroking her cheek. Yes," she mumbled, pulling the sheet higher despite the intimacies we'd shared hours before. Marjorie chuckled. "How can you still be shy, Lady Stark? After all that howling last night?" "I didn't howl," Sansa protested, though her lips curled upward. "I remember you doing all the howling, despite being a pristine flower in public. How scandalous. How is it scandalous to become a dire wolf in heat for my husband?" Marjorie teased, reaching across me to tap Sansa's nose. "You should be learning from me. Not that your performance was any less fun. I suppose you Northerners are always passionate about your first time out." Rather than shrinking away, Sansa surprised me by arching an eyebrow. "At least mine was genuine. Your performance sounded rehearsed like you'd memorize your lines." I laughed, feeling Marjorie grumble beside me. "You think I have to fake it when my king is that impressive?" "You stupid," Marjorie began before dissolving into giggles herself. "Never mind. Perhaps I should give you lessons. A queen needs refinement." "We're not queens yet," Sansa reminded her, trailing fingers along my collarbone. "Though I think I impressed our king well enough." "Confident now, are we?" Marjorie purred, pressing a kiss to my jaw. "I think we need another competition." I caught both their hands as they slid beneath the sheets. "Later, my eager wives. The realm won't rule itself, and I've dragons to feed." Marjorie pouted. "Surely Viserion can wait." "Dragons wait for no man," I said, sitting up despite their protests. "Not even kings. I want you to know that while I have control over her in person, she might rampage and destroy things in my absence. We can't risk that." Sansa leaned back against the pillows, her hair a fiery halo as sunlight reflected off it. "Will you come back soon? Missing me already?" "She's just worried ill in your favor while you're gone," Marjorie said, stretching languidly. "You're talking like you're going with him," Sansa replied with newfound boldness. "If you are, I am too. Perhaps another time, dear wives." "You'll get much time to play with Viserion," I said, and for a minute more, I watched these powerful women from ancient houses, now giggling like tavern maids in my bed. It was a pleasant morning indeed, but beyond these walls, the game continued. Fagon breathed, and Daenerys gathered strength across the sea. The realm needed a firm hand. The realm faced real dangers, ones that wouldn't wait while I played the happy husband. The White Walkers loomed beyond the wall. I knew the danger of that from the TV show An Army of the Dead that would sweep south and destroy everything in its path. But this world was different now. With me on the throne instead of Joffrey, perhaps that future could be avoided entirely. I had to prepare for that. I needed to send people north, strengthen the Night's Watch, perhaps even commission new weapons made of dragonglass from Dragonstone Island. Castle Black needed men, not criminals, but trained soldiers who understood the gravity of their mission. Then there was Dorne. The Sand Snake's betrayal still stung, but it pointed to something more concerning. Prince Doran was playing his own game. How involved was he with that fake Aegon bastard? Where did my Dany fall in all this? They'd definitely try to use her. Tywin Lannister remained a problem as well. Had retreated somewhere after Joffrey's execution, nursing his wounds and his pride. Perhaps in Casterly Rock, or perhaps somewhere else entirely. I didn't know, so I couldn't just fly over there. The old lion wouldn't stay quiet for long. He'd be plotting, gathering forces, waiting for the right moment to strike back at me for killing his grandson. I'd need to deal with him soon. Despite all this, The most pressing concern was the echo from across the narrow sea, my sister Daenerys. Your Grace, Pycelle began as he sat at the small council table, his voice wavering. We've received troubling reports from across the narrow sea. I leaned back in my seat. Go on. The small council chamber in the Tower of the Hand felt cavernous with so many seats empty. Mace Tyrell occupied the Master of Coin's chair, looking as puffed up as ever in rich green velvet. Rose sat where Varys once had, dressed more modestly than in her brothel days, but still with a hint of her former profession in the cut of her gown. Grand Maester Pycelle trembled in his seat, chains rattling with each movement. The Hand's chair remained conspicuously vacant. I hadn't decided who to trust with that position yet. Your sister, Daenerys Targaryen, has conquered Yunkai. Her forces now march on Meereen. Pycelle's eyes darted nervously. She commands an army of unsullied, and forgive me, your Grace, 2 dragons. Mace Tyrell shifted uncomfortably. 2 dragons? God be good. The little girl ID once sold to Khal Drogo had hatched 2 dragons and was conquering cities in Essos. Just like in canon. But things were worse here than canon. I remembered how Wed left things with me holding a sword to her belly, threatening her unborn child as I stole one of her dragon eggs. She wouldn't have forgotten. Would she sail to Westeros seeking vengeance? Would she fall for Varys' trap? That spider should be traveling to her by now, along with Tyrion Lannister. Or would she be wise and just remain in Meereen and rule that place? Either way, I couldn't ignore her growing power. The mother of dragons, they call her, Rose added. My little birds say she's freed slaves by the thousands. They worship her like a goddess. Pycelle cleared his throat. If I may, your Grace, there is some confusion about your relationship with your sister. The Citadel has inquiries about my sister, and I parted on poor terms. I cut him off. I lied to some people before, but we're not on good terms. She wants to kill me for the things I did. Be sure everyone knows about this, so that they don't blindly trust her. She likely believes I'm still the frightened fool who sold her to the Dothraki. She doesn't know who I've become. Will she sail for Westeros, your Grace? Mace asked, wiping sweat from his brow. She might. Im unsure. But to be fair, I tapped my fingers against the table, considering. I don't have to remain unsure. I could fly to Meereen on Viserion and confront Daenerys directly. Why waste time when I had the means to cross the narrow sea in days rather than weeks? Although there was the risk of Viserion fighting against 2 dragons, I was confident she'd live at least even if she couldn't win against both. I could see her dragons with my own eyes, gauge her strength, and perhaps even forge an alliance. No matter what, she was my sister. Our past when we grew up together memories were vivid. That was why I didn't kill her back then. But there were matters demanding my attention here first. Before I make any decisions about my sister, there are pressing matters to address, I said. Many matters, regarding the wall in the north, among other stuff. We'll talk to Robb about this. We also need to select new Kingsguard and appoint a Lord Commander. The White Cloaks were Lannister men. We need knights loyal to the dragon now. We've also got to make sure the City Watch is in good hands. Summon the current commander of the City Watch, Rose. Fit that into my schedule. Wolves nodded. Understood. I also have names to suggest regarding the Kingsguard, your Grace. Good. I also need to summon Yara Greyjoy to discuss the Iron Fleet. Send her a letter. I turned toward Mace Tyrell, who was still sweating despite the cool morning air. On another more important topic, Lord Mace, about the Iron Banks loan, the meeting unfolded. The table overflowed with urgent matters. The White Walkers' Daenerys' rise in Essos, the turmoil in Dorne, and the ever-watchful Tywin. Amidst these political intricacies stood 2 brides, each vying for the crown. A new game was about to commence, one that would test every vow, every alliance, and the very blood in my veins. I'd make my moves carefully, for the next step could tip the scales of the entire realm. It was harder to hold the throne than claim it. I had no intention of losing the throne ID paid so dearly to claim. 86. So many kingly duties. Chapter 86. So many kingly duties. The following events proved relentlessly busy. I began by sending Mace Tyrell to Braavos with a small delegation to renegotiate terms with the Iron Bank. The crown's debt had ballooned under Robert Baratheon's reign, and the Lannisters had only made it worse with their war expenses. The Iron Bank was notorious for collecting its dues. They'd fund your enemies if you failed to pay. This was the thing with politics. Raw strength couldn't always win over things. I mean, I could definitely go there and burn down the entirety of Bravos. But then there was the chance I'd get assassinated by 100 faceless men. Even Viserion was in danger. I'd say the faceless men were one of the most dangerous powers that could go against me, on par with the immortal empire of E.T. So, Mace would go to the Iron Bank and ask for more time. By then, I'd beat down the Lannisters, take their wealth, and repay the debt using Lannister money. Cersei would play a fine role then. One of the reasons I kept her alive. I chose Mace for this task partly because the Tyrells had deep pockets, and his presence would signal to the bankers that the throne now had wealthy allies. But more importantly, it kept him away from court while I solidified my reign. While Mace wasn't anywhere near his mother, he was still an annoying person. He was meek, but he was strong-headed. He awkwardly kept asking for stuff until the end. With that done, I focused on other important tasks. Later, I met with Bronn, the current commander of the City Watch. The former Sellsword had survived the Battle of Blackwater, and I chose not to kill him like the other soldiers. He still carried himself with that dangerous swagger, though had dressed up a bit for the occasion. His black armor gleamed, and had even bothered to trim his beard. I'd half expected to replace him immediately. He was not loyal to Tyrion, but they were still friends, after all. But our meeting changed my mind. He loved money, and as long as he received money and luxury, had remained loyal. Men like these were more trustworthy than those who pretended to be noble. Unlike the nobles who spoke in flowery riddles, Bronn was refreshingly direct about the state of the city. The City Watch was undermanned and corrupt, but he had plans to fix both issues if given the resources. Your Grace, half these gold cloaks can't tell their R's from their elbow, Head told me bluntly. But give me a month and your gold, and he'll have them shaped up or shipped out. I like that he didn't hide behind false promises. He knew exactly what I needed: a city that ran smoothly and stayed loyal. After surviving as a Sellsword for so long, Bronn understood that loyalty was bought, not given freely. He also knew to respect me, even though he was a Sellsword, and that had initially met me as a fellow Sellsword. But he knew when to adapt. Perfect for managing a city filled with spies and cutthroats. The rest of the week blurred together. I met with Robb and told him to send a letter to Jon Snow in the Night Watch asking about what was going on there. I told him about strengthening defenses along the wall, but he didn't see any reason to, so I decided to only continue on that topic when Jon would send back a reply. I'd break down the news to Robb about the White Walkers. Otherwise, it'd be suspicious why I knew all this, and also, my words wouldn't be that trustworthy. That meeting followed with me wondering about Dragonglass from Dragonstone. I was unsure if I should start their shipment already, but I decided against it. I should pay Dragonstone a visit after returning from Meereen. I spent the next few days reviewing candidates for the Kingsguard. I found a few good ones to fill the slots, but none for the Lord Commander role. It annoyed me that living legend Ser Barristan Selmy had gone to my sister now. Where do I find a proper Lord Commander? Having no answers, I moved to the last important task. I made sure to prepare rooms for Yara Greyjoy's upcoming visit, ensuring they were befitting of an ally, but not too lavish. The Ironborn preferred practicality over luxury, although I decided to halt that meeting in the end till ID returned to King's Landing. ID delayed enough time. All these kingly duties took a lot of work. A few weeks after my marriage, it was a late afternoon. I was pacing the corridors of the Red Keep with Rose walking beside me, her voice low as she delivered reports from her growing network of informants. The Lannister forces have retreated to Casterly Rock, Your Grace. Lord Tywin hasn't been seen in weeks. They're using the excuse that he's ill. But I think he's just hiding. She paused, checking a small parchment, and Littlefinger has been spotted in the Vale. He's apparently courting Lisa Arryn quite aggressively. They're together. Send a letter to Lisa. Tell her Littlefinger is a criminal who fled from his role as the Master of Coin, and that she's obliged to return him to the crown. She won't listen, and that'll give me an excuse to fly to her castle," I said, making her nod. I barely listened to the rest of her report as we passed through a corridor lined with tall windows. Sunlight streamed in, catching the dust motes that danced in the air. I stopped abruptly, drawn to the view below. King's Landing lay before me, transformed from the city I had approached months ago. Targaryen banners now decorated every prominent building. Workers rushed about, repairing the damage from a battle. Near the harbor, ships were unloading supplies, grain from the Reach and timber from the north. "This place is changing," I murmured, more to myself than to Rose. She stepped beside me, following my gaze across the city. "For the better, I say. The small folk aren't starving anymore. Even the smell has improved, though I doubt the city will ever smell like a garden." "The smell," I chuckled. "A true miracle, that one. I need that smell completely replaced with flowers and perfume soon. Even if you doubt ITLL smell like a garden, we need to make that happen." "Really, Your Grace?" "Yes, sweetheart." I looked at her. The once-whore girl was an elegant lady now, wearing a noble gown. I pulled her closer, and she gave in, without resisting. "I have grand plans for this realm." "I'm glad," she said, smiling warmly. She didn't try to act too professional with me anymore. "I like that development. It'll make your plans come to fruition." "I know you will. I dream of a city with better living conditions than this, Rose. We'll make sure that the commoners live like kings in the future, although by then it'll live like God." "That includes you," I said. "You'll be my brush used to paint this city anew. My existence will be fulfilled by that," Rose replied, her voice full of love. "Honestly, it doesn't have to go that far. The people don't want to live like kings. They just need to feel safe and fed. You're already succeeding in those regards thanks to the Tyrells." "Really? That's good," I said, a little curious. "Do you think they're happy?" "Marjorie goes out to meet the commoners and hangs out with them, and she says they're happy. She's making them accept a Targaryen on the throne again. I think the commoners like her more than Sansa. At this rate, I might too. Poor Sansa has yet to figure out how to play this game. Why don't you show her the way? You have known her for a long time. She was telling me how you treated her as your younger sister for a long time." Rose considered this, tilting her head. "That I did, but I'm unsure if she'll be fine with me trying to help her. She might think I'm trying to manipulate her. It's all right." "Well, if you say so." "You're right that the commoners like the Tyrell girl more. They accept whoever feeds them and doesn't beat them. So it'll help Sansa, I guess, to help balance things," she said. "Expect a different Sansa by the time you return." She was still in my arms, and I gently pushed her against the wall. I leaned forward, capturing her lips, and she gave in, letting out a soft sound. Rose really knew how to make a man's body react with minimal effort. As her hands roamed my body, feeling my muscles, I wanted her right here. But there's something else. She hesitated once I pulled back from the kiss. "The people whisper about you. The Dragon King who appeared from nowhere with golden wings and breathed life back into the city. Children play games pretending to be dragons now. It'd be too much to give Marjorie credit for that, though. It's all you. You saved them from Stannis' assault, after all. That pleased me more than I expected. That was the plan, to make them feel grateful. I'm glad it's working. That's why I killed so many soldiers during the riot when people were throwing stones at Joffrey, while saving civilians. Myths and stories can be powerful tools. More powerful than armies sometimes." She agreed as she leaned forward and kissed my nape. Though speaking of armies, the Dornish A-guard rushed toward us, his armor clanking as he skidded to a stop and bowed deeply. I didn't separate from Rose, my arms still around her. The guard was an older man, so he knew to keep his head low as he reported. "Your Grace, Brienne of Tarth has reached King's Landing. She brings news." Rose's head snapped toward him. "Brienne? The Lady Knight from the Stormlands?" "Your Grace, I heard that she was tasked with bringing Jaime Lannister to King's Landing a couple of months ago by Lady Catelyn. She finally returned. Since they were taking a detour, traveling half the continent on foot, it took months." "Yes, Your Grace. She..." The guard shifted uncomfortably. "Brienne of Tarth, the warrior woman who had once sworn herself to Renly Baratheon, then to Catelyn Stark. In the story I knew, echoed by this reality, She'd been tasked with returning Jaime Lannister to King's Landing in exchange for the Stark girls. But that was a different timeline, a different story. Sansa was already here, married to me. And Arya, well, she was still missing. Had Brienne succeeded this time in her task, or failed like canon? Did she bring someone with her? I asked, unable to keep the edge from my voice. A prisoner, perhaps? No, Your Grace. Lannister spies found us when we were very close to King's Landing. The massive woman kept her head down, one knee pressed to the stone floor before my iron throne. I tried my best to fight them, but Jaime Lannister's restraints broke during the struggle, and he received a sword from an ally. I couldn't beat the greatest swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms, even with his months of imprisonment. She apologized for her incompetence. I leaned forward slightly, the uncomfortable edges of the throne moving away from my back. The throne room was relatively empty today. The cavernous space, with its towering columns and high vaulted ceiling, felt almost hollow. Morning light streamed through the tall windows, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Targaryen banners hung from the walls, a sea of black and red that had replaced the Baratheon gold. Only a handful of courtiers lingered at the edges of the room, along with a few guards. I noticed Robb Stark standing to one side, his face grim as he watched the proceedings. Lady Catelyn stood beside him, her eyes fixed on Brienne with a worried expression. Naturally, she was worried about the fate of the knight who had been escorting Jaime Lannister to King's Landing, which was at the hands of Lannisters during the oath. If I ordered execution now, Catelyn could only blame herself and nobody else. However, I didn't bring up any of that. She had only done as she was forced to oath. So it wasn't her fault. I understand he defeated you. So why did he let you return alive? I asked, studying Brienne's face carefully. She was not a woman made for deception. Her eyes were too honest, her face too open. I don't know, Your Grace. Her voice held genuine confusion. Okay, there are two things that could have happened here. First, that she was lying and had actually let Jaime escape because she had fallen in love with him during their journey, like the original, or that she knew the oath meant she had to safely send Jaime to his family, and not King's Landing. So she let him go without a fight. Or perhaps the second option was true. The situation was indeed as Shed said, and Jaime had let her live because he had fallen for her. Either way, Jaime Lannister was gone. The greatest swordsman of this generation was back to Tywin, and this time, he kept both hands. That wasn't good. I glanced toward Catelyn Stark. Her lips were pressed into a tight line. This woman had released Jaime Lannister against her son's wishes, gambling everything on retrieving her daughters. Now one daughter was my wife, and the other still missing while the Kingslayer ran free. I wonder how she felt. That dumb bitch. I understand, I replied finally, turning back to Brienne. Whatever the case, it means Lannister men are still lurking in or around King's Landing. I turned to Rose, who stood to the side of the throne in her formal attire. What do you have to say about this? Fools. Rose's deep blue dress rustled against the stone floor as she lowered her head. My deepest apologies, Your Grace. My network should have detected their movements. It'll increase searches immediately and tighten security around the city gates. Her face showed genuine concern. She knew that failing to catch the Lannister spies could reflect poorly on her new position. See that you do. I kept my tone mild but firm. I expect a full report by tomorrow as I have to leave very soon. I turned my attention back to Brienne of Tarth. The woman was a strange sight in the red, keep taller than most men, broader than more, with straw-colored hair, cut short around a face that was rather handsome than pretty. Her breasts are huge here, though, but there was something compelling about her presence. She wore battered armor that had seen better days, and a sword hung at her hip. Despite her failure, she had traveled all this way to face potential punishment rather than flee. That spoke to her character, to her honor. Brienne of Tarth was an honorable knight. Welcome to King's Landing, Lady Brienne, I said finally. Such a strong, great warrior. As you, it's a pity you were put against Jaime Lannister, of all people. Am grateful to the deity above that he let you return alive. I paused, considering the opportunity before me one more time. Brienne was indeed someone whose honor was unquestionable. In that case, it should be fine, right? I don't wish to waste your rest time further, but I have a proposition. I straightened on the throne, looking at her like how a king should. What do you think about the position of Lord Commander of the Kingsguard? 87. How do I meet the Mother of Dragons? Chapter 87. How do I meet the Mother of Dragons? What do you think about the position of Lord Commander of the Kingsguard? The throne room fell silent. You could have heard a drop of water hit the stone floor. Brienne's eyes were wide, her mouth opening slightly. It was easy to read the shock on her face. The woman lacked the guile most courtiers possessed. She looked like ID just offered her the entire kingdom rather than a white cloak. Across the room, Catelyn Stark's composure shattered. The cool, collected northern lady visibly flinched, her head snapping toward me so fast I thought she might strain her neck. She gripped Rob's arm in what appeared to be a painful hold. Rob himself looked torn between respect and wariness. His brow furrowed as he studied me, likely wondering what game I was playing by offering such a prestigious position to someone who had just failed in their duty. Your Grace. Brienne finally found her voice. She squared her massive shoulders, lifting her chin. I am honored beyond words, but I cannot accept. Firstly, I am unworthy. Secondly, I swore an oath to Lady Catelyn. I serve her. Predictable. Honor was so goddamn inconvenient sometimes. Lady Brienne, I replied, leaning forward. You are not unworthy, unless you insult me by doubting my judgment of worthiness. And your devotion to your oaths is precisely why I offer this position. The Kingsguard needs someone who understands what duty truly means. As for you serving my mother-in-law, I turned my gaze deliberately toward Catelyn Stark, silently inviting her to speak up. Catelyn was a smart woman. She'd pounce on this opportunity if I hadn't judged her wrong. She hesitated for a moment, but then strode forward, her steps echoing across the stone floor. Lady Brienne, Catelyn said clearly and firmly, am grateful to have your duty. Despite my unnatural requests, you have served me faithfully, and I am forever grateful. But I would release you from your oath to me if it means you'll become Lord Commander. Brienne blinked in surprise. My lady, my daughter Sansa will be queen, Catelyn continued, her eyes flickering briefly to mine. I would appreciate nothing more than knowing she has someone as loyal and honorable as you to protect her. You would still be keeping your oath to me by protecting my blood. Will you not accept? I watched this performance with interest. Catelyn was as clever as I'd given her credit for. She saw the opportunity. Having her own sworn sword as Lord Commander would give her daughter an added layer of protection. A loyal shield in a court of vipers. I didn't mind that. Brienne of Tarth was indeed a loyal knight. Well, not quite a knight yet, but she will be tomorrow when I grant her knighthood and officially announce her position. She was incredibly strong too, and I'd love someone like her as my sword. That is, if she accepts. Brienne looked between us, her conflict evident. Her hand gripped her sword hilt, as if seeking reassurance from the familiar weight of steel. If that is what you wish, Lady Stark, she said finally. Then she turned to me, still on her knee as she lowered her head. Your Grace, since Lady Catelyn releases me from my oath, I would be honored to accept your offer. I'm incredibly grateful that you see my strength, despite my failure. So I will serve you, the crown, and Lady Sansa with my life. I smiled. Sansa was lacking against Marjorie recently, but with the support of the Lord Commander, her position will gain more favor. Excellent, I said, satisfaction warming my voice. Rise, Brienne of Tarth, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. Although the official announcement, along with your knighthood, is tomorrow, so it's wrong to call you that now. Freshen up and rest well. She stood, remarkably straight-backed for someone who had endured so much travel. The woman was a true warrior. Catelyn's eyes met mine for a brief moment. In them, I saw a mixture of gratitude and caution. She knew this arrangement benefited us both. ID gained a loyal, honorable commander, and she had gained a protector for her daughter. The Game of Thrones was growing more interesting. On the other side of the world, a few days after Brienne's ascension in Westeros, Daenerys was in Meereen as she studied the diminutive man before her with guarded curiosity. Rise, she said, watching the dwarf and eunuch stand from their knees. Despite his travel-worn appearance and the dirt still clinging to his clothes, there was something undeniably formidable about Tyrion Lannister. How could such a short man bear such a presence? His mismatched eyes held a keen intelligence that seemed to assess everything in the tent, from the fake dragon skulls mounted on stands to the unsullied guards flanking the entrance. She'd have loved to show off her real dragons, but Rhaegal wasn't here with her, and Drogon was nowhere to be found. Outside of that, everything had been moving smoothly. The conquest of Meereen had brought her this pavilion, along with the entire city. After freeing Yunkai, somehow she'd already conquered Meereen before she knew it, thanks to the help of the Golden Company. With 18,000 men at her command, it wasn't a surprise. Her current abode, a titanic stone pyramid, once belonged to a great master. It had been repurposed for the Mother of Dragons now. Maps of Slaver's Bay lay scattered across the table between them, weighed down by small figurines representing her growing forces. So, she adjusted her position in the high-backed chair, the wood smooth beneath her fingers. The Imp of Casterly Rock seeks an audience with the Dragon Queen. Why are you silent? Her voice remained level, betraying nothing of her thoughts. You've traveled far, Lord Tyrion. And you, Lord Varys. Speak up. Indeed, Your Grace, Tyrion replied with a slight bow. Though I assure you, the journey was not entirely by choice. I'm just unsure how to bring this up. Neither am I a lord, Your Grace, Varys commented, his hands resting in his sleeves. Behind her, Ser Jorah shifted his weight, his armor creaking softly. She could sense his disapproval without looking. Ser Barristan remained stoic on her other side, his aged hand resting casually on his sword hilt. Neither of them liked the two guests. And yet here you stand, Daenerys continued, in the tent of the daughter of the king you helped overthrow. Sister of the king who made you flee. To her left, Lord Varys cleared his throat. If I may, Your Grace. Lord Tyrion's role in Robert's rebellion was non-existent. He was but a child when your father fell. As for your brother Viserys, none of us saw it coming. How had gained such powers and everything around him? Daenerys turned her gaze to the bald man. His perfumed scent slowly flew through the Meereenese heat, somehow remaining fresh despite their journey. What do they call you again, Lord Varys? She asked, despite her the master of whisperers who served the usurper. How did you not see my brother coming? She leaned forward slightly. All this is too suspicious. So tell me why I shouldn't have you both executed where you stand. Because I despise my father and sister as much as you do, Tyrion answered before Varys could speak. And because I know things about Westeros your current advisors cannot tell you. Ser Barristan stepped forward, chuckling at that. Forgive me for interrupting, Your Grace, but I've lived this dwarf's 3 lifetimes. I fail to see what he can tell you that I can't. The Lannisters cannot be trusted. They orchestrated the deaths of your family members. Yet here you stand in my service, Ser Barristan, she replied without looking away from Tyrion. After years of serving the usurper, the old knight accepted the rebuke with quiet dignity. I have sworn my sword to you, Khaleesi, Ser Jorah interjected. These men are dangerous, particularly this spymaster. Varys just smiled in response. Daenerys raised her hand for silence. I want to hear what Lord Tyrion proposes. Tyrion glanced at Varys before addressing her directly. Your Grace, the 7 kingdoms are in chaos. Your brother sits on the Iron Throne, but his position is precarious. The Lannisters have retreated to Casterly Rock, and many houses remain uncommitted. He paused. I offer you knowledge, strategy, and a perspective from the very heart of Westerosi politics. And in return? Daenerys asked, one eyebrow arched. A position as your advisor, he replied. And wine. Preferably not the Meereenese swill they serve in the city. And there's someone I wish to save back in the Red Keep. Despite herself, Daenerys felt the corner of her mouth twitch. She composed her features quickly. You have a peculiar manner for someone begging a favor. I'm not begging, Tyrion said. I'm offering a fair exchange. My mind for your protection. While Ser Barristan is right about his experience, he's a knight first and foremost. He also wasn't allowed in the small council for the last 20 or so years. Without meaning offense, He doesn't know how the realm operates nowadays. I do, for I've served as the hand of the king for the last year or so. Daenerys' gaze shifted to Varys. And you? What do you offer besides honeyed words and betrayal? Information, your grace, Varys replied, his hands folded within his sleeves. My little birds sing in every corner of the world. I know your brother's weaknesses, his allies, and his plans. After all, it was me who sent young Griff to you. They made Dany's eyes tremble. It was him. How? That boy hadn't told her anything about this. However, he couldn't be lying here. It could be confirmed any time. So, it'd be stupid to risk such a lie. That aside, do you know how big broth Viserys attained his dragon egg? She asked sharply. It bothered her for a moment that Shed called him by his familial title out of habit, though. That imbecile was no brother of hers. Varys shook his head. I'm aware he stole an egg from you. But I don't know how he awakened it. Perhaps it awakened on its own, when your two did? It could be the case, since the 3 eggs had been together for centuries. He named his dragon Viserion, that I know of, which is quite narcissistic, but it suits him, I suppose. It does. And yes, he did steal one of my eggs. Daenerys said coldly, remembering the night Viserys had held a sword to her belly, threatening her unborn child as he fled with the golden egg. The memory still burned. Before they hatched, Ser Jorah stepped forward. Khaleesi, I counsel caution. I feel like we're talking about important things with them before judging what to do with their heads. These men arrive too conveniently after your recent victories. Ser Barristan nodded in agreement. The Lannister may have value, your grace, but I would advise against giving him too much information too quickly. Daenerys drummed her fingers against the armrest, considering. She didn't find her current advisor's words that worrying. If they posed any danger, she could just kill them. It mattered more that they had important news. Drogon and Rhaegal had grown tremendously. Apparently Viserys' golden dragon was bigger. She didn't know, since the reports couldn't specify how big this golden dragon was. However, Varys probably knew since he was the master spy of Westeros. She had to know if her brother's single dragon would be dangerous for her babies. The thought of facing her brother and his dragon sent a mixture of rage and determination through her veins. A dance of dragons. She had been unwilling to think of it before, but Shed recreate it if necessary. If it meant Shed get to kill that imbecile. I've made my decision, sirs, she decided, turning to Tyrion. Lord Tyrion, I will allow you to advise me, but on a trial basis. Prove your worth, and you may earn a permanent position. She fixed him with a steely gaze. Betray me, and your death will make your father's infamous cruelties seem merciful by comparison. Relief washed over Tyrion's face. A fair arrangement. Your grace, I look forward to demonstrating my considerable talents. And what of me, your grace? Varys inquired softly. Daenerys regarded him coolly. You may remain as well, though under guard. If your claim about sending that boy to me is true, it means you've already done me a great benefit. Your little birds, as you call them, will now sing for me. Varys bowed deeply. They already do, your grace. Good, she said. She sighed, feeling a little complicated, although she felt victorious in growing her army. Before she could say anything else, a guard appeared at the tent entrance and bowed. Your grace, young Griff is here for your tea invitation. At this, Daenerys felt a genuine smile form. Let him in. As the guard departed, she caught Tyrion's puzzled expression. The Lannister clearly hadn't expected this development. Daenerys felt a surge of satisfaction. With Aegon by her side, her nephew, the true son of Rhaegar, she would have a stronger claim than Viserys could ever muster. Together, they would take back what was stolen from House Targaryen. Her brother might have one dragon, but she had 2. One dragon rider couldn't win against 2, could it? Bruce. Her nephew's loyalty and the growing army of Unsullied. Soon, she would show Viserys what it truly meant to wake the dragon. That smirk on her face lasted until a loud, unfamiliar roar screeched through the sky. A draconic roar spread through the city as the night sky brightened unnaturally. A few minutes earlier, the cool air whipped around me as Viserion descended toward Meereen's highest tower. The night sky enveloped us, stars scattered across the canvas like dragons' eggs on black sand. Below, torches dotted the foreign city, hundreds of tiny flames that would soon be overwhelmed by a much greater fire. I tightened my grip on Viserys' scales, my thighs pressed against her massive neck as she slowed our descent with steady wing beats. The city sprawled beneath us like a poorly constructed anthill, begging to be kicked over. Somewhere in that maze of sandstone and narrow streets, my dear sister played at being a queen. Viserys landed with surprising grace for a creature her size, her claws gripping the ancient stone of the deserted tower. I dismounted carefully, my boots finding purchase on the weathered surface. The desert breeze carried strange spices and the distant smell of the sea, so different from King's Landing's stench. "Perfect landing, girl," I murmured, patting her golden scales. They gleamed like molten gold, even in the dim moonlight. My beautiful beast had grown tremendously since our first meeting. Her wingspan, now casting shadows across half the tower. "This place," she said slowly. "I smell family. I didn't smell the same. So Dany's dragons were probably not here. The smell was from when they were. They couldn't be too far away, though." "Good," I said. "If you pick a fight, make sure to win. Although don't kill any of them, all right? They're your siblings." She turned her massive head toward me, those intelligent eyes watching me expectantly. I ran my hand along her jaw, feeling the heat radiating from within. "Siblings shouldn't be killed?" she asked, tilting her head. Since she was asking questions like that, I hoped she'd abide by my words. "Yes. Otherwise, you'll be all alone in this world. I mean, you have me, you have my blood in your body, but I'm your father, they're your brothers. Or sisters. I don't know how dragons work," I said. "Anyways, family is important. Blood is important. Don't waste it by killing them. And worst case scenario, don't die if it's them about to kill you. Call for me, and it'll come to you." She scoffed. "I don't need your help, weak human." I chuckled. "Fly high, girl. Circle the city," I instructed softly. "Make them see you clearly. But don't attack anyone unless provoked. I want their fear, not their deaths, at least not yet." "GRRGH," Viserys growled softly, the sound vibrating through my chest like distant thunder. She understood more than most humans would suspect. With a powerful beat of her wings that nearly knocked me off my feet, she launched herself upward, spiraling into the night sky. The sight was magnificent. Her golden scales caught the moonlight and reflected it back tenfold, casting an eerie glow upon the city. The display had its intended effect. Almost immediately, startled cries erupted from the streets below, followed by shouts of alarm. I smiled, watching her climb higher until she was circling just below the clouds, perfectly visible to every terrified soul in Meereen. This should shake my sister's precious confidence, I thought, leaning against a crumbling Merlin to enjoy the spectacle. An unknown dragon appearing in her supposedly secure city. She'll know how easy it is for me to come here, kill her, and flee. I'd heard rumors about the oh-so-glorious mother of dragons, how she'd freed slaves and built an army from nothing. Touching, really. She was playing ruler in the dirt while I sat on the Iron Throne in Westeros. But I was no fool. Dany had 2 dragons, and though my Viserys was formidable, numbers mattered. I needed to understand her position before making any grand gestures. The commotion below grew louder. Guards shouted orders to stay safe and keep the people safe. Civilians fled from the streets, taking shelter in their homes. Viserys' silhouette against the moon was having precisely the effect I'd hoped for. "They can't even tell this isn't one of their queen's beasts," I mused, allowing myself a chuckle. That's the thing about dragons, one looks much like another to the untrained eye. Just a monster from the sky. I'm sure my sister can tell. Though time to move, I pulled the hood of my black cloak over my head, tucking away the black wig I was wearing. The tower's ancient stairwell awaited a tight spiral of worn steps leading down into the heart of the city. Overhead, Viserys let out a roar that shook the very foundations of the buildings around me. She used that skill that made her body go all bright as the night sky turned like midday sun. The sound sent a fresh wave of panic through the crowd. I smiled, enjoying my dragon's performance as I blended into the crowd. Now, how do I meet the mother of dragons? 88 Meereen's Truth Chapter 88 Meereen's Truth. Daenerys rushed to the high windows of the Great Pyramid, her heart pounding against her ribs. The deafening roar that had shaken the very stones beneath her feet was followed by an unnatural brightness that transformed night into day. "Oh, gods above," she whispered, gripping the windowsill as her eyes scanned the sky. The brightness made it difficult to discern details at first. A massive winged shape cut through the clouds, its body radiating golden light that outshone the moon and stars. For a fleeting moment, hope surged through her veins. Perhaps Drogon had returned after his weeks-long absence, or Rhaegal had somehow broken free of his chains. And whatever this display of light was, it was a new magic of theirs. But something felt wrong. The silhouette moved differently. The wingspan appeared greater, the body more streamlined. Behind her, she heard Ser Barristan Selmy curse and draw his sword. The soft scrape of steel against leather was barely audible over the commotion rising from the streets below. Ser Jorah moved closer to her side, his hand instinctively reaching for his own weapon. "That's—" To her surprise, it was Tyrion Lannister who spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. Shed expected fear from the dwarf. Seeing a dragon for the first time, many grown men had fallen to their knees weeping at the sight of her children. But there was no fear in his voice, only recognition that made her blood run cold. "That's Viserion, your brother's dragon. What's it doing in Meereen?" Daenerys felt the tiny hairs on her arms and neck rise. Her head snapped back toward the creature, studying it with new understanding. Now that she knew it wasn't one of her babies, she could see it clearly despite the weird brightness, the differences in shape and movement. This beast appeared more refined and terrifying. Its muscles were better defined beneath those gleaming scales, and its movements spoke of greater precision and purpose. "How is that possible?" She breathed, more to herself than anyone else. How could it be so? Perfect. The words stuck in her throat. Shed raised her dragons from birth, nursed them on roasted meat, and watched them grow from the size of cats to fearsome predators. But this creature, this Viserion, who her brother had arrogantly named after himself, moved with a deadly grace that made her own children seem almost clumsy by comparison. She squinted against the unnatural brightness, searching for a rider. The dragon's back appeared empty, but at this distance, in this light, she couldn't be certain. "I don't see him," she said, her voice hardening. "I don't see my brother." "Perhaps he isn't riding," Varys suggested, his soft voice carrying across the chamber. "Or perhaps he's somewhere else in the city. It could be either case." The thought sent a chill through her. If Viserys was in Meereen, walking her streets while his dragon created a distraction. "Your Grace," Ser Jorah interrupted her thoughts. "We should move you to a more secure location. If your brother has come for you, I am not hiding." She cut him off, lifting her chin. "I am the blood of the dragon. I do not cower from my own kin. Plus, what's more secure than this stone pyramid? If he can cut through 8,000 unsullied, then there's nothing else we can do to stop him." Ser Jorah and Ser Barristan exchanged a look and sighed. She was right. "Aunt, I am here," a voice called from behind as fast footsteps entered. Daenerys turned to find young Griff Aegon, her nephew, standing at the entrance to the chamber. He was breathing a bit faster, clearly startled by the noise too, so had run over. He didn't wear his disguise of blue hair anymore, and rather had his silver gold hair in proud display as it caught the unnatural light flooding through the windows, making him appear almost ethereal. His Valyrian features, so like her own, were tight with concern as his eyes moved from her face to the scene beyond the windows. "Was that Drogon?" "No. Come see this," she commanded, gesturing him forward. He crossed the chamber quickly and stood beside her at the window. She watched his eyes widen, his pupils contracting against the golden light as he took in the beast circling above their city. "Where is Rhaegal?" she asked urgently. "If this huge beast attacks Meereen, we need Rhaegal to fight off." Aegon's jaw tightened. "Rhaegal is still chained in the basement. I just returned from feeding him. Actually," he shook his head, cursing under his breath. "And I don't think he can beat this creature, Aunt. Look at the size difference." The admission hung heavy in the air. Daenerys felt a flicker of anger at the suggestion that one of her children might be outmatched. But she'd seen Viserion with her own eyes. The golden dragon moved with a predator's lethal confidence. They weren't that different in height, but Viserion was wider, thanks to her muscle. She was a rippling sea of muscles that Rhaegal couldn't compare to. "Perhaps Drogon, we can't be sure," she replied, unwilling to concede defeat before battle was even joined. "Plus, if Rhaegal is injured, I think Drogon will come flying from wherever he is." She placed a hand on his arm, meeting his violet eyes with her own. "So just be ready, in case this beast attacks. You need to ride Rhaegal." Aegon's expression shifted, an odd emotion crossing over before he quickly hid it with determination. Yes, he nodded firmly. Outside, Viserion roared again, the sound reverberating through the pyramid's ancient stones. Daenerys turned back to the window, watching golden light reflect off the city's sandstone buildings before it began to calm down. Whatever game her brother was playing, she would not be unprepared. What I needed first of all was to understand the situation in Meereen. I was here to meet my sister, but I wanted to understand what was going on before that. I also had to decide how to approach this, whether to sneak into her room or make an arrogant official entrance. The latter would be more suitable for relations between the king of Westeros and the queen of Meereen, but it wasn't what I needed. I wanted to gauge her reaction upon seeing me, not give her time to prepare and put on a political facade. Surprise often revealed more than cautious conversation. So, to gather information, I blended into the crowd easily enough. The common folks of Meereen were diverse lot traders from across Essos, former slaves with tattooed faces and sellswords looking for work. My black cloak and hood weren't remarkable in this sea of varied garb. Plus, since my silver hair wasn't visible, it was safe. For the next few hours, I wandered the city, listening more than speaking. Meereen's layout revealed itself to me in fragments. There was a lot to take. The vast pyramid where the Mother of Dragons held court, the fighting pit's shed supposedly closed, and the temples converted to barracks for her Unsullied. What struck me most was how divided the city remained. In the taverns near the harbor, freed slaves praised their Mysa with near-religious fervor. Their eyes lit up when they spoke of the chains shed broken, the masters shed crucified. It was the look of peoplehood found salvation after a lifetime of torment. She came with fire and blood. One man told another as I sat nearby, sipping sour wine. His voice held the reverence of a true believer. The masters never thought we'd see freedom. Now look at us citizens, not property. My life feels complete. But in the wealthier districts, where merchants and former slave owners huddled in depleted luxury, the sentiment shifted dramatically. It was harder to catch their words, but not impossible. There, Daenerys was the foreign whore, the mad dragon spawn, a destroyer of tradition and commerce. Trade has collapsed. I heard a silk merchant complain bitterly. Without slaves, who makes the goods? Who loads the ships? This is frustrating. Shall burn this city to the ground with her good intentions. He has firm logic. This city's been the center of slavery for centuries, so it's unable to work like the other cities so fast. ITLL take time. And that's if Dany survives the dozen assassination attempts, just like the original timeline. It was exactly as I'd expected. Daenerys had conquered, but not truly ruled. Shed broken chains, but built nothing sustainable in their place. Classic Targaryen, fire, all destruction, little creation. I like that she still had the family blood. I mentally noted which neighborhoods housed former masters still clinging to power. If I needed allies against my sister, the seeds of discontent were already well planted. I hope not, though. By mid-afternoon of the next day, ID learned that my sister had a growing problem with masked assassins calling themselves the Sons of the Harpy. They were already moving. They struck from shadows, killing unsullied and freed slaves alike. The whispers suggested these attacks were funded by wealthy families from Yunkai and Astapor cities shed liberated before moving on. 11 unsullied dead last week alone, I overheard as I lingered near a baker's stall. Found them with their throats cut, those golden masks left nearby as a message. This was useful. My sister's hold on Meereen was more tenuous than her followers suggested. She was struggling to control even one city, yet dreamed of conquering 7 kingdoms. The irony almost made me laugh. At the same time, it made me worried for her life. ID prevented many deaths thanks to the decisions ID taken. This world was already far different than the original. That also meant, since ID prevented so many deaths, that influenced the deaths of many others too. That could include my sister, the last true Targaryen blood other than me. I didn't want that. I checked the sky occasionally throughout my explorations. Viserys had left the skies of Meereen, likely roaming the lands nearby. I didn't mind. The impact was made last night. Every person in this city now knew a golden dragon had appeared, and many would be asking why the mother of dragons couldn't control it. My beautiful beast had grown remarkably since I first hatched her. Her golden scales now gleamed with power, and her wingspan caused shadows that could engulf entire buildings. She was far superior to my sister's foolish lizards. She was intelligent. As night descended once again, I found myself in a dingy inn near the fighting pits. The place stank of sweat and cheap liquor, but it was filled with mercenaries and soldiers. It was the perfect place to gather more intelligence. I ordered ale, the liquid more piss than drink, and took a seat in the corner where shadows provided cover. Meereen trash. I need some Irish good, I guess. The barkeep, a weary man with deep lines etched into his face, slid the tankard across the wooden counter with practiced ease. My ears perked up when 2 men in gleaming armor walked in, their boots heavy against the worn floorboards. I paused for a brief moment. They were the most important bits in this situation. The golden skull clasps on their cloaks clearly marked them as Golden Company men. That particular Sellsword grouped the room, quieted momentarily, before conversation resumed at a lower volume. 2 of your finest Alesh, the taller one called out, and whatever passes for food in this shithole. They laughed among themselves, taking the best seats near the hearth without asking if they were occupied. The smaller man, with a scar running down his right cheek, kicked his feet onto the table and leaned back in his chair. The innkeeper hurried over with their drinks and 2 bowls of what looked like fish stew. He hovered anxiously, wringing his hands. That'll be 3 copper stars, if it please you. Both men stared at him for a moment before erupting in laughter. You've got balls, old man, the scarred one said, slapping the table. Don't you know us? We're the Golden Company, the people who freed this city. You got no shame asking money from us? The innkeeper's face paled. And am thankful for your duty to the city, but please, sirs, I have a family. To the taller soldier stood, his hand moving to his sword hilt. Do we ask about your fucking family? The Queen's allies drink free. That's the new rule. With a casual motion, he knocked the cups and bowls to the floor, where they shattered. The innkeeper jumped back, eyes downcast, mumbling apologies. By then, my blood was boiling. I'd seen this kind of arrogance before men who thought strength gave them the right to take without giving. It was the same mentality that had built the slaving cities my sister claimed to oppose. However, it wasn't the arrogance that made my blood boil. I wasn't that hypocritical yet. It was the confirmation. So the news about the Golden Company accompanying my sister was true. That could only mean one thing. Varys, that snake, played his cards right and sent Fagon to Dany. It irritated me seeing outsiders, fucking Blackfires, try to meddle in my family business. Those Blackfire bastards had no right to the Targaryen name, no right to my throne, and certainly no right to manipulate my sister. A few minutes later, I drained my ale, set the cup down, and walked to the counter. The innkeeper flinched as I approached, likely expecting more abuse. I placed a gold dragon on the counter. Keep the change. Thank you. I walked out, following the 2 Golden Company bastards who had just left. Their laughter echoed down the street, unaware of the death trailing silently in their wake. The Golden Skull clasp would soon match its owner's fate. 89 Rats in the Alley, Chapter 89. Rats in the Alley, I trailed the 2 Golden Company men through Meereen's winding streets, keeping to the shadows. The drunken fools wove an unsteady path, their golden skull clasps catching the moonlight as they stumbled away from the main thoroughfare. I stayed 20 paces behind, silent as the grave that awaited them. They turned down a narrow alley between two sandstone buildings, their voices echoing off the close walls as they joked about a slave girl they both knew. Perfect. The alley opened into a small courtyard of dead end with high walls on 3 sides and only one exit. The taller one paused to piss against a wall, while his companion slumped against the opposite side, belching loudly. I stepped out from the shadows, my footsteps deliberately heavy against the packed earth. Evening, gentlemen of the Golden Company. They spun around, hands fumbling for their swords. Too slow. Far too slow. Who the fuck are you? The taller one demanded, squinting through the darkness. I didn't waste breath on introductions, nor did I bother to draw my sword or spear to use my skills. My fist connected with the scarred one's face before he could fully draw his blade. The impact sent a satisfying shock up my arm as his nose shattered beneath my knuckles. I felt bone give way to cartilage, blood spraying in a hot arc across my hand. He dropped like a stone, sword clattering uselessly beside him. The taller one managed to draw his weapon, slashing wildly in my direction. Fucking D. I sidestepped the clumsy swing and drove my fist into his breastplate. The metal crumpled inward with a sickening crunch, and his eyes widened in shock as he staggered backward. Golden armor buckled as if struck by a warhammer. What the hell? He gasped, clutching his chest. These men had killed for gold across 2 continents. Yet against me, they weren't warriors, they were prey. I was far beyond human limits for 2 men to pose any threat. Anyone who wanted to kill me would have to bring an army. However, it seemed I hadn't calculated my strength properly. He wasn't subdued yet as he tried to attack again. I caught his neck swing easily, twisting his wrist until the bone snapped. He howled, dropping to his knees. His companion tried crawling away, blood pouring from his ruined face. I planted my boot on his back, forcing him flat against the dirt. Going somewhere? I asked, grinding my heel between his shoulder blades. Please, he gurgled through blood and broken teeth. We have gold. I increased the pressure until something cracked beneath my foot. I'm not interested in your coin. Grabbing the taller one by his throat, I slammed him against the stone wall hard enough to crack the sandstone. I held him there, feet dangling above the ground, while he clawed weakly at my arm. Let's talk about your employers, I said conversationally, tightening my grip just enough to let him know death was a breath away. Tell me about Daenerys Targaryen. How loyal are you to her? We serve. The queen with all we have, he choked out. The mother of dragons. I clicked my tongue in disapproval. First lie. I drove my fist into his stomach, feeling his armor fold beneath the impact. Try again. His companion moaned from the ground. We're loyal. We've fought for her since Yunkai. I released the taller one, letting him crumple to the ground, then pulled a small dagger from my belt. Crouching beside the scarred man, I drove the blade through his palm, pinning his hand to the packed earth. His scream echoed off the walls before I clamped my hand over his mouth. Since you're so loyal to the Targaryen name, then let's ask something else, I said, voice dangerously soft. How many Blackfires are in your ranks? Their faces went slack with shock. I don't know how many. I twisted the dagger, eliciting another muffled scream. Wrong answer. Since you know what a Balkfire is, you know how many there are? Blackfires. The bastard branch of House Targaryen that only live for their desire to claim the Iron Throne for themselves. It began with Demon Blackfire. A king's acknowledged bastard gifted the ancestral sword Blackfire, which he took as a sigil. He launched rebellions that nearly toppled the realm. Each time they lost, they fled across the narrow sea, some hid in Dorne, others in Essos, nursing their grudge against us true Targaryens. Over the generations, they married into wealthy families of Essos, merchants, and local nobles, and their name kept breeding children who quietly carried the Blackfire blood. They reappear across history whenever they sense weakness in the crown, throwing a rebellion to claim the throne. The Golden Company was made by the Blackfire, and they'd always fought for the Blackfire during the rebellion, until the very last, 20 years ago, when their defeat was said to have extinguished the Blackfire line for good. "Don't make me repeat myself, bastards," I said, glaring into their eyes. The taller one, still gasping for breath, spoke up. "A few. Just a few. About a dozen." I raised an eyebrow. "That many?" "All Blackfires were exterminated during the last rebellion. Even if young Griff was born out of pure luck, how could there be more?" The man on the ground spat blood. "Female line," he gasped. "The women, they escaped, had sons." And the line continued. Of course. It was so simple that I should have seen it immediately. The female Blackfires had survived, giving birth to sons who carried the bloodline, if not the name. They were clever rats, hiding in the darkness all these years and waiting for the perfect opportunity. "When is your precious queen planning to attack Westeros?" I demanded. They exchanged glances. "We don't know," the taller one finally admitted. "The commanders haven't told us anything." I studied his face carefully. He wasn't lying, or if he was, he believed his own deception. These were just foot soldiers, not privy to the grand plans. To wrap things up, I asked them about the Pyramid Guards patrol routine. I could just fly to the highest floor, but it was better to know which window to look out for. They answered obediently, as much as they knew. "Well, gentlemen," I said, rising to my feet, "you've been most informative. You let us go?" The scarred one asked, hope flickering across his battered face. I smiled. Not quite. What followed wasn't clean or quick. I wanted whoever found these bodies to understand exactly what happened to those who stood against the true Dragon King. I wanted every Golden Company soldier in Meereen to see and remember. When I finished, I wiped blood from my hands onto their cloaks. I arranged their golden skull clasps carefully on what remained of their chests, a message for those who would follow. A familiar blue window appeared before me as I straightened. "You've killed a human Golden Company mercenary. You've received experience points. You've killed a human Golden Company mercenary. You've received experience points. You've leveled up. You've reached level 49. I smiled and swiped through to check my status. It'd been a while since I'd last done so, but there wasn't much of change. Page Viserys Targaryen, the Dragon King, 23 years old, level 49, 56, STR 59, Yeni 56 DX 61, INT 57, LUC 170 AUTH. Page a few weeks ago. It was level 47. I wasn't growing as fast anymore through these small killings. I wanted another war. Regardless, my progress pleased me. Soon enough, I'd reach level 50 and unlock whatever new abilities awaited. I was becoming stronger by the day, and my off stats made me nearly impossible to resist. That was why these bastards started talking so easily. I looked down at the broken bodies one last time. These men were just the beginning. If my sister had truly allied with false dragons, Blackfires masquerading as Targaryens, I would need to move quickly. And I'd need to teach her a lesson, too, for being a stupid bitch. 92 Heads of a Dragon, Chapter 90. 2 heads of a dragon. Daenerys sat stiffly on the ornate Meereenese couch, the carved wooden armrests cool beneath her palms. The meeting chamber felt smaller than usual with so many people filling it. Ser Barristan stood vigilantly by the door. Ser Jorah paced near the window, while Tyrion Lannister and Aegon sat across from her, the former still looking shell-shocked. "So you're telling me," Tyrion said, breaking a tense silence as he stared at Aegon, "that you're Rhaegar's son? The same infant whose head was supposedly smashed against a wall by the mountain? Damn, I wonder what Prince Oberyn thinks of all this." "I was smuggled out," Aegon replied, his silver gold hair catching the afternoon light streaming through the high windows. "A substitute was placed in my cradle. As for Uncle Oberyn, he's been doubtful in his letters. Although Uncle Doran trusts me." Tyrion's mismatched eyes narrowed. "How convenient. How are we?" Daenerys raised a hand. "Lord Tyrion, we've established my nephew's identity. There will be time for more questions later." She turned to Aegon. "You had something urgent to report, dear nephew?" Aegon straightened, his face sobering. "Yes, Aunt. 2 of our men were found dead this morning in the Eastern District." "Sons of the Harpy again?" Daenerys felt her jaw tighten. The masked attackers had grown bolder in recent weeks, striking closer to her stronghold. How many does that make this month alone? It wasn't them this time, I think, Aegon said, shaking his head. They didn't leave their iconic masks behind. This time, it was someone else. It was extremely brutal, too. Daenerys leaned forward. What do you mean? Who else would dare attack Golden Company soldiers? That's what troubles me, Aegon replied. Someone who didn't want credit. Someone who wanted to send a different message. The men weren't just killed, Your Grace. I'd seen the bodies in person, and even I was surprised. It was as if I was seeing Robert Baratheon's battlefield. Their chest plates were caved in as if hit by a war hammer. Ser Barristan interjected, his weathered face grim. They were. I hesitate to use the word before a queen, but they were butchered. Whoever did this possessed extraordinary strength. Someone strong and skilled enough to kill 2 Golden Company members without anyone nearby noticing the commotion. Jorah stopped his pacing, exchanging a meaningful glance with Ser Barristan. Tyrion cleared his throat. If I may, the timing seems rather significant, doesn't it? A day after a golden dragon appears over Meereen, 2 soldiers end up dead. Perhaps this is the confirmation we need that the dragon didn't come alone. The room fell silent. Daenerys felt her heart beat faster as understanding dawned. You think my brother did this? She asked, the words tasting bitter on her tongue. He's a weakling now, even if he's got a dragon. How can he gain such strength? It will be consistent with what we know of him now, Jorah said carefully. The reports from Westeros suggest he possesses unusual abilities. Some saw him fly. No, those must be exaggerated. Still, he must have abilities that allowed him to crush Stannis' army and win the Iron Throne, Ser Barristan added. Your Grace, if Viserys Targaryen is in Meereen, we have no proof, Aegon cut in sharply. We can't move openly against him without evidence. He can fly, though, Tyrion said. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. When he was using the alias of Ghost of Rhaegar Targaryen, he carried Sansa Stark through the sky. Forgive me, Lord Tyrion, but am unsure those mismatched eyes of yours can be fully trusted, Daenerys said to her advisor. She knew it was rude, but saying it made her feel better, safer. She didn't want to admit that her brother had gained magical abilities. Tyrion just shrugged. Dany ignored him and studied their faces, sensing an undercurrent she couldn't quite grasp. Each man seemed to be weighing his words with unusual care, their expressions guarded. Why are you all so cautious? She demanded. If my brother is here to harm us, we should prepare accordingly. Your brother isn't the same man you knew, Khaleesi, Jorah said softly. The reports describe something different. We can't be hasty. The king in Westeros defeated dozens of soldiers on his own while saving civilians, Tyrion added. Dragons aren't the only weapons in his arsenal. It's safe to move while assuming that. Daenerys felt a headache building behind her temples. The golden dragon, the murdered soldiers, her brother's possible presence, it was too much to process. I need a bath, she sighed, rising from her seat. Perhaps with a clear head, I can make sense of this. Let's end the meeting here today, as if summoned by her words. Missandei stepped forward from the shadows where she had been standing quietly throughout the meeting. I will prepare it at once, Khaleesi. It'll remain outside your chambers. Jorah offered, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt. Just as a precaution. Daenerys scoffed. There's no need. If my brother wanted to harm me, he would need to sneak past my 1,000 guards. If he manages to do that, he's skilled enough that you wouldn't matter. She softened her tone at the hurt that flashed across Jorah's face. Just watch the hallways if you're so worried. Increase the monitoring on the windows. As they filed out, Daenerys caught Aegon watching her with an inscrutable expression. There was something unsettling in his violet eyes, something that reminded her of the night the golden dragon had appeared. Was her nephew planning something? The bathwater had cooled by the time Daenerys finally emerged from her thoughts. Steam no longer rose from the marble tub, and her fingers had wrinkled like old parchment. She had spent the better part of an hour submerged, trying to make sense of everything. The unnerving presence of a strange dragon over her city. The brutally murdered Golden Company man. Her brother, potentially lurking somewhere in Meereen. It all bothered her greatly. Her mind kept circling back to Viserys, as Shed last seen him, his face twisted with rage as he held his sword to her belly, threatening her unborn child as he stole one of her dragon eggs. How had that frightened, desperate man transformed into the conqueror of Westeros? Then again, his behavior had changed in the middle of it, just when Mycall announced he'd give him a molten crown. What happened to him, really? She had no answers. Stepping from the tub, Daenerys dismissed the memory with a sigh. The water slid down her skin in rivulets as she reached for a cloth, then decided against it. The night air in Meereen was warm enough to dry naturally. She padded across the cool tile floor toward her bedchamber, naked and lost in thought. The quiet click of the door closing behind her barely registered, until a crisp crunch broke the silence. Daenerys froze, her eyes snapping up to find a figure sitting casually on her bed. Her forehead went cold, and amid the droplets of water on her body, she felt a sweat crawl down her skin. For a man with silver hair wearing her brother's beautiful braid was leaning back against her pillows, taking a bite from a red apple as if he belonged there. He turned toward her, and a familiar smile spread across his face, though it held an edge she didn't recognize. Where once she might have seen madness or desperation, now there was only cool confidence. Although that arrogance, she'd never mistake it. It was still there. "Oh ho," he said, his eyes traveling leisurely down her body, eyebrows rising at her curves. "My sister has grown much more beautiful in the time I haven't seen her. I guess pregnancy does make some women look better." Her lungs seized. Gwashi began, but before she could finish the cry, Viserys moved with impossible speed. He was across the room in a heartbeat, pressing the half-eaten apple against her lips, effectively gagging her. His other hand gripped her shoulder, not painfully, but with unmistakable strength. "Calm down a little," he said, smiling down at her. "I'm only here to meet my dear sister, not to obliterate her little army. Don't make any mistakes. Do you understand, my little dragon?" Dany bit through the apple hard, her teeth sinking into his finger through it. In response, he just laughed as moonlight bathed the room in beauty. 91 Broken Bonds, Chapter 91. Broken Bonds. Daenerys felt Viserys' arm wrap firmly around her waist, lifting her as if she weighed nothing. Her nakedness suddenly felt like a vulnerability she couldn't afford as he carried her to the bed. The pressure of his hand against her mouth made breathing difficult, apple fragments still stuck between her teeth. He sat down on her bed, placing her unceremoniously on his lap, as if she were still the child head once carried across the narrow sea. Instinctively, she tried to squirm away, but his grip tightened just enough to prevent escape without causing pain. "The night view here is beautiful," he said, gesturing toward the window with his free hand. "Honestly better than King's Landing. You'd agree if you saw it." His casual tone made her stomach twist. Was this the same man who had threatened to cut her baby from her womb? Who had sold her to Khal Drogo like a prized mare? "It's kind of crazy that you never got to see it beyond your infant days," he continued, voice softening with an odd sentimentality that caught her off guard. "Reminds me of how I took care of you back then, in my arms, feeding you and carrying you around since Mother was no longer around." Daenerys remained rigid, her heart pounding against her ribs. She could feel droplets of bathwater drying on her skin, the cool night air raising goosebumps across her flesh. Viserys seemed oblivious to her discomfort, lost in memories she barely recalled. "Remember that yellow house in Bravos?" His eyes took on a distant quality. "The one with the red door and the lemon tree? You were so small then, always following me around like a little silver shadow. I used to sneak extra bread for you when Ser Willem wasn't looking." His fingers loosened slightly from her mouth. Daenerys remained still, confusion washing over her. Why was he talking like this? These gentle memories seemed incompatible with a brother who had pinched and twisted her flesh when angry, who had threatened to wake the dragon at the slightest provocation. "I taught you to say your first words," he continued. "Mother, father, brother, dragon. Always dragon. Even then, you knew what we were." He chuckled softly. "Even when we had to flee in the middle of the night, when they came for us after Ser Willem died, you didn't cry. Brave little thing." The pressure of the apple against her lips eased, and Daenerys resisted the immediate urge to scream. Something in his reminiscence held her captive more effectively than his physical restraint. We sailed on so many ships after that, he sighed. I lost count. Sick and starving half the time, but I always made sure you ate first. Remember that merchant in Pintos who took us in before Illyrio? Fat bastard tried to touch you once. I broke his fingers, even though he threw us out after. No one touches a dragon. Without warning, he removed the apple entirely, studying her face as if expecting her to call for help. Daenerys swallowed hard, tasting bitter fruit and something like wary curiosity. Do you not remember any of that, sister? You should have killed me last time, she said finally, ignoring his question, her voice steadier than she expected. It's a mistake you didn't, and you're going to regret it when I take your throne and rule your kingdom better than you. A flash of amusement crossed his face. When did my sister become such a delusional bitch? He laughed, his arms loosely circling her waist now. Well, at least you're not trying to shout right now. There's no point. Daenerys replied coolly, acutely aware of her nakedness against his fine clothing. If you want to kill me, you could before they'd come to the room. Besides, I don't think you're here to kill me. You're a coward. You can't bring yourself to kill the pet you raised since childhood. His amusement vanished, replaced by something that looked almost like hurt. Daenerys hadn't expected that reaction, and it unsettled her more than his anger would have. You think I see you as a pet? He asked, his voice dropping dangerously. Oh no, you see me worse, she shot back, emboldened by his reaction. You see me as a bargaining chip, a fancy toy, someone to give away to 100,000 horse riders, saying you'd have them brutalize me one after the other if it means they'd give you the throne. Do you not remember that? Seizing the opportunity, Daenerys slipped from his lap, putting distance between them as she turned to face him. The cool night air heightened her awareness of her naked body, but she refused to cower or cover herself. Let him see that she was no longer the frightened girl he had bullied and sold. What do you want from me, Viserys? She demanded. It's big, brother. Did you forget? He corrected, leaning back on the bed as if he owned it. I answered that already. I wanted to see my baby sister, so I flew over. I heard your pregnancy was a mess. You must be going through a troubling mental time right now. So I came to console you. Your only family came to console you. Heat rushed to her face, anger burning away any remnant of fear. You're not my family, she shouted. The words exploded from her with such force that knocking immediately followed from outside her chamber door. Khaleesi? Yora's concerned voice called out. Daenerys hesitated, glancing between the door and Viserys. His smug expression challenged her, as if daring her to call for help. Don't come in, I'm just throwing a tantrum, she called back, watching Viserys' lips curl into an approving smile. That was your chance to call for help, he observed. Yora will simply die if he tries to resist you. From what I heard about your prowess, she replied, the admission bitter on her tongue. You're right. That old bastard who's eyeing my beautiful little sister. I'd take the chance to kill him, he said. Who's your family, if not me? The question struck deeper than she wanted to admit. She had spent so long defining herself in opposition to Viserys, to his cruelty, his weakness, his madness, that she hadn't fully confronted their shared blood. Khal Drogo, she answered, her voice hard as dragonglass. The man who you sold me to. A real man who gave me a son. The son who I lost because of you. He looked incredibly annoyed by her first words, but by the end, confusion crossed his face. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is the first time we've met in more than a year, sister. What do you mean? He raised his hands defensively. I ain't no baby killer. Not directly, she said bitterly. You killed him indirectly. Really? You don't look good. Daenerys felt old wounds reopen, bleeding fresh grief into her mind. Damn it. Because of you, because you threatened me with a sword and showed the Dothraki how weak their call was for letting you escape, another Dothraki challenged Drogo's right to lead. You made him look weak in front of his blood riders, so they challenged him. The memories crashed through her like waves against rock. Drogo's wound festering, the witch Mirri Maz Doer's betrayal, the stillness of her child's tiny body. Drogo accepted the challenge to prove his strength. He won, but the wound became infected. Her willpower trembled with the effort of containing her rage. I trusted a witch to heal him. She poisoned him instead. When I begged her to save him, she took my son's life essence. When he was born, the thoughts caught in her throat. She couldn't speak of the scales, the twisted limbs, the tiny wings that would never fly. You were the first link in that chain, Viserys. She glared at him. Your cowardice cost me everything I loved. You don't have to know, she replied, swallowing back the rest. You're a piece of shit. The only thing you need to know is that it'll kill you. No matter what, it'll kill you. Viserys shook his head slowly. Sounds like you're just blaming me for the sake of it, he said. Maybe you're putting the blame on me for something. You did? I don't know. I find the hate very wrongful. It pains me, actually. First, you get mad at me for selling you off to the Dothraki. Then you blame me for somehow killing that said Dothraki husband of yours? Isn't that quite contradictory? Shut up, she shouted, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. Viserys sighed, studying her with a look that said he found her expression uncomfortably familiar. I see that father's madness has swept deeper in you than it did in me. Then again, when he impregnated mother, he was already mad. His seeds weren't the best. The insult cut through Daenerys like a knife. Are you insulting my blood now? I am, he confirmed coldly. Because you're being a stupid little bitch right now. Your brother made a mistake. Sure, he'll acknowledge that. And you can hate me for it. I'm fine with that, but you're blaming me for something I've never done. You're going mad, sister. At this rate, you'll kill everyone you've saved. Am not you, she growled. Every muscle in her body tensed with hatred. I am Viserys Targaryen, he replied, his voice taking on a theatrical formality. King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, and Protector of the Realm. Of course, you're not me, sister. I'm not a failure bitch who trusted a witch and had her husband killed. How the fuck is that my fault, you stupid fucking slut? His words landed like physical blows. Daenerys stood frozen, shock replacing anger. How did he know about those things? The vulgarity seemed beneath the regal persona had cultivated a glimpse of the old Viserys breaking through the new facade. Sorry, I wasn't supposed to curse at you, he groaned, running a hand through his silver hair. But you have to understand how frustrating you are. I'm trying to reconcile, and you're trying to kill me for nothing. And did you ever ask why I married you off? To take the Dothraki army, and indeed, you're mad and easy to manipulate, he cut her off. How could I, your coward brother, strike a deal with the Dothraki? That gave Daenerys pause. She had never questioned the arrangement. It was Illyrio who brokered it, and Viserys had agreed. How much of that was Viserys' own decision? I was stupid back then, so I fell for it, Viserys continued. But you're saying you're not stupid, right? Then you'll figure out the truth on your own. I don't want to hand-feed you everything. Not anymore. You're not the cute baby sister I remember anymore. Although your decisions say otherwise, you're not a child anymore. Anger flared again, bright and hot in her chest. You talk a lot of bullshit for a piece of shit who couldn't harm a fly without magic. Who did you beg for these powers? ID have taken the throne regardless of these powers, sister. ID just have needed a bit more time and had to be a little more cautious. His voice carried absolute conviction. ID admit, these powers allowed me to be reckless and do things without thinking through much since they allowed me incredible protection. But if I didn't have them, I have the blood of dragons, and ID have conquered the world regardless. Do you even realize who I am? Bullshit, she spat. He laughed, a sound that reminded her of breaking glass. You're the one who would have gotten yourself killed without me. Do you really trust Varys and his people? That bastard young Griff? You really think our nephew is alive? Are you aware of his connection with Illyrio, the merchant? The sudden shift caught her off guard. Oh, of course he is our nephew, she said, her conviction wavering despite herself. Regal accepted him as a rider. That proves his Targaryen blood, Blackfire blood. He cut her off sharply. You're really a stupid fucking bitch. You're destined to die in this world without me. The accusation hung in the air between them. Blackfire, the name of rebellion, of bastard Targaryens who had tried to claim the throne for generations. She knew the Golden Company originally started with them, but Viserys stood abruptly. Whatever. You've soured my mood enough, so I'm going to leave now. Daenerys scoffed, though uncertainty gnawed at her. So I was right. You really are so stupid that you won't take me seriously. You're still leaving me alive. You'll regret this, brother that made him grin. Ah, that's my little sister. You just call me brother again. How I missed that. He slowly walked over and pinched her cheeks like she was a child. She shoved his hands away, and he just laughed. As a reward, I'm only going to break one of your arms. What? Before she could process his words, his hand seized her elbow. With a quick, brutal motion, he slammed it backward. Pain exploded through Daenerys' arm white-hot and all-consuming. She heard a scream tear from her throat, the sound primal and agonizing. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed to the floor, cradling her shattered elbow as waves of nausea rolled through her. The door burst open. Yora leading a contingent of unsullied guards, their spears leveled at Viserys. "Ke Khaleesi!" Yora's voice sounded distant through the haze of pain as he rushed to her side. The Unsullied formed a protective barrier, their weapons pointed at her brother. "Ser Jora, Baise Signalith," completely ignoring the spears. "Thank you for taking care of her. Although it pisses me off that you look at her that way, I do admit you're a fine guard for her who's done his job right. Take her to a physician. Her arm should get fixed in no time since it's a clean break. I just wanted to show her how weak she is before me. And I wanted to hurt her a little. She was pissing me off." Daenerys clutched her arm, each heartbeat sending fresh pulses of agony through the limb. Through tears of pain, she saw Yora's face contort with rage. "Viserys," he shouted. "How dare you? It's your grace for you. Sir, keep your tone in check," her brother replied icily, turning toward the window. "They'll be around the city, but don't try to search for me. You can't. And if someone does manage to catch my scent, just kill them. There's no point in losing soldiers like that. Is there?" One of the Unsullied, thankfully not Grey Worm, she realized through her agony, lunged forward with a battle cry. "Stop right there." "Huh." The spear thrust was lightning fast, but Viserys moved faster. He sidestepped with inhuman grace, his fist striking the Unsullied's armored stomach with a sickening crunch. Metal buckled inward as his hand punched through, then emerged clutching something dark and glistening. The Unsullied collapsed instantly, his spine dangling from Viserys' bloodied fist. Horror silenced the room. Daenerys felt bile rise in her throat as Viserys casually reached for one of her silk robes hanging nearby. He wiped the blood from his hand with deliberate slowness. "I'll let Yora live, but I won't tolerate the same disrespect from these mindless baboons," he said to her, examining his now-cleaned fingers. "They'll see you later, baby sister." With that, he strode to the window and leapt out into the night air, leaving behind a defeated Dany who glared at the ground. Her brother? Just what happened to him? 92 The Sons of Harpy Chapter 92. The Sons of Harpy, I leapt from the Mother of Dragons' chamber windows, wings sprouting from my back to carry me safely to the street below. Landing silently, I retracted them and stepped into the shadows. The satisfying crunch of her arm breaking still echoed in my mind. Meereen slumbered under a bruised purple sky. Dawn wasn't far off, casting the city in that peculiar half-light where night surrenders to morning. The narrow streets remained largely deserted, though a few early risers, bakers, servants, and the occasional drunk staggering home moved like wraiths through the gloom. I wiped a speck of blood from my hand that I missed earlier. The Unsullied's spine had been surprisingly easy to rip out. These legendary warriors weren't so legendary when facing someone of my caliber. Just how strong was I now? The memory of my sister's face flashed through my mind, her violet eyes wide with pain and shock as I snapped her arm. My little sister. My Dany. The sound of her pain bothered me more than she knew it did. "Fuck," I muttered, kicking a stray stone down the empty street. A pair of servants scurrying along the opposite side caught sight of me and quickened their pace, heads bowed. Ha! Even strangers could sense the storm brewing inside me. I didn't want to hurt her, but ID planned so. ID come to warn her about the Blackfire pretender at her side, but she had to blame me for everything, even her oh-so-precious horse lord's death. As if ID orchestrated that from across the narrow sea while fighting for my life. Stupid fucking bitch. No wonder she died at Jon Snow's hands in the original timeline. As I walked, the red walls of Meereen's buildings seemed to close in around me. A torch guttered in a nearby alcove, its dying flame reflecting in a puddle at my feet. I raised her. I fed her when there was barely enough for me, only for her to act so high and mighty in my presence. The memories surfaced unbidden. Bravos, the house with the red door, sneaking extra bread to Dany when her little stomach growled, carrying her on my shoulders through the market, telling her stories of dragons and our ancestors, her tiny hand clutching mine as we fled in the night after Sir Willem died. I'd been little more than a child myself then, a boy of 5 trying to care for a toddler. No one had taught me how, yet I did, for she was my last family. And now the frightened boy who once carried his sister across continents had broken her arm without hesitation. For she deserved it. Why did the very last of the Targaryens have to share such a bad relationship? I paused at a small square where a fountain bubbled softly. Sitting on its edge, I stared at my reflection in the water. The king who stared back looked troubled. She blames me for everything, I muttered. I didn't kill fucking Khal Drogo, but I wish I had. I really did. That fucking barbarian idiot. I wasn't myself back then. I lacked these powers. But the memories of my torment at the Dothraki's hands still were my memory. However, it'd be unwise to get swept by emotions now. I knew who was the cause of these incidents, so I had to take care of them myself. It was all Varys and Illyrio. Those conniving spiders had manipulated me, used my desperation to further their Blackfire plot. ID always suspected Varys wasn't what he seemed. Back on Earth, theories had circulated about his true identity, a Blackfire descendant working to restore his line to the throne. That's why he was always bald, stopping his silver hair from showing. And Illyrio, that fat merchant, had arranged the marriage to Drogo, not me. Had proposed the idea to me, baited me to accept it, and the foolish me fell for it. Illyrio Mopatis was most likely young Griff's father. I was a fool then, I whispered to my reflection. But she's the fool now. I recalled how gentle she'd once been. The sweet girl who'd braid flowers in her silver hair. The sister had crawled into my bed during thunderstorms. Those days were gone, irretrievably lost. Was breaking her arm necessary? The question nagged at me. Perhaps I could have shown my strength differently. Yet the snap of her bone beneath my fingers had felt satisfying, a physical manifestation of our differences, of how weak she was without me. She needed to understand that she couldn't match me, that her dreams of taking my throne were childish fantasies. She had to learn, I decided aloud, pushing off from the fountain. My footsteps echoed on the cobblestones as I moved deeper into the sleeping city. The sky lightened gradually, and the stars faded like distant memories. She called me a coward. Me, the man who'd conquered Westeros, who'd beaten Stannis Baratheon in single combat, who commanded a dragon. How foolish was she? Truly? A dog barked somewhere in the distance, and a window shuddered hastily as I passed. Perhaps it was my authority stat, but it seemed that my anger caused others to flinch. Well, what now? My thoughts had calmed down, but my emotions hadn't. I needed to unwind, to release this tension building in my chest. Influence had always been my preferred method, but I was a king now, the most powerful man in the world. Common companions weren't going to cut it. The thought of visiting the area where the old masters once lived appealed to me. Many had been killed during Daenerys' conquest, leaving widows behind. Proud, highborn women had broken down after their husbands' deaths. Of course, the first wife was killed alongside their wives, but the concubines remained. I smiled at the thought as the first true rays of sunlight broke over Meereen's eastern wall. It shouldn't be too hard to seduce a widow. Dawn crept over Meereen like a thief, stealing darkness inch by inch. I strolled through the eastern quarter where the crumbling mansions stood in faded glory monuments to wealth that Daenerys had upended. The streets remained empty save for chirping birds and the occasional servant hurrying on early errands. The worn facades of these once grand homes reminded me of King's Landing after my conquest. Empty palaces, abandoned by fleeing nobles, their treasures left behind in hasty retreat. ID walked those halls feeling like a god among ruins. The same hollowness lurked under that triumph, as it did now. What value was power if it broke everything in its grasp? My sister didn't know how to protect. I adjusted the dark wig and covered my silver-white hair. Better to move anonymously for now, especially after the scene at the Great Pyramid. The Unsullied might start searching everywhere, even if I warned them not to. A woman's sharp voice caught my attention as I rounded a corner. Expect you to show gratitude after all these years. My husband fed you, clothed you, and you repay me like this during my bad times? I paused, slipping into the shadow of a stone archway. In a small courtyard ahead, a slender woman in faded finery stood before 3 servants. Her posture was rigid with indignation, and she turned her back to me. She looked attractive even from a distance. Spoiler collapse fed us scraps and beat us for sport. One of the servants replied, an old man with stooped shoulders and defiant eyes. The mother of dragons freed us. We're not your slaves anymore. We stay or go as we please now. And you still need to eat, don't you? The woman snapped, desperation creeping into her voice. Where will you go? What skills do you have beyond serving? The servants exchanged glances before the youngest, a girl, no older than 16, spat at the woman's feet. Would rather starve than serve House Gazine again. They departed without another word, leaving the woman trembling with fury. She watched them leave before muttering a string of curses. Dragon whore, silver-haired bitch. I hope the masters of the other cities come and crucify her as she did my love. I couldn't help but smile at her venom. Here was someone who hated my sister as much as I did at this moment. I stepped from the shadows. Careful with such words. If the mother of dragons hears them, you'll find yourself joining those crucified masters. The woman whirled, hand flying to her throat. Now I could see her properly olive skin, amber eyes, and dark hair streaked with premature silver at the temples. Beautiful once, before hardship had carved lines at the corners of her mouth and between her brows. Although I guessed a shower would return her beauty easily. Who are you to sneak up on a noblewoman? She demanded, lifting her chin. Her Giskery accent thickened her common tongue, but her diction was precise, educated. A passing stranger, I replied, approaching slowly. One who finds himself intrigued by such passionate hatred in the early morning hours. She assessed me with narrowed eyes. A well-dressed stranger. Too clean for a sell's word. Too arrogant for a merchant. Perhaps I'm a knight. From Westeros? Her gaze sharpened with interest. Have you news of the false dragon who sits their throne? The brother of our queen? She spat the last word. I smiled, a sharp thing with too many teeth. I've heard he's a fearsome conqueror. Nothing like the weak exile he once was. Defeated King Joffrey, and took his mother queen on his bed. Fearsome? She scoffed. Another mad Targaryen, no doubt. Their line breeds madness like rats breed disease. The insult made me amused rather than angry. I stepped closer, my smile hardening. And what are you now, my lady? A noble with no servants, a master with no slaves. Your world has crumbled around you, yet you stand in its ruins, cursing the one who brought the stones down. You are in a foul mood for so early in the day, she observed, refusing to retreat despite my advance. Did someone wound your pride in the night? Or were you born this bitter? I laughed, a little surprised by her fire. You're a fiery one, lady. Nareen, Lady Narain Sho Hashain. She straightened her faded silk dress. And you haven't answered my question. Let's say I've had a disappointing family reunion. Understanding flickered in her eyes. Family. The sharpest knives are always wielded by those who share our blood. I suppose I can relate to that after my coward oldest son fled, leaving me alone in this ruined city. He should have died with his father. I stepped closer, drawn to the defiance in her posture. Here was no cowering servant or simpering courtier, but a woman who had lost everything and still wore her pride like armor. You're not afraid of me reporting to the queen? I asked. Should I be? She arched a brow. I've watched my husband flayed alive. I've seen my youngest son's head displayed on a pike. What more can any man do to me? Many things, I murmured, reaching out to touch a strand of her dark hair. Some might even be pleasant. Her breath caught, but she didn't pull away. That had taken her off guard, and she observed me properly for the first time, eyes going over my muscles. You presume much, sir, and you pretend disinterest poorly. I traced a finger along her jawline. Shall we continue this conversation somewhere more private? Your home, perhaps? Her lips curved into a bitter smile. What remains of it? The Dragon Queen's freedmen have stripped it of nearly everything valuable. Then let me see what they left behind, I said. If they left behind such a beautiful woman, they at least know to appreciate art. That made her scoff out a giggle, pausing for a moment as she made a decision. A moment later, she led me through a side entrance into what had once been a grand home. The entryway still boasted marble floors, though several tiles were cracked or missing. Dusty outlines on the walls marked where paintings or tapestries had hung. A few pieces of heavy furniture remained too cumbersome for looters to carry, I supposed. Noreen moved with practiced grace through the echoing rooms. I had 30 servants once, she said, her voice hollow. Now I have ghosts for company. And me, I added, catching her wrist as we entered what must have been a sitting room. And soon you'll be begging for a son, too. She turned, amber eyes flashing. You talk a lot for a nameless man. What exactly do you want from me, Sir Knight? I have no gold, no influence, nothing to offer a man like you. I pulled her against me, one hand sliding down to grasp her waist. It was a slender thing, soft yet firm, as I felt my fingers dig in. I think we both know that's not true. Her fingers splayed against my chest, neither pushing away nor drawing closer. Is this how Westerosi knights behave? Taking what they want from women they've just met. Poor widows, grieving over her husband's death? Am taking nothing, I said, my lips brushing her ear. You're giving. There's a massive difference. You can pull away and I'll walk out. But I don't think you're going to do that, are you? You brought me to your home to spend the morning together. Her body trembled against mine. You are very sure of yourself. With good reason. My hand slid lower, resting on her thighs through the thin silk of her dress. Tell me to stop, and I will. Instead of answering, she bit her lip, eyes darkening as my hand traveled higher. I backed her against the wall, pinning her with my body as my mouth claimed hers. She tasted of wine and bitterness, her kiss hungry and desperate. I tore at her dress, the worn silk giving way easily under my hands. She gasped as cool air hit her exposed skin, but made no move to cover herself. The bedroom, she breathed against my mouth. Upstairs. I didn't answer, just lifted her in one fluid motion and carried her up the marble staircase. A few hours later, I lay on her bed, staring at the painted ceiling while she curled against my side, one slender leg draped over mine. Noreen traced idle patterns on my chest, attempting conversations that I had no interest in. My thoughts had already turned back to the city, to Daenerys, to the pretender at her side. You're not listening to me, she murmured, propping herself up on one elbow. No, I admitted without remorse. She studied my face. You're a strange man. Most want to boast after being with a woman. You seem elsewhere. Tell me about your hair. Why were you hiding it with a wig? I wonder if she suspects my identity already. There aren't many famous blonde knights in Westeros. Not with family members in Meereen. I chuckled. I was about to reply when the bedroom door swung open. My brows tightened. 6 figures entered, their faces hidden behind grotesque, golden masks shaped like harpies. Noreen stiffened beside me, her body going rigid with fear. That means she's not involved. Good. I don't want to kill someone I just slept with. Viserys Targaryen, the foremost harpy, said, his voice muffled behind the mask. It's good to see you relax. I believe we can work together. Let's talk. So they'd known who I was all along. The wig hadn't fooled them. Interesting. I sighed, leaning back against the pillows. Rather than answer them, I turned to Noreen, cupped her face in my hand, and kissed her deeply. She responded automatically, though confusion and shock radiated from her body. The sons of the Harpies stood silently, waiting as I ignored them. Power wasn't just about strength. It was about making others wait while you did exactly as you pleased. When I was done, I turned to face them. Now, what do I do with these bastards? 93 Myrinese Problems, Chapter 93. Myrinese Problems. Once I was done kissing my Myrinese widow, I looked at the 6 masked men crowding the doorway, their harpy masks gleaming dully in the bedroom's dim light. My arm remained casually draped around Narine's shoulder. Fingers tracing her curves beneath the sheet Shed hastily pulled over herself. Her body trembled against mine, eyes wide with fear as she stared at the intruders. "Well," I prompted, not bothering to cover myself. "You've interrupted something pleasant. Speak." The masked figures exchanged glances, shifting uncomfortably. The leader, distinguished by red threading on his mask, cleared his throat. "Let's move to a different place." This place, he glanced disparagingly around the room, at the rumpled sheets and discarded clothing, smells. I laughed, low and dangerous. "No, if you don't want to talk, then leave." Narine pressed closer to me, her fingernails digging into my arm. I could feel her heart pounding against my side. One of the other harpies stepped forward, his voice higher and more insistent. "You have the wrong idea, foreign bastard. It's not a request." My hand moved before he finished the sentence. The dagger appeared between my fingers as if conjured from thin air, a trick of my inventory, and sailed across the room with deadly precision. It struck the speaker's throat with a wet thud, embedding itself to the hilt. Blood sprayed in an arc as he collapsed, hands clutching uselessly at the blade. Gurgling sounds escaped his mask as he thrashed once, twice, and went still. "Ha!" Narine's gasp was sharp beside me, her body curling inward as if trying to disappear into the sheets. The remaining harpies flinched, then 2 lunged forward, weapons appearing from beneath their robes. "Stop, all of you!" Their leader barked, throwing out an arm to halt them. The attackers froze mid-step, their tension palpable even through their masks. The leader nodded slowly, his posture stiffening as he turned back to me. "Forgive the misunderstanding," he said, stepping over his fallen comrade without a second glance. "We came to propose an alliance, King Viserys." I arched an eyebrow. "Is that so?" "The Dragon Queen is no friend to Meereen," he continued, encouraged by my response. "Her reforms have brought only chaos. The old families suffer while former slaves riot in the streets. Trade falters. Order crumbles. We know your relationship isn't the best, so we're here to offer an alliance." I gestured for him to continue, my expression one of cold amusement. "We have networks throughout the city. Resources. Information. We can help destabilize her rule, create opportunities for a different approach. I'm sure you know what I'm trying to say." His voice lowered conspiratorially. The spoils of her failure would be substantial, and who better to claim them than her own blood? Throughout his pitch, Narine remained silent beside me, her eyes darting between the masks and my face. When I shifted to sit up straighter, she clutched the blanket to her chest, her knuckles white. "Interesting proposition," I said finally. "Give me a moment." I rose from the bed, unconcerned with my nakedness, and walked to a wardrobe in the corner. Opening it, I saw fine men's clothing, the remnants of her husband's wardrobe. I selected a midnight blue robe embroidered with silver thread. "Your husband had good taste," I remarked to Narine as I slipped it on. She swallowed visibly. "He imported the fabric from Karth," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The sons of the Harpy watched silently as I cinched the robe and turned back to face them, my bare feet silent on the marble floor. "You've made your case eloquently," I said, approaching them, "and I've reached my decision." Without warning, I struck. My fist crushed through the nearest harpy's mask and the face beneath it in one fluid motion. Before his body hit the floor, ID already moved to the next, ripping his head clean off with a savage twist. The third managed a strangled cry before my elbow caved in his chest. The fourth tried to flee, but made it only 2 steps before I caught him, snapping his spine with an audible crack. It took perhaps 3 seconds. Blood spattered across the walls and pooled on the marble floor. Narine's scream died in her throat as she pressed herself against the headboard. Blanket clutched to her face, eyes wide with horror above it. Only the leader and one other remained, both frozen in place. You, I pointed to the subordinate, can leave. Tell whoever sent you that I will tolerate no further interference in my affairs. You can continue your plans against my sister. I want metal. But do not try to wind me into your numbers. The man stood paralyzed with fear. Go, I barked, and he scrambled backward through the door, nearly tripping over the bodies of his comrades. I turned to the leader, who hadn't moved. In another life, don't disturb a king during his relaxation hours, I said, and with a casual gesture, I broke his neck, letting his body collapse atop the others. You've killed a human, sons of Harpy X5. You've received experience points. Sadly, not enough to level up. Blood coated my hands and speckled the borrowed robe. I walked to a basin of water on a nearby table and began methodically washing the gore from my skin. I apologize for the mess, I said, glancing at Narine. She stared back, her complexion ashen. Her breath came in quick, shallow pants. And no, you don't have to apologize. Forgive me, your grace. She stammered once she found her voice. I wasn't aware of your status. I shot her an irritated look. Oh, drop the formalities. You were biting my shoulder a moment ago. I don't like the change. She stared at me for a long moment before her shoulders visibly relaxed, though her eyes remained fixed on the carnage littering her bedroom floor. That was fucking scary, you know? She whispered. You should have started your pitch with your identity. I'd have been glad to bed a king. I couldn't help but laugh at the immediate change in her attitude. She also cursed like a wanton whore. The noble lattice proper facade had cracked so thoroughly in the space of a morning. Daenerys shifted on the ebony bench that served as her throne, trying to find a position that didn't send fresh waves of agony through her splendid arm. The midday heat turned the Great Pyramid's audience chamber into a sweltering cage. Sweat beaded along her spine, making the silks of her Myrinese tokar cling uncomfortably to her skin. The fighting pits have been part of Meereen since the city was built. Your Grace, Hisdar Zo Lorak continued, his thin face earnest beneath his elaborately oiled hair. They are to us what the sept is to your Westeros sacred tradition. Please, Daenerys clenched her jaw. This was the third time in as many days that Hisdar had appeared before her with the same request. Each time, his arguments grew more intricate, his reasoning more impassioned. Sacred? She repeated. Men slaughtering each other for sport is sacred? Hisdar spread his hands in supplication. To deny the people their traditions is to deny their identity. Already, whispers spread through the lower city. They say the foreign queen scorns their customs, mocks their beliefs. They say this while sleeping in beds that aren't chains, Daenerys snapped, while breathing air that isn't fouled by master's whip. The pain in her arm flared, hot and insistent. It made her anger more fiery, which only made her more irritated at Viserys, whose face flashed through her mind that strange, cold confidence as head snapped her bone like dry kindling. Her brother had been cruel before, but there had been a desperate edge to his cruelty. This new Viserys was something entirely different. Your Grace, Tyrion's voice floated up from below her. The dwarf stood a few steps down, his mismatched eyes thoughtful. If I may, she nodded stiffly. The noble Hisdar isn't wrong, Tyrion said, stroking his stubbled chin. Think about it. Lasting change requires compromise. The fighting pits could be reopened under new rules, no slaves. Only free men who choose to fight. It would show respect for Myrinese customs while maintaining your principles. You support this barbarism? She regretted the sharpness in her tone as soon as the words left her mouth. Tyrion didn't flinch. I support stability, your grace. The fighting pits bring trade. Trade brings wealth. Wealth brings peace. Peace brings opportunity for the reforms you truly care about. Ser Jorah cleared his throat. The imp speaks sense, Khaleesi. Your hold on Meereen remains precarious. Even Miss Sandai, usually so reserved, nodded slightly. The people would see it as a gesture of respect, your grace. Daenerys looked from one advisor to the next, finding the same counsel in each face. Only 2 days ago, she might have held firm against them all. But Viserys' appearance had changed everything. She needed allies in the city, and quickly. She exhaled, rubbing her temple with her hand. Finally, she said, I wish to discuss this matter with my nephew. I also have some other important matters to discuss with him. Has he not responded to my call yet? No, Khaleesi, Miss Sandy I answered, her eyes reflecting concern. Daenerys frowned. Old, he's never this late. Her gaze swept the chamber, suddenly noticing another absence. And Varys isn't here today, either. A cold prickle of unease crawled up her spine. First, Viserys appeared with impossible strength and a dragon, then broke her arm and vanished. Now, both Aegon and Varys were missing. These couldn't be coincidences. Do you want me to visit his quarters, your grace? Ser Barristan asked, his weathered hand resting on his sword hilt. We'll bring him here. Daenerys considered the question. Aegon was a grown man, not a child to be checked upon. But with Viserys in the city, yes, she decided. Please do, Sir Bajista, and bring Grey Worm and a squad with you. She had a bad feeling about this. It wouldn't hurt to be careful. The old knight bowed and departed, his white cloak whispering across the stone floor. She turned her attention back to Hisdar, who stood patient and hopeful. An idea formed in her mind, one that would stabilize her position in Meereen while simultaneously sending a message to her brother. You, she said, focusing on Hisdar. If the decision to hold the games is finalized, I have another plan to follow suit. She paused, letting the tension build. I shall marry you. That should help strengthen my hold in the city by marrying a Meereenese man. Hisdar's jaw slackened, his carefully constructed poise crumbling into naked shock. He opened and closed his mouth twice before stammering. Why, your grace? I am overwhelmed by such an honor. As you should be. Daenerys allowed herself a small, satisfied smirk. The political advantages were clear, but she couldn't deny the smaller, pettier pleasure in imagining Viserys' face when he learned Shed what a Meereenese noble. Her brother had once sold her to a Dothraki call, but now she would choose her own husband from among men he considered beneath him. I would be a good husband to you, your grace, Hisdar continued, recovering his composure. My family has ruled Meereen for generations. I know its customs, its people. We will discuss the details later, she interrupted, suddenly weary. The throbbing in her arm had spread to her shoulder, making it difficult to think clearly. For now, you may go. As Hisdar bowed and backed away, Tyrion approached the throne. A bold move, your grace, he said quietly, though I wonder if a hasty marriage is wise, given recent developments. What if that maddens your brother? My brother broke my arm yesterday. That means he's mad enough, she replied, keeping her voice low. He also killed an Unsullied with his bare hands and claims my nephew is a Blackfire pretender. I need stronger roots in this city, and I need them now. Tyrion's eyes widened slightly at her bluntness. As you say, your grace. Though if I may suggest, perhaps we should investigate these claims about young Griff before proceeding too far with either the marriage or the fighting pits. Daenerys frowned. You think Viserys might be telling the truth? I think, Tyrion said carefully, that in my experience, the most dangerous lies always contain a seed of truth. Well, we'll learn about it soon anyhow, when Ser Barristan returns. Discord 94, The Greatest Night, Chapter 94. The Greatest Night, Ser Barristan and Grey Worm both realized something was wrong when they reached Aegon's living quarters. The door hung ajar, swinging slightly in the hot Meereenese breeze. Inside, drawers were emptied, clothes scattered, and personal effects missing. Barristan's hand instinctively moved to his sword hilt. Search the other rooms. He ordered the 6 Unsullied who accompanied them. Grey Worm moved with silent efficiency, directing his men with hand signals. Barristan paced the main chamber, examining the scattered evidence of hasty departure. A discarded blue-hair dye bottle lay tipped on its side, staining the stone floor. Nothing, Ser Barristan, Grey Worm reported, his common tongue stilted but clear. Be gone. Barristan swore under his breath. The Golden Company commanders? We will check, Grey Worm replied. They marched to the section of the pyramid reserved for the Sellsword officers. Most of the rank and file remained in their quarters, looking confused and directionless, but Harry Strickland, John Cunnington, and the other commanders were nowhere to be found. The dragon, Barristan said suddenly, his heart sinking. We must check the dragon. The pit where Regal was kept was a short distance from the Great Pyramid. As they approached, Barristan couldn't hear the familiar sound of a dragon chained within. Barristan's worst fears were confirmed when they entered the massive chamber. Regal's restraints lay empty and broken on the stone floor. The Queen's nephew is a snake, Grey Worm said, his face hardening. Barristan felt sick. The so-called Aegon Targaryen, fearing a confrontation with Viserion, the gold dragon atop Regal, had fled Meereen. The boy who claimed to be Rhaegar's son, a Prince Barristan had sworn to protect in what felt like another lifetime ago, was nothing but a pretender? Or was he indeed Aegon and just fled out of fear? Perhaps he's just out for a stroll with Regal? That could also be the case. Barristan couldn't tell. Rage bubbled in his blood, making it hard to think straight. Quick, Barristan said as they exited the dragon pit, Grey Worm and the Unsullied squad walking fast toward the pyramid again. We need to notify the Queen and then chase whichever direction that boy fled. Doesn't this Grey Worm started hesitating? Doesn't this confirm Viserys Targaryen's claim that this Aegon is a fake? Barristan didn't answer, fearful of what Daenerys' reaction would be. The Queen had invested hope in this supposed nephew, another Targaryen, to share her burden. This betrayal would crush her, especially coming so soon after her brother's assault. They chose an alleyway to make faster progress back to the Great Pyramid. The narrow passage wound between tall buildings, offering shade from the merciless sun, but also limiting visibility. Barristan's instincts, honed by decades of knighthood, prickled with warning. Stop, he commanded, hand flying to his sword hilt. We're surrounded. All around them, from both exits, sons of the Harpy appeared, golden masks catching the dim light as they blocked the alley. Each carried curved daggers or short swords, and they outnumbered the Queen's men 3-1. Damn it all, Barristan drew his sword in one fluid motion. The 6 Unsullied instantly formed a protective formation around Barristan and Grey Worm, spears leveled outward. The Sons of Harpy didn't bother trying to speak. The first Harpy rushed forward with a wild cry. An Unsullied spear took him in the throat, but 2 more followed. The alley erupted into brutal chaos. Barristan moved with the speed and precision that had made him legendary. His blade sang through the air, finding gaps in armor and flesh with deadly accuracy. One Harpy fell, clutching at his open belly. Another lost his sword hand before Barristan's backswing opened his throat. Grey Worm fought with efficient brutality beside him, his spear a blur as he impaled a Harpy through the chest and kicked the corpse free to engage the next attacker. The 6 Unsullied fought fearlessly. One drove his spear through 2 attackers with a single thrust, but another found his throat. Another Unsullied wielded his broken spear shaft as a staff, crushing a Harpy skull before a dagger found his heart. One by one, the Unsullied fell, overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers pouring into the alley. Back to back, Barristan shouted to Grey Worm as the last Unsullied collapsed. They fought on, surrounded by the bodies of fallen men. Barristan's sword arm grew heavy, his breath coming in short gasps. A shallow cut across his forearm leaked blood, and another slash had torn through his white cloak. Grey Worm bled from a gash on his forehead, but his spear continued to claim lives. Barristan cut down a Harpy who lunged for him, then barely parried a thrust aimed at his throat. His reactions were slowing. In his prime, none of these men would have touched him, but time was merciless. Age had finally caught up with Ser Barristan the Bold. He didn't see the Harpy who circled behind him, spear raised to strike between his shoulder blades. Careful, Grey Worm yelled, but it was too late. Barristan tensed, anticipating the pain of cold steel piercing his heart. Instead, he heard a wet thud and a gurgling cry. A gleaming spear had intercepted the attack, its blood-slick tip protruding from the Harpy's chest. Behind the dying man stood an armored figure in burnished red plate adorned with black dragonglass rubies armor Barristan had not seen in decades. "I didn't want to step in," Viserys Targaryen said, yanking his spear free as the harpy crumpled. "But it irritates me to see mere slaves daring to harm the greatest swordsman the Seven Kingdoms has ever seen. Arrest easy, Sarim here." What followed defied belief. Viserys moved through the remaining harpies like a dancer among statues. His spear whirled, stabbed, slashed, and pierced with inhuman speed. The red armor gleamed as he pivoted, every movement economical yet devastatingly effective. A harpy lunged as Viserys sidestepped and drove his spear through the man's eye socket. Two more attacked simultaneously. His spear shaft cracked one mask while the point opened the other's throat. For charged together, Viserys leapt impossibly high, coming down with his spear driving through one man's skull before sweeping the others off their feet and dispatching them with precise thrusts. Barristan watched in stunned silence. The fighting style was unlike anything had ever witnessed. No knight or sellsword moved with such deadly grace. Within moments, every harpy lay dead or dying, and Viserys stood among them, not a drop of sweat on his brow. "That's the last of them," he said as the spear vanished from Viserys' hand as if by magic. He approached Barristan, who looked up at him, eyes wide in wonder. For a moment, in that red armor, Barristan could almost believe Rhaegar himself stood before him. "Thank you for the help, Prince Viserys," Barristan managed, his voice hoarse. Even so, he remained loyal to the queen he had given his oath to. So he didn't refer to him as your grace like the rest of Westerosi knights would have. "I fear we would have fallen without your aid. But Grey Worm needs medical attention immediately. Will you help him, please? You need medical help too, sir," Viserys said, grabbing the unconscious Grey Worm by an arm and dragging him near Ser Barristan. He held the old knight by his arm too, and then said, "Don't move too much, don't panic." Then, to Barristan's astonishment, wings sprouted from Viserys' back, great draconic appendages that unfurled like leather sails. So the rumors weren't a lie. With a powerful downward stroke, Viserys launched them skyward, soaring above the buildings toward the Great Pyramid. I soared toward the highest level of the Great Pyramid, wings beating powerfully against the hot Meereen air. The unconscious Grey Worm hung limp in one arm, while Ser Barristan, still awake but weakened, clung to my other side. The old knight's eyes were glazed with pain, but he maintained his composure even as we flew hundreds of feet above the city. "Almost there," I told him as we approached the massive structure. The audience chamber's large window loomed ahead, perfect for my entrance. With a final powerful stroke, I sent us gliding through the opening and landed in a crouch, careful not to jostle my injured passengers. Daenerys sat upon her ebony throne, looking every bit the queen in her white and gold tokar. Her splinted arm was a reminder of our last encounter. Ser Jorah Mormont stood faithfully at her side, and his sword immediately cleared its scabbard when he saw me. "Khaleesi," he shouted, stepping between us. Missandei's hands flew to her mouth, a gasp escaping her lips as she saw Grey Worm's bloodied form. Even a usually unflappable Tyrion Lannister, so that's where the little imp had disappeared to frown deeply, his mismatched eyes growing wary at my sudden appearance. Unsullied guards rushed out from the corners of the room, surrounding me with spears pointed at my chest. Still crouching with my injured cargo, I found myself the center of a circle of deadly steel. "How dare you hurt my commanders?" Daenerys shouted, her eyes blazing with fury as she rose from her seat. Her good hand gripped the arm of her throne so tightly her knuckles whitened. I shrugged, gently laying Barristan and Grey Worm on the cool stone floor. "Always so quick to judge me, sister," I replied, straightening to my full height as I found myself looming over everyone in the room. The system had granted me great height beside my explosive strength, and I used every bit of that to intimidate the fools around me. The old knight coughed weakly, raising a hand to stay the unsullied spears. "Your Grace," he managed, his voice pained but clear, "Prince Viserys didn't harm us. He saved our lives. The sons of the Harpy ambushed us in the alley. We would have fallen if he hadn't arrived. Daenerys' expression faltered, confusion replacing rage for a moment. It is a waste that the finest knight alive is serving you, and it had been a greater waste for him to die for you, I said, brushing dust from my armor. So I saved him. I happened to save the unsullied commander, too. Anyways, don't waste time arguing with me, and take them to the medics. It takes a lot to make an unsullied go unconscious, and this one's particularly strong. It's an emergency. My sister breathed heavily, clearly struggling with how to respond. Finally, she gestured to her guards. Take them to my chambers. Summon the healers immediately. For Unsullied carefully lifted their injured commander, while two more helped Barristan. As they carried them away, Daenerys turned her attention back to me, eyes narrowed. If you're expecting gratitude, you'd be disappointed. Leave a queen who can't say thank you for saving the best of her fighters is not so queen at all. Here I thought you'd at least offer me tea. I shrugged, the wings on my back retracting into thin air. And no, they'll be staying for a bit until Ser Barristan receives immediate medical attention. I think he has a fun report to make that you'll enjoy. She wanted to argue but just scoffed and turned to Miss Sandy Eye. Serve him tea with the best poison we have. Make sure it melts his bones. Such a fiery sister I have, I said, amused by her futile venom. I turned my attention to the small man watching our exchange with calculating eyes. Danny, you've been working with dirty Lannisters? Do not insult my advisor, brother, she snapped. I smiled at that. Fine, since you called me brother, I shall entertain your request. I faced Tyrion fully. Anyhow, it has been a while, Lord Tyrion. Do you remember me? Tyrion nodded slowly, his expression guarded. Yes. Who would have thought the eccentric Sells-word claiming to be from the Second Sons was actually Viserys Targaryen? It wasn't totally a lie. The Second Sons do serve me, I said, although currently they were in Dorne, cast out of the city and forced to stay in the sands. I stared at Tyrion, recalling our brief encounter in King's Landing, and pondered his fate. My thoughts were cut short by Daenerys shouting for me to go drink my tea and die. I laughed and allowed Miss Sandy Eye to lead me from the chamber, leaving my sister fuming on her throne. I couldn't wait for Ser Barristan's report. I couldn't wait to see my sister's stupid face when she realized the truth. 95 Old Friends and New Faces, Chapter 95. Old friends and new faces, I sat alone at a small table in the guest chamber, drumming my fingers on the polished wood. The room was pleasant enough, airy, and decorated with Myronese artwork depicting hunting scenes. The windows offered a magnificent view of the city below, though I'd seen better from Dragonback. The door opened, and Miss Sandy Eye entered, carrying a silver tray with a teapot and cups. She moved with the grace of someone well-trained in service, setting the tray down carefully before me. Here, my lord, she said, her eyes downcast. It's insulting to refer to a king as a lord, even if you serve the ruler of a different nation. I corrected, lifting a cup to my nose and inhaling deeply. And Meereen couldn't even be counted as a nation. No poison? Your Khaleesi will be mad to hear you defied her orders. Surprise flickered across her face. You can smell poison? She asked, and I shrugged. Anyways, I don't think she wanted me to poison you for real. That'd be silly since she said it out loud. Please excuse me now, she said, turning to leave. I'd love a tea companion, I called after her. She paused, looking back with uncertainty. I am sorry, Your Grace. Khaleesi probably wants me by her side already. Probably? Then you can take the chance. Come on, it's lonely to wait by myself, I said, gesturing to the chair across from me. And it'd be rude to reject a king. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down, her posture stiff and formal. I poured tea into the second cup and slid it toward her. Tell me about yourself. Where did my sister find such a fine, intelligent woman to serve her? She blinked at my choice of words, clearly expecting some comment on her beauty instead. I used to serve the people who made the Unsullied. She freed the Unsullied and me from there, and I joined her of my own will. That accent Noth, correct? Island of Butterflies, I said, sipping my tea. I read about it. Peaceful place until the slavers came. You speak how many languages now? 19, Your Grace, she answered, her shoulders relaxing slightly. I smiled since she didn't call me a lord anymore, though some better than others. Impressive. I barely manage 5 myself, though I suspect you learned yours under harsher circumstances than I did mine. She nodded, taking a small sip of her tea. The masters believed interpreters should understand every curse and threat in every tongue. And yet you maintain such composure, I observed. Most would be broken by such treatment. Many were, she said simply. I survived. We continued talking, and gradually, her responses grew longer. She also became bold enough to ask me questions, which soon became more direct. She asked about Westeros, King's Landing, and my conquest of the Iron Throne. I answered honestly, describing the city's stench and splendor in equal measure. And your wives? She asked. News is you married 2 women. Yes, Lady Marjorie Tyrell and Lady Sansa Stark. Both are beautiful and ambitious in their own ways, I replied. Sansa is sweeter, more earnest. Marjorie, she reminded me a bit of you, actually. Clever enough to hide her cleverness when needed. Miss Sandy smiled at that, a real smile that reached her eyes. To be compared to a queen, even if she hadn't taken the title, must be a great honor. Then her expression grew serious. Look, I am really grateful to you for saving him. Grey Worm, a lover of Unsullied. As I guessed, you're really interesting, I said, watching her cheeks darken. The reason I accepted your offer to share tea is because you saved him. And from this talk, I have a better idea of you compared to the rumors. The rumors don't talk about you this way, Your Grace. So I want to ask this just in case. Her eyes met mine. Do you plan to hurt my queen? What are you here for? Really? My eyes narrowed as I set down my cup. The room's temperature seemed to drop as I fixed her with a cold stare. You've served her for less than a year, my dear. I've taken care of her for 18 years. I've bled for her. I've gotten beaten for her as I stole one more apple to feed her through the night. It's insulting you just asked me that. I've sold my mother's crown, the last thing we had of her, so Daenerys could eat for another month. And make no mistake, I myself would have rather starved to death. Instead, I've carried her across the free cities on my back when she was too weak to walk. I've whispered stories of home to her when nightmares woke her screaming. Miss Sandy froze, swallowing visibly as I continued. Who do you think you were to question my intentions toward my sister, the blood of my blood, the last of the dragons who had helped me return the Targaryen dynasty to its peak? You, who know nothing of our suffering, our exile, our birthright. She immediately bowed her head, her hands trembling slightly. Forgive me, Your Grace. I spoke out of turn. I didn't mean to. I leaned back in my chair and sighed, shaking my head. I'll ignore the disrespect this time, since it's natural to doubt me, given my recent actions toward her, and also because I know you're just worried about her. She took a deep breath, then whispered, Thank you. If I can, it'll help you reconcile with her. It would make me happy to see the Khaleesi reunite with her family. She's someone I respect, but I admit that she can be incredibly stubborn at times. I think she's making a mistake by pushing you away. That made me smile. Perhaps my sister had found better companions than I initially thought. Thank you. I might need it. I rose from my seat, ready to face my sister again. Anyhow, Ser Barristan must have received his treatment by now. Let's go. This time, with news I suspected would change everything. Miss Sandy and I walked through the corridors of the Great Pyramid. Our footsteps soft against stone walls adorned with ancient carvings. Servants and guards shrank back as we passed, pressing themselves against the walls to avoid my path. Grey Worm's injuries were severe, Miss Sandy said quietly. I'm not sure when he'd wake up. I nodded, feeling sympathy for her concern. The Unsullied are strong. He'll survive. We approached Daenerys' chambers, voices drifting through the partially open door. Miss Sandy hesitated before knocking softly, then pushed the door open without waiting for a response. The sick room smelled of herbs and blood. Grey Worm lay motionless on one bed, his breathing shallow but steady. Miss Sandy immediately moved to his side, her fingers hovering above his bandaged chest. Ser Barristan occupied the other bed, propped up against pillows. His face was pale beneath a network of fresh cuts, but his eyes were clear and focused as he spoke. Daenerys stood at the foot of his bed, her splinted arm held close to her body. Ser Jorah loomed protectively behind her, while Tyrion perched on a stool nearby, his mismatched eyes watching everything. Came out of nowhere, Barristan was saying as we entered. At least 20 of them, wearing those golden masks. They had us surrounded before we could call for help. 23, to be exact, I said. All eyes turned to me as I stepped into the chamber. Daenerys' face hardened, but she said nothing. Ser Barristan, I acknowledged with a respectful nod. The old knight returned my nod. Prince, as I was saying, they had us surrounded in that narrow alley. Grey Worm took down 6 before they overwhelmed him. I managed to hold my position at his back, but there were too many. He touched a bandage on his forearm. I was starting to falter when Prince Viserys arrived. How convenient, Jorah muttered. I shot him a cold look. Call it divine intervention if you must, Mormont. I was in the area. I heard the commotion. And yes, my ears pick up a lot more than normal humans. And decided to help? Tyrion asked, his tone skeptical. How charitable of you, considering your earlier introduction to your sister. Irraspagt Sebaristan. I answered simply, even when his choice in employers is questionable. And Lord Tyrion, I think you have the wrong idea. I don't want to ruin Daenerys and her little army. Once she joins me, ITLL be my army, after all. Dany glared at me, about to say something, but Barristan coughed and continued. He saved our lives, your grace, he said to Dany. He cut through those assassins like they were made of parchment. I've never seen such skill in all my years. Daenerys frowned. And then? I carried them here, I interjected. Or did you miss my dramatic entrance through your window? Dragons don't use staircases. Getting back to what matters, Daenerys said sharply, not even sparing me a glance. What did you discover before the attack? Where's my nephew? The chamber fell silent. Barristan's weathered face grew grim as he exchanged a look with Grey Worm's unconscious form. Your Grace, he began slowly. When we reached Aegon's quarters, they had been abandoned. There were signs of hasty packing. Most of his possessions were gone. Tyrion leaned forward. Gone? As in fled? Barristan nodded. Yes, but that's not all. He took a deep breath. I went to the holding area for the dragons. Regal. He closed his eyes briefly. The chains were broken. Regal is gone. What? Daenerys whispered, her face draining of color. He took Regal, Barristan confirmed. Young Griff or Aegon, if that's who he truly is, freed your dragon and fled with him. We need to question the city guards for a better report, but I'm confident that is what happened. If he's just taking a stroll with Regal instead, he should have reported to us earlier, and his commanders would still be in the city. Daenerys swayed on her feet. No, that's impossible. Regal wouldn't what? Accept a rider with Targaryen blood? I interjected. Even if it's bastard blood, it's still the blood of dragon riders. Aegon is my nephew, she insisted, though her voice trembled. Why would he betray me? Ser Jorah moved to her side. Catching her arm as her knees seemed to give way. Khaleesi, he murmured, steadying her. I couldn't contain myself any longer. The laughter burst from me, wild and uncontrolled, bouncing off the stone walls of the chamber. Everyone turned to stare as I doubled over, clutching my sides. This is too perfect, I gasped between peals of laughter. The mother of dragons, betrayed by her own blood. Well, fake blood, that is. Get out, Daenerys shouted, her face contorted with rage and pain. Get out now. My laughter died instantly, replaced by a cold fury that swept through me like wildfire. You useless bitch, I snarled, stepping toward her. You lost a dragon, and you dare shout at your brother's face? She flinched back, her eyes widening. Only 3 dragons exist in this world, and you just lost one to a thief. Are you out of your mind? My voice rose with each word, echoing off the chamber walls. Ser Jorah moved to stand between us. That's enough, step aside, you disgrace knight, before I remove your head from your shoulders, I snapped, not even bothering to look at him. My eyes remained fixed on my sister. Do you have any idea what you've done? Any concept of the power you've just handed to an imposter? I I trusted him, she shot back, regaining some composure. He had Targaryen blood. The dragons responded to him. Blackfire blood, I just told you, I corrected. It carries just enough of our lineage to confuse a dragon. And now, he has one of the 3 living weapons of war in the world. Your stupidity is truly impressive, sister. Daenerys lifted her chin. Why do you care? They're my dragons anyway, not yours. Besides, aren't you the same as him? You stole one of my eggs, and I awakened it into a greater dragon than yours, I replied coldly. I'm sure hell do the same. Hell will make a stronger dragon out of Regal. Then hell come back and take Drogon away too. I don't think Drogon will even fight back. He knows how weak and pathetic you are. That's why he fled. He'll happily accept this fake Aegon as his new master. Her face paled further with each word, fury and fear battling in her eyes. With a sudden motion, she grabbed a flower vase from beside Barristan's bed and hurled it at my head. I batted it aside with a casual swipe of my arm, sending it shattering against the wall. Water and petals sprayed across the floor as I fixed her with a withering glare. You're alone right now, Dany. One of your dragons is flying who knows where, while the other has been stolen. I wonder how long you can hold Meereen. How long until the slaves are chained again? How long until they spit at the name of Mysa? They'll find him, she insisted. They'll get Regal back. No, you want, I said, moving toward the open window. You'll stay here in your little pyramid, playing at being queen while your power slips through your fingers like sand. Where are you going? I burst out laughing once again. What? Are you getting your hopes up? That your strong, reliable brother is going to retrieve your stolen dragon? I locked eyes with her. Nah, you don't care. Didn't you say it's your dragon? Go find it yourself, bitch. I only care for dragons belonging to House Targaryen. She glared at me as I climbed onto the windowsill, looking back at her shocked face one last time. Remember this moment, sister. Remember who tried to warn you. Remember what you are without me by your side. Dany trembled on her spot, her eyes wet. I ignored the stares of everyone else as I leapt out into the open air, my wings unfurling as I plummeted toward the city below. Image here, spoiler collapse, 96 Stubbornness brings suffering, chapter 96. Stubbornness brings suffering. The window stood empty, a cruel rectangle of blue sky where Viserys had disappeared moments before. Daenerys stared at it, her broken arm throbbing in time with her heartbeat. The wind stirred the curtains, bringing with it the distant sounds of the city below, a city that had no idea their queen had just lost one of her most powerful weapons. Your Grace? Ser Jorah's voice seemed to come from very far away. Shall I send riders to track leave me? She whispered, not turning around. When no one moved, she whirled to face them, her voice cracking like a whip. Leave me. Barristan shifted uncomfortably in his bed. Tyrion's mismatched eyes studied her with uncomfortable perception. Jorah looked as if he might argue, but something in her face must have stopped him. One by one, they filed out of the chamber. Only Missandei remained, standing quietly near the door. You too, Daenerys said, softer now. The translator shook her head. He'll stay, Your Grace. Daenerys didn't have the strength to argue. As soon as the door closed behind the others, she stumbled to her own chamber, Missandei following like a shadow. Her legs gave way once inside, and she sank to the edge of her bed. Have the doors guarded, Daenerys commanded. No one enters without my express permission. Missandei nodded and slipped out, returning moments later to find Daenerys staring at her hand, her good hand, the one not mangled by her brother. He was right, Daenerys whispered. I've lost 2 dragons. 2 out of 3 in the world. While my brother, Drogon will return, Your Grace. And Regal is gone. The words tore from her throat, raw and painful. Gone with a man I believed was my blood. A man I welcomed, trusted. She drove her fist into the silk bed cover. And Viserys knew. He knew all along, and I wouldn't listen. Missandei sat beside her cautiously. Your brother is different now. Changed. You couldn't have known what had become. It's understandable you didn't trust him. No, he's exactly what he always wanted to be, powerful. Strong. A bitter laugh escaped her. And I'm exactly what he always said I was. Weak. Stupid. Useless. The tears came then, hot and sudden. Daenerys tried to hold them back, but they spilled down her cheeks in streams, her shoulders shaking with the force of her sobs. Missandei reached for her, and Daenerys collapsed against her shoulder, weeping like she hadn't since she was a child. "I've lost everything," she gasped between sobs. "My husband, my son, 2 dragons. The Iron Throne is farther away than ever." "You have not lost everything," Missandei insisted, her voice gentle but firm. "You have Drogon. He flies by every now and then, and you know it. You have your Unsullied. You have your freedmen who love you. For how long? My brother was right about that too. How long before they turn on me? How long before the other city's masters come? I can't even control my own dragons anymore." "Perhaps," Missandei ventured cautiously, "you should consider what your brother said. About working together, no." Daenerys pulled away, wiping her tears. "He'd never allow it. Not as equals. He'd want me to submit, to kneel. I'm a dragon as much as he is." "Dragon donc nid." A soft knock interrupted them. Daenerys quickly dried her face with the edge of her sleeve. "Who is it?" "The imp," came Tyrion's voice. "A moment of your time, your grace?" Dany felt annoyed at the prospect of talking with someone else, but when she looked at Missandei, she nodded encouragingly. "Enter," she called. Tyrion stepped in, closing the door behind him. His eyes took in her reddened face, but he made no comment on it. Instead, he poured himself a cup of wine from the carafe on her table and took a long drink. "Your brother has quite the temper," he observed. "Must run in the family." "If you've come to mock me, I've come to offer counsel," Tyrion corrected. "The kind you may not wish to hear, but need to all the same." She regarded him warily. "Speak, then." "You lost a dragon, and your other one is in his rebellious phase," he said plainly and without accusation. "The only way to recover from this is to make a move before the world realizes how vulnerable you are. And perhaps," he hesitated, "make amends with your brother." "Never," she spat. "Even if you're unaware of what he did in the past, you saw how he broke my arm. He insulted me in front of my advisors." "Yes, and he saved your Lord Commander and Captain from certain death," Tyrion countered. "People are complicated, your grace." "I should know my family wrote the book on complicated." Daenerys stood up, pacing the chamber. Her mind raced with possibilities, with fears, with plans. "What else do you suggest other than crawling back to Viserys?" Tyrion sighed. "Well, if you don't want to reconcile with him, then strength. Show it immediately. Make decisions that prove you're still in control. News that Regal is gone will spread throughout the city soon, since the Golden Company will slowly leave." The Golden Company would leave, and they'd be able to do nothing to stop them. Something hardened inside her at his words. A resolve, cold and sharp as Valyrian steel. "Missandei," she said, turning to face them both. "Send word to Hisdar zo Lorak. Our marriage will take place as soon as possible. 3 days from now." Missandei's eyes widened slightly. "So soon, your grace?" "Yes. And with it, we will reopen the fighting pits. Let him have his bloody games." Her voice dropped, becoming steelier with each word. "And summon the other captains of the Unsullied, the commanders of the freedmen. Meereen must prepare for war." "Va?" Tyrion asked carefully. "Against whom?" Daenerys looked back at the empty window, where the sky seemed to mock her now. "Against anyone who threatens what is mine. If I cannot trust my own blood, then I will build an empire without them." "And Aegon? Young Griff?" Tyrion asked. "What of him?" "He is my enemy now," she said, her voice flat and cold. "Just like Viserys. Anyone who steals from me, who betrays me, is my enemy. And I will take back what is mine with fire and blood." She turned away from the window, her tears now dried by the heat of her rekindled purpose. "The dragon has 3 heads, they say, but this dragon stand alone." I lay sprawled across silken sheets, enjoying the warmth of 2 naked bodies pressed against mine. Lady Nerine Zogazine's curves had already become familiar to me over the past few days, her olive skin a pleasant contrast to the paler complexion of her cousin Soria. The younger woman had joined us last night at Narine's suggestion, though I suspected it was more to keep me interested than any genuine desire to share. More wine, my king? Nareen purred, reaching for the crystal decanter. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, tickling my chest as she leaned across me. Not yet, I replied, watching Saria pluck another grape from the silver bowl. She placed it between my lips with delicate fingers, her eyes never leaving mine. ID met Nareen during my initial exploration of Meereen, when ID heard her cursing my sister's name in that heated exchange with a merchant. Her hatred for the self-styled queen had drawn me to her, and after ID dispatched those sons of the Harpy in her bedroom, she had taken to treating me like some conquering hero. Saria was different. It had been Nareen's idea to introduce me to her cousin younger, more flexible, Shed whispered in my ear, and yet not bothering to hide the competitive edge in her voice. When I probed her for more, the truth surfaced. It turned out that she owed Saria a favor, and when she was bragging about the Westerosi night in her bedroom, Saria begged to see him. Only later did she tell her my identity, having received my permission. You should have seen her face when I told her who you were, Nareen said now, trailing her fingers down my chest. She didn't believe me at first. And now? I asked, turning to Saria. The younger woman blushed. Now I believe everything, she said, her accent thicker than her cousin's. The wings, the strength. Is that all you believe? I teased, pulling her closer. Nareen's face tightened just enough to notice. The jealousy was amusing, as if either of them meant anything more to me than momentary entertainment. Still, I enjoyed the rivalry. Two noble ladies of Meereen competing for my attention while their city slowly crumbled around them. Oh, I believe everything about you. Your Grace, she brushed her lips against mine. Right then, Nareen blinked and blurted suddenly, oh, by the way, did you hear? Your sister announced her marriage to Hisdar Zolorak. 3 days from now. Looks like there's going to be a feast. I raised an eyebrow, noticing a frown from Saria, who seemed annoyed at her cousin's interruption. She's also reopening the fighting pits, Saria added, clearly not wanting to be outdone in providing information. The wedding will begin after the fighting matches. Everyone's talking about it. It confuses me why she's marrying a Meereenese man, though. Why? It's obvious. I couldn't help it. Laughter burst from my chest, loud and unrestrained. Both women jumped slightly at the sound. My sweet, stupid little sister, I said, wiping away a tear of mirth. So predictable. You don't seem worried, Nareen observed, her head tilted in curiosity. I thought you Targaryens cared about keeping the bloodline pure, or whatever. I sat up, leaning against the ornate headboard. Why would I be worried? She's flailing like a drowning rat. No dragon, no real allies, just a city that hates her and a marriage to a man who probably dreams of slitting her throat. And if you think ID let her husband, whoever it might be, touch her, you couldn't be more wrong. My laughter subsided as I thought about it more. Dany had always been stubborn, even as a child. I remembered how Shed refused to eat certain foods, no matter how hungry she was. How she'd insist on carrying her own small pack when we traveled, even when it made her shoulders ache. And now that stubborn streak would be her undoing. She could have just asked, I sighed in my head. One simple help me, brother, and I would have dealt with the sons of the Harpy. I would have helped her keep her dragons in check. I would have taught her what it means to rule. Instead, she clung to her pride, her illusions of independence. Even with one arm broken and one dragon gone, she wouldn't bend, wouldn't acknowledge my superiority. Well, I continued, accepting a goblet of wine from Nareen. She made her choice. She chose that Meereenese puppet over my protection. She wants to play at being queen over this tiny city rather than ruling Westeros beside me. I drained the wine, feeling its warmth spread through me. The thought of Daenerys struggling to maintain control of Meereen while married to a man who represented everything she claimed to stand against. It filled me with a perverse satisfaction. Let her see how far her dragons and slaves take her, I muttered. Nareen stroked my cheek, bringing me back to the present. You seem angry, my king. Not angry, I corrected, setting down the empty goblet. Just disappointed. She's the last of my blood, and she's too stupid to save herself. Perhaps after the wedding, when she sees her mistake, Saria began. Stop talking about that, Ladies, I said firmly, cutting her off. Both women immediately fell silent, their eyes lowering. Get dressed. They'll take you two to eat today. To eat? Noreen repeated, her voice confused. But we have food here. I want to see the city, I explained, already rising from the bed. I want to see how it prepares for my sister's grand gesture of surrender. Feel the mood in the streets. The women exchanged glances before hurrying to comply. They pulled silken robes around their naked forms and disappeared to their respective dressing rooms. I stood by the window, looking out over Meereen's sprawling landscape, the Great Pyramid dominating the skyline. Somewhere in that pyramid, Daenerys was planning her wedding. Thinking Shed found a solution to her problems. She had no idea how deeply the rot had set in, how many enemies surrounded her. And I would watch it all unfold, savoring each moment of her downfall until she had no choice but to crawl to me for help. The fighting pits would reopen in 3 days. Then the wedding would take place, and I would be there to witness it all, to watch my sister's face as she realized too late that she had made the wrong choice. Until then, I would enjoy Meereen's pleasures. Its food, its women, its luxuries. I would drink in the city's beauty and decay in equal measure, knowing that soon enough, chaos would consume it all, and my sister with it. Ah, and by the way, I turned to Saria, who was almost done getting dressed. Don't do anything stupid that'll get you killed. Saria, the spy, flinched in response. 97. The Great Fighting Pits, Chapter 97. The Great Fighting Pits, Hisdar zo Lorak adjusted the golden collar of his outfit, admiring how the emerald embroidery caught the morning light. The mirror reflected a man of consequence, soon to be more than just a noble of Meereen, but its king in all but name. His fingers traced the intricate patterns sewn into the fabric, patterns that had adorned the robes of Meereen's greatest rulers for centuries, patterns that would soon be his by right. The Dragon Queen had finally bent, not to fire and blood, but to political necessity. Hisdar couldn't suppress the smirk that spread across his face. After all those meetings, all those careful suggestions and orchestrated pressures, she had agreed to marry him. And she doesn't suspect a thing. He reached for the oils on his dressing table, dabbing scent behind his ears. The perfume of Karth, expensive, exotic, and impossible to obtain since the Dragon Queen's little tantrum in that city. Yet he had his ways. He always had his ways. Once we are wed, he murmured to his reflection, shall learn how Meereen truly functions. The foreign queen with her foreign ideas would soon find herself isolated. The Unsullied were formidable, yes, but they didn't understand politics. They didn't understand Meereen. She had freed the slaves, but failed to grasp that power enslavers' Bay wasn't built on freedom. His father had died when the queen took the city. A tragedy, certainly, but now Hisdar would restore everything and more. Not just Meereen would be his, but all of Slaver's Bay. The Sons of the Harpy, although an annoyance, indirectly benefited him. They'll have to eradicate them after coming to power. Otherwise, they'll pose a danger to me, too. He slid a golden ring onto his finger, his father's ring, the symbol of their house. How strange that after such devastating losses, fortune had turned in his favor so dramatically. The queen needed a Meereenese husband to placate the city. She needed him. He couldn't help but chuckle. And after today's spectacle, after our marriage is sealed before the old gods anew, they'll show her what it truly means to wake the dragon. Hisdar straightened his outfit one final time, the silk whispering against his skin. The fighting pits awaited. His future queen awaited. With a satisfied nod to his reflection, he turned and left the chamber, his steps measured and confident as he made his way toward Daznak's pit. Daenerys sat rigidly on the raised dais, the hot Meereenese sun beating down mercilessly upon her as cheers erupted around the fighting pit. Her splintered arm rested uncomfortably at her side, a constant reminder of Viserys' cruelty. Beside her, Hisdar zo Lorak, her husband in mere hours, leaned forward eagerly, his eyes fixed on the bloodshed below. Two former slaves circled each other on the blood-soaked sand, their bodies glistening with sweat, muscles tensed as they searched for openings in each other's defenses. The larger man lunged, his sword glinting in the sunlight. The smaller fighter spun away, his movements fluid and precise. You see how he moves? Hisdar gestured excitedly. That's Osnak Vo, his former slave. Trained in the Bravosi water dance, quite rare in these parts. Daenerys kept her face carefully neutral. Does he have a name, or just his former master's? Well, Hisdar faltered, then recovered. They call him the Storm, though I don't recall his birth name. How convenient, she murmured. Hisdar shifted uncomfortably. My queen, you must understand these men fight for glory now, not because they're forced. They've chosen this path. Have they? Daenerys turned cold eyes on him. Or have they simply exchanged one form of slavery for another? Tell me, husband, what other skills were they taught besides killing? Before Hisdar could answer, Ser Barristan leaned down slightly from his position behind her. The small one knows what he's doing. See how he keeps his enemy moving? Tiring him out. I've seen better footwork from Dothraki children, Ser Yura added dryly, drawing a rare smile from Daenerys. Hisdar frowned at the interruption. The larger fighter is Grazdin Imo Ulher's champion. He's going to win. 3 years undefeated in the lesser pits. Until today, Ser Barristan predicted confidently. You're quite certain, Hisdar said. Care to wager on it? I've never needed gold to know when a man is outmatched, Barristan replied. Below, the crowd roared as the smaller fighter drew first blood, a quick slash across his opponent's thigh. Daenerys tried not to flinch at the sight of the crimson spray. Marvelous, isn't it? Hisdar leaned in close, eyes glinting with excitement as the fighters clashed again, steel ringing against steel. The crowd screamed, their faces twisted in primal pleasure. Barbaric, Daenerys responded sharply, her voice strained. Tyrion, seated a short distance away, met her eyes, clearly uncomfortable with the spectacle, just like her. He raised his cup in a mock toast, his expression sympathetic. Missandei stood nearby, her face carefully composed, though Daenerys could see the tension in her shoulders. My queen, Hisdar persisted, these games bond the people. They unite former masters and former slaves alike in a shared spectacle. For centuries, the fighting pits have been spare me the history lesson. Hisdar, Daenerys cut him off. I've read enough of Meereen's bloody past to last a lifetime. Hisdar sighed. This marriage was meant to bring peace. How can we achieve that if you dismiss our traditions so easily? What do you mean dismiss? I'm allowing this fight, am I not? She replied, watching as the smaller fighter executed a complex maneuver, narrowly avoiding his opponent's blade. But peace through bloodshed seems a strange concept. Yet you conquered this city through bloodshed, Hisdar observed quietly. Daenerys felt heat rise to her cheeks. To end slavery, not to watch men slaughter each other for entertainment. The fighting pits have always been sacred to sacred. She scoffed. There's nothing sacred about death for sport. Ser Yura spoke without taking his eyes off the fighters. The smaller one is about to win. He's drawing the big one in. Nonsense, Hisdar protested. Grazdin's man has the reach and the strength. Look at those arms. Strength means little against speed, Ser Barristan commented. Watch. As if on cue. The smaller fighter feinted left, then spun right with astonishing speed. His blade found the gap beneath the larger man's arm. The crowd gasped collectively as the champion staggered, blood pouring from the wound. The smaller man darted back, waiting. Finish him, someone in the crowd shouted. Others took up the call, a rhythmic chant that made Daenerys' stomach turn. You see? Hisdar gestured enthusiastically. This is what they live for. The moment when life and death hang in the balance. When the gods themselves seem to watch and decide. I see men turning death into a game, Daenerys replied coldly. I see a city that hasn't learned the value of life. Hisdar opened his mouth to respond, but something in the air changed. A whisper of unease spread through the arena like ripples in water. Daenerys turned sharply, scanning the stands. Gold masks glinted ominously, scattered amidst the crowd. Sons of the Harpy. Protect the queen. Ser Barristan barked sharply, drawing his sword with a smooth, practiced motion. Yura instantly mirrored him, forming a barrier around Daenerys. Hisdar froze, eyes wide in shock as the arena erupted in chaos. What is happening? Hisdar sputtered, rising to his feet. Guards! Where the a golden mask appeared behind him, a curved blade flashing in the sunlight. Before Daenerys could cry out a warning, the dagger plunged into Hisdar's back. Her soon-to-be husband's eyes widened in shock, his mouth forming a perfect O of surprise as he crumpled to the ground. The sons of the Harpies surged forth, their curved daggers flashing murderously. Unsullied warriors rushed to meet them, spears clashing, but the Harpies were numerous and ruthless. Blood painted the sand as warriors and rebels fell alike. Come, Khaleesi, Yura urged, grabbing Daenerys' good arm. She stumbled to her feet, heart pounding in her chest, eyes wide at the carnage unfolding around her. Missandei cried out as a harpy grabbed her hair, yanking her backward. Missandei! Daenerys reached for her friend, but Barristan pulled her away. Grey Worm! Barristan shouted. The unsullied commander appeared, still weak from his previous injuries, but moving with determination. He drove his spear through the harpy attacking Missandei, but not before the masked assassin's blade opened a deep gash across her shoulder. This way! Barristan shouted, cutting down a harpy who lunged from the stance. Daenerys felt numb as she was pulled along between the two knights, screams and steel ringing in her ears. She saw Tyrion duck beneath a bench, narrowly avoiding a dagger thrust, and scrambled to stay alive amid the madness. A moment later, a harpy caught him across the cheek with a glancing blow, blood streaming down his face. They're everywhere, Daenerys gasped, the enormity of the betrayal crushing her. Hisdar, he's dead, forget him. Barristan shouted back fiercely. We must get you to safety. A harpy leaped from above, landing on Ser Barristan's shoulders. The old knight staggered but kept his footing, reaching back to grasp his attacker. The harpy's dagger found Barristan's side, slipping between the plates of his armor. Barristan roared in pain but managed to throw the assassin off, dispatching him with a quick thrust. Ser Barristan, Daenerys cried, seeing the blood blooming across his white cloak. It's nothing, your grace, he gritted out, though his face had gone pale. Yura fought like a man possessed, his sword carving through the attackers, but even he couldn't hold them all back. A dagger caught him across the forearm, opening a deep gash. He barely seemed to notice, pushing Daenerys behind him as more harpies approached. But there was no safety to be found. The harpies surrounded them on all sides, blocking every exit. How are there so many harpies? Unsullied bodies lay crumpled around them, the strength of her loyal warriors faltering beneath the relentless assault. Daenerys closed her eyes briefly, knowing her end was near. Then a roar split the air, primal and deafening, shaking the very foundations of the arena. Drogon, she whispered, hope surging through her veins. The black dragon appeared in a storm of fire and fury, descending from the heavens with wings outstretched and scales shimmering with power. Flames erupted from his jaws, searing the sons of the harpy to death and scattering them like frightened vermin. Perhaps all hope was not lost. Screams of terror replaced those of triumph as Drogon landed heavily, the earth trembling beneath his massive form. For a moment, Daenerys felt relief wash over her. Drogon had come to her in her time of need. Her child remembered her. He was here to protect her. But the feeling didn't last. A brave or foolish harpy charged forward, a long spear clutched in his hands. Before anyone could react, he thrust it upward with all his might. The spearhead sank deep into Drogon's flank, drawing a roar of pain that made the very stones of the arena vibrate. No, Daenerys screamed, her heart twisting at the sight of her child's pain. Drogon thrashed, his tail smashing through stone seats, his jaws snapping at the air as he tried to reach the spear embedded in his flesh. More attackers surged forward, encouraged by the sight of the wounded dragon. Drogon shot flames at them, burning tins, but dozen more followed. Ropes sailed through the air, looping around Drogon's legs and neck. The dragon struggled against the bindings, but each movement seemed to cause him greater pain. Khaleesi, stay away from Drogon. It's dangerous, Yura urged, pulling her away from the dragon. Daenerys hesitated only a moment, meeting the loyal gaze of Barristan and Yura before she moved. No, come with me. We must protect Drogon, she called desperately. Barristan hesitated before nodding. He realized the value of her last dragon. All right, we will hold them. Go to Drogon, Barristan shouted, cutting down another attacker. Her vision blurred with tears as she watched Drogon strain against the ropes, his mighty body trembling with effort and pain. Her chest felt tight, each breath a labor as she witnessed her child's suffering. She was failing everyone who had believed in her. More spears came flying, filling Drogon with holes as he screamed in pain. It hurt Dany. It made her heart splinter like glass. At this rate, Drogon will die. Her baby. Roarf, and then a different cry pierced the air, deeper, sharper, louder, and no less powerful. A golden light brightened the midday sun, drawing all eyes upward. Releasing a screech more powerful than Drogon, Viserion landed, her golden scales bright as she breathed out flames that burned through the ropes restraining Drogon. People threw spears at her too, but they simply bounced off her gleaming golden scales like twigs against stone. Viserion lifted her majestic head, golden eyes narrowing into slits, and seemed to grin mockingly at the foolish humans below. Pathetic humans, dare to hurt my blood. Viserion positioned herself protectively over Drogon. Her wings flared out like a shimmering golden shield. The dragon's voice was something Daenerys had never heard before, a deep, guttural rumble that somehow formed recognizable words, sending shivers down the spines of every survivor. With a quick, brutal motion, Viserion whipped her tail forward, slicing right through several sons of the Harpy like they were made of paper. Blood splashed everywhere, soaking the sand a deep, ugly red. The dragon lunged ahead, crushing attackers beneath her huge claws, their bones snapping loudly beneath her weight. One brave, or maybe foolish, Harpy charged at her with a spear, stabbing desperately at Viserion's chest, but the weapon just shattered against her thick scales. She tilted her head a bit, almost amused by his guts or stupidity, before casually smashing his skull with one heavy stomp of her massive claw. Viserion's magnificent wings spread wide,